Douluo, reborn as Yuhao, I plundered myself? Male, Douluo Dalu. System, transmigration. Action, adventure, drama, fanfiction, fantasy, harem, shonen, tragedy, Xuanwan. A delivery man from Earth transmigrated into the body of Yuhao and the sky fell. Douluo Continent 2 was a true hellish dungeon. He not only had to face Tang Shenwang, who was constantly watching him from above, but also had to deal with the methods Tang Shenwang had left behind. Just as Yuhao was contemplating suicide and rebirth, a system connection saved his life. But isn't this system a bit problematic? The protagonist plundering system connection is complete. Please awaken your martial soul as soon as possible to plunder Yuhao's opportunities. Yuhao. 6. Are you even going to stop pretending? Am I being punished by heaven? Even the system is messing with me? But the next second, dude, you actually gave me a reward, ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie gift. 1. Number 1 reborn as Yuhao. Brothers, let's start with the sky falling. Chapter 1. Reborn in a hut. Yuhao. Brothers, it's a doomed start. The Douluo continent, the territory of the Star Luo Empire, is vast and imposing. The White Tiger Duke's mansion, a symbol of imperial nobility, stands with vermilion walls reaching high, its upturned eaves exuding an aura of unapproachable authority. Yet, no one would have imagined that in the most remote and darkest corner of this estate, hidden away, was a firewood shed utterly out of place with the surrounding luxury, a low, leaky roof, a rotten wooden door that wouldn't shut properly, moldy hay piled in the corners, the air thick with the pungent smell of wood ash mixed with dampness. Even sunlight was stingy, only deigning to cast a few weak, dappled spots on the floor through the cracks. In the center of the shed, a simple wooden bed held a 6-year-old boy. His frame was as thin and frail as a leaf that might be blown away by the wind at any moment. The drab, gray cloth garment he wore was covered in patches, the stitching crooked and haphazard, clearly mended countless times. The collar and cuffs were worn shiny, revealing his scrawny neck and slender wrists. The boy's hair was an extremely pale azure blue, plastered messily to his forehead as if wet from rain, a few strands sticking to his pale cheeks, making his tightly shut eyes appear even more fragile. After an indeterminate amount of time, the boy's eyelashes fluttered slightly, like a butterfly beating its tattered wings. He slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the dark, sooty roof beam. In his ears, the wind whistled through the door crack, mingling with the faint clamor drifting from the distant Duke's mansion. Consciousness felt like it had been submerged deep underwater for ages before finally surfacing, chaotic and accompanied by a sharp headache. He parted his dry, cracked lips, his voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Where is this? As soon as the words left his mouth, a woman's voice, choked with sobs, immediately rang out, followed by the swift approach of a warm figure. Yuhao, you're finally awake. You scared your mother to death. The woman wore a maid's uniform, similarly patched and mended, its deep blue skirt faded from countless washes. Yet, despite the shabby clothing, it couldn't hide her delicate beauty. Willow leaf eyebrows arched gracefully, eyes like obsidian stones soaked in warm water, radiating a gentleness that seemed bone deep. But at this moment, those beautiful eyes were bloodshot, tears falling like broken strings of pearls, rolling down her pale cheeks and dripping onto the back of the boy's hand with a scalding heat. She was Yuhao's mother. Now, forgetting all propriety, she carefully gathered the boy into her arms, her movements as gentle as if handling a priceless treasure, afraid that the slightest force might hurt him. You've been unconscious for a whole day. Mother called you so many times. Her voice trembled as her fingertips lightly brushed the stray hairs on the boy's forehead. The thin calluses on her palm rubbed against his skin, yet the touch brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Yuhao didn't struggle. He could clearly feel the warmth of the woman's embrace, smell the faint scent of soap on her, and that strange sense of familiarity, like an infant's instinctive dependence on its mother, seeping through his blood into his heart, causing his tense body to relax involuntarily. Leaning against Yuner's shoulder, a thought flashed through his muddled mind. Yuhao? Is that me? The name felt both strange and familiar, like trying to grasp its outline through a thick fog. After a while, Yuhao felt the headache ease slightly, though his body remained so weak he couldn't muster any strength. Looking at Yuner's reddened eyes and weary face, his heart inexplicably tightened. He spoke softly, "Mother, I am a bit tired. I want to rest a little longer." He deliberately imitated the tone of a child from his memories, with a hint of barely perceptible testing. Yuner immediately let go, hastily adjusting his position to make him more comfortable and tucking the thin blanket tighter around him. All right, Mother won't disturb you. You rest peacefully. I'll be right outside keeping watch. Call me if you need anything." She gave a few more detailed instructions before finally leaving, glancing back every few steps. Before leaving, she gently pulled the wooden door shut, trying her best to block the cold wind outside. The wooden door creaked shut, and silence returned to the firewood shed. Yuhao slowly opened his eyes again, the vigilance he had deliberately suppressed earlier resurfacing. He rolled his eyes, carefully surveying his surroundings. The low, cramped space contained nothing but the firewood piled in the corner, the haystack he lay on, and a chipped clay pot holding a pitifully small amount of clean water. Beyond that, there was nothing else even remotely decent. How could this be a place for humans to live? It was clearly even more crude than the doghouses of stray dogs he'd seen in his previous life. Frowning, he tried hard to sort through his chaotic thoughts. Wasn't he just on his way delivering food, swerving to avoid a truck running a red light, only to crash his bike into a guardrail? How did he open his eyes to this strange place and become a 6-year-old child? Could it be rebirth? Just as he was filled with confusion, suddenly, a torrent of unfamiliar information flooded his mind like a tide. Memories about this world, Douluo continent, spirit power, the white tiger Duke Dai Huaben, his mother Huo Yun'er, and one more name, Huo Yuhao. The information stream wasn't vast, but it carried an intense impact, like countless tiny needles pricking his brain. The pain made him grunt involuntarily, his hands clutching his head tightly as fine beads of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sharp pain gradually subsided. Huo Yuhao gasped for breath, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling slightly. Holy crap, I've become Huo Yuhao? He finally pieced all the memories together. He wasn't simply transported here physically. He had been reincarnated and reborn into the world of Douluo too, becoming the story's protagonist, Huo Yuhao. But this so-called protagonist halo, in his view, seemed more like a death sentence. According to the memories, this child had suffered endless bullying since childhood. His mother Huo Yun'er died young, and his father Dai Hao treated him with contempt. Although he later became the god of emotions as an adult, he was constantly constrained by Tang San, and netizens branded him a lackey of the Tang sect, a love-addled idiot, a good for nothing. Those sharp insults stabbed at his heart like knives. What chilled him even more was that the memories clearly recorded, yesterday, because he accidentally knocked over a servant's basin of water in the Duke's mansion. The servant grabbed him by the hair, beating and cursing him. Malnourished and physically weak to begin with, he couldn't withstand such a beating and fainted on the spot. And it was precisely this near-death experience that unlocked the seal deep within his soul, allowing him to regain the memories of his past life. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? Huo Yuhao slumped on the wooden bed, feeling utterly hopeless. Tomorrow is the day for spirit awakening. Not long after, Huo Yun'er would be severely injured protecting him, falling into the hands of Dai Huaben, and eventually dying from illness due to lack of money for treatment. And in his previous life, he was just an ordinary college student, clad in yellow delivery uniform, riding an electric bike through city streets. His monthly salary was only 1,500, and he had to budget carefully just for rent. What did he know about spirit cultivation or spirit master conflicts? Even if he knew the plot, facing a god king like Tang San, facing the powerful authority of the Duke's mansion, how could a 6-year-old child with no strength to even tie up a chicken possibly save Huo Yun'er's life? And how could he break free from that invisible, tight curse? In his past life, in the comment sections, he had also boasted online, if I transmigrated to Douluo, I'd definitely overthrow Tang San's hegemony, or I'd save Huo Yun'er and change fate. But those were just empty fantasies from behind a screen. Now that he had actually transmigrated, he understood just how cruel reality was. Forget about opposing a god king. He couldn't even beat the servant who beat and cursed him yesterday. If not for that accident, he'd probably still be riding his electric bike through streets and alleys delivering food, just trying to scrape together enough for rent. Despair flooded over him like a tide. He even began to entertain wild thoughts. If he ended himself now, would he transmigrate back? Or perhaps go to a peaceful world without spirits or conflict? 2. Number 2. The system that plunders Huo Yuhao is activated. Huo Yuhao. What? I'm plundering myself. Chapter 2. Binding the plundering Huo Yuhao system. Huo Yuhao? Huh? I plunder myself. Just as this thought emerged, a crisp ding sound suddenly rang out in his mind, like a cell phone notification tone, but possessing a strange penetrating power. Huo Yuhao's eyes instantly lit up, a system his golden finger had arrived. Having read so many web novels in his previous life, he was extremely familiar with this sound. The despair from moments ago was instantly thrown to the winds. He could even feel his heartbeat accelerating, and a smile of delight spread uncontrollably across his face. This is great with a system. There's hope. I don't have to end myself. But this joy only lasted for a few seconds before the mechanical voice in his mind splashed cold water on him. Open black lens bracket. The suitable host has been detected. Binding close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Plunder protagonist to become stronger system. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please awaken your spirit as soon as possible. Plunder the destiny of the Destiny protagonist Yuhao and help the host ascend to the peak of the Douluo. Close black lens bracket. The smile on Yuhao's face instantly froze, and his entire body was stunned in place, as if under a paralysis spell. He suspected he had misheard and subconsciously yelled in his mind, "Wait, buddy, are you kidding me? You want me to plunder Yuhao? I am Yuhao. Why is even the system targeting me?" Just as he was filled with confusion, the system's mechanical voice suddenly became frantic, mixed with a trace of static. Open black lens bracket. Binding error detected. The target host should be a non-destiny holder, but the current bound object is the Destiny protagonist Yuhao. Unbinding in progress. Unbinding failed. Close black lens bracket. Immediately afterward, a soft, cute female voice rang out, filled with deep annoyance and anger. "It's over. It's over. Why did I bind this future lackey of the Tang sect, this worthless scum Yuhao?" As the voice faded, a palm-sized sprite appeared before Yuhao. She wore a pink and white dress, the hem adorned with sparkling dots of light, like scattered stars. On her round face, a pair of sapphire-like eyes were wide open, and her small nose was wrinkled. She looked both adorable and angry. Behind her, a pair of transparent little wings flapped rapidly due to her fury, generating a faint breeze. Yuhao curiously stretched out his finger and gently poked the sprite's cheek. It felt soft, like a QQ candy. "You're the system?" The sprite stumbled from his poke, immediately swatted his finger away with a tiny fist, and shouted angrily, "That's right, this girl is the Plunder protagonist to become stronger. System, you damned Yuhao. Hurry up and unbind me. I don't want to be bound to someone like you." Seeing her indignant look, a thought suddenly struck Yuhao, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. "So, you can't unbind yourself, can you?" Hearing this, the sprite immediately panicked and quickly covered her mouth. But a trace of distress still flashed in her sapphire eyes. She could only glare at Yuhao with an angry look, remaining silent. Seeing this, Yuhao felt more confident and continued to coax her gently. "If I'm not mistaken, there must be someone above you in charge, right? Little system, you probably don't want to be scolded by your superiors for binding the wrong host and failing the mission, do you?" The sprite's eyes instantly widened even more, and she subconsciously cried out, "How did you know I have weight? You're trying to trick me." She only realized halfway through her sentence, quickly clamped her mouth shut, her little face flushed crimson. She glared angrily at Yuhao, as if blaming herself for accidentally letting slip a secret. Yuhao couldn't help but smile, nodding and then shaking his head. "I was indeed trying to trick you just now, but I've read so many fanfiction novels that I know a bit about web novel tropes. You look so flustered. You must be a newly employed newbie system, right?" The sprite was stunned for a moment, subconsciously nodding lightly. Her voice was much quieter. "Why yes, this is my first mission." After speaking, she realized her mistake and quickly straightened her small body, but the panic in her eyes was undeniable. Yuhao struck while the iron was hot, continuing to ask, "Then, is there a command in your programming that you cannot harm the bound host, and you must issue rewards to the host who completes the mission?" "Why yes no." The sprite subconsciously nodded, but the moment the word left her mouth, she immediately shook her head vigorously, her gaze flickering, afraid to look at Yuhao. Yuhao completely understood now. He smiled and said, "All right, I know. Since you can't unbind, then send over my newbie reward first." "I won't." The sprite subconsciously tried to refuse, but mid-sentence, it was as if she was being choked, unable to utter the rest of the words. The next second, her body began to flicker with a faint white light, and the mechanical voice in his mind rang out once more. "Open black lens bracket. Ding, one newbie gift package has been automatically issued to the host. Please check close black lens bracket." The white light dissipated and the sprite returned to normal, but her face was full of resentment and anger. Stamping her little foot, she shouted, "Damn it, you worthless scum. Lackey of the Tang sect, I was truly mistaken to bind someone like you." When Yuhao heard the words, "Lackey of the Tang sect," the previous ease instantly vanished, and his gaze darkened. He sat up, looked at the sprite, and his tone carried a trace of suppressed anger. "Since you curse me like that, let's have a proper discussion." He took a deep breath and slowly began. "First, Tang-san, as the God King, planned out my life from the very beginning. I was a child with only innate level 1 spirit power, a deceased mother, an unloving father, and malnutrition. What did I have to resist him with? I had to fight with all my might just to survive. How could I possibly resist the God King? The sprite subconsciously retorted. But you are the son of destiny of the Douluo plane, the ancients said. Exhaust their bones and muscles, starve their bodies, and empty their lives. Only by enduring hardships can you grow into a strong person. Hardships? Yuhao laughed self-deprecatingly, his eyes full of bitterness. If I gave you these hardships, would you take them? Being beaten and cursed, despised since childhood, unable to even eat a full meal, and having your mother die at the hands of others over a trivial matter, could you endure such a life? Yuhao looked at her silence and continued. Let me ask you again. After being beaten and cursed for years, severely lacking love, and finally cultivating to level 10, if you meet two people, Tang Ya and Bei Bei, who are willing to help you and don't treat you like trash, wouldn't you cling to them like a life-saving straw and be willing to work for them? The sprite's wings flapped more slowly. She lowered her head, still silent. Anyone who encountered light in such a desperate situation would desperately grasp it, right? Furthermore, Yuhao's voice deepened slightly. After entering Shrek, you meet someone, Wang Donger, who can achieve a 100% spirit fusion with you, who doesn't despise your background, and who is willing to help you become stronger. At that time, you didn't know she was Tang San's pawn. You only thought about becoming stronger and avenging your mother. Would you cultivate with her? The sprite was completely speechless. She looked up, seeing the pain and unwillingness in Yuhao's eyes, and for the first time, she felt that those curses didn't seem so self-evident. Yuhao looked at her and suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, his voice tinged with anger. Then let me ask you one last thing. Am I even considered a person? Was my life written by others? Did I have the right to resist? Answer me. Look in my eyes, tell me why. It's utterly ridiculous a group of people curse me, calling me spineless and trash. Yes, I am trash, and in the later stages, I truly wasn't human. But was that my choice? If any of you transmigrated into my body, you wouldn't even cultivate to level 10 spirit power, let alone encounter the heavenly dream iceworm or Electrolux. After saying all this, Yuhao felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. He stopped looking at the sprite and focused his attention on the system interface in his mind. A golden gift package, the newbie gift package, was floating there. He took a deep breath and gently tapped the screen in his mind with his fingertip. Open the newbie gift package. The next second, the system's mechanical voice sounded, and a reward list popped up on the interface. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, on opening the newbie gift package. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Rewards obtained are as follows. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1. Innate level 10 soul power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 2. 1 random titled Douluo card. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Note. Random titled Douluo card. After use, it can randomly summon a titled Douluo from the 4 Douluo series, Douluo Continent, the Unrivaled Tang Sect, The Legend of the Dragon King, and Ultimate Douluo. This titled Douluo will be 100% loyal to the host and unconditionally obey commands. Close black lens bracket. 3. Number 3 Tianfeng Douluo Leng Yaoju. Chapter 3. Heavenly Phoenix Douluo Leng Yaoju. Yuhao's eyes instantly rounded, and his breathing became rapid. Innate level 10 soul power. One must know that in the original work, his innate spirit power was only level 1. He suffered so much just to cultivate to level 10, but now he could reach it in one step. There was also the random titled Douluo card. In the Douluo tetralogy, even the weakest titled Douluo was a top expert in the Spirit Master's world, not to mention those titled Douluo with outrageous combat power in Douluo E and Douluo IV. For example, the protagonist of Douluo IV with 6 rings was comparable to a titled Douluo. With such a 100% loyal titled Douluo to help, let alone protecting his mother, he even had the confidence to confront the White Tiger Duke's mansion. I've struck it rich. Yuhao couldn't help but cheer in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered in his mind, use the random titled Douluo card. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Heavenly Phoenix Douluo Leng Yaoju. Close black lens bracket. When the system's mechanical voice faded, Yuhao was first stunned. Then his brow furrowed slightly as he subconsciously muttered, Heavenly Phoenix Douluo Leng Yaoju? Who is that? The name felt like it was covered in a layer of mist in his mind, both familiar and strange. He quickly mobilized his memories of the Douluo series from his past life, searching through countless character images. After a moment, a clear piece of information suddenly surfaced, and his eyes instantly lit up. Oh, it's her. The level 99 attack system limit Douluo from Douluo E, the legend of the Dragon King. Her title was Heavenly Phoenix, and her spirit was exactly what matched her title, the Heavenly Phoenix. She was not only the deputy pagoda master of the spirit transmitting pagoda and the deputy speaker of the parliament, but also a black level mecha pilot, and one of the few contemporary four-word battle armor masters. In the Spirit Master's world, her status was under 1 person and above 10,000. Qiangu Dongfeng, the pagoda master of the spirit transmitting pagoda, had been obsessed with her for many years, and even the dark phoenix Douluo Leng Yulai had to respectfully call her sister. What left an even deeper impression on Yuhao was Leng Yaoju's appearance and temperament. The original work described her complexion as jade-like, yet possessing a fire-like intensity. She was gorgeous without being vulgar, tall and graceful. Standing there, she was as eye-catching as the scorching sun, hailed as the #1 beauty of the spirit transmitting pagoda. Unfortunately, this favored daughter of heaven had a rather bumpy love life. She and her sister Leng Yulai both fell in love with the continent's strongest expert, Yun Ming, but in the end, she couldn't get what she wanted, earning the reputation of a devoted simp. While Yuhao was recalling this information, the air in front of him suddenly rippled. A pale gold spatial vortex slowly unfolded, with fine light particles flowing in the center, looking as if stars had been crushed inside. Immediately after, a slender and upright figure stepped slowly out of the vortex. Every step she took seemed to carry an invisible aura, making the dull air in the woodshed a bit fresher. Yuhao subconsciously held his breath. The Leng Yaoju before him was even more stunning than in his memory. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, cascading unbound over her shoulders, with a faint halo seemingly lingering between the strands, swaying gently with her breath. An exquisite oval face, skin as white as porcelain, yet with a hint of aloof coldness between her brows. Most striking were her eyes, a pair of phoenix eyes as brilliant as rubies. The corners of her eyes tilted up slightly, which should have carried a bit of charm, but because of the deep coldness in her gaze, it added a sense of distance that kept people 1,000 miles away. But when his gaze swept over her curved willow leaf eyebrows, that coldness seemed to melt at the corner, adding a trace of hard-to-detect tenderness. She wore a well-tailored light red long dress, with dark gold phoenix patterns embroidered on the hem. When she moved, the patterns seemed to come alive, flowing under the light and shadow. Her exquisite and curvaceous figure was perfectly outlined by the dress, possessing both the uprightness of a powerhouse and the softness of a woman. Standing in the simple woodshed, she was like a fiery rose that had strayed into the dust, so dazzling that one couldn't look away. So this is the heavenly phoenix Douluo Leng Yaoju. She truly deserves the 4 words peerless beauty. Yuhao's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he moved it away somewhat awkwardly, muttering in his heart, it couldn't be helped. Human nature is attracted to beauty. In his past life, he was just a delivery man who rode an electric scooter through streets and alleys every day. Most of the beauties he saw were images built on filters and special effects on mobile phone screens. Where had he ever seen a real-life beauty of this caliber? If it weren't for the fact that this body was only 6 years old and exceptionally thin due to malnutrition, he might really have been unable to control his reaction. Leng Yaoju first looked around her surroundings. Seeing the moldy hay, the chipped pottery jars, and the drafty walls in the woodshed, her beautiful brows instantly furrowed, and a trace of hard-to-detect displeasure flashed in her eyes. But when her gaze fell on Yuhao, that displeasure instantly dissipated, replaced by full tenderness. She stepped forward quickly, carefully pulling Yuhao into her arms, her voice as soft as if she were afraid of startling him. Are you Yuhao? Yuhao was stunned by this sudden embrace. Leng Yaoju's embrace was very warm, and it carried a faint scent of phoenix flowers. But what he was more confused about was, why did Leng Yaoju know him? Did she still have memories of Douluo E? He quickly asked the system in his mind. System, what's going on? Why does she seem to know me? Open black lens bracket. After the host drew Leng Yaoju, the system implanted memories adapted to the current world for her, equivalent to reshaping her life trajectory once. Close black lens bracket. The system's mechanical voice explained. Open black lens bracket. In her current memories, when the host was 3 years old, you gave her a steamed bun when she was starving, saving her life. From then on, she regarded the host as her only reliance and is willing to serve the host unconditionally. Close black lens bracket. I gave her a steamed bun? After hearing this explanation, Yuhao almost couldn't help rolling his eyes, complaining speechlessly in his heart. System, are you sure readers will believe this plot? It's too perfunctory, isn't it? Open black lens bracket. The system's settings are reasonable explanations. The host does not need to question them. Close black lens bracket. The system's answer carried a hint of unquestionable firmness, directly shutting down Huo Yuhao's complaints. Huo Yuhao sighed helplessly and had to look up at Leng Yaoju, gently patting the back of her hand. Sister Yaoju, let go of me first. I have something to ask you. Hearing his voice, Leng Yaoju immediately let go, but still maintained a half-squatting posture, looking at him intently like a soldier waiting for orders. Looking at her like this, Huo Yuhao felt much more at ease and asked, Sister Yaoju, what is your current spirit power level? Yuhao, I am currently a level 99 limit Douluo. Leng Yaoju did not hesitate at all and directly reported her level. There was no showing off in her tone, only honesty toward her host. Level 99 limit Douluo. Hearing this answer, Huo Yuhao's heart couldn't help but throb. He was worried before that the system might weaken Leng Yaoju's strength, but he didn't expect it to be the full version of a limit Douluo. One must know that there were only a handful of limit Douluo in Douluo 2. Even if Mu En, Long Xiaoyao, and Yi Qishui joined forces, they might not necessarily be Leng Yaoju's opponent. After all, Leng Yaoju was a top expert from Douluo E, and both her spirit quality and combat experience far exceeded those of same-level spirit masters in Douluo 2. However, he soon thought of a key question. Then do you have forward battle armor? In Douluo E, battle armor was the key to increasing combat power, especially forward battle armor, which could double a spirit master's strength. Open black lens bracket. The host does not need to ask. Leng Yaoju currently does not have forward battle armor, and she doesn't even have memories related to being a battle armor master. Close black lens bracket. The system's voice rang out first, interrupting Huo Yuhao's expectations. 4. Number 4. A mother's love is as deep as a mountain. Huo Yuhao is deeply moved. Chapter 4. Motherly love as heavy as a mountain. Huo Yuhao's emotion. No, system, why? Huo Yuhao became anxious upon hearing this and asked indignantly in his mind, the Leng Yaoju I summoned is the complete version. Shouldn't she have her battle armor and mecha memories? Open black lens bracket. The world the host is currently in is Soul Land 2. Battle armor and mechas belong to the core settings of Douluo E and are not within the scope of the system's initial rewards. Close black lens bracket. The system explained. Open black lens bracket. Furthermore, Leng Yaoju has undergone a life reshaping. To make her identity compatible with the world of Soul Land 2, the system has cleared all her memories regarding Douluo E, retaining only her spirit power level, and combat techniques. Close black lens bracket. After hearing this explanation, although Huo Yuhao was still somewhat dissatisfied, he knew the system's reasoning made sense. If Leng Yaoju traveled to Soul Land 2 with battle armor and mechas, it would break the balance far too much. He took a deep breath, suppressing the regret in his heart. Fine, anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As for battle armor and mechas, I can find a way to get them myself. He looked up at Leng Yaoju, his tone becoming serious. Sister Yaoju, this is the woodshed of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and there are many eyes and ears around. Hide yourself first, and then appear when I call for you, okay? Okay. Leng Yaoju nodded gently without the slightest hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint red light emanated from her body. Immediately after, she seemed to blend into the air, slowly disappearing before Huo Yuhao. Only the lingering scent of phoenix flowers in the air proved that she had indeed been there just now. After Leng Yaoju left, Huo Yuhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He lay back down on the haystack, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably as he thought silently in his mind. Great innate level 10 soul power, and a level 99 limit Douluo as a bodyguard. Tomorrow's spirit awakening ceremony will definitely slap many people in the face. When he read the original work in his past life, he felt stifled by Huo Yuhao's experience of having only level 1 innate spirit power. Clearly, the child of destiny, yet he had to be mocked at the awakening ceremony because of his background and talent. Now, he not only had innate level 10 soul power but also Leng Yaoju as his trump card. He would never have to suffer that grievance again. Open black lens bracket. Does the host not plan to have Leng Yaoju take you and Huo Yun'er away from the White Tiger Duke's mansion directly? Close black lens bracket. The system's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of confusion. Leave? Why leave? Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow and replied in his mind, with a limit Douluo like Leng Yaoju here, what is there to fear from a mere duchess of the White Tiger or those servants who bullied us? Mother and son? Not only will I not leave, but I will stay in the Duke's mansion and reclaim every bit of the grievances I suffered before the age of 6. He paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something and asked curiously, by the way, system, weren't you the one who hated Yuhao the most before? Why are you taking the initiative to care about me now? Previously, the system's little sprite had called him a lackey of the Tang sect and Spinellises at every turn. Now, it was actually asking if you wanted to leave. This change was too drastic. Open black lens bracket. This system is not caring for the host. However, the host is bound to this system. If the host dies, this system will also be punished. Close black lens bracket. The system's voice remained somewhat cold, but it lacked the previous hostility. Open black lens bracket. To avoid mission failure, this system has the obligation to remind the host to avoid risks. Close black lens bracket. Yuhao smiled and didn't press further. Regardless of the system's purpose, at least for now, their goals were aligned. He closed his eyes, feeling a strong wave of fatigue wash over him. The headache from when his memories were unsealed, combined with the emotional fluctuations just now, was a bit much for this already weak body to handle. But thinking of his mother still anxiously waiting outside for his answer, his heart warmed. He suppressed the urge to just fall asleep, called Yuner in, explained his situation to her, said he had a headache and wanted to rest, and then lay down to enter his dreams. The wood shed was very quiet, with only the whoosh of the wind blowing through the door cracks and the occasional distant sound of a dog barking. In the void where no one could perceive, a red figure stood quietly, guarding the sleeping youth, waiting to sweep away all obstacles for him. Yuhao slept exceptionally peacefully this time. Gone was the anxiety of rushing around as a delivery man in his past life, and gone was the confusion and panic of just having transmigrated. Leng Yaoju's protection was like an invisible barrier, shielding the wood shed from the wind and rain outside. He was woken up by a gentle call. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yuner sitting by the bed, holding a cloth bundle, her eyes full of tenderness. Yuhao, wake up, it's time for dinner. Yuner's voice was very soft, afraid of startling her son who had just woken up. She carefully unwrapped the cloth bundle. Inside lay 3 white, plump steamed buns. Heat wafted slightly through the gaps in the cloth, carrying a faint wheat aroma. In this woodshed where they usually only had coarse grains to fill their stomachs, such white flour buns were already a rare luxury. She handed the buns to Yuhao, a hint of a smile on her face. Today, mother helped with chopping wood and washing dishes in the back kitchen. The manager saw that I worked hard and gave me a few extra bronze coins, so I exchanged them for these 3 buns. You're growing, you need to eat something good. They're all for you. Yuhao looked at the 3 buns and then at Yuner's hands. Her fingertips were covered in tiny cracks and there were fresh abrasions on the web of her thumb, clearly injuries from working carelessly in the afternoon. These wounds glowed faintly red under the light, like fine needles gently pricking his heart. A sour feeling surged up instantly. In his past life, he was an orphan with no father or mother. From childhood to adulthood, he could only struggle on his own and had never experienced the feeling of being loved like this. Now transmigrated as Yuhao, he had a mother willing to give her all for him. Even if it was just 3 white flour buns, they were earned through her hard work all afternoon. Mother, Yuhao's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't take the buns but shook his head instead. Quote, we don't need to eat these, I have something better. As he spoke, he reached for his waist. There was a black dragon-patterned belt tied there. The dragon patterns on the surface were exquisitely carved, with the scale textures clearly visible, appearing faintly in the dim light. This was precisely the storage spirit tool Leng Yaoju had quietly placed by his pillow earlier. He pressed his fingertip lightly on the belt, and a faint blue halo flashed. The next second, several steaming dishes and a bowl of white rice appeared on the wooden board by the bed. Glossy braised pork with an enticing sheen, emerald green vegetables still carrying water droplets, and a bowl of delicious pork rib soup with a clear broth and a few floating scallions. The rich aroma of these foods instantly overwhelmed the wheat scent of the buns, filling the entire woodshed. Yuner's eyes widened. Looking at the food that had suddenly appeared, her hands involuntarily tightened around the cloth bundle, her voice carrying a hint of excitement and panic. Yuhao, where did you get this from? She had been a maid in the Duke's mansion for so many years and had only seen such meals on the manager's tables. She never imagined that she and her son would have the chance to eat them. Mother, don't worry. Yuhao held Yuner's hand. Her palm was rough but warm. Quote, these all came from a legitimate source. Don't ask too much. Just know that we won't have to eat coarse grains or go hungry anymore. He didn't tell Huo Yun'er about Leng Yaoju's existence, not because of a lack of trust, but because he didn't want his mother to worry. After all, an existence like a limit Douluo was too shocking. With Huo Yun'er's personality, she would only become more uneasy after knowing. He paused and added, I am your son, don't you trust me? How could I do anything to harm you? Hearing this, Huo Yun'er's tense body gradually relaxed. She looked at her son's serious eyes, and the panic in her heart slowly dissipated. Yes, this was the child she had carried for 10 months and risked half her life to give birth to. He was her only concern in this cold duke's mansion. How could he possibly harm her? She nodded gently, her eyes turning slightly red. I believe you. Mother naturally believes you. Huo Yuhao smiled and picked up the bowls and chopsticks, serving a bowl of pork rib soup for Huo Yun'er and placing a piece of braised pork in her bowl. Mother, eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Huo Yun'er picked up her chopsticks and ate in small bites, but her tears couldn't help but fall, not out of sadness but relief. For so many years, she had been unable to let her son live a good life. Now, finally being able to watch him eat a full, good meal, she felt more satisfied than if she had eaten delicacies herself. Huo Yuhao also ate quietly, occasionally putting food in Huo Yun'er's bowl. The woodshed was no longer filled with the usual oppression, leaving only the aroma of food and the warmth between mother and son. 5. Number 5 Martial Soul Awakening. Chapter 5. Spirit Awakening. After dinner, Huo Yun'er got up and carefully cleared the dishes, with Huo Yuhao helping her. After tidying up, she and Huo Yuhao lay together on the simple wooden bed. The bedboard was hard and the quilt was thin, but Huo Yun'er felt especially at peace. She gently hugged Huo Yuhao, resting her chin on the top of his head, her voice as soft as a lullaby. Yuhao, with you by my side from now on, your mother won't be afraid of anything. Huo Yuhao leaned into Huo Yun'er's embrace, smelling the faint scent of soap on her, his heart feeling warm. He softly hummed in affirmation and closed his eyes. Tomorrow was the spirit awakening ceremony. Not only would he awaken innate level 10 soul power, but he would also make those who had bullied their mother and son see who the true strong one was. As night deepened, the breathing in the woodshed gradually became steady. Huo Yun'er had fallen into a deep sleep, a satisfied smile still on her face. Huo Yuhao also closed his eyes, a slight curve on his lips. When the night receded, the sky outside the woodshed was just faintly bright, carrying the unique coolness of early morning. Huo Yun'er was awakened by the crowing of chickens outside the window. She quietly got up, afraid of disturbing Huo Yuhao beside her, but as soon as she sat up, she saw her son had already opened his eyes, his gaze clear, without the slightest hint of grogginess from just waking up. Yuhao, today is the day of the spirit awakening, we can't be late. Huo Yun'er reached out to smooth her son's blue hair from his forehead, her fingertips cool with the morning air, yet full of tenderness. She had remembered this day for a long time, and last night she hadn't even slept soundly, worrying one moment that her son wouldn't awaken a good spirit, and the next fearing he would be bullied at the ceremony. Huo Yuhao nodded, sat up from the bed, and instinctively reached for the dragon-patterned storage soul tool at his waist. His fingertips pressed on the cold dragon pattern, and several white lights flashed. 5 plump white steamed buns landed in his palm, still warm from just being steamed. He handed 2 of them to Huo Yun'er. Mother, you eat first. I'll eat a few more and then go to the ceremony site. Huo Yun'er took the steamed buns and watched her son wolf them down, her eyes growing warm again. Her son used to never get enough to eat, always sharing half of a coarse grain steamed buns with her. Now, she could finally watch him eat his fill. She took small bites of her bun and carefully instructed, don't run around when you get there, just follow the others. If anyone bullies you, endure it for now, and wait for mother. Mother, don't worry, no one can bully me. Huo Yuhao interrupted his mother, his tone filled with undeniable certainty. He finished his last bun, clapped the crumbs from his hands. I'm leaving. Wait for my good news. With that, he smiled at Huo Yun'er, turned, pushed open the wooden door of the woodshed, and walked towards the center of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. The Duke's mansion was exceptionally quiet in the early morning. The flagstone path was damp with dew, feeling slightly cool underfoot. In the flower bushes by the roadside, a few early butterflies flapped their wings, and occasionally a few bird calls came from the treetops. Huo Yuhao walked along the winding path. The closer he got to the central area, the more people he saw. By the time he reached the Spirit Awakening ceremony grounds, quite a few people had already gathered there, mostly servants dressed in drab, gray servant uniforms. They either hunched their shoulders or talked in low voices, their faces full of awkwardness. Only a handful of people stood at the front of the venue, dressed splendidly and carrying themselves with extraordinary presence. Clearly the masters or stewards of the Duke's mansion. Huo Yuhao's gaze immediately locked onto the woman at the front of the crowd. She wore a purple brocade robe embroidered with white tiger patterns, with silver threads adorning the collar and cuffs. A golden hairpin inlaid with pearls was stuck in her hair. When she walked, the hairpin swayed gently, but it did not exude any hint of gentleness. Her face was beautiful, but her lips always carried a faint, almost imperceptible hint of harshness. She was precisely the Duke of White Tiger's wife. The moment he saw her, Huo Yuhao's hand at his side quietly clenched, a cold chill flashing in his eyes. It was this woman who had driven him and his mother from their originally stable small courtyard to the drafty woodshed, cut off their livelihood, and condoned the mansion's malicious servants in their endless harassment. Images from his memory flooded his mind. His mother, to get him a full meal, would go to the back kitchen to chop firewood before dawn every day, her hands cracking and scabbing over, only to be torn open again, bleeding, which she would simply wrap with a strip of cloth. In winter, without cotton clothes, his mother would take apart her old clothes, sewing them stitch by stitch into a small cotton jacket for him to wear, while she herself shivered, her lips turning purple from the cold. Once, a malicious servant, to curry favor with the Duchess, deliberately knocked over the rice jar his mother had painstakingly borrowed. His mother knelt on the ground picking up the rice, tears falling into the dirt, yet she dared not utter a single word of protest. If not for his awakened memory, and the help of the system and Leng Yaoju, his mother would probably have been crushed by the torment of this duke's mansion sooner or later. You should be grateful that you have 2 sons as your weakness, Huo Yuhao thought coldly to himself. He had originally planned to have Leng Yaoju kill this woman directly after the awakening ceremony, but on second thought, letting her die like that would be too easy for her. Didn't she value her 2 sons, Dai Huiban and Dai Yuang, the most? Then he would make her personally experience the pain of watching her dearest ones disappear before her eyes and make her pay a 1,000-fold price for her past actions. The most crucial point was that his current foundation was still too weak. If he were to directly slaughter the entire White Tiger Duke's mansion, he would be completely unable to bear the consequences. In the original work, Tang San directly performed a deus ex machina at the end of Douluo 2, forcing the Emperor and Empress God of War to agree to rename the Sun Moon Empire to the Heaven Do Empire. What if he finished slaughtering the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and then Dai Mubai descended from the lower realm and chopped him down? Who would he complain to then? Note, Dai Mubai doesn't need to care about descendants, Tang San just needs to signal. Tang San's later intervention could be seen as apprehending Dai Mubai for privately descending to the lower realm. As for how Dai Mubai would be handled, with Tang San speaking up for him, plus the goddess of life's plea, at most within 1,000 years there would be no issue. The Duke of White Tiger's wife also noticed Huo Yuhao. Her gaze swept over him, as if looking at an insignificant object, carrying undisguised contempt. Her purpose in being here was very clear, to keep an eye on this bastard child born of a lowly maid, and see if he could awaken the Evil Eye's White Tiger, the inherited spirit of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. If he really did awaken it, those conservative old fellows in the mansion would surely jump out to protect him, and then it wouldn't be so easy for her to suppress the mother and son. As for preventing Huo Yuhao from participating in the awakening ceremony, she had indeed considered it, but the rules were there. Any descendant of the Duke of White Tiger had the right to participate in the spirit awakening. If one could awaken the Evil Eye's White Tiger and possess outstanding talent, it was an honor for the Duke's mansion. Even if she detested Huo Yuhao, she dared not openly violate the rules, and could only resort to underhanded tactics. Just then, an old man in a gray robe walked out. A string of copper bells was tied to his waist, jingling softly as he walked, attracting everyone's attention. He stood before the 6-pointed star array in the center of the grounds, cleared his throat, and his voice carried a hint of authority. The spirit awakening ceremony begins according to the list. First up, Dai Yuhao. Hearing his name called first, Huo Yuhao paused slightly, instinctively looking at the Duke of White Tiger's wife. He saw the woman's lips curl into a faint smile, her eyes carrying a hint of playfulness, as if to say, yes, I arranged it. She wanted Huo Yuhao to be the first on stage so that if he couldn't awaken a good spirit, he would lose all face in front of everyone, making it impossible for him to ever hold his head high. Interesting. Huo Yuhao sneered inwardly. Since you're so eager to be slapped in the face, I'll grant your wish. He didn't hesitate at all, taking steps towards the 6-pointed star array. The surrounding servants cast their gazes, some curious, some disdainful, and some whispered, a child born of a maid, still dreaming of awakening the Evil Eye's White Tiger? It's simply a pipe dream. If he awakens a trash spirit, Let's see how he'll survive in the mansion after this. These words pricked his ears like needles, but Huo Yuhao didn't care in the slightest. Soon, these people would pay the price for their contempt. 6. Number 6. The innate full soul power shocked everyone. Duchess White Tiger. Thank goodness it's not the evil eye White Tiger martial soul. Chapter 6. Innate full spirit power shocks everyone. Duchess of White Tiger. Fortunately, it's not the evil eye's White Tiger spirit. Huo Yuhao walked to the center of the hexagram formation and stood still. The formation lines beneath his feet glowed with a faint white light under the shimmering radiance. The elder presiding over the ceremony was a spirit ancestor of over rank 40. He slowly revealed his spirit. An emerald green wood vine staff appeared out of thin air in his hand. 4 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, were wound around the staff, the standard configuration for a spirit ancestor of over rank 40. He didn't speak, merely injecting spirit power slowly into the hexagram formation beneath his feet. As the spirit power was injected, the hexagram formation lit up with a soft white light. Warm currents of air surged from the center of the formation, flowing through Huo Yuhao's limbs and bones, eventually converging in his eyes and brain. That warm current felt very comfortable, like soaking in warm water, yet it carried a trace of strange power, as if it were awakening something sleeping deep within his body. A moment later, Huo Yuhao's eyes began to change. His originally black pupils gradually turned deep blue, as if they contained a deep sea. The whites of his eyes were also tinged with a faint blue halo. His entire pair of eyes emitted a soft yet undeniable blue light, as if they could penetrate all mists and see the essence of things. It's actually a body martial soul eyes? The awakening master looked at Huo Yuhao's eyes, a hint of surprise appearing on his face, and the wood vine staff in his hand paused slightly. In the spirit master's world, body martial souls were considered quite rare, and spirit masters with eyes as their spirit were even rarer, almost like phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Yes, they are called spirit eyes. Huo Yuhao met the awakening master's gaze, his tone carrying a hint of pride. He could clearly feel that the moment the spirit eye's martial soul awakened, everything around him became different. He could see the tiny dust motes floating in the air, hear the sound of butterfly wings flapping in the distant flower beds, and even vaguely sense the emotional fluctuations of the people around him. However, the people around him didn't think that way. Those servants who had still harbored a trace of expectation saw that what Huo Yuhao awakened was not the evil eye's White Tiger, but a seemingly useless eye spirit. The contempt on their faces instantly became undisguised. In their view, only by awakening the evil eye's White Tiger would Huo Yuhao be worthy of the Duke's mansion's attention. Only then would these servants, who hoped to benefit from his success, have a chance to climb higher. After all, in the Duke's mansion, the treatment of those serving a master compared to those doing chores was like night and day. Now that Huo Yuhao had awakened the spirit eyes, it directly cut off their hopes. Someone couldn't help but grumble in a low voice. What a waste. He couldn't even awaken the legacy spirit. Wasted the Duke's bloodline. If I'd known, I wouldn't have counted on him. These words reached Huo Yuhao's ears clearly, but he didn't care at all. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the subsequent spirit power test. The Duchess of White Tiger saw this scene, and the smile at the corners of her mouth grew even thicker, the contempt in her eyes deepening. A useless body martial soul, no matter how good the talent, would never amount to much. It seemed this bastard would never be able to turn things around. Next was the test for innate spirit power. The awakening master took out a transparent crystal ball from his robes and handed it to Huo Yuhao. Put your hand on it and inject the spirit power you just awakened into it. The crystal ball was about the size of a fist, its surface smooth, shimmering with a faint luster in the sunlight. Huo Yuhao reached out his right hand, his palm pressing against the cold crystal ball, and then slowly injected the spirit power from within his body. The moment his spirit power touched the crystal ball, the originally transparent sphere suddenly erupted with brilliant white light. The light grew brighter and brighter, even becoming somewhat dazzling, enveloping the entire hexagram formation within it, making even the surrounding sunlight seem dim by comparison. The awakening master's eyes widened, and the wood vine staff in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked at the radiantly glowing crystal ball, his voice trembling with disbelief. In innate full spirit power, this exclamation was like a clap of thunder, instantly exploding among the crowd. The servants who had been whispering instantly fell silent. Everyone froze in place, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Innate full spirit power. That was a top-tier talent seen only once in 100 years. Even Dai Huaben, the legitimate son of the Duke's mansion, only had rank 9.5 innate spirit power when he awakened. This child born of a lowly maid actually had innate full spirit power? The Duchess of White Tiger stood in place, her nails almost sinking into the silk of her palm. Her silver teeth ground together audibly, and her body even trembled slightly uncontrollably. She looked at the small figure enveloped in white light within the hexagram formation. Complex emotions churning in her eyes, there was disgust for Yuhao's talent, but also a hidden trace of relief. What she felt disgust for was that this bastard born of a lowly maid actually possessed such heaven-defying innate full spirit power. What she felt relief for was that, in the end, he had not awakened the Evil Eye's White Tiger martial soul. If the White Tiger martial soul were paired with innate full spirit power, then Dai Yuang's future position as duke might truly be shaken by this illegitimate son. Little beast, why don't you just die? She cursed viciously in her heart. When her gaze swept over Yuhao's blue glowing eyes, her killing intent almost overflowed. If you were born into a noble family, perhaps you could be worthy of the White Tiger martial soul, but you just had to be that bitch's son. Even with innate full spirit power, you are ultimately just something that can't be presented in public. At this moment, the Duchess of White Tiger completely made up her mind. She must get rid of this mother and son as soon as possible. She knew the rules of the Duke's mansion very well. Although a body martial soul was not as noble as a legacy spirit, the talent of innate full spirit power was enough to alarm those conservative elders in the mansion. Once the elders stepped in to protect Yuhao and even arranged cultivation resources for him. Once he grew up, he might truly threaten the status of her two sons. Rather than leaving a future trouble, it was better to strike first. In any case, she was the legally wedded wife of the Duke of White Tiger, Dai Hao, the mistress of the Duke's mansion. It was just killing two low-status servants. Even if someone investigated afterward, she would only be lightly rebuked by the elders. It wouldn't hurt her foundation at all. Meanwhile, Yuhao had just withdrawn his hand from the awakening master, the cold sensation of the crystal ball still lingering on his fingertips. After the Spirit Eye's martial soul awakened, his mental force and perception had been greatly enhanced. The Duchess of White Tiger's undisguised malice was like a cold needle, clearly piercing into his perception. He looked up and happened to meet the Duchess's poison-filled eyes. He didn't panic at all. Instead, a cold sneer curled in his heart, perfect timing. He wanted to see just what kind of person this woman would send to their death. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind, breaking his thoughts. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the Spirit Eyes. It has been detected that the Spirit Eyes are a top-tier mental type body martial soul. Your aptitude is sufficient to replace the original protagonist in fusion with the Heavenly Dream Ice Worm. Special reward issued. Heavenly Dream Ice Worm location map. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Heavenly Dream Ice Worm location map can locate the Heavenly Dream Ice Worm's position in real time, updating dynamically as it moves, helping the host precisely capture the target. Close black lens bracket. Heavenly Dream Ice Worm location map? This is truly a good thing. Yuhao was delighted. In his past life, when reading the original work, he knew that the Heavenly Dream Ice Worm was the key to Yuhao's rise. With this map, once the Heavenly Dream Iceworm escaped, he could take Lang Yaoju to precisely find its location, no longer needing to worry about missing this opportunity. As soon as the thought occurred, a map shimmering with a faint blue light appeared out of thin air within his sea of consciousness. There was a flashing red dot on the map labeled Heavenly Dream Iceworm, with a small note next to it. Location will be updated in real time. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Yuhao no longer paid attention to the shocked gazes of the people around him. He turned and walked toward the woodshed. Those servants were still immersed in the shock of innate full spirit power. Some wanted to step forward to strike up a conversation, but were deterred by his cold, indifferent gaze. The Duchess of White Tiger stood in place, watching his departing back with sinister eyes. She quietly gave a look to the butler beside her. The killing intent in that gaze made even the passing wind seem to carry a chill. 7. Number 7. Women are inherently weak, but become strong when they become mothers. Chapter 7. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. Yuhao walked with a light step and soon reached the secluded corner where the woodshed was located. The low wall was covered in moss, and several bundles of dried firewood were piled at its base. A familiar figure sat on a small stool, head bowed, washing clothes. Yun'er wore her faded white maid's uniform, sleeves rolled up to her forearms. Her exposed skin was covered in small chilblains, and her hands, soaked in the icy water, were frozen a bright reddish purple, yet she continued to scrub the clothes in her hands with effort. "Mother, I'm back." Yuhao quickened his pace, his voice filled with unmistakable joy. Hearing her son's voice, Yun'er jerked her head up, and the wooden laundry beater fell into the basin with a clang. Without bothering to dry her hands, she ran toward Yuhao and pulled him into a tight embrace. Her cold hands fumbled over him, searching for any sign of injury. Yuhao, you're finally back. Did anyone bully you during the awakening? Are you hurt? Yuhao allowed his mother to hold him, feeling the coldness of her palms and the strength of her trembling embrace. His heart felt warm. He turned around as she requested, and only after she confirmed he wasn't injured did he say with a smile, Mom, no one bullied me and I've awakened my spirit. It's the Spirit Eye's martial soul with innate, full spirit power. But upon hearing this, instead of showing any joy, Yuner's face instantly lost all color. Her body swayed, and she nearly lost her footing. She grabbed Yuhao's shoulders, her voice tearful. Innate full spirit power. Spirit Eyes? Yuhao, it's Mother's fault. It's all because Mother's spirit is the low-tier Spirit Eyes. If not for that, you might have awakened the White Tiger martial soul. In her heart, only by awakening the White Tiger martial soul could her son establish himself in the Duke's mansion and escape the fate of being bullied. Now that her son had awakened the Spirit Eyes just like her, even with innate full spirit power, he would ultimately be seen as proof of a lowly bloodline, which would only invite more oppression. Mom, don't say that. Yuhao quickly supported his mother and said firmly, what's wrong with the Spirit Eyes martial soul? I don't care about that Evil Eyes White Tiger martial soul with the Spirit Eyes and innate full spirit power. I can still become a powerhouse and protect you in the future. Once Yuner's emotions had calmed slightly, Yuhao took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. Mom, let's leave the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Let's go right now. But Yuner opened her mouth, her eyes full of hesitation. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave, but she still harbored a final sliver of fantasy. She always felt that Daihao simply didn't know of Yuhao's existence. As long as he knew, he would surely protect them. After all, he was his biological son, the bloodline of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. There are no buts. Yuhao interrupted his mother, his tone urgent. Quote, Mom, are you still waiting for Daihao? Do you really think he doesn't know we exist? He is the Duke of White Tiger. The entire Duke's mansion is under his control. If he wanted to find us, he would have sent someone long ago. If he wanted to protect us, how would the Duchess dare to bully us like this? Yuner's body stiffened, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She had thought about these things before, but she had never dared to face them. Seeing his mother's despondent state, Yuhao felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he hardened his resolve and continued, Mom, do you remember? Back then, after he and you, did he leave a dagger for you? Yuner's body trembled violently, her face turning as pale as paper. Of course she remembered. She had kept that small dagger hidden under her pillow, taking it out to look at it every night, treating it as her most precious treasure. Don't you understand the meaning behind him leaving that dagger? Yuhao's voice carried a hint of coldness. Quote, he wanted you to take your own life so that your existence wouldn't tarnish his reputation as the Duke of White Tiger or stain his bloodline. Mom, wake up. That Daihao is a hypocrite. He is not the bright, grand man in your heart who would protect us. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed in the small courtyard. A burning pain instantly radiated from Yuhao's cheek. He was stunned, and Yuner was stunned as well. She looked at her trembling hand, then at the clear red handprint on her son's face, and tears began to roll down like beads from a broken string. She suddenly pulled Yuhao into an embrace, her voice choked with sobs. Yuhao, Mother is sorry. Mother didn't mean it. Mother just didn't want to hear anyone talk about him like that. Yuhao gently patted his mother's back, his voice softening. Mom, I don't blame you. But you should understand now, right? If we stay here, we will only be a thorn in the Duchess's side. She won't let us go. I have the talent of innate full spirit power and I carry Daihao's blood. How could she possibly tolerate me living? He paused and added, Mom, I know you want me to have a good life and think staying in the Duke's mansion might offer an opportunity. But look, how much have we suffered here? Now even our lives are at risk. What opportunity is there to talk about? If we leave this place with my innate full spirit power, I will surely be able to give you a good life. From now on, I am just Yuhao, just your son. I will no longer use the surname Dai, nor am I the son of that Daihao. Yuner buried her face in Yuhao's chest, her shoulders shaking violently. Her son's words were like a hammer, completely shattering the last bit of fantasy in her heart. Indeed, if Daihao truly cared about them, how could he allow them to be bullied to this extent? The Duchess's killing intent was so obvious. If they stayed any longer, her son would truly be in mortal danger. Fine, we'll go. Yuner suddenly looked up, her hesitation replaced by determination. She wiped away her tears and gripped Yuhao's hand tightly. Quote, we'll leave now, go far away, and never return to this place. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. Previously, she had been reluctant to leave because she feared the outside world was too harsh, and that her son would suffer, but now she understood that staying in the Duke's mansion was the true dead end. As long as it meant her son could live and stay away from danger, she was willing to endure a life of wandering. Sister Yaoju, I'll have to trouble you. Hearing Huo Yun'er's decision to leave, a flash of relief crossed Huo Yuhao's eyes. He looked up and spoke softly to the empty courtyard. Huo Yun'er, who was anxiously packing their simple belongings, was stunned by his words and looked around in confusion. There was no one else in the courtyard besides the two of them, but in the next second, a faint red glow suddenly lit up in the center of the yard, and Leng Yaoju's figure slowly appeared before them, as if emerging from water. She was still wearing that long dress embroidered with phoenix patterns, her posture upright and her expression somewhat cold, yet her gaze softened slightly when she looked at Huo Yuhao. Who are you? Huo Yun'er instinctively shielded Huo Yuhao behind her hands tightly gripping her son's arm, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen a woman with such an extraordinary aura. The faint pressure emanating from the stranger made her feel instinctively uneasy, fearing this person might harm Huo Yuhao. Mom, don't be afraid. This is Sister Yaoju. She's my friend and my sister. Huo Yuhao gently patted Huo Yun'er's cold hand, trying to get her to relax. He didn't mention the secrets of the system or his awakened memories of a past life. Instead, he fabricated a more acceptable reason. A few days ago, Sister Yaoju was traveling through the Star Luo Empire and happened to meet me. Seeing my plight, she took me in as her younger brother. She came this time because she wants to take us away from here to a safer place to cultivate. Huo Yun'er stared blankly at Leng Yaoju and then at the Huo Yuhao beside her, feeling as though it were all an unreal dream. But the aura Leng Yaoju possessed, one that certainly didn't belong to an ordinary person, and her son's serious gaze told her that this was real. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she only nodded, her eyes turning slightly red. Thank you, young lady, for being willing to help us. Leng Yaoju gave a slight nod to Huo Yun'er and said in a gentle tone, there is no need for such formality, madam. Yuhao is my brother. It is only right that I protect him. After saying that, she reached out her hand, and a faint red light shimmered in her palm. A gentle spatial force enveloped Huo Yun'er. 8. Number 8. Slaughter the White Tiger Duke's mansion and plunder its wealth accumulated over millennia. Chapter 8. Massacring the White Tiger Duke's mansion, plundering the wealth accumulated over 10,000 years by the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Huo Yun'er felt her vision blur, the surrounding scenery instantly becoming hazy as a faint sound of wind reached her ears. By the time she stood firm again, she was already in a tidy hotel room. The room was covered with a soft carpet, and the air was filled with a faint scent of incense, a world away from the dampness and mold of the woodshed. Leng Yaoju helped Huo Yun'er sit by the bed and lightly tapped her forehead with a fingertip. A trace of spirit power was injected. Huo Yun'er felt a wave of drowsiness hit her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. As soon as Leng Yaoju returned, her mental force sensed 4 bugs approaching. Immediately, her voice resonated in Huo Yuhao's mind. Someone is coming. 4 spirit ancestors, their auras are solid. They should be death warriors from the Duke's mansion. Huo Yuhao looked in the direction Leng Yaoju indicated and saw 4 dark shadows darting out from the alleyway like Gui Mei. They were extremely fast, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Leading them was a burly man with a fleshy face. He sized Huo Yuhao up from head to toe, a contemptuous smile curling on his lips. Kid, don't blame us for being heartless. Blame yourself for having such good talent and daring to be an eyesore to the Duchess. In your next life, reincarnate into a better family and don't be a lowly illegitimate child. Again, the other 3 also surrounded him. Their spirits were already shining. A saber spirit, a shield spirit, and a control system vine spirit. The 4 of them encircled Huo Yuhao in a fan shape, their spirit power fluctuations clearly radiating. Each possessed spirit power over level 40. In their eyes, a child with only level 10 spirit power, even with innate full spirit power, was nothing more than a fledgling who hadn't grown up. He couldn't possibly be their match. Sister Yaoju, kill them all. Leave no traces. Huo Yuhao's voice carried no warmth. In his previous life, he had never killed anyone, but after experiencing his mother's grievances, the Duke's mansion's harassment, and the arrogance of these people, the kindness in his heart had long been replaced by cold killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Yaoju's figure appeared among the 4 spirit ancestors as if by teleportation. She didn't even manifest her spirit, she simply tapped her finger lightly. 4 invisible strands of mental force, like sharp blades, instantly pierced through the sea of consciousness of the 4 spirit ancestors. The contemptuous smiles on the four spirit ancestors' faces froze instantly. Their eyes became hollow, and their bodies fell straight to the ground without even having time to let out a scream. Their mental cores had been completely erased, and even their souls dissipated into the air. Yuhao didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. He turned and walked toward the servant area of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. At dusk, when everyone had returned to their rooms and were fast asleep, Yuhao arrived at a room in the servant area like the god of death. In his memory, those servants who had beaten and scolded him and his mother to curry favor with the Duchess were still sleeping soundly in their respective quarters, completely unaware that death had arrived. Leng Yaoju followed behind him, silently clearing the obstacles for him. Every servant who had ever bullied the mother and son, whether it was the handyman who had pushed Yuner, the maid who had intentionally knocked over their food, or the steward who had whipped Yuhao, was stripped of their life in their sleep. Some had their tongues pulled out, some had their eyes gouged, and some had their legs severed. Most cruel were those wicked servants who had once beaten Yuhao black and blue. They were turned into human sticks, dying in extreme agony. Yuhao cut off their heads one by one, carrying them by their hair to the six-pointed star array where the spirit awakening ceremony had been held yesterday. He stacked the heads one by one, forming a tall jingguan. Blood dripped through the gaps between the heads, staining the pristine array patterns red, looking exceptionally gruesome. Finally, he arrived outside the White Tiger Duchess's bedroom. Leng Yaoju raised her hand to set up a soundproof barrier. Yuhao pushed open the door and placed the four heads of the spirit ancestors the Duchess had sent to hunt him on her dressing table. Their eyes were still wide open, as if reflecting the terror of their final moments. Then, using his fingertip dipped in blood, he wrote a line of large characters on the wall. "This is just a lesson. Next time, it's your turn." At the end, he drew a blood-colored skull with bone-white fangs, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. After finishing all this, Yuhao turned and left. Leng Yaoju then withdrew the barrier and took him back to the hotel. Early the next morning, Yuner slowly opened her eyes on the soft, large bed. She suddenly sat up and looked around. When she saw Yuhao lying on the small bed next to her, her heart finally settled. She hurriedly got out of bed, walked to Yuhao's side, and gently shook his arm. Yuhao, wake up quickly, where are we now?" Yuhao rubbed his bleary eyes, sat up, and smiled. "Mother, we're in a hotel. We're safe now." He didn't mention the massacre from last night, nor did he speak of the bloody details. He didn't want his mother to see his dark side. He only wanted her to spend the rest of her life in peace and stability. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Duke's mansion was already in total chaos. The corpses in the servant area were discovered, and the jingguan in the central plaza terrified everyone. When the Duchess saw the heads on the dressing table and the blood-red words on the wall, she screamed and fainted on the spot. A burly figure strode quickly through the courtyard, each step making the ground vibrate slightly. It was one of the elders of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Dai Tianhe. He was dressed in dark red martial attire, with a tiger head saber hanging from his waist. Under his full head of silver hair, a pair of tiger-like eyes radiated an intimidating majesty. As a level 83 attack system spirit Douluo, his spirit, the Scarlet Blood War Tiger, was a variant of the Evil Eye's White Tiger. It had extreme explosive power and had always been the core hidden strength of the Duke's mansion. At this moment, his brow was furrowed, his spirit power circulating to the limit. His mental force was like a large net, carefully searching every corner of the mansion. But other than the lingering scent of blood, he couldn't capture even a trace of unfamiliar spirit power fluctuations. Cruel, too cruel. Dai Tianhe looked at the wet blood on the ground of the servant area and the severed limbs discarded at will, his expression becoming increasingly grave. He had lived for nearly 100 years and had seen countless battles, but he had never seen such ruthless methods, pulling tongues, gouging eyes, and turning people into human sticks. Every method of death exuded extreme malice. Clearly, the opponent was deliberately seeking revenge. To be able to massacre so many people right under the noses of his venerable elders without being noticed, their strength must be at least at the spirit Douluo level, or perhaps even a titled Douluo. What kind of person has my White Tiger Duke's mansion offended? As he was pondering, a servant came running over, stumbling and crawling, his face whiter than paper and his voice carrying a sob. "Elder Dai, this is bad. The treasury has been stolen. All the gold coins and treasures inside are gone." "What?" Dai Tianhe turned abruptly and grabbed the servant by the collar, his tiger eyes wide. "Say that again. How could the treasury be stolen?" Quote, he absolutely couldn't believe it. Not only were there 100 White Tiger personal guards stationed outside the treasury, each of whom was a spirit elder over level 30 and equipped with specialized defensive spirit tools. The treasury door was even inlaid with a grade 7 spirit tool, the White Tiger Shield. Even if a spirit Douluo attacked it with force, it could hold out for half an hour. How could it have been easily breached? 9. Number 9 Huo Yuhao. Bei, Sanshi, for the sake of the reward, I have no choice but to make things difficult for you. Chapter 9 Huo Yuhao. Bei, Shu Sanshi, for the sake of the reward, you'll just have to suffer a bit. But when Dai Tianhe rushed to the back mountain where the treasury was located, the scene before him struck him like a bolt from the blue. 100 White Tiger personal guards lay scattered across the ground, each with a tiny bloody hole in the center of their forehead, clearly killed in a single blow. The treasury doors, which should have been incredibly sturdy, were now split in two. The rank 7 spirit tool, White Tiger Shield, embedded in the door was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, having completely lost its luster. He walked into the treasury with trembling steps, only to find it empty. Not even a single box for holding treasures remained. The mountains of gold coins, precious spirit tool materials, and the jewelry and jade passed down through generations had all vanished. It was so clean that there was even less dust than before. It looked as if it had been picked clean by a swarm of locusts. Right, the legacy spirit bone. Dai Tianhe suddenly remembered something and rushed toward the secret room at the deepest part of the treasury like a madman. A 50,000-year-old, radiant white tiger right arm bone was originally stored there. It was a supreme treasure that the Duke's mansion had paid a massive price to obtain, specifically reserved for the Duke of White Tiger's legitimate son, Dai Yuang, to absorb after he reached rank 80 to enhance the power of his White Tiger martial soul. But at this moment, there was only an empty jade platform in the secret room. Where was there any sign of a spirit bone? Ah, Dai Tianhe smashed his fist onto the jade platform, and the hard jade shattered instantly. He was so angry his whole body trembled, his silver hair moving without wind. His spirit power surged so violently that the surrounding air shook. Who was it? Who dares break into my White Tiger Duke's mansion and steal my White Tiger clan's legacy? Spirit bone, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find you and tear you into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao was standing with Huo Yun'er in front of an exquisitely decorated tailor shop. This shop was called Jinsho Pavilion, and it was the best tailor shop in the nearby town. The silk dresses and brocade robes hanging in the display window were all beautifully embroidered, exuding an air of nobility. Huo Yun'er looked at her own washed-out, patch-covered maid uniform, then at the clothes in the window. She subconsciously shrunk back and whispered, Yuhao, how about we try another shop? The clothes here must be very expensive. Huo Yuhao held his mother's hand, shook his head gently, and said with a smile, Mother, we don't need to wrong ourselves anymore. This is the one. After saying that, he pulled Huo Yun'er into the shop. A clerk in the shop was dozing off on the counter. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw the clothes worn by Huo Yuhao and his mother. A look of contempt immediately appeared on his face, and his tone was dismissive. The clothes here are all made for nobles. Can you afford them? Don't dirty our fabrics. Get out quickly. Huo Yun'er's face flushed instantly, and she tried to pull Huo Yuhao away in embarrassment, but Huo Yuhao held her hand firmly. Huo Yuhao took a heavy cloth bag out of the storage soul tool at his waist and placed it on the counter with a thud. The mouth of the bag opened, and gold coins rolled out, at least 100 of them, shining dazzlingly under the sunlight. Are these enough to buy the clothes in your shop? Huo Yuhao's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable confidence. The clerk's eyes went wide instantly, and his mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Where was the contempt from before? He hurriedly leaned over to pick up the gold coins, saying repeatedly, Enough, more than enough, please wait a moment, I'll go call the manager right away. A short while later, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe and sporting a goatee walked out. Quickly, he was the manager of Jinsho Pavilion. He saw the gold coins on the counter at a glance, then looked at Huo Yuhao. Although the boy was young, his temperament was steady and composed. Definitely not a child from an ordinary family. The manager quickly clasped his hands and smiled. This little young master and madam, I am truly sorry. My clerk was blind to look down on people just now. Please don't take offense. What kind of clothes would you like? I will personally select them for you. Huo Yuhao nodded and turned his gaze toward Huo Yun'er. Mother, see which ones you like, and we'll buy them all. Huo Yun'er looked at the shop full of beautiful clothes, her eyes filled with hesitation, but with Huo Yuhao's encouragement, she slowly began to choose. The manager was very good at reading people and recommended several dresses suited to her temperament. There was a sky blue silk dress with light purple orchid patterns embroidered on the hem, which looked gentle and elegant. There was also a pale pink brocade kippao with pearls at the collar, which added some color to Huo Yun'er's originally pale complexion. Huo Yuhao bought 4 sets for his mother in one go, each made of exquisite materials and fine workmanship. When it was Huo Yuhao's turn to choose, the manager brought out a bolt of moon-white fabric and introduced it with a smile. Little young master, this is fabric woven from 10-year ice silkworm silk. Not only is it light and breathable, but it can also automatically regulate temperature, cool in the summer and warm in the winter. Moreover, this material has its own luster, which best highlights one's temperament. Huo Yuhao nodded and had the manager make a long robe according to his measurements. When the robe was finished and he put it on, Huo Yun'er was stunned. The moon-white ice silkworm silk robe fit Huo Yuhao's frame perfectly, making his originally thin body look more upright. The fabric shimmered with a faint glow under the light, complementing his deep blue hair. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with fine silver thread patterns, understated yet exquisite. At this moment, how could Huo Yuhao still look like the embarrassed son of a servant from before? His features exuded steadiness and nobility. He looked like a scion of a noble family at first glance. So handsome, Huo Yun'er said with a smile, her eyes turning slightly red as she looked at her son. She had never imagined that her son could wear such fine clothes and possess such a noble air. Huo Yuhao held his mother's hand and said with a smile, "Mother, things will only get better for us from now on." After saying that, he paid the gold coins and led Huo Yun'er out of Jinsho Pavilion. Just as Huo Yuhao was leading Huo Yun'er out of Jinsho Pavilion, planning to return to the hotel to pack their luggage before heading to Heaven Do City, the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, the system's familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the White Tiger Duke's mansions 10,000-year accumulation and the 50,000-year radiant White Tiger right arm bone. This action has severely weakened the future luck of the original Huo Yuhao and meets the criteria for interfering with the protagonist's fate. Reward issued. Body tempering method. Desolate furnace body tempering art, along with a matching medicinal bath recipe. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Desolate furnace body tempering art, a foundational body tempering cultivation technique. Its core principle is using the body as a furnace and power as the fire. By using specific techniques to continuously strike the dantian, it simultaneously tempers the skin, flesh, bone, tendon, membrane, and blood, the 6 major body tissues, to completely expel impurities from the body and achieve a flawless physical body state. Once cultivated successfully, it can significantly enhance the host's aptitude and physical strength, laying the foundation for the subsequent condensation of a soul core and the absorption of high-year spirit rings. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Note: the dantian is the core of human spirit power and the key site for future soul core condensation. Directly striking it is extremely risky. It is strongly advised to cultivate alongside the matching medicinal bath. The medicinal bath can nourish the dantian and buffer the impact. If one forcibly cultivates without the medicinal bath, at best the dantian will shatter, turning them into a cripple. At worst, the spirit power will backfire, causing immediate death. Close black lens bracket. As the system's notification ended, a detailed cultivation mantra and medicinal bath recipe instantly flooded Huo Yuhao's mind. From the strength and frequency of the strikes to the dosage of every single herb needed for the bath, everything was as clear as if it were engraved in his memory. Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up at first, and then he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This technique can actually directly improve aptitude? That's simply ridiculous. But system, aren't you the protagonist? Plunder system. How does intercepting things from the White Tiger Duke's mansion count as a reward? Open black lens bracket. The core of this system is plundering Huo Yuhao's luck and opportunity. As long as it involves people closely related to Huo Yuhao, such as his father, brothers, or friends, any change in their fate that causes a major impact on Huo Yuhao's future will meet the criteria for a reward. The Duke of White Tiger, Dai Hao, is Huo Yuhao's father. The resources of the Duke's mansion were originally the family estate that Huo Yuhao's eldest brother, Dai Yuang, would inherit. By intercepting their accumulation and the legacy spirit bone, the host is effectively cutting off Huo Yuhao's potential future opportunities, naturally earning a reward. Close black lens bracket. Huo Yuhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a bold thought suddenly popped into his mind. He quickly followed up, then according to what you're saying, if I find Tang Ya ahead of time and replace Bei Bei as her boyfriend, would that count as a major blow to the original protagonist's companions? Can I get a reward for that? Tang Ya was the future Tang sect leader and Bei Bei's wife, and even more so, the guide who led Huo Yuhao to join the Tang sect in the original plot. If her fate were changed, the impact on the original protagonist would definitely not be small. Open black lens bracket meets the criteria. Tang Ya is an early companion of the original protagonist and a core member of the Tang sect. If the host replaces Bei Bei and establishes an intimate relationship with Tang Ya, it will directly change the original protagonist's social trajectory and the development direction of the Tang sect, causing major interference with the original protagonist's future and triggering the reward mechanism. Close black lens bracket. Then I'm sorry, Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi. A playful smile curled at the corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth. The spirited image of Tang Ya and the charming figure of Zhang Nanan flashed through his mind, as he murmured softly, "For the sake of the reward, I'll just have to make you suffer for a bit." He didn't have the indecisive personality of the original plot. Since he had the system's help, he would never let go of any opportunities he could intercept, or any goddesses he could have. 10. Number 10 Settle down in Tiando City. Chapter 10. Settling in Heaven Do City. With his mind made up, Huo Yuhao no longer hesitated and immediately took Huo Yun'er and Leng Yaoju to the carriage station in town to rent a spacious carriage. He wasn't worried at all that the White Tiger Duke's mansion would track them down. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just a 6-year-old child who had just undergone spirit awakening, and his mother, Huo Yun'er, was a maidservant who didn't even have spirit power. How could a mother and son, who struggled even to feed themselves, have the ability to ransack the Duke's mansion and slaughter the servants? Even if the Duke's mansion suspected them, outsiders would only think the Duke's mansion was intentionally framing a child to cover up the scandal of the theft, which would instead make them a laughingstock. However, for the sake of caution, Huo Yuhao still decided to leave the core area of the Star Luo Empire as soon as possible. He had specifically inquired about news of the Starlight Auction House earlier and learned that the Devourer of Spirits had not appeared yet, meaning this cursed weapon had not yet been sent to the Starlight Auction House for auction. Since that was the case, rather than waiting here, it was better to go to Heaven Do City first and intercept Tang Ya along the way. According to the original storyline's timeline, the Tang sect would soon encounter a major change, and he had to find her before that. The carriage sped along, the scenery outside the window gradually changing from towns to fields, and from fields to mountain forests. Huo Yuhao would occasionally chat with Huo Yun'er, telling her interesting stories about the outside world to ease her tension. Leng Yaoju sat silently in the corner most of the time, like a guardian deity, silently sensing the surrounding movements to ensure the safety of the mother and son. A month later, the carriage finally arrived on the outskirts of Heaven Do City. Looking from afar, the city walls of Heaven Do City rose high into the clouds, the gray-blue bricks gleaming with a heavy luster under the sunlight. People and carriages flowed in and out of the city gate, a scene of prosperity. Because the guards of Heaven Do City conducted strict inspections, Huo Yuhao had the driver stop the carriage by a forest 100 meters away from the city gate. 3 guests, Heaven Do City is just ahead, and the official road into the city is right there. This humble one can only take you this far. The driver pulled the reins and said with a smile as he looked back, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over Leng Yaoju's peerless beauty. But he quickly lowered his head. The clothing and temperament of the 3 people before him clearly showed they were not ordinary people, and he didn't dare to show even a hint of disrespect. Huo Yuhao was the first to step off the carriage, then reached out to support Huo Yun'er. Leng Yaoju followed closely behind, her red skirt gently brushing against the carriage step, carrying an invisible aura of her own. At this moment, Huo Yun'er was wearing a sky-blue silk dress that Huo Yuhao had bought for her. The orchid pattern on the hem shimmered slightly in the sun, making her originally pale face look a bit more flushed. She no longer had the destitute look of the past. Huo Yuhao was dressed in a moon-white ice silkworm silk robe, with blue hair and blue eyes, and a tall, straight posture. Leng Yaoju still wore that long dress embroidered with phoenix patterns, her temperament both cold and brilliant. Standing together, the 3 of them looked like nobles traveling, exceptionally eye-catching. "Thank you for your hard work, uncle. This is the fare." Huo Yuhao took a cloth bag from his storage soul tool and handed it to the driver. It contained 10 glittering gold coins. The driver took the cloth bag, weighed it, and opened it to look. He immediately beamed with joy, the wrinkles on his face bunching together. "Thank you, young master, thank you. Young master, I wish you, the madam, and the young miss everything goes well in Heaven Do City, and may all your wishes come true." 10 gold coins was not a small amount. The annual living expenses for an ordinary family of 3 were only a few dozen gold coins. This sum was enough for him to live comfortably for several months. He hurriedly bowed to the three of them with his hands clasped, and even after the carriage had gone far, he was still waving continuously. Huo Yuhao shook his head with a smile and turned to lead Huo Yun'er and Leng Yaoju toward the city gate. The guards at the city gate were originally checking pedestrians lazily, but when they saw Leng Yaoju's appearance, their eyes instantly lit up, and a trace of imperceptible greed flashed in their eyes. But that greed was quickly suppressed. The materials of the three people's clothing were exquisite. Huo Yuhao's ice silkworm silk robe and Huo Yun'er's silk dress were both materials that only nobles could afford. Combined with the faint aura of a powerhouse on Leng Yaoju, they were definitely not people these small guards could provoke. The guards quickly put away their dismissive looks and respectfully checked the three people's identification documents, which Leng Yaoju had prepared in advance, then quickly let them pass, not even daring to ask any extra questions. Walking into Heaven Do City, the sight before her made Huo Yun'er's eyes widen. Involuntarily, the wide streets were paved with bluestone slabs, so flat there were almost no gaps. The shops on both sides of the street were lined up like fish scales, silk shops, jewelry stores, blacksmith shops. The decor of every single one was exquisite and magnificent. The people on the street were crowded together. There were nobles in brocade, spirit masters carrying spirit tools, and vendors pushing carts and hawking their wares. The shouting, laughter, and sound of horse hooves intertwined, making the scene so lively she was a bit overwhelmed. "Mother, do you like it here?" Huo Yuhao noticed his mother's curiosity and asked with a smile. Huo Yun'er nodded gently, her eyes full of novelty. This place is even more lively than Douluo City. She had never seen such a prosperous scene in her life, and even her breathing became cautious. Huo Yuhao held her hand, introducing the shops along the street to her as they walked, occasionally buying some snacks like sugar cakes and candied haws for Huo Yun'er to try. Leng Yaoju followed behind the two, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings to ensure no suspicious people were following. After wandering for about half an hour, Huo Yuhao didn't delay any longer. They needed a stable place to live, not only to put Huo Yun'er at ease but also to cultivate the desolate furnace body tempering art. This cultivation technique required a matching medicinal bath, so there had to be a private and spacious space. Under Leng Yaoju's mental force search, the three of them quickly found a suitable residence in the eastern district of Heaven Do City. It was a three-story detached villa. The outer walls were built of white jade, the roof was covered with glazed tiles, and several precious magnolia trees were planted in the courtyard, their flowers in full bloom and their fragrance wafting through the air. Entering the villa, the first floor was a spacious living room and dining room, with furniture made of high-quality rosewood and exquisite carvings. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, each with an independent bathroom and an open-air balcony. Standing on the balcony, one could see the distant street view. It was perfect for sunbathing and growing flowers on ordinary days. The third floor was an empty attic, which could just be converted into a cultivation room. "This is the place." Huo Yuhao nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at the villa's butler, and asked directly, "How much is this villa?" "I'll buy it in full." The butler had originally thought the three were just here to look around. Hearing the words, "buy it in full," he was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied respectfully, replying to the young master, "This villa is priced at 300,000 gold coins." 300,000? Hearing this number, Huo Yun'er's expression changed instantly. She quickly pulled Huo Yuhao's sleeve and whispered, "Yuhao, it's too expensive. Let's change to a smaller one." In her eyes, 300,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure, enough for an ordinary family to live for several lifetimes. Huo Yuhao patted his mother's hand and comforted her with a smile. "Mother, it's fine. We're going to live here for a long time, so it's more comfortable to have more space." After saying that, he took out a golden card from his storage soul tool and handed it to the butler. "There are 300,000 gold coins in here." The gold coins accumulated by the White Tiger Duke's mansion over 10,000 years were more than tens of millions. 300,000 was just a drop in the bucket for him. The butler took the gold card and swiped it lightly. 300,000 gold coins were instantly transferred. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and quickly sent people to handle the transfer procedures. In less than an hour, the deed to the villa was handed over to Huo Yuhao. After moving into the villa, Huo Yuhao let Huo Yun'er get familiar with the environment in the courtyard first while he pulled Sister Yaoju into the living room and handed over the medicinal bath recipe given by the system. "Sister Yaoju, please help me purchase these medicinal herbs. Also, help me acquire some whale blue, from the 1,000-year to 10,000-year range. The more the better." Leng Yaoju took the recipe, scanned the names of the medicinal herbs on it, and nodded in response. "Don't worry, Yuhao, I'll get it done as soon as possible." She didn't ask why. To her, Huo Yuhao was the most important person in her life, someone she would protect even if she had to give up her life. Huo Yuhao watched Leng Yaoju's departing back and thought to himself, the desolate furnace body tempering art needs medicinal baths for assistance, and whale glue can enhance the strength of the physical body. Although the effect of taking 10,000-year whale glue will weaken after the first time, as long as the quantity is sufficient, it can still maximize the improvement of the physical body's strength. Anyway, I have plenty of money. As long as I can become stronger, it's worth spending any amount. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Swallow whale gelatin to boost your strength. Chapter 11. Swallowing whale glue, strength ascends. Leng Yaoju had always been efficient. In just 2 hours, she returned to the villa with abundant resources. Not only did she procure all the rare medicinal herbs listed on the medicinal bath prescription, such as century-old snow lotus, millennium body tempering flowers, and others, she also brought back 3 large pieces of whale glue shimmering with a pearly, white luster. The largest piece among them was of an astonishing 10,000-year quality. Furthermore, she had thoughtfully selected numerous treasures to aid cultivation, packed them in a specially made soul tool case, and handed it to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, I saw these items on the market that are helpful for cultivation, so I bought them all together. Huo Yuhao opened the soul tool case, and its contents instantly caught his eye. Several boxes of exquisitely packaged mind-clearing incense. Opening a corner released a crisp, refreshing aroma that could dispel fatigue and maintain mental focus during cultivation. A section of tranquil spirit wood as thick as an arm. The wood was hard yet had a warm, moist luster, feeling slightly cool to the touch, possessing a natural calming and chi-stabilizing effect. A piece of polished century-old soul-nourishing wood, its grain fine and delicate, faintly emitting a gentle fluctuation of spirit power. And dozens of fist-sized chi condensation stones. Their surfaces were covered in fine patterns, capable of actively drawing in the surrounding heaven and earth origin chi. Sister Yaoju, you've considered everything so thoroughly. Huo Yuhao thanked her with a smile and immediately took these items to the third-floor attic to begin modifying the cultivation chamber. First, he used his spirit power to cut and polish the tranquil spirit wood into a cushion about 1 meter in diameter, its surface polished as smooth as jade, and placed it in the very center of the attic. Next, he evenly embedded the chi condensation stones into the 4 walls, each stone spaced half a meter apart. As soon as they were fixed in place, the heaven and earth origin chi within the attic began to slowly gather. The concentration of chi in the air visibly increased, and with each breath he could feel threads of cool energy seeping into his lungs. With all preparations complete, Huo Yuhao took out the large wooden bucket made of spiritual wood. This bucket was a size larger than ordinary bathtubs, with intricate patterns carved on its walls to firmly lock in the medicinal efficacy and prevent loss. Following the recipe given by the system, he placed the medicinal herbs into the bucket one by one, then poured in scalding hot water. Instantly, a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. The water in the bucket gradually turned into a deep, rich crimson. The surface of the medicinal liquid was dotted with tiny bubbles, gently churning as if alive. Huo Yuhao removed his outer garments, sat cross-legged in the center of the wooden bucket, took a deep breath, and his gaze instantly became focused. He gathered spirit power in the palms of his hands and, following the chant of the desolate furnace body tempering art, began lightly striking his dantian at a special frequency. Thump, thump, thump. Each strike carried a steady force. The spirit power transformed into invisible shockwaves, spreading from the dantian to every limb and bone, like a fine brush repeatedly scrubbing his skin, muscles, bones, meridians, fascia, and blood. At first, intense pain spread along his meridians, as if countless fine needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but furrow his brow, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and never stopped his movements. At that moment, the medicinal efficacy of the bath in the wooden bucket seemed to sense his suffering. It slowly seeped into his body through his pores, transforming into a gentle, warm current that worked in tandem with the spirit power shockwaves. Wherever the warm current passed, the pain gradually eased. Damaged meridians and flesh were slowly nourished, while impurities deep within the body were stripped away bit by bit and expelled through the pores. After a little over an hour, Huo Yuhao finally stopped his movements. By now, the crimson medicinal liquid in the bucket had become turbid and murky. Countless black impurities floated on the water's surface, staining the entire bucket a muddy black and emitting a faint, fishy odor. His skin, however, showed a healthy, light pink hue. His originally thin and weak frame had also become somewhat more solid. Though his muscle definition wasn't exaggerated, it was full of a sense of strength. Yuhao rose and stepped out of the wooden bucket, rinsed his body clean with clear water, and changed into clean robes. Looking at the muddy black water in the bucket, he murmured thoughtfully, "Indeed. The system only directly granted me innate level 10 spirit power. It didn't help me cleanse my marrow and purge my meridians." Earlier, when Leng Yaoju went to purchase the medicinal herbs, he had tried to circulate his spirit power for cultivation. He discovered that his meridians seemed clogged with a thick layer of sludge, making spirit power flow extremely sluggishly. His cultivation speed was even slower than that of an ordinary innate level 5 spirit master. Only at this moment did he fully understand, although his starting point for spirit power was high, his body's foundation was still that of the original Yuhao with his innate half-level and extremely poor aptitude. To truly become strong, he still had to rely on himself, honing step by step. Thinking of this, Yuhao took out that piece of 10,000-year whale glue. The whale glue was entirely pearly white, cool to the touch, and carried a faint scent of the ocean. Merely being near it, one could feel the vast energy contained within. Such a piece of whale glue could sell for at least 50,000 gold coins on the market, a sky-high price. He used his spirit power to evenly divide the whale glue into 12 portions. Taking one portion, he placed it in a porcelain bowl, used spirit power to heat and melt it into a pale white liquid, then threw his head back and drank it in one gulp. As soon as he swallowed, a scalding hot current violently erupted from his abdomen, as if a ball of fire was burning inside his body, rapidly spreading through his meridians to his entire body. Yuhao hurriedly sat cross-legged and began circulating his spirit power to guide this hot current. Wherever the hot current passed, his meridians were further widened. His muscles and bones also became more resilient under the nourishment of the energy. The physical strength previously enhanced by the body tempering art was forcefully elevated yet another level. Half an hour later, Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of sharp light flashing deep within them. He clenched his fist, clearly feeling the surging power within his body, at least 30% stronger than before. Indeed, having money allows for rapid strengthening, he thought, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he calculated internally. Quote, "At this rate, within a month, my physical body's strength will be able to withstand a millennium-level spirit ring." He was no longer that illegitimate son who endured hunger and cold, thin and frail. In the White Tiger Duke's mansion, his tall, straight frame, his steady temperament, plus those spirit eyes faintly glowing with blue light, made him look both like a young master groomed by a noble family and exude a perseverance and sharpness rare among his peers. After finishing his cultivation, Yuhao slowly walked downstairs, heading to the dining room for lunch. As soon as he entered the dining room, he saw Yun'er busy setting the table. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, steaming hot and fragrant. There was a steaming bowl of century-old crimson flame bird egg custard, golden in color, melting in the mouth. Steamed century-old deep-sea red striped prawns, their meat white, tender, and delicate with a faint oceanic freshness, and a bowl of soup brewed with various spiritual plants, the broth clear and bright, the medicinal aroma perfectly blending with the meaty fragrance. "Yuhao, you've finished cultivating?" Yun'er looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes the moment she saw her son. The Yuhao before her was even more upright than in the morning, his temperament much steadier. The entire person seemed reborn. "Yes, thank you for your hard work, mother." Yuhao walked over to help his mother set the table, but his gaze turned to Leng Yaoju sitting nearby. Quote, "Sister Yaoju, any news on the things I asked you to keep an eye on?" Leng Yaoju put down her teacup and shook her head. "Not yet. People from the Tai Shui sect haven't appeared, and there's no information about the soul-devouring evil blade at the Starlight Auction House either." Yuhao nodded, falling into deep thought as he ate. According to the original plot, the two of them should still be suffering abuse in the White Tiger Duke's mansion at this time. But now, the plot had been completely altered. That God King probably wouldn't let things rest. Who will he send? He pondered in his heart. Quote, Da Ming? Ming? Possibly. But with their strength, they might not be able to suppress Leng Yaoju. According to the Douluo classification, Sister Yaoju is already at the demigod level, while those two, relying on divine force infusion, are at most considered quasi-demigods on the Douluo continent. Using divine rank power could win, but that would expose Tang San's 10,000-year grand plan and attract the attention of the God of Destruction. As for Mu and a half-crippled limit, Douluo is even less likely. 12. #12 The Soul Hunt begins. Illusions weave. 2 chapters combined into one, 4,000 words. Chapter 12. The Spirit Hunt begins. Weaving illusions, a combined chapter of 4,000 words. Meanwhile, in the distant god realm, a man clad in sea blue divine armor was staring angrily at a crystal ball. He was none other than the sea god, Tang San. Damn it, who disrupted my plan? Tang San watched the scene in the crystal ball of Yuhao and Leng Yaoju dining peacefully and growled in fury. According to his dog training master plan, Yuhao and his mother should still be suffering in the White Tiger Duke's mansion at this moment, with Yun'er gravely injured in front of Yuhao and dying from lack of money for treatment. Yuhao would then embark on a path of revenge, eventually being led step by step into a trap, becoming a lapdog of the Tang sect, Shao Qi's man, and a means for me to restrain Rong Nanbing and prevent him from leaving the god realm. If it weren't for leaving a flaw that caught the destroyer's attention while helping my parents possess the will of the plane and the golden ancient tree, I would have taken action myself long ago. Tang San gnashed his teeth, glaring at Leng Yaoju in the image. He was well aware that with Leng Yaoju's strength, even Da Ming and Ming joining forces might not guarantee a stable victory. If he used the sea god's divine power he had bestowed, he feared attracting the attention of the god king of destruction, which was no laughing matter. It seems I need to change my approach. Tang San's gaze gradually turned sinister. Quote, since soft methods won't work, then we'll use hard ones. Yuhao, do you think having a limit Douluo protecting you means you can rest easy? Just wait, I'll make you destroy the most important thing to you with your own hands. The image in the crystal ball gradually blurred, and the god realm returned to calm. However, a new conspiracy was quietly brewing. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard of the Heaven Do City Villa, a figure in light blue was throwing swift punches, the force of his fists carrying the unique sharpness of youth as he struck towards the red-clothed woman opposite him. Ha! Yuhao let out a low shout, circulating his spirit power to the extreme. A faint blue spirit power condensed into a thin halo around his fist. His figure was more upright than a month ago. His originally somewhat slender shoulders had broadened, and the lines of his muscles were faintly visible under his moon-white robe. This was the result of daily body tempering and training. Opposite him, Leng Yaoju was still in that long dress embroidered with phoenix patterns. With one hand behind her back, she casually raised the other, a faint red light glowing in her palm as she effortlessly caught Yuhao's fist. The moment fist met palm, Yuhao only felt a gentle yet irresistible force transmit through, completely dispersing the spirit power on his fist and steadily halting his forward momentum. Feeling the force transmitted to her palm, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Leng Yaoju's eyes. Yuhao, with your current physical strength and spirit power control, even without absorbing a spirit ring, you could defeat an ordinary level 10 spirit master. At this level, absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring as your first spirit ring is completely feasible. Yuhao withdrew his fist, flexed his wrist, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. I owe such progress to Sister Yaoju sparring with me every day. This past month, his cultivation could be described as luxurious. Every meal consisted of century-old spiritual ingredients, century-old blazing bird eggs to replenish spirit power, deep-sea red-striped shrimp to nourish his meridians, and even the soup was brewed from spiritual plants. Every morning, he would soak in a spiritual wood tub while circulating the desolate furnace body tempering art, gradually expelling impurities from his body. Now, his meridians were several times wider than before, and his spirit power flowed smoothly without obstruction. In the afternoon, he would swallow whale glue, using his spirit power to guide the vast energy to nourish his physical body. The hidden dangers left by his previously insufficient innate aptitude were almost completely eradicated. More importantly, Leng Yaoju had bought him a set of 4th-rank full-body training spirit tools, a dark silver chest plate, arm guards and leg guards, as hard as iron and engraved with intricate spirit tool patterns. The most ingenious aspect of this set of spirit tools was their ability to freely adjust weight and gravity intensity. Yuhao set the chest plate to the limit a 2-ring strength type spirit master could bear, and the limb guards to the limit a 1-ring spirit master could bear. Wearing this set of spirit tools daily while sparring with Leng Yaoju not only helped digest the energy from the heaven and earth treasures but also honed his combat awareness in practical battles. As a 99th rank limit Douluo, Leng Yaoju's combat experience had long reached its peak. She never used spirit power suppression, only employing the most basic moves to spar with Yuhao, sometimes instructing him on evasion techniques, other times correcting his punching angles. In just 1 month, Yuhao's practical combat ability far surpassed that of his spirit master peers. He could even, without relying on spirit power, dodge the spirit ability attacks of ordinary spirit masters using his physical strength alone. Yuhao, when do you plan to hunt your first spirit ring? Lang Yaoju withdrew her hand, her gaze falling on him, her tone carrying a note of inquiry. Yuhao lowered his head in thought for a moment, then looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Tomorrow. The Star Do Great Forest is vast with a wide variety of spirit beasts, making it perfect to find a spirit ring suitable for my spirit eyes martial soul. His spirit eyes were a mental-type body martial soul, and over this month, he had already decided on his path. He would pursue extreme mental power, pushing his mental force to the limit, even breaking through to the divine origin level, aiming to leverage mental force to manipulate the power of space-time laws like the evil emperor. Good. Lang Yaoju nodded without further questions. She had long prioritized Yuhao's safety. With her there, even if they encountered vicious beasts like the Scarlet King or Bear Lord, she could ensure his safety. The next day, before dawn, Yun'er got up to prepare breakfast for the two, carefully reminding Yuhao to be safe. She only returned indoors reluctantly after watching him and Lang Yaoju leave the villa. Outside the villa, Lang Yaoju took out a 7th-rank flying soul tool from her storage soul tool. It was a light red soul tool flying boat about 2 meters long, carved with phoenix patterns that emitted a soft red glow when activated. She and Yuhao stepped onto the flying boat together. She injected spirit power with her fingertip, and the boat instantly soared into the sky, speeding towards the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. The light red soul tool flying boat weaved through the morning mist. After about an hour, the outline of the Star Do Great Forest finally appeared at the edge of their vision. It was a rolling green ocean, with towering ancient trees forming an impenetrable canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. The air was filled with the moist scent of vegetation and faint waves of spirit power. Lang Yaoju controlled the flying boat to descend slowly, landing on a relatively open grassy area. With a slight movement of her finger, the boat transformed into a red light and was stored back into her storage soul tool. This is the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. 1,000-year soul beasts are mostly concentrated in this area. There's no need to go deeper into the inner ring. Lang Yaoju turned to look at Yuhao. Her spirit power surged slightly around her, and an invisible red barrier quietly enveloped him, thin as a cicada's wing, yet emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. This is my 100,000-year torso bone spirit ability, Phoenix Link Protection. It establishes a spirit power link between us. The barrier's strength is equivalent to 70% of my power. Even a full force strike from a super Douluo below rank 95 cannot harm you. Yuhao reached out and touched the barrier, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertip, as if wrapped in a soft yet sturdy film. He nodded, his eyes filled with reassurance. With Lang Yaoju's protection and his own tempered, physical body, even if they encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, he would have room to maneuver. The two stepped into the forest side by side. Lang Yaoju deliberately restrained her limit Douluo aura, leaving only a faint trace of spirit power fluctuation to avoid disturbing the surrounding soul beasts. Yuhao activated his spirit eyes. A faint halo glowed in his deep blue eyes as his mental force spread out like a fine net, carefully probing the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, a soul beast with a body as transparent as crystal suddenly lifted its head and looked towards the forest outskirts. Its fur shimmered with golden light. Its form resembled a lion but had dragon claws. Besides a pair of golden eyes on its forehead, there was also a strange vertical red pupil. This was precisely the Emperor Auspicious Beast of the Star Do Great Forest, the three-eyed golden lion. What's going on? Why is there such a rich aura of fate power in the outskirts? The three-eyed golden lion's eyes were filled with confusion, its fate pupils seemingly sensing a kind of summons. Auspicious Beast, what's wrong? A black-haired, black-robed man walked out from a spatial distortion. It was the guardian of the Star Do Great Forest, DTN. DTN, I seem to have sensed an aura of fate right in the forest outskirts. The three-eyed golden lion's voice carried a peculiar tremor. DTN pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, you go with the Scarlet King. I need to stay by the Master's side and cannot leave. Among current Spirit Masters, few could defeat the Scarlet King. Moreover, the Auspicious Beast carried one of his dragon scales. As long as they didn't encounter a rank 98 Super Douluo or a rank 99 Limit Douluo, there should be no accidents. Delight flashed in the three-eyed golden lion's eyes, and it immediately went to find the Scarlet King to go together. On the other side, Yuhao and Lang Yaoju traveled through the forest for nearly 2 hours, before finally discovering their target in a valley filled with purple wildflowers. Mental-type soul beasts were rare to begin with, and finding one that met the 1,000-year age requirement with sufficiently powerful bloodline was even rarer. It was a butterfly soul beast with a wingspan of about 1 meter. Its body was covered in translucent pink-purple butterfly wings, the wing surfaces interwoven with golden vein-like patterns. When fluttering lightly, it scattered fine golden powder that sparkled with faint light in the air. This was precisely the 3,760-year-old memory shadow butterfly. According to the soul beast bestiary Leng Yaoju had consulted in advance, this was a rare mental-type soul beast mutated from a century-old, color-patterned butterfly that had accidentally consumed the nectar of the memory soul flower in the memory soul valley. When stationary, its wing surfaces would display the clearest recent memory images of nearby creatures in response to their mental fluctuations. Once it attacks, the golden powder carries intense mental interference, causing those who inhale it to fall into warm, comforting memory illusions. If they cannot break free in time, they will eventually sink completely into the illusion and have their life force drained. This is the one. A flicker of excitement passed through Yuhao's eyes as his spirit eyes locked onto the memory shadow butterfly. Quote, a mental-type soul beast that can also control illusions perfectly matches my spirit eyes. Martial soul. Leng Yaoju nodded slightly, gathering a wisp of faint red spirit power at her fingertip. Without using a spirit ability, she simply flicked it. The wisp of spirit power shot like a precise arrow, instantly striking the base of the memory shadow butterfly's wing. The memory shadow butterfly emitted a faint buzzing sound. Its pink-purple wings abruptly stopped flapping, the scattering of golden powder slowed, its eyes slowly closed, and it fell straight onto a petal, clearly knocked unconscious. Yuhao quickly stepped forward, taking out a specially made spirit tool dagger from his storage soul tool. The dagger was entirely silver-white, its blade glowing with a faint blue light. It was prepared by Leng Yaoju specifically for him to target vital points of soul beasts. He carefully avoided the butterfly's wings, located the position of its spirit core behind its head, and plunged the dagger in. The memory shadow butterfly's body trembled slightly, then went completely still. Almost the instant the memory shadow butterfly died, a faint purple spirit ring rose from its corpse. The spirit ring was surrounded by dense spirit power fluctuations, more condensed than an ordinary 1,000-year spirit ring. Yuhao immediately sat down cross-legged, formed hand seals, activated his innate level 10 soul power within his body, and exerted a pulling force towards the spirit ring. The faint purple spirit ring, as if summoned, slowly floated towards the top of his head. The spirit power contained within the ring flowed into his body through his crown. A vast and violent surge of spirit power instantly exploded within his meridians, like a raging flood, impacting his entire body. However, Yuhao had already tempered his physical body through the desolate furnace body, tempering art, and whale glue. His meridians had become as tough as steel and iron bones. No matter how this spirit power surged, they showed no signs of damage. He activated his spirit eyes, injecting his early-stage spirit C-realm mental force into his body. Like a gentle stream, it gradually dissolved the violent aura within the spirit power, guiding it to flow along his meridians and finally converge into his dantian. Leng Yaoju stood guard nearby. Faint red spirit power swirled around her, forming an invisible barrier that isolated external interference. Half an hour later, the faint purple halo around Yuhao gradually receded. A faint purple spirit ring slowly took shape beneath his feet, rotating and emitting a soft glow. He slowly opened his eyes. A flash of sharp light passed through his deep blue eyes. Feeling the surging spirit power within his body, a smile touched his lips. Level 15. My spirit power is at least 3 times more robust than before. What surprised him even more was the increase in his mental force. Although it hadn't broken through to the middle stage of the Spirit Sea realm, its intensity had increased by over 300 points. The detection range of his spirit eyes had nearly doubled. He could clearly perceive even the trembling of leaves 100 meters away. He attempted to mobilize his mental force, condensing a wisp of faint blue mental fluctuation at his fingertip. He gently pointed it towards a wildflower not far away. The petals of the flower trembled slightly, and then an image of Yuhao having dinner with Yunner yesterday appeared on the petals, one of his clearest recent memories. My first spirit ability is called illusion weaving. Yuhao stood up, stretched his somewhat sore body, and explained to Leng Yaoju. Quote, as long as a spirit master's mental force is weaker than mine and is hit by this spirit ability, they will fall into an illusion I weave. The duration varies from 1 to 3 minutes depending on the target's mental force strength. Unless someone forcibly awakens them or they break free through their own willpower, they can only wait for the spirit ability's effect to end. Leng Yaoju walked over, carefully sensing the spirit power fluctuations and mental aura on Yuhao's body, and nodded with satisfaction. A very good spirit ability. The stronger the mental force, the more realistic the illusion and the longer its duration. With your current mental force, even a 40-rank spirit ancestor with weak mental force would be unable to break free from your illusion. 13. #13 A mind-blowing strategy is activated. The God King's Grand Plan, substituting one thing for another. Chapter 13. World-shaking wisdom unleashed. The God King's Grand Plan, substituting the peach tree with the plum. Just as Yuhao and Sister Yaoju were preparing to leave the valley, the crisp notification sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. The host has changed the fate trajectory of the original plots of Yuhao, making his first spirit ring no longer the million-year heavenly dream iceworm, but the 1,000-year memory shadow butterfly. This act has stripped him of a large amount of luck, and a special reward is being issued. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining creation grade cultivation technique, yin yang creation art, special item, heaven sealing talisman, X1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, yin yang creation art. With the fusion of yin and yang, all things are born together as its core. The yang volume is primary, and the yin scroll is supplementary, complementing each other. Cultivating this cultivation technique can draw upon the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth. Not only does it accelerate spirit power absorption, but it also, 1. Subtly evolves the spirit, 2. Makes spirit power purer, 3. Makes the relationship between the two practitioners more intimate, 4. Allows the preservation of the soul using yin and yang qi when the physical body is destroyed, enabling possession and rebirth. Ultimately, it can help the practitioner break through the shackles of a god king, reaching the peak of combat power in the Douluo god realm. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Heaven sealing talisman. After use, it can cover the entire Douluo star, forming a shield that cannot be peered into or entered for 15 years. Close black lens bracket. A creation grade cultivation technique? Yuhao was beyond shocked. He had only absorbed a 1,000-year spirit ring. How could the reward be so generous? The system's little sprite then appeared to explain. Open black lens bracket. The first spirit ring is a major turning point in the original plot of Yuhao, naturally containing a large amount of luck. Changing this key point naturally results in generous rewards. Close black lens bracket. Yuhao secretly felt lucky that the system had bound itself to him. Otherwise, once he lost the heavenly dream iceworm and Electrolux, he would have lost a massive amount of luck and potential. But now, he had not only retained his own luck but also obtained heaven-defying rewards. Yuhao stared at the heaven-sealing talisman floating in his mind. With a slight movement of his fingertip, he activated it. There was no world-shaking roar, only a faint trace of the power of laws spreading along with his mental force, instantly enveloping the entire Douluo star. He could clearly feel that the sensation of being watched, which had felt like thorns in his back, had completely vanished. It was as if he had broken free from invisible shackles, and even his breathing became much smoother. Finally, I don't have to be watched anymore, Yuhao murmured softly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that this was only temporary peace. The sea god would never give up easily, but at least in the next 15 years, he would have enough time to grow, enough to counter any conspiracy from the god realm. He immediately fused with the yin-yang creation art, the scorching heat of the yang volume and the frigid cold of the yin scroll intertwined within his sea of consciousness. The roots for the cultivation technique's operation and the methods to draw upon the yin and yang qi became crystal clear. He turned to look at Leng Yaoju. She was quietly standing guard by his side, her red skirt fluttering gently in the forest breeze, her eyes full of concern for him. Sister Yaoju, I have a cultivation technique I'd like to practice with you. Yuhao stepped forward, his tone somewhat solemn. Quote, this yin-yang creation art is divided into a yang volume and a yin scroll. You practice the yin scroll, and I'll practice the yang volume. Practicing together will not only accelerate spirit power absorption but also allow our spirits to slowly evolve, and even, he paused and added, even if we encounter danger and our physical bodies are destroyed in the future, we can rely on the yin and yang qi to preserve our souls. A flash of surprise crossed Leng Yaoju's eyes, but she didn't ask for details, only nodding gently. As long as it can help you, I'm willing. Her trust in Yuhao was already bone deep. Even for an unknown cultivation technique, she accepted it without hesitation. Yuhao smiled and reached out, a wisp of pale blue mental force condensing at his fingertip as he lightly tapped Leng Yaoju's forehead. The contents of the yin-yang creation art, yin scroll flowed into her sea of consciousness like a stream. Leng Yaoju closed her eyes as the pale red spirit power around her gradually fused with the yin scroll of the yin-yang creation art, cultivation technique. The phantom of the heavenly phoenix martial soul behind her became increasingly clear. On the phantom's spread phoenix wings, a faint silver-white halo quietly appeared amidst the originally pure red flames, a preliminary sign of the fusion of yin and yang qi. Meanwhile, in the distant god realm, within the sea god temple, a meticulously planned conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Tang San stood in the center of the temple, a puppet that was indistinguishable from a human floating before him. This puppet had a handsome face, was surrounded by a faint blue light, and had a faint mark of the sea god trident on its forehead. Tang San's fingertips condensed blue divine force, which he was slowly injecting into the puppet's body. As the divine force poured in, the puppet's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a majestic aura identical to Tang San's. Blue Silver Emperor, Clear Skyhammer, Sea God Martial Soul plus the split soul and 3 uses of Sea God's divine power I've injected. Everything is foolproof now. Tang San looked at the puppet, a confident smile appearing on his face. Ever since discovering that Yuhao had escaped his control, he had scrapped the original dog training plan and formulated a more ruthless, substituting the peach tree with the plum strategy. For the first step, he had secretly strengthened the divine sense brand within Shao Qi, Tang, Wutong, and left behind a portion of Sea God's divine power. As soon as Yuhao came into contact with Shao Qi, the brand would activate instantly, directly invading Yuhao's sea of consciousness and bringing him under complete control. The second step was the puppet before him named Tang Si. He wanted this puppet to replace Yuhao as the new child of luck of the Douluo continent. The puppet would enter Shrek Academy, and with the support of 3 great spirits and the Clear Sky sect, it would step by step gain the attention of the Academy's upper echelon, come into contact with the golden ancient tree to become the child of nature, and then lead Shrek Academy and the Douluo 3 kingdoms to resist the Sun Moon Empire, accumulating sufficient faith. Finally, at the peak of faith, the puppet would reveal the Sea God martial soul and, as the chosen one of the Sea God, harvest all the power of faith, ascending to the God realm to fuse with Tang San, helping Tang San elevate his Sea God position from a first-class divinity to a God King level. As for the controlled Yuhao, Tang San had already planned a path for him. He would have Rong Nanbing pass the God position of the God of emotions to Yuhao, then use the mental brand to manipulate him, making him a sharp blade to keep the Destruction God King in check, turning him completely into his tool. To avoid detection, Tang San deliberately wrapped the puppet in Asura God's divine force and, taking advantage of the interval when the Destruction God King was away dealing with matters in other planes and had no time to focus on the Douluo continent, quietly sent Tang Si to the Douluo star. But after the puppet Tang Si's figure passed through the spatial barrier between the God realm and the Douluo continent and arrived at the Clear Sky sect, the smile on Tang San's face suddenly froze. An invisible force had suddenly enveloped the entire Douluo star like a transparent film, instantly severing the divine sense connection between him and the puppet, and even the divine sense brand he had left in Tang Wutong's body completely lost its connection. How is this possible? Tang San suddenly clenched his fists, the spirit power beneath his blue divine armor fluctuating violently, causing the crystal chandeliers in the temple to tremble slightly. Quote, "Who is it? Who dares to ruin this God King's grand plan?" Just as his roar fell, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the temple. Xiao Wu rushed in anxiously, her scorpion braid swaying gently as she ran, her face full of panic. Third brother, this is bad. The connection to the Douluo continent has disappeared. It's been completely cut off. Tang San instantly retracted the hostility around him, his face returning to that gentle as jade appearance. In front of Xiao Wu, he was always that considerate husband. He stepped forward quickly, gently putting his arm around Xiao Wu's shoulders, his voice steady. "Don't panic, I'll go take a look." Taking this opportunity, he stepped out of the temple, his divine thoughts sweeping toward the Douluo star like a vast galaxy. 14. Number 14. An Unexpected Encounter with Xiao Xiao, Part 1. Chapter 14. Encountering Xiao Xiao, Part 1. However, in his perception, that familiar blue planet seemed to be wrapped in a giant, invisible eggshell. No matter how he pushed his God King level divine sense, he couldn't penetrate it in the slightest, only feeling a layer of cold rule power that completely isolated all external prying and interference. This power, it doesn't belong to any of the 4 great God Kings. Tang San's face gradually turned ashen, and as the range of his divine sense expanded, the shock in his heart deepened. Quote, instead, it feels like the most primal rule power. But how could anyone on the Douluo continent control such power? He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. He turned back to the temple and informed Xiao Wu of the situation. After hearing her husband's words, Xiao Wu's voice immediately carried a sob, her eyes turning red. Then Xiao Qi is still on the Douluo continent. What if something happens to her? Don't worry, Xiao Wu. Tang San gently patted his wife's back, his tone gentle, but a hint of sinister coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Quote, Da Ming and Ming are guarding Douluo Star, and my parents are over at the Golden Ancient Tree. Although the Tang sect has declined, its foundation remains. Shrek Academy is the #1 power on the Douluo continent. Xiao Qi will be fine. Moreover, the measures I left on her are still there. As soon as the isolation is lifted, I'll be able to sense her again. I will definitely find a way to break this. But in his heart, a storm had already brewed. This isolating power was mysterious and powerful, definitely not something a spirit master of the Douluo continent could control. It might even exceed a God King's understanding. No matter who you are, if you dare to ruin this God King's plans, you have already found a path to your own death. Tang San thought coldly to himself, the killing intent in his eyes almost overflowing. Once this God King finds you, I will surely wipe out your divine soul. Inside Clear Sky Castle, the heavy stone doors were tightly shut, and the air was filled with a faint scent of metal and wood shavings. The two sect masters, Ox Heaven and Tai Tan, stood side by side with solemn expressions. Big brother, what do you think that fellow Tang San takes us for? Tai Tan finally couldn't hold back and complained in a gruff voice. Quote, are we lapdogs to be summoned and dismissed at his whim? Ever since Tang San became a god, he and his big brother, who had sacrificed themselves for him, had also become gods because of it. But being this kind of god was very stifling. Not only did they have to obey Tang San's orders, but they also had to endure many inconveniences for fear of ruining Tang San's plans. Ox Heaven's face darkened slightly as he whispered, second brother, watch your words. He is no longer the person of the past, he is now the high and mighty God King. Ox Heaven was clearly much more rational than Tai Tan. Although he also harbored resentment in his heart about Tang San treating them like dogs, he understood the principle that strength is everything. They could be resurrected by Tang San, but they could also be killed by him at will. Before he finished speaking, a sea-blue vortex suddenly formed in the center of the hall, rippling like water. From the center of the vortex, a young boy of only 6 years old stepped out slowly. He had long sea-blue hair, and his face was 70% similar to Tang San's. His entire body exuded a steady aura that didn't match his age. Ox Heaven, Tai Tan, is the stuff I wanted ready? The boy, Tang Si, spoke in a flat voice, yet it carried an unquestionable pressure. It's been ready for a long time, Ox Heaven replied with a bow, leading Tang Si toward a secret room. In the secret room, over 10 jade boxes were neatly arranged, containing whale glue ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 years in age. Although Tang Si's body was molded by Tang San using Sea God's divine power, it couldn't directly reach the titled Douluo level. Otherwise, he would be viewed as an outsider by the Douluo plane and punished. Whale glue and special medicinal baths would gradually improve his physique, ensuring he could absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as his first spirit ring. On the other side, Yuhao was naturally completely unaware of the great changes occurring in the God realm, let alone that a puppet carrying a fragment of the Tang God King's soul had quietly descended upon the Douluo continent with the goal of replacing him. At this moment, he was saying goodbye to a cute girl with black hair and a green dress, agreeing to meet at the gates of Shrek Academy. The girl's name was Xiao Xiao. At this moment, she nodded vigorously, her black hair swaying gently with the movement. Her bright eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, like two twinkling stars hidden within. Don't worry, brother Yuhao. I'll definitely go to Shrek Academy to find you then. As for why Yuhao encountered her, it all started an hour ago. An hour ago, after successfully hunting and absorbing a spirit ring, Yuhao and Leng Yaoju intended to leave the Star Do Great Forest using that original 7th rank flying soul tool. Just then, Leng Yaoju's powerful mental force, like a giant net, instantly detected an unusual movement a kilometer away. She narrowed her eyes slightly, concentrating to sense carefully. After a moment, she spoke slowly, Yuhao, there's a group of people a kilometer away, about 4 or 5 of them. The leader's strength is around the 40th rank. They are in a fierce battle with a spirit beast of over 9,000 years. That person looks like they can't hold on much longer. Shall we go take a look? Huo Yuhao thought for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally nodded, saying firmly, let's go take a look. Anyway, there were no other important matters at hand. Moreover, with Leng Yaoju's terrifying strength as a limit Douluo, besides the one known as the Beast God, DTN, even if the myriad Demon King and Bear Lord joined forces to attack, they would definitely be unable to do anything to Leng Yaoju. The two immediately changed their itinerary and rushed toward the site of the battle. When they arrived at the battlefield, a scene of mess and ruin lay before them. The thick surrounding trees were in disarray under the ravages of the battle's aftershocks. Many trees were snapped in half, with branches and leaves scattered all over the ground. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was seen, her body shimmering with a faint golden light. Her spirit was the Vajra ape, which was considered an intermediate spirit. Beneath her feet, 4 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, lit up in sequence like 4 bright lamps, emitting a scorching radiance as she resolutely stood in front of 4 young girls. With a solemn expression, she stared intently at the massive, menacing 9,000-year spirit beast before her, the Earth Demon Bear. With an anxious tone and unquestionable resolve, she shouted, "Run, quickly, I'll hold it back." This woman was named Lu Yi, and she was a class teacher at the Tianyang Elementary Soulmaster Academy in Tianyang City. Tianyang City was located in the northeastern part of the Heaven Do Empire, in a relatively remote location. Their visit to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings was all because a super genius had suddenly appeared in Tianyang City, Xiao Xiao, an owner of twin spirits with an innate spirit power as high as rank 9. After Xiao Xiao successfully reached rank 10 through a breakthrough, Lu Yi personally led the team, taking Xiao Xiao and 3 other children who had also reached rank 10 at the age of 8 or 9 to obtain their first spirit rings. However, they were unfortunately targeted by this Earth Demon Bear. The reason for this was that Lu Yi had previously hunted an offspring of this Earth Demon Bear, an Earth Bear with only 400 years of cultivation. Initially, Lu Yi didn't know the relationship between that Earth Bear and the Earth Demon Bear before her. She only chose it because the Earth Bear's spirit ring was suitable for Xiao Xiao's first spirit, the 3-life soul-crushing cauldron. So she acted decisively, beating the Earth Bear to near death, then let Xiao Xiao finish it off and successfully absorb the spirit ring. 3rd spirit ability. Mighty Vajra Fist. 4th spirit ability, Vajra Strength. Lu Yi shouted, and without the slightest hesitation, she instantly unleashed her 2 strongest spirit abilities. The 4th spirit ability was the first to activate. In an instant, she felt her own strength surge, and her defense increased by a full 30%. Immediately after, the 3rd spirit ability activated. Her fists were instantly enveloped in a layer of brilliant golden light, and with an unstoppable aura, she lunged toward the Earth Demon Bear. Seeing the murderer of its child dare to attack, the Earth Demon Bear was instantly enraged. It let out a loud roar toward the sky, the sound making the surrounding air tremble. Then, it violently swung its thick bear paw, swatting viciously at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's attack landed heavily on the bear's paw, leaving several deep wounds. The Earth Demon Bear, in pain, swung its paw even harder. With a bang, the paw struck Lu Yi squarely in the chest. Lu Yi felt a mountain-toppling force hit her. She was sent flying back dozens of meters like a cannonball, snapping 4 or 5 large trees in her path before finally coughing up blood and collapsing heavily onto the ground, her breath weak. 15. #15 An Unexpected Encounter with Xiao Xiao, Part 2. Chapter 15. Encountering Xiao Xiao, Part 2. After knocking Lu Yi away, the Earth Demon Bear's hateful gaze instantly turned toward the 4 young girls. It keenly sensed that its child's aura remained on one of the girls. It roared in anger, swinging its bear paw again, smashing down fiercely toward the 4 girls. 1st spirit ability, Cauldron Tremor. One of the girls, with black hair and a green dress, about 6 years old, saw this and suppressed her fear, quickly using her newly obtained 1st spirit ability. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and an ancient, heavy, 3-legged, 2-eared black cauldron appeared out of thin air, floating in front of her. The cauldron's body vibrated violently, emitting circles of invisible sound waves. This was her spirit, the 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron. The 1st spirit ability, Cauldron Tremor, was activated. The 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron vibrated violently, emitting a strange wave that actually caused a brief stun effect on the Earth Demon Bear. However, the gap in strength between the 2 sides was too large, and the stun effect lasted only for a moment, but that extremely brief moment gave Xiao Xiao time to react. She immediately shouted at the other 3 sisters, "Run, quickly." The 3 girls, who were almost scared witless, finally reacted. Ignoring Xiao Xiao, they hurriedly fled in all directions. Seeing the girls turn and flee, the Earth Demon Bear did not give chase but instead locked its target firmly on Xiao Xiao because it felt the strongest aura of its child from her. Facing the Earth Demon Bear, whose size and strength far exceeded her own, Xiao Xiao felt a surge of despair. Even the thought of running instantly vanished. She slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for death to arrive. However, the expected pain did not arrive as scheduled. Instead, Xiao Xiao felt herself fall into a warm and solid embrace. She slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was an incredibly handsome profile. The youth had clean, short light blue hair, and his eyes were like deep black gems, radiating a charming brilliance. His features were exquisite, and the moon-white robe he wore made him look even more noble, like a banished immortal descending from the heavens. Am I dead? Xiao Xiao was full of doubt. She subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to touch Huo Yuhao's profile to confirm if this was real. Huo Yuhao noticed Xiao Xiao waking up and turned his head slightly to look at her. His lips curled up into a gentle smile as he whispered, "You're awake. Are you okay? I am still alive?" Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Xiao Xiao instantly snapped out of it. Realizing she was being held by the boy in front of her, her cheeks immediately turned a vivid crimson, like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned, then gently set Xiao Xiao down, letting her stand steadily. As for that originally majestic 9,000-year Earth Demon Bear, it had been killed by a casual palm strike from Leng Yaoju the moment she arrived. At this moment, the massive body of the Earth Demon Bear lay across the side, already breathless. Only blood flowed slowly, gathering into a small pool on the ground. Huo Yuhao knelt down and carefully examined Lu Yi's injuries. Lu Yi's face was as pale as paper, with traces of blood remaining at the corners of her mouth. The clothing at her chest was in tatters, revealing a large area of blue and purple palm prints. Her breathing was rapid and weak. Huo Yuhao's heart tightened, knowing Lu Yi's injuries were serious. He then looked at Leng Yaoju. Leng Yaoju understood and took out a clear spirit pill from her storage soul tool. This clear spirit pill was purchased by Leng Yaoju from the Heaven Soul Treasure Pavilion to prevent untreatable injuries. This single pill was worth at least 1,000 gold coins. It had miraculous healing effects and could potentially provide a significant recovery effect for Lu Yi's current injuries. Leng Yaoju fed the clear spirit pill into Lu Yi's mouth and then circulated her own spirit power to help Lu Yi dissolve the pill's medicinal power, allowing it to be absorbed by her body more quickly. Under the guidance of Leng Yaoju's spirit power, the medicinal power of the clear spirit pill was like a trickling stream, slowly permeating into Lu Yi's meridians. Wherever it went, the originally damaged meridians began to heal at a visible rate. Lu Yi's face gradually regained some color, and her breathing became more stable. Cough, cough. Thank you both for saving me. I, Lu Yi, will never forget this great kindness. Lu Yi forced herself up and bowed slightly to express her gratitude to Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. Though her voice was still weak, her tone was full of sincerity. I am Lu Yi from the Sun Sky Elementary Soul Master Academy. I brought the children to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings, but I didn't expect to encounter this Earth Demon Bear, Lu Yi said slowly, a hint of guilt and self-blame flashing in her eyes. She knew that her negligence had put the children in such a dangerous situation. Teacher Lu, there's no need to be so polite. It's only natural to help when seeing injustice. Since we have the ability, we naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Huo Yuhao responded with a smile, his voice warm and firm, making one feel a sense of warmth. He turned to look at Xiao Xiao, his eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Xiao Xiao was also quietly watching Huo Yuhao. Seeing his gaze turn toward her, her cheeks flushed slightly again. She subconsciously lowered her head, her hands restlessly tugging at her skirt, looking somewhat uneasy. This is our academy's genius student, Xiao Xiao. She is an extremely rare twin spirits owner, and her innate spirit power is as high as level 9. Her future is limitless. Seeing Huo Yuhao look at Xiao Xiao, Lu Yi hurriedly introduced her, her eyes full of pride, as if Xiao Xiao were her most prized masterpiece. Hearing Lu Yi's praise, Xiao Xiao became even more embarrassed. She lightly stamped her foot and grumbled, Teacher Lu, don't say that. I'm still far from it. Hearing the name, Xiao Xiao, the suspicion in Huo Yuhao's heart was instantly confirmed. It really was her, one of the future Shrek's 7 devils, a level 96 attack system and support system dual-type super Douluo, with the title, Xiao Cauldron. At this moment, this future powerhouse was standing before him, still a little girl who had just been shaken. Huo Yuhao's smile became more sincere and enthusiastic. In the original work, Xiao Xiao was an important partner of his and even married He Kato, also one of the 7 devils. Thinking of this, a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could win her favor in advance and change the trajectory of her and Hiketo's fate, what kind of reward would the system give? Lu Yi keenly noticed Huo Yuhao's attention on Xiao Xiao, and a flash of shrewdness appeared in her eyes. Her injuries had not yet healed, and her combat power was greatly reduced. She had originally planned to give up on this spirit hunting mission. But seeing the red-clothed woman who could easily kill a 9,000-year earth demon bear, and the youth chatting happily with Xiao Xiao, she saw hope. Young Master Huo, young Miss Leng, Lu Yi gathered her thoughts and spoke sincerely. As you saw just now, I was seriously injured in the battle with the earth demon bear and can no longer hunt spirit rings for the other children. I wonder if you two could accompany us and help them complete the absorption of their first spirit rings? Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju exchanged a look, and the latter nodded slightly in silent agreement. Teacher Lu is too polite, Huo Yuhao agreed with a smile. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Thus the two groups formed a temporary alliance. Lu Yi led the students behind Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju, moving carefully along the outer perimeter of the Star Do Great Forest. Xiao Xiao, both of your spirits are quite special, Huo Yuhao talked with her as they walked. The first spirit, 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron, can follow either the attack or control path. If the first spirit follows control, the second spirit, 9 phoenix coming flute, should ideally follow the support path. Xiao Xiao looked up in surprise. You understand spirits too? I know a little. Huo Yuhao smiled modestly. Your first spirit ability, Cauldron Tremor, has a good effect. If that spirit beast hadn't been over 9,000 years old and the gap between your strengths wasn't so huge, the control effect wouldn't have been just for a brief moment. Xiao Xiao's cheeks turned slightly red as she whispered, but I'm still too weak. If it weren't for you, I would have already. You're only 6 years old and could stay calm and activate a spirit ability in front of a 9,000-year spirit beast. That's already quite remarkable, Huo Yuhao encouraged. A true powerhouse is not someone who never fears, but someone who can persist in fighting despite their fear. Xiao Xiao nodded thoughtfully, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She felt that this boy who saved her was not only handsome but also knew a lot, always able to say things that put her at ease. 16. Number 16 A Fateful Encounter, Part 1. Chapter 16. An Encounter of Fate, Part 1. An hour later, under Leng Yaoju's powerful mental force detection, they successfully found 2 suitable 100-year spirit beasts. Under Leng Yaoju's protection and Huo Yuhao's guidance, both students successfully absorbed their spirit rings. During this hour, the distance between Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao also quietly narrowed. A 6-year-old girl has simple thoughts and is most easily attracted to beautiful things. Huo Yuhao's life-saving grace, handsome appearance, steady temperament, and innate nobility all made her feel fond of him. Watching Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao chatting happily, envy welled up in the hearts of the other 3 girls, secretly hoping they could also get the attention of this handsome and extraordinary young man. Returning to the present, after Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju bid farewell to Lu Yi and the others, they prepared to return to Heaven Do City when a system notification suddenly sounded. In his mind, open black lens bracket ding the host encountered Xiao Xiao ahead of time and gained her favor, causing the fate of Hiketo, one of the Shrek 7 devils, to change, leading to a change in Huo Yuhao's future fate. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket reward issued. Top-tier movement technique, subtle steps of the rippling mist. Close black lens bracket. This movement technique, derived from the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, allows for extreme evasion through unpredictable footwork, instantly filling the gap in Huo Yuhao's movement capabilities. Just as Huo Yuhao finished digesting the profound and complex hexagram patterns of the subtle steps of the rippling mist in his mind, and his aura was still slightly rippling due to the newly acquired top-tier movement technique, Leng Yaoju's expression beside him suddenly froze. With a flash of her figure, she stood firmly in front of him. The previous relaxed ease on her beautiful face was gone, replaced by solemnity and vigilance. Her gaze was like a torch, piercing sharply toward the deep and unpredictable core region of the Star Do Great Forest. Powerful mental force spread out like an invisible tide, sensing the terrifying existence approaching rapidly. A spirit beast is approaching. Leng Yaoju's voice was very low, carrying an unquestionable seriousness. Quote, it's extremely fast. One of them has an incredibly terrifying aura, an energy level comparable to a level 96 super Douluo. The other is slightly weaker, with about 15,000 years of cultivation, but it's strange. It seems to be carefully protected in the center by that stronger vicious beast. Their relationship is definitely unusual. A vicious beast comparable to a level 96 super Douluo, and a 10,000-year spirit ring spirit beast being protected like that? Huo Yuhao's heart skipped a beat, and an answer almost instantly jumped out from the depths of his memory. The 8th-ranked beast of the Star Do Great Forest, the 3-headed Scarlet Demon Mastiff with 310,000 years of cultivation, the Scarlet King and the Emperor Auspicious Beast who gathered the luck of the Star Do Great Forest, the 3-eyed Golden Lion. Before he could think further, a heart-palpitating pressure came from the distant woods. The trees silently parted to both sides, as if welcoming their dominator. The first thing that caught his eye was that dazzling golden color. An elegantly and miraculously shaped spirit beast stepped out slowly. Its body resembled a lion but was more slender and agile. Its limbs were not lion claws but sharp dragon claws covered in dark golden scales, each step carrying an invisible majesty. Its entire body was covered in fur that looked as if it were made of pure gold, with flowing light and vibrant colors, shining with a holy brilliance under the sunlight filtering through the forest shade. The most eye-catching part was its eyes, a pair of clear golden eyes full of wisdom and curiosity, and in the center of its forehead, a strange and mysterious red vertical eye was tightly closed, as if it contained the power to pierce through all laws of the world. It was indeed the Emperor Auspicious Beast, the 3-eyed Golden Lion, and by the side of the 3-eyed Golden Lion, following closely like the most loyal bodyguard, was a giant beast with an even larger body and an incomparably fierce aura. It was over 5 meters long, with knotted muscles, full of an explosive sense of power. Its form was also similar to a lion, but it had 3 identical, hideous, and terrifying giant heads. Each head's diameter exceeded 1 meter. In its bloody maws, terrifying scarlet gold canine teeth were interlaced, flashing with a chilling metallic luster. Viscous saliva dripped down, actually burning the grass and trees on the ground with a sizzling sound. A dark red aura permeated its body, like flames from hell. Domineering and fierce auras rushed toward them. It was indeed the vicious beast, the Scarlet King. 2 humans? The middle head of the Scarlet King let out a low roar like muffled thunder. Its 6 crimson eyes instantly locked onto Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. Its massive body immediately shielded the 3-eyed Golden Lion even more closely, vigilant to the extreme. Powerful mental fluctuations mixed with pressure spread out, conveying clear warnings and threats. At the same time, a great doubt arose in the Scarlet King's heart. It was following DTN's orders to protect the Auspicious Beast, only because the Auspicious Beast suddenly had a premonition, saying that fluctuations pulling its thread of fate had appeared here. But why was the source of the fate-touching sensation the Auspicious Beast spoke of actually 2 humans? Especially that excessively young boy. Was there something on him that caught the Auspicious Beast's special attention? Could these 2 humans really be related to the fate and luck of the Star Do Great Forest? While the Scarlet King was on full alert, Huo Yuhao took a deep breath. His gaze passed over the fierce Scarlet King and landed on the 3-eyed Golden Lion, which was curiously sizing him up. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly to Leng Yaoju in front of him. "Sister Yaoju, I need you to lead the Scarlet King away to create some time. I want to talk to the spirit beast behind him alone." Hearing this, Leng Yaoju did not hesitate for a moment. She had absolute trust in Huo Yuhao. Although she didn't know what he intended to do, the situation was urgent and didn't allow for questions. She gave a soft shout, and her aura exploded. A brilliant scarlet light soared into the sky, and the noble and magnificent heavenly phoenix martial soul instantly possessed her. A pair of giant wings made entirely of scorching flames unfolded behind Leng Yaoju. The wingspan was wide, burning with heart-palpitating flames that slightly distorted the surrounding space. Beneath her feet, 9 shocking spirit rings emerged in sequence. Black, 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 red, red, red. A configuration of exactly 6 10,000-year spirit rings plus 300,000-year spirit rings showcased her astonishing strength as a limit Douluo. She didn't use any spirit abilities. She simply raised her slender hand, and spirit power as vast as the sea instantly condensed, turning into a giant scarlet palm print. With irresistible force, it struck directly toward the Scarlet King. This palm was intended to provoke and attract, rather than be a lethal attack. Roar! The Scarlet King's 3 heads let out a heaven-shaking roar simultaneously, feeling its majesty had been provoked, and even more worried that the battle would affect the Auspicious Beast. 3 bloody maws opened at the same time, and dark red hellfire spewed out like 3 destructive torrents, interweaving into a wall of fire that violently collided with Leng Yaoju's flame palm print. Boom! The scorching flames and the dark red hellfire collided crazily, erupting in a deafening explosion. The terrifying heatwave instantly charred and broke the surrounding ancient trees. Leng Yaoju retreated immediately after the strike. With a flap of her fiery wings, her figure turned into a streak of flowing fire. Sweeping toward the side, the Scarlet King roared repeatedly, worried this was a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But it couldn't allow a human no weaker than itself to remain nearby. One of its heads growled lowly at the three-eyed golden lion to signal it to be careful, while the other two heads stared fixedly in Leng Yaoju's direction. Its massive body suddenly lunged out, chasing after her with world-shaking ferocity. Soon, the figures of the person and the beast disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, leaving only the distant sounds of booming and soaring flames. 17. Number 17. A Fateful Encounter, Part 2. Chapter 17. Encounter of Fate, Part 2. On the scene, only Yuhao and the three-eyed golden lion remained, one human and one auspicious beast, facing each other from dozens of meters away. The three-eyed golden lion did not show the slightest fear due to Kai Wang's departure. It moved with elegant steps, slowly drawing closer to Yuhao. Its three eyes focused simultaneously on Yuhao. From this human youth, it felt an unprecedented attraction and palpitation originating from the depths of its soul. It opened its mouth, and what came out was no longer a beast's roar, but a clear, pleasant female voice tinged with a hint of pride and curiosity. Human, you are very special. The power of destiny on you is so dense it surprises even me, and even feels a bit familiar. Yuhao looked at the beautiful auspicious beast before him, which seemed to have walked out of myth. Its golden fur fluttered gently in the breeze, possessing both majesty and a strange kind of beauty. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in his heart, he smiled slightly and, without any fear, took 2 steps forward. He reached out and gently rubbed the soft golden fur on the three-eyed golden lion's neck, as if stroking a docile large dog. Because in a sense, I am the one favored by the luck of this world, and you are the auspicious beast condensed from the luck of the Star-Do Great Forest. We are like the 2 poles of a magnet. The trajectory of fate has long destined us to meet here. Yuhao's voice was calm, carrying a strange and convincing charm. The three-eyed golden lion's body stiffened slightly at Yuhao's sudden intimate gesture, and a flash of surprise crossed its golden eyes. According to its pride, it should have angrily torn this insolent human to pieces. But strangely, no feeling of loathing arose in its heart. Instead, that gentle stroking brought an indescribable sense of warmth, comfort, and peace, as if it were meant to be. It shook its massive head and spoke again, its voice cold with a hint of feigned ferocity. You human, you certainly have a lot of nerve. Aren't you afraid I might eat you on a whim? Hearing this, Yuhao couldn't help but laugh. He naturally withdrew his hand and asked in return, so, noble auspicious beast, do you eat humans? The three-eyed golden lion paused, seemingly giving the question serious thought, then shook its head honestly and said, no. It had indeed never fed on humans. Its diet leaned more toward those spirit beasts that contained light energy. Generally speaking, most spirit beasts do not like eating humans because they gain little energy from it. Only a small portion of spirit beasts enjoy eating people, such as the man-faced demon spider and the pit demon spider, which need to absorb life force and thus enjoy hunting. Then isn't that it? Yuhao spread his hands, his smile becoming even brighter. Quote, since you won't eat me, and I have no ill will toward you, why should I be afraid of you? Wouldn't it be quite silly to fear something that won't happen at all? The three-eyed golden lion was momentarily confused by his logic. Its 3 eyes blinked. It felt something was off, yet it couldn't find the words to refute him. It gazed into Yuhao's eyes. Deep within those clear blue eyes, it saw a level of composure and wisdom far beyond his age, along with some indescribable complex emotions, concern, pity, and even a hint of deep affection and nostalgia. This was definitely not the look a human youth seeing it for the first time should have. The three-eyed golden lion's voice carried a hint of confusion and inquiry. Quote, you seem to know me? Have we met somewhere? Why is your gaze so strange? Yuhao shook his head and reined in his smile, his expression becoming serious. No, before today, we have never met. However, he changed the subject, raising his hand to point at the eerie red vertical pupil on the three-eyed golden lion's forehead. I know your past, and I have glimpsed the future you might have. If you want to know the answers regarding your destiny, and why I give you such a familiar feeling, then press this eye of destiny of yours against my forehead. Attribute guidance? Sharing memories and fate? The three-eyed golden lion's heart jolted, and its instinct was to refuse. This request was simply too inconceivable, and dangerous. Attribute guidance was not just an exchange of memories. On a deeper level, the destiny lines of both parties would briefly intertwine or even create a permanent connection, truly becoming a situation where they share both glory and ruin. It was the Emperor auspicious beast, tied to the luck of the entire Star Do Great Forest. How could it easily bind itself to a human youth? Its golden eyes were filled with vigilance and resistance. It subconsciously took half a step back, a low whimper emitting from its throat, a signal of refusal and warning. Although the human before it felt special, he was far from reaching the level where it would entrust him with its destiny. However, the moment the thought of refusal clearly surfaced, the red vertical eye on the three-eyed golden lion's forehead throbbed violently without warning. A scorching power surged from the vertical eye, not pain, but a strong, almost boiling longing and pulling force, as if it had encountered a kindred spirit lost for billions of years. It desperately wanted to get closer to Yuhao, wanted to touch his equally majestic and special aura of destiny. At the same time, a deeper intuition originating from its auspicious beast origin frantically reminded it, this human before it was the variable of fate it had sensed. Missing this intersection might mean forever losing a crucial opportunity, and could even affect the future fortune of the Star Do Great Forest. Resistance and desire, vigilance and intuition, clashed fiercely within its heart. It stared intently at Yuhao's eyes again. Those blue eyes remained calm and sincere, as if he had long anticipated its struggle and was simply waiting quietly for its choice. The silence lasted for a full 10 seconds. In the woods, there was only the rustling of the wind through the leaves and the faint, distant roar of battle. Finally, the complex look of struggle in the three-eyed golden lion's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a sense of resolute determination and an extreme, intense curiosity. It took a deep breath and stepped back that half step, coming even closer. It raised its noble head, bringing the eerie and mysterious red vertical pupil in the center of its forehead cautiously, with a hint of tentative testing, toward Yuhao's smooth forehead. Human, you better not have deceived me. The cold voice rang out one last time, and then, that vertical eye containing the power of destiny gently touched Yuhao's skin. In an instant, dazzling golden light and incandescent radiance erupted from Yuhao and the three-eyed golden lion respectively, completely swallowing their figures. An indescribable, vast and majestic power of destiny swept out from the two of them like a vortex. The surrounding space seemed to warp and tremble because of it. The gears of fate, at this moment, officially engaged. 18. Number 18 Attribute Guidance, Annihilating Tang San's Divine Consciousness, 2 chapters combined, 4,700 words each. Chapter 18. Attribute Guidance, Annihilating Tang San's Divine Sense, 4,700 character double. Chapter. Yuhao felt as if his soul was completely pulled away in that instant. His consciousness swept into a torrent composed of endless light and information. His sea of consciousness expanded wildly at an unprecedented speed. His previously vast mental force, under the infusion and scouring of this external power, was like a newly opened continent, instantly increasing its area by more than twofold. His mental force became more condensed and transparent, and his perception of everything around him reached a completely new, microscopic level. At the same time, his consciousness seemed to transmigration through endless time and space. The scene before him changed rapidly, finally settling on an ancient, vibrant, and lush forest. Everything here was filled with primitive yet powerful life aura. Suddenly, everything around him turned into pure, dazzling gold. This golden light was not external illumination. Rather, it seemed to emanate naturally from every leaf, every blade of grass, and every inch of soil. Wherever the light reached, all the plants seemed to be injected with infinite vitality, growing wildly and swaying at a visible speed, radiating the same golden brilliance. Immediately afterward, in the clearing in the center of the forest, golden light points converged like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The ground slightly bulged, and a strange existence slowly condensed into shape. It was a massive egg. The eggshell had a brilliant golden base color, naturally imprinted with countless colorful, complex, and profound patterns, seemingly containing the supreme truths of heaven and earth. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was exceptionally clear in this silent golden world. A small fissure appeared on the surface of the eggshell and rapidly spread. Soon, with a snap, a small piece of the eggshell was pushed open. A tiny paw covered in fine golden fuzz poked out somewhat clumsily, carefully scraping at the edge of the shell. Next, a wet little head struggled to emerge. It looked like a newborn puppy. Its golden fur was soaked with mucus and clung tightly to its face. A pair of clear golden eyes, filled with confusion and curiosity, timidly surveyed this unfamiliar world. It struggled hard and finally climbed completely out of the eggshell. Its tiny body was only about a foot long and trembled slightly. It turned its head, looked at the eggshell that had nurtured it, and instinctively opened its mouth, beginning to gnaw on it bite by bite. Crunch, crunch, the crisp sounds of chewing continued to echo. As the eggshell was devoured, its small body began to emit a faint golden halo. The mucus on its body quickly evaporated, and its size grew at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a foot long to a meter long. Its golden fur became crystal clear, woven like the purest crystal threads, shimmering and dazzling. Rings of golden halo continuously rippled out from its body, feeling sacred and majestic. A woo! It raised its head and let out a roar that was still somewhat high-pitched, yet contained a strange power. The moment the roar sounded, the center of its forehead suddenly split open. There was no blood, only endless golden light, a strange vertical pupil, seemingly capable of seeing through the past and future and discerning the laws of heaven and earth, slowly opened. As this scene, symbolizing the official birth of the auspicious beast, solidified in Yuhao's consciousness, all the imagery began to accelerate wildly. Countless fragments of light and shadow surged into his mind like a bursting flood, and in an instant, he felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years. A large number of memory fragments flashed quickly. The background was almost always the boundless star-do great forest, recording the three-eyed golden lion's journey from infancy to growth, hunting, playing, sleeping, cultivating, and the scenes of it being revered and guarded by countless spirit beasts. The amount of information was massive, and for a moment, he couldn't grasp all the details. While Yuhao passively received the three-eyed golden lion's 10,000 years of memories, a completely different, bizarre torrent of memories was forcibly crammed into the three-eyed golden lion's mind. That was a strange world named Blue Star. It saw an infant abandoned on a cold street corner, adopted by a kind orphanage director grandmother, and named. It saw the child grow up in a poor but loving environment, and witnessed the teenager's helplessness and grief when the director grandmother passed away from illness. It saw the young man enter society alone, struggling to survive, riding an electric bike through skyscrapers to deliver takeout, experiencing the coldness and warmth of human nature and the fickleness of the world. Finally, there was a blinding car light and a violent crash, followed by the tide-like awakening of another memory. The memory belonging to the Douluo continent, belonging to Yuhao. But within these complex memory fragments, the three-eyed golden lion's powerful fate perception sharply captured some deeply buried yet crucial pieces of information. Memories about a story, the title of the book seemingly being Douluo Continent 2, Unrivaled Tang Sect. It quickly flipped through the memories, and then it saw its own ending. It saw how it was schemed against, how it fell in love with Yuhao, how it chose to sacrifice itself to Yuhao despite the warnings of fate, and saw its ultimate destination in an instant. Boundless sorrow, rage, unwillingness, and an indescribable realization swept through its heart. So this is the predetermined ending they set for me. The attribute guidance ended, and the connection was severed. The three-eyed golden lion dazedly swayed its massive body, stumbling back a few steps as if drunk. Its third eye surprisingly turned from its original gold to black, although it instantly reverted to gold. Yet, its words were filled with indescribably complex emotions, its cold voice trembling slightly as it murmured. It understood the source of the pity and complexity in Yuhao's eyes. And right at this moment, the system's notification sound arrived in Yuhao's mind as expected. Open black lens bracket ding detected that the host has completed attribute guidance with the Emperor Auspicious Beast, three-eyed golden lion, ahead of schedule, completely severing the possibility of Yuhao guiding the three-eyed golden lion, significantly altering the destiny trajectory of core characters, and causing a massive deviation in the world line. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket reward distribution. 8 Forms of Thunder Sound, Douluo Edition, God-Slaying Talisman X1, True Self Origin I close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket 8 Forms of Thunder Sound, originating from the world of Tales of Hurting Gods, one of the peerless divine abilities guarding the Great Thunder Sound Temple. When executed, it can use fists and palms to draw upon the power of the 9 heavens thunder, unleashing deafening thunderous explosions. It is unmatched in might, possessing both physical destructive impact and divine soul deterrence effects. Evil spirits cannot invade, and all laws retreat. After system adaptation and modification, the driving energy is converted from primal force to spirit power, with no reduction in might. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket God-Slaying Talisman, single-use consumable. Contains the power of the supreme law. Upon use, it ignores defenses, directly locks onto, and completely annihilates the divine sense origin of any existence below the divine officer. Rank, 3rd rank divinity. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket True Self Origin I, a supreme eye technique that transcends common sense. In its normal state, it is indistinguishable from ordinary eyes, perfectly concealed. When activated, the eyes appear immersed in the boundless starry river. In the depths of the pupils, endless mysterious golden talismans are born and extinguished, and thousands of world streams seem to slowly revolve within. This eye technique can penetrate the essential structure of all things, peer into the entanglement and flow of fate's threads, perceive the rise and fall of the sea of luck, clearly see the true self, and trace the origin. Close black lens bracket. Are the rewards this generous? Even Yuhao couldn't help but feel a shock and surprise in his heart after hearing the introduction of this string of rich rewards. This 8 forms of thunder sound arrived just in time. It was not a spirit ability of this world, but a divine ability from a higher level world. Its subtlety and power far surpassed ordinary self-created spirit abilities. It perfectly compensated for his current shortcoming of relatively singular close combat methods and lack of decisive fist techniques, enough to boost his actual combat ability by a notch. And the open black lens bracket god-slaying talisman close black lens bracket was truly a heaven-defying ultimate weapon, directly targeting divine sense and even capable of annihilating existences below the divine officer rank. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful trump card, capable of delivering a decisive blow or even reversing life and death at a crucial moment. As for the open black lens bracket true self-origin eye close black lens bracket, Yuhao felt that this might be the most core and precious existence among all the rewards this time. Penetrating the origin, peering into fate, perceiving luck, every single one of these abilities was heaven-defying, especially combined with the power of fate he now possessed and the experience of the recent guidance with the auspicious beast. These eyes might allow him to see more of the truth hidden beneath the world's surface. He immediately focused his mind, quickly digesting the massive amount of information regarding the 8 forms of thunder sound and the true self-origin eye. Thanks to his powerful mental force, although the information was vast, the process did not take too much time. After a brief familiarization, Yuhao's heart stirred. Subconsciously, he tried to circulate his spirit power, gathering it in his eyes according to the method of the true self-origin eye. Silently, his pair of blue eyes changed. The originally clear blue seemed to settle into the background of a deep starry sky, and in the deepest part of his pupils, golden starlight points lit up, then evolved into countless extremely fine, mysterious golden talismans that were constantly being born, extinguished, and circulating, as if they contained the supreme truth of the universe's operation. His entire gaze became incredibly profound and majestic, seemingly able to see through all the illusions in the world. He first curiously looked at himself. In the vision of the true self-origin eye, what he saw was no longer his own body, but a shimmering luck dragon coiling above his head. This dragon was entirely a supremely noble gold color, with distinct scales and claws. Although its size was still small, its form was solid, its dragon eyes bright and energetic, radiating vigorous vitality and infinite potential. Its majesty was beginning to show. It was the manifestation of luck, and specifically the highest grade golden dragon form. My luck has actually transformed into a dragon? Yuhao understood in his heart that this must be related to his change of fate, the system's blessing, and the recent guidance with the auspicious beast. Next, he subconsciously turned his gaze to the 3-eyed golden lion beside him, which had just recovered from its daze and was looking at him with complicated eyes. Under the true self-origin eye, the 3-eyed golden lion's dazzling golden pillar of luck shone like the sun, tightly connected to the earth vein luck of the star Do Great Forest. However, when Yuhao's gaze tried to penetrate this dense golden light of luck to peer into its spiritual origin, he saw a heart-stopping scene. Deep within the 3-eyed golden lion's vast sea of consciousness, besides its own pure and powerful golden spiritual body, 2 clusters of external divine sense were actually parasites. One cluster emitted a gentle yet vast blue radiance. Its energy level was extremely high, carrying a sense of majesty that overlooked all living beings and controlled everything. Although it was only a strand of divided soul, its essence was extremely powerful, like a silent monitor, entrenched in the core area of the auspicious beast's spiritual world. This was the divine sense of the sea god, Tang San. The other cluster was a wisp of pink-blue soul, much weaker in comparison, but its nature was extremely bizarre. It was like a greedy parasite, tightly binding itself to the 3-eyed golden lion's main spiritual body. Wisps of pink-blue light continuously extracted the purest power of fate and mental force from the 3-eyed golden lion's spiritual body, even suppressing and influencing the 3-eyed golden lion's own consciousness to a certain extent. This was the portion of Tang Wutong's soul. What a Tang San, to have set up the auspicious beast so early. Seeing this scene, the golden talismans revolving like a starry river in Yuhao's eyes suddenly solidified, and a cold rage surged up from the bottom of his heart. They had actually been hosted inside the three-eyed golden lion since this time, like lurking vampires, constantly stealing the power belonging to the auspicious beast, preparing for the future, sacrifice, and human form transformation. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuhao's thoughts raced, and he immediately communicated with the open black lens bracket god-slaying talisman close black lens bracket in the system space. The god-slaying talisman responded instantly. That talisman, which looked ancient but contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, was silently activated, locking onto its target, the Tang San divided soul deep within the three-eyed golden lion's sea of consciousness. The cluster radiating vast blue light and believing itself to be seamlessly hidden. Use target, the Tang San divided soul parasite in the three-eyed golden lion's sea of consciousness. Yuhao issued the command coldly in his mind. In the next instant, a formless, intangible, gray-black power that caused the surrounding space to slightly twist and tremble, seemingly transcending the limitations of time and space, surged into the three-eyed golden lion's forehead out of thin air, directly descending into its vast sea of consciousness. This power was cold, silent, and filled with the ultimate meaning of destruction and termination. The moment it appeared, the three-eyed golden lion's entire spiritual world violently shook, as if sensing the coming of the apocalypse. The gray-black energy rapidly condensed, transforming into a ferocious spear about 3 feet long, entirely bound by endless malice and hostility. Where the spear tip pointed, all things were annihilated. Even the concept of divine sense's existence itself seemed about to be erased. This god-slaying spear did not pause for a moment. As if it had long locked onto its fated target, it instantly tore through the spiritual space, ignoring all distance and defense. Carrying the terrifying might that could pierce through eons and annihilate divinities, it precisely stabbed into the core of the Tang San divided soul, which was radiating blue light and complacently assisting in the plunder. A scream of utmost agony, filled with unbelievable terror and pain, violently erupted from the cluster of blue divine sense. This scream was not sound, but the purest divine thought fluctuation, filled with extreme fear before destruction. Tang San's wisp of divided soul didn't even have time to offer any effective resistance or investigate the source of the attack. The supreme law of destruction power contained within the god-slaying spear, specifically aimed at the divine sense origin, erupted violently, like a searing hot iron plunged into snow, or the most violent thunder tearing through dark clouds under the erosion of the gray-black hostility. The cluster of blue divine sense instantly became riddled with holes, its light rapidly dimming. Its internal structure, divine sense imprint, and all will marks belonging to Tang San were being completely disintegrated, annihilated, and transformed into the most primitive and pure ownerless soul energy at a horrifying speed. In less than a tenth of a breath, the shrill scream abruptly ceased. The powerful wisp of divided soul that once belonged to the sea god Tang San, capable of monitoring and influencing the auspicious beast's fate, had completely vanished. In its place, only a large, gentle, and extremely pure blue soul origin power remained, slowly dispersing like an ownerless treasure trove, beginning to fusion with the three-eyed golden lion's own sea of consciousness. And after losing the protection and assistance of Tang San's core divided soul, the pink-blue, incomplete soul belonging to Tang Wutong was instantly exposed. It became incredibly vulnerable, like a parasite deprived of its host's nourishment. Roar! The three-eyed golden lion's own pure and powerful golden spiritual body, which had been tightly suppressed by Tang San's divine sense as if bound by shackles, suddenly felt a lightness in its body. The repulsive suppressive force had largely vanished. It immediately let out an angry roar, the humiliation and fury accumulated over unknown years erupting violently. Brilliant golden spiritual radiance burst forth like the rising sun, instantly shaking off the wisp of pink-blue soul that was attempting to bind itself again to continue drawing power. The powerful auspicious beast origin mental force swept forth like furious waves, completely submerging and suppressing the wisp of pink-blue soul, which was like rootless duckweed, into a corner of the sea of consciousness. It could no longer cause the slightest ripple, and its contact with the main body became extremely weak, almost severed. Indeed, just as Yuhao had predicted, if not for Tang San's wisp of divided soul secretly suppressing the auspicious beast's main spirit, Tang Wutong's incomplete soul would never have been able to so easily erode the three-eyed golden lion's spiritual core and plunder its power. 19. Number 19 Return to Heaven Do City. Chapter 19. Return to Heaven Do City. Clear Sky Sect. Inside Clear Sky Castle, Tang Si suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp cold glint flashing in the depths of his gaze. Who exactly is it? A low voice echoed in the main hall, carrying irrepressible rage. Quote, to sabotage this God King's plan, not good. Shao Qi's soul fragments. Damn it, I will definitely kill that beast. As a split soul of Tang San, a mysterious connection existed between him and the divided soul, residing within the three-eyed golden lion. The moment that wisp of divided soul was annihilated by the god-slaying talisman, Tang San felt a sharp pain and a sense of rupture from the depths of his soul. His meticulously designed perfect plan was completely disrupted at this moment. Originally, he had placed a soul fragment of his daughter, Shao Qi, inside the three-eyed golden lion and dispatched a wisp of divided soul carrying the sea god's divine power to guard it. This could not only perfectly hide Shao Qi's existence to avoid being detected by the recovering Silver Dragon King, but also guide the three-eyed golden lion to transform into a human at a critical moment and eventually sacrifice herself to Yuhao. At that time, Shao Qi would be able to perfectly inherit the auspicious beast's luck and bloodline, causing her goddess of light butterfly spirit to evolve into the supreme radiant dragon god butterfly, merging with the power of the golden dragon. For this purpose, he had even sent the golden dragon spear into the auspicious beast's body as well. This was an interlocking, seamless plan. However, now, the divided soul residing within the auspicious beast had been completely wiped out, leaving not a single trace. Without the protection and guidance of the divided soul, Shao Qi's fragile soul fragment was like a sheep in a tiger's mouth before the three-eyed golden lion's powerful origin, liable to be swallowed whole at any time. Damn it! Tang Si clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes bloodshot, breathing like an ox, killing intent churning in his heart. He wished he could immediately send Ox Heaven and Tai Tan to the Star-Do Great Forest to tear the bastard who ruined his plan into 10,000 pieces, but reason told him that he must not act rashly now. In the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, that 810,000-year-old golden-eyed Black Dragon King, DTN, was entrenched there. That was one of the top existences on the Douluo continent, possessing strength that even divinities were wary of. With those two useless trash, Ox Heaven and Titan, they are no match for DTN at all, Tang San said coldly. Quote, they might even be conveniently cleaned out by DTN. He suppressed the urge to immediately dispatch Ox Heaven and Titan to the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest to rescue Shao Qi. If it weren't for my original body wanting to take the Silver Dragon King for himself, you all would have died long ago. A ruthless light flashed in Tang San's eyes. Quote, whoever you are that ruined my plan, I will definitely make you pay the price. A suffocating silence fell over the main hall, with only Tang San's suppressed rage churning in the air. Outside, the three-eyed golden lion's massive body shuddered violently, and then, an indescribable sense of ease and comfort spread through every corner of its body. It was as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, or like a riverbed blocked for years had been completely cleared. Its already brilliant golden fur became even more bright and dazzling. Its aura became more harmonious and transparent, and it even grew slightly stronger. It comfortably squinted its three eyes, and a purr of enjoyment involuntarily escaped its throat, as if it had undergone a thorough soul spa, feeling incredibly relaxed and comfortable from the inside out. I've just conveniently dealt with the fellow in your mind who was trying to plunder your luck and bloodline for a long time. A gentle smile appeared on Yuhao's face as he reached out again and lightly rubbed the three-eyed golden lion's large, furry head. The three-eyed golden lion felt an unprecedented clarity and freedom. It affectionately rubbed its large, warm head against Yuhao's palm in return, expressing heartfelt gratitude and closeness. Its cold voice also carried a hint of warmth. Thank you, Yuhao. I feel very comfortable, more comfortable than ever before. Just then, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon. Leng Yaoju's slender figure fluttered down. In her hand, she held a miserable-looking, three-headed giant beast with a withered aura. It was the vicious beast, Scarlet King. At this moment, the Scarlet King was in a wretched state. Its three majestic heads were drooping, its once fierce eyes had become somewhat vacant, and its body was covered in crisscrossing burns and impact marks. Large patches of its dark red fur were scorched, clearly having suffered greatly at the hands of the limit Douluo, Leng Yaoju. Leng Yaoju tossed it onto the ground like a sack of flour, kicking up a cloud of dust. She hadn't dealt a killing blow, only causing it to temporarily lose the ability to resist and suffer some physical pain. Scarlet King. Seeing the Scarlet King's miserable state, the three-eyed golden lion let out a low cry of concern. Although it knew of Leng Yaoju's strength from Yuhao's memories, it couldn't help but feel nervous seeing the Scarlet King, who had protected it for many years, beaten like this. It immediately turned to look at Yuhao, its golden eyes filled with pleading. Yuhao, can you ask her to let go of the Scarlet King? It was only protecting me and meant no harm. Huo Yuhao nodded and said to Leng Yaoju, Sister Yaoju, let it go. The matter has been resolved. Hearing this, Leng Yaoju gave a faint glance at the Scarlet King, who was struggling to get up. The warning in her gaze made the Scarlet King's 3 heads shrink back simultaneously, becoming completely submissive. Only then did she nod slightly and withdraw the invisible restraint imposed on the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King let out a low growl and struggled to its feet, shaking its 3 heads. Under its powerful vitality, its wounds began to heal slowly. It looked at Leng Yaoju with both vigilance and fear, then quickly trotted to the 3-eyed golden lion's side, shielding it with its body. Its 6 eyes scanned back and forth between Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju in shock and uncertainty, not understanding what had happened in such a short time. The matter is over, so Sister Yaoju and I will be leaving, Huo Yuhao said to the 3-eyed golden lion, relieved to see that the Scarlet King's injuries were not serious. After saying that, Huo Yuhao signaled to Leng Yaoju. With a wave of Leng Yaoju's jade hand, the streamlined 7th rank flying soul tool skiff appeared once more. The two boarded the skiff, the hatch closed, and the tail of the skiff emitted a deep blue soul tool glow. It slowly rose into the air and then turned into a streak of light, speeding towards Heaven Do City. The 3-eyed golden lion stood there, its head held high, staring for a long time at the direction where the skiff had disappeared into the horizon. Its golden eyes were filled with complex emotions. Gratitude for being rescued, shock at learning the truth, relief from losing the shackles, and even a faint sense of reluctance and confusion. Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, its gaze gradually shifted from confusion to absolute determination, as if it had made a major decision. It let out a low growl, turned around, and signaled for the Scarlet King, whose injuries had recovered somewhat, to follow as it headed towards the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. Half an hour later, Heaven Do City, Villa. A streamlined deep blue light and shadow landed smoothly in the courtyard. The hatch slid open, and Leng Yaoju and Huo Yuhao walked out one after another. Leng Yaoju casually put away the expensive 7th rank flying soul tool. Yuhao, Yaoju, you're back? A gentle yet urgent voice came from the doorway. Huo Yun'er had already been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Leng Yaoju and Huo Yuhao return safe and sound, a smile of relief instantly bloomed on her face, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back into place. Although she knew that with a limit Douluo like Leng Yaoju protecting him, her son would definitely be fine, as a mother, that worry was always inevitable. Yes, mother, I'm back. Huo Yuhao took a few quick steps to his mother's side, a warm smile on his face. After the turmoil of the Star Do Great Forest, returning to this warm home and seeing his mother's concerned face gave him a sense of heartfelt peace. Huo Yun'er reached out, habitually wanting to rub her son's hair, but was surprised to find that he seemed to have grown a bit taller. His posture was more upright, much of the childishness in his features had faded, replaced by an inner steadiness and confidence, and his appearance seemed increasingly handsome. Her eyes were full of gratification, and she nodded, saying, It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mother has already prepared dinner. It's all your favorites. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Okay. 20. Number 20. The Tang clan is destroyed, and Huo Yuhao intercepts Tang Ya, Part 1. Chapter 20. Tang sect destroyed. Huo Yuhao intercepts Tang Ya, Part 1. Meanwhile, far away in a relatively peripheral but still sparsely populated area of the Star Do Great Forest, on a clearing in the forest, energy fluctuations had not yet completely subsided. A boy who looked about 6 years old was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly closed and his brow slightly furrowed, clearly at a critical moment in absorbing a spirit ring. A spirit ring shimmering with a faint purple light was slowly rotating around his body. The light gradually stabilized and finally integrated completely into his body, marking the completion of the absorption process. The spirit power fluctuations emanating from the boy had unexpectedly reached the level of a spirit master. Standing beside the boy, to his left and right, were 2 burly men with steady auras. One wore a green robe, his refined temperament carrying an air of majesty. The other had knotted muscles and was full of an explosive sense of power. They were the 2 sect masters of the Clear Sky sect, Ox Heaven and Titan, who were ordered to protect Tang Si. They vigilantly watched everything around them, acting as protectors for the boy's cultivation to prevent any possible interference. The identity of this boy was obviously Tang Si, the puppet Tang San used to replace Huo Yuhao. A moment later, Tang Si snapped his eyes open, a flash of purple light flickering deep within them. Feeling the spirit power surging within him, more than doubled, and the sense of power brought by the first spirit ring attached to his blue-silver grass martial soul, a look of wild joy and extreme confidence instantly flooded his face. Ha ha ha, a 1,000-year first ring Huo Yuhao. Let's see how you compete with me this time. Tang Si couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laughter filled with a sense of superiority and provocation. To achieve this feat of a 1,000-year first ring, he had suffered immensely. First, he recultivated the mysterious heaven skill to the first layer's perfection. Then, he consumed 3 full pieces of 1,000-year whale glue to strengthen his body, risked taking a small piece of 10,000-year whale glue, and spent countless days and nights tempering his physique in medicinal baths made from rare herbs. Only then did he barely raise his physical constitution to the threshold where it could withstand the energy of the spirit ring. Even so, what he absorbed was only a ghost vine spirit ring that had just reached 1,000 years of cultivation and was countered to some extent by the attributes of his blue-silver Emperor martial soul. The process was still extremely dangerous, nearly reaching his limit. In his mind, even if Huo Yuhao had the help of the limit Douluo Leng Yaoju, what of it? A limit Douluo might have heaven-defying combat power, but when it came to this kind of meticulous physical tempering and stacking of resources, especially the foundation building suitable for low-level spirit masters, how could she possibly compare to his own meticulous planning and the personal protection of 2 quasi-demigod-level powerhouses? Time flew by like a weaver's shuttle. After returning from the Star-Do Great Forest, Huo Yuhao's life entered a regular and fulfilling rhythm of cultivation. After successfully absorbing his first spirit ring and stabilizing his spirit power at rank 15, he did not slacken in the slightest. Every morning, just as the horizon began to turn pale, he would start practicing the desolate furnace body tempering art without fail, while soaking in the precious medicinal bath Leng Yaoju had meticulously prepared for him. The scorching medicinal power and the overbearing body tempering technique worked together from the inside out, constantly tempering his muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs. Although his body had developed a certain resistance to the medicinal bath and the body tempering technique due to repeated use, and the effect was no longer as astonishing as it was at the beginning, the cumulative results still allowed him to clearly feel his physique steadily strengthening. Leng Yaoju estimated that this level of tempering could support him until he reached the rank 30 Spirit Elder realm. After that, he would need to find higher-level body tempering methods or heaven and earth treasures. Noon was usually the time for digestion and practical combat. Huo Yuhao would eat a lunch meticulously prepared with spiritual-grade ingredients, and then engage in combat practice with Leng Yaoju. Leng Yaoju suppressed her strength to a level similar to his, using her rich combat experience to hone his practical abilities. During this process, he could not only quickly digest the abundant energy remaining from lunch and the medicinal bath but also integrate the evasive maneuvers of the subtle steps of the rippling mist and the fierce dominance of the 8 forms of thunder sound into his instincts. At night, under the starlight, Huo Yuhao would quiet his mind and seek guidance from Leng Yaoju on various aspects of spirit master knowledge, from the characteristics of different types of spirit beasts and the essentials of spirit ring combinations to the secrets of spirit power cultivation and the distribution of forces on the continent. The careful teaching of this limit Douluo allowed his understanding of the spirit master world to broaden and deepen rapidly, avoiding the pitfalls of working in isolation. In this way, 3 months passed quietly in hard cultivation. The gains from these 3 months were enormous. Huo Yuhao successfully cultivated the top-tier movement technique, subtle steps of the rippling mist, to the entry-level stage. His movements could already leave behind afterimages, greatly increasing his evasion capabilities. The first form of the 8 forms of thunder sound, alone in the Eastern Sea holding spring thunder, had also reached the level of basic mastery. When he struck with a fist or palm, he could faintly evoke the sound of wind and thunder, containing a power that could shake the soul. Through persistent cultivation and the stacking of resources, his spirit power had also steadily risen to rank 16. One day, Huo Yuhao was practicing the 8 forms of thunder sound in the courtyard. His fist whistled through the air, accompanied by the faint rumble of spring thunder. Leng Yaoju's figure quietly appeared nearby, waiting for him to finish his set of techniques and settle his stance. She spoke slowly. Yuhao, there is news regarding what you asked me to look out for. The Tang sect just yesterday, it was wiped out by a sect called the Tai Shui sect. Now, the original Tang sect headquarters has been occupied by the Tai Shui sect. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's movement stopped instantly. His aura retracted, and his gaze became sharp. Has the plot begun? He thought to himself, instantly understanding the significance of this landmark event. He looked at Leng Yaoju and, without any hesitation, said decisively, Sister Yaoju, let's go to the old Tang sect site. Leng Yaoju nodded. Although she was somewhat puzzled as to why Huo Yuhao was so concerned about a small, declining sect, she chose to trust him unconditionally. The The two figures flashed and quickly left the villa, heading towards the Tang sect's location in Heaven-Do City outside the old Tang sect site. Bang! With a heavy thud, the ancient plaque carved with the forceful characters Tang sect was roughly torn down from the tall gatehouse. It crashed heavily onto the bluestone ground, instantly shattering into pieces and kicking up a cloud of dust. In front of the gatehouse, a tall middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce face watched this scene with a cold smile, his eyes full of pride and contempt. But in the next second, his expression darkened and became incredibly savage. With a shua sound, 6 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 3 purple, emerged beneath his feet. The powerful pressure of a spirit emperor level erupted without reservation, sweeping through the surroundings. He looked around at the passers-by who were drawn by the commotion and had stopped to watch. Everyone who was swept by his fierce gaze felt their hearts tremble and instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this, the middle-aged man let out an arrogant snort and shouted with channeled spirit power, his voice like rolling thunder. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a sect relocation before? Everyone, get the hell out of here. Following his shout, which was infused with spirit power, the surrounding crowd instantly scattered like startled birds and beasts. The street became empty, and no one dared to watch any longer. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21. The Tang clan is destroyed, and Yuhao intercepts Tang Ya, Part 2. Chapter 21. Tang sect destroyed. Yuhao intercepts Tang Ya, Part 2. With his shout infused with spirit power, the surrounding crowd instantly scattered like startled birds and beasts. The street became empty as no one dared to watch anymore. A moment later, 2 young disciples wearing Tai Shui sect uniforms ran back panting. They approached the middle-aged man and bowed respectfully. Sect Master. Seeing the 2 disciples empty-handed, the middle-aged man, Tai Shui sect Master Tai Li, furrowed his brows tightly and asked in a displeased tone, "Did you find her?" Quote, a flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the 2 disciples. One of them swallowed hard and answered tremblingly, re-reporting to the sect master. The Tang sect's secret passage was built too discreetly. We couldn't find the entrance. Useless. Tai Li cursed angrily, his expression darkening further. Quote, you can't even catch a little girl. Heaven-Do City is only so big, where could she have run to? Expand the search area and keep looking even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You must drag her out for me. Yes, the 2 disciples, as if granted a grand reprieve, hurriedly nodded and bowed in agreement before turning to leave quickly. Only after they had run far beyond Tai Li's line of sight did the 2 relax slightly and slow their pace. One of them couldn't help but curl his lip, muttering a low complaint, HMPH. Easy for him to say, Heaven-Do City is only so big, then why doesn't he look for her himself? Bit by bit like headless flies, we won't find her in 3 days. That little brat from the Tang sect has probably fled the city long ago. Alright, pipe down, the other person, who was relatively more cautious, advised. Quote, just look, it's not like we're the only 2 searching anyway. And he shifted the conversation, a lewd smile appearing on his face. I remember that little girl from the Tang sect called Tang Ya. She's young, but she's quite a looker if we brothers really find her. He. Hearing this, the first man's expression softened, and his mouth similarly hooked into a knowing, wretched smile. The 2 subconsciously quickened their pace, as if they could already see some kind of reward. However, they didn't know that from the shadows of a quiet alleyway in the distance, Yuhao and Leng Yaoju had already been watching all of this coldly. Yuhao's eyes were icy as he said softly to Sister Yaoju beside him, Sister Yaoju, kill those 2 men from just now. Leng Yaoju nodded slightly. Without even a visible movement, her peerless mental force condensed into 2 formless yet incredibly sharp telekinetic blades. Crossing through space, they instantly and accurately pierced into the back of the heads of the 2 Tai Shui sect disciples who were still dreaming their filthy dreams. The 2 bodies suddenly stiffened, the light in their eyes instantly dimmed, and the expressions on their faces froze forever. Then, they silently slumped to the ground, devoid of any breath of life. Yuhao glanced indifferently at the 2 corpses before turning to head toward the location his mental force detection had pinpointed. Leng Yaoju followed silently behind him into the depths of a remote, filthy, deserted alleyway permeating with a faint scent of mold. A girl wearing a dusty, dark blue dress with long black hair was curled up in a corner like an abandoned kitten. She held her knees tightly, burying her face deep within them. Her eyes were hollow and out of focus as she stared blankly at the dirt and stains on the ground, as if her soul had already left her body. Even though her empty stomach let out constant, gurgling, cries of hunger and bouts of sharp pain flared up, she seemed oblivious, completely immersed in immense grief and bewilderment. She was the very Tang Ya that both Huo Yuhao and the Tai Shui sect were looking for, and the future partner of the dragon god Douluo, Mu Bei Bei. But at this moment, she was just a pitiful little girl who had just suffered the tragedy of her sect's destruction and was now homeless. Thanks to the secret escape passage built by the Tang sect ancestors at the founding of the sect, she had narrowly escaped the Tai Shui sect's sudden attack under the desperate cover of her parents. However, her parents and over 100 members of the Tang sect had stayed behind forever on that blood-stained land to protect her. She tightly gripped an ancient-looking storage ring in her hand, her nails almost sinking into the flesh of her palm. Inside was the final legacy of the Tang sect, which her mother had tearfully and desperately shoved into her hands at the last moment while pushing her into the secret passage. In her mind, the image of her mother's despairing and reluctant tear-streaked face, and the final sight before the stone door of the passage slammed shut, played on a loop. Everything had happened too suddenly and too cruelly, like a nightmare from which she couldn't wake up. Consequently, even now, her mind remained in a state of blankness and chaos. She had been curled up here in a daze for an entire day, unable to figure out what to do next or where to go. Just then, a clear, steady, and unhurried sound of footsteps drifted in from the direction of the alley entrance. Normally, Tang Ya might have hidden alertly, but at this moment, her heart was like dead ashes. Her body only subconsciously tensed slightly, and she still didn't look up. It wasn't until the footsteps suddenly paused at the alley entrance, seemingly having discovered her, and then approached with clear intent, heading straight for her location, that a faint ripple finally stirred in Tang Ya's deathly still heart. Are they coming for me? Is it the Tai Shui sect? Have they finally found me? She thought despairingly, lacking even the strength to raise her head. Finally, the footsteps stopped in front of her, and a shadow loomed over her. Then, a gentle, clear voice, completely different from the fierce and malicious one she had imagined, rang out above her head. Are you alright? Tang Ya's body trembled violently, like a startled small animal, and she subconsciously looked up. Through her blurred, teary eyes, she saw the face of an extremely handsome youth with a concerned smile, and behind him, a high-born red-haired woman of breathtaking beauty. However, the immense trauma made it impossible for her to trust anyone. Her eyes were instantly filled with cold vigilance and the numbness that follows despair. Her voice was hoarse and trembling as she asked, "Who are you? Are you from the Tai Shui sect?" Huo Yuhao shook his head, the smile on his face remaining gentle, and he slowed his voice to avoid startling her. "We aren't from the Tai Shui sect. We just happened to be passing by this alley and saw you crouching here alone, looking very sad, so we came over to ask if you need help." Hearing that they weren't from the Tai Shui sect, Tang Ya's tensed body relaxed slightly, but her immense grief and the thought of not wanting to involve others made her lower her head again. Her voice was weak and despairing. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. You should leave quickly. Don't let me drag you down." As she spoke, her body swayed slightly due to weakness and emotional agitation, nearly collapsing to the ground. 22. Number 22 Tang Ya's Revenge, Part 1. Chapter 22. Tang Ya's Revenge, Part 1. Huo Yuhao was quick of eye and hand. Before she could collapse to the ground, he stepped forward and reached out to steadily support her thin, trembling shoulders. His movements were gentle yet firm, carrying an unquestionable sense of care. "Be careful," Huo Yuhao whispered, supporting the nearly exhausted Tang Ya. He led her to a relatively clean stone step near the alley entrance and helped her sit down. Tang Ya was completely powerless at this moment and could only let him lead her. Long periods of grief, hunger, and fear had long since drained her of all strength. Huo Yuhao took an oil paper package out of his storage soul tool. Inside were soft bread that still emitted a warm aroma and a few pieces of exquisite dried meat. He handed the food to Tang Ya, his voice still gentle. "Eat something first to recover your strength. Don't worry about us. Since we've come here, we aren't afraid of being burdened." Tang Ya stared blankly at the enticingly fragrant food before her, then looked up at Huo Yuhao. The youth's clear eyes held no trace of hypocrisy or pity, only sincere concern and a reassuring steadiness. The stunning red-haired woman behind him, though cold in temperament, also lacked any malice in her gaze. This long-lost, pure kindness was like a faint but warm light, shining into the depths of her cold and desperate heart. An indescribable surge of bitterness and gratitude instantly rushed to her nose, making her eyes burn again. She hadn't had a drop of water or a bite of food for a day and a night. Smelling the aroma of food now, her stomach cramped in painful spasms. She no longer hesitated, or rather, she no longer had the strength to hesitate. With slightly trembling hands, she took the food and whispered almost inaudibly, "Thank you." Then, she began to eat in small but eager bites, her tears silently swallowing down with the food. To her at this moment, this simple food tasted better than any delicacy in the world. Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju stood quietly to the side. They didn't rush her or ask many questions, simply giving her space to calm down and eat in silence. Soon, Tang Ya finished the food. Although still weak, a trace of color finally returned to her face, and her cold body warmed up considerably. She took a deep breath and struggled to stand up to formally thank these two strangers who had extended a helping hand in her most desperate hour. However, just as she was about to speak, "Hey, she really is here, this little chick sure knows how to hide," a crude and lewd voice suddenly came from the alley entrance, shattering the brief tranquility. Two burly, middle-aged men wearing Tai Shui sect uniforms blocked the alley entrance, their faces wearing the excitement and sneers of hunters finding their prey. The spirit power fluctuations from them were decent. Beneath their feet, 8 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, appeared. They were actually 2 spirit ancestor-level spirit masters. Their gazes first greedily locked onto Tang Ya, but then, when their eyes swept over Leng Yaoju standing to the side, they instantly froze. Leng Yaoju's world-toppling beauty, noble and cold temperament, and mature, graceful figure were simply unimaginable treasures to these low-level sect thugs. As for Huo Yuhao beside her, a half-grown youth, he was directly ignored by them. "Big brother, it seems we didn't just find the remnant of the Tang sect, but also got a buy one get one free deal. An exquisite beauty and a pretty boy." One of the spirit ancestors with triangular eyes licked his lips, the lewd light in his eyes almost overflowing. The other spirit ancestor with a scarred face also chuckled, his gaze scanning back and forth between Leng Yaoju and Tang Ya with filthy intent. "Tisk tisk, what great luck, this little brat is the one the sect master wants." But the beauty beside her, hee, "We brothers are in for a treat today, let's kill that nuisance of a kid first, then have some fun once we're done. We'll take the girl back to finish the job." They clearly took Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju for helpers Tang Ya had found somewhere or random passers-by. It never occurred to them that they might be powerful characters. After all, how could a true expert appear in such a dirty, messy alleyway with a destitute little girl? Hearing their foul language, especially when directed at Leng Yaoju, Tang Ya's face turned pale with fright. The small spark of hope she had just felt was instantly drowned by fear. Her body began to tremble violently again, and she instinctively shrank behind Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's eyes instantly turned cold, like ice. The 2 spirit ancestors were already impatient. They sneered and released their spirits. One held a spiked mace, while the other underwent an iron-armed ape incarnation. Their spirit rings flashed, and with a fierce aura, they lunged directly at Huo Yuhao, intending to dispose of this pretty boy in an instant. However, just an instant before their attacks could reach Huo Yuhao, Leng Yaoju, who had been standing still as if frozen by fear, finally moved. She didn't even spare them a glance, simply flicking her slender, jade-like finger casually. There was no earth-shattering explosion of spirit power, no brilliant glow of spirit rings. Only 2 tiny, almost invisible crimson sparks, like embers blown by the wind, drifted silently toward the 2 lunging spirit ancestors. Before the sneers on the 2 spirit ancestors' faces could even turn into surprise, the 2 sparks of fire touched their bodies. In the next moment, puff, puff, like a red-hot iron searing through butter, or snow melting under a blazing sun. The 2 aggressive spirit ancestors, their bodies, their spirits, and their spirit rings, the moment they touched the sparks, silently turned into 2 wisps of blue smoke from the inside out. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they completely vanished into the air, as if they had never existed. Only a faint smell of burning remained in the air, along with 2 piles of almost invisible human-shaped ash on the ground, proving they had indeed been there just now. Silence returned to the alley entrance. Tang Ya stared wide-eyed at this inconceivable scene. Her mouth hung slightly open, her entire body frozen. Her mind was a complete blank, totally unable to comprehend what had happened. 2 aggressive spirit ancestor powerhouses were just gone? Erased like that? She even wondered if she was hallucinating due to excessive grief and hunger. Huo Yuhao's expression remained as calm as water, as if he had known this would be the result all along. Not even his eyes flickered. He turned to the terrified Tang Ya, whose body was still trembling slightly, and his tone became gentle and soothing again. "Alright, the annoying flies have been dealt with. Now, can you tell us what exactly happened? Perhaps we can help you." Hearing Huo Yuhao's gentle inquiry, the sorrow and grievances Tang Ya had been suppressing surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. Her voice was choked with endless grief and bone-deep hatred as she intermittently recounted how the Tang sect had been suddenly attacked by the Tai Shui sect, how her parents had died tragically to protect her, and how the sect had been bathed in blood and seized. By the end, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, even while immersed in immense sorrow, her remaining logic still worried for the kindness she had just encountered. She raised her tear-blurred face to look at Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju, her voice filled with fear and urgency. Thank you for listening to me, but you should leave quickly. The sect master of the Tai Shui sect, Tai Li, is a spirit emperor level powerhouse. He is very powerful. If he finds out you killed his men, he will definitely not let you go. He will make you wish you were dead. Go quickly, leave me alone. 23. Number 23 Tang Ya's Revenge, Part 2. Chapter 23. Tang Ya's Revenge, Part 2. Seeing her still thinking of others even in such a situation, Huo Yuhao sighed inwardly and shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a calmness beyond his years. Spirit Emperor level? HMPH, in our eyes, that can hardly be considered a powerhouse. Tang Ya was stunned upon hearing this, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Just then, Leng Yaoju, as if to completely dispel her doubts, shifted her intent. In an instant, an indescribably vast aura quietly spread out with her as the center. Though it only flashed for a moment, it made Tang Ya feel a shudder from the depths of her soul. Immediately after, beneath Leng Yaoju's feet, 9 dazzling spirit rings emerged in sequence. Black, 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 red, red, red. A full 6 10,000-year spirit rings plus 300,000-year spirit rings radiance complemented each other, illuminating the dim alley for a split second. A titled Douluo and a top-tier titled Douluo possessing 300,000-year spirit rings. Tang Ya was completely rooted to the spot, her eyes wide and round, even forgetting to cry. Her small face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. The strongest person she had ever seen in her life was her father at the Spirit Emperor level. To her, a titled Douluo was simply a figure out of legend, not to mention a titled Douluo with such a terrifying spirit ring configuration. She finally understood why that youth was so calm, and why that sister had so easily killed 2 spirit ancestors. Seeing Tang Ya so shocked, she was speechless. Huo Yuhao coughed lightly to bring her thoughts back to reality. He looked straight into her eyes and asked seriously, "Now, tell me, do you want revenge?" "Yes, I want it even in my dreams." Tang Ya almost shouted it out, her voice trembling with excitement and hatred, yet filled with incomparable determination. Quote, "I dream of killing Tai Li, destroying the entire Tai Shui sect, and avenging my parents. I want to avenge everyone in the Tang sect who died a tragic death." But immediately after, her gaze dimmed again, filled with a sense of helplessness. "But I have nothing left. How could I hire a powerhouse like you?" She didn't dare look directly at Leng Yaoju, her voice growing smaller and smaller. "No, actually, you still have one thing." Huo Yuhao shook his head, his gaze falling on her. "What thing?" Tang Ya subconsciously tightened her grip on the storage ring in her hand, her body tensing slightly. Inside were the Tang sect's final legacy and her parents' mementos, things she could never lose. "Yourself." Huo Yuhao pointed at Tang Ya herself and spoke slowly. "No problem." To Huo Yuhao's surprise, Tang Ya agreed decisively without any hesitation, not even asking for the conditions, her gaze filled with absolute resolve. Her thoughts at this moment were simple. How could a titled Douluo powerhouse with 300,000-year spirit rings and this extraordinary youth possibly take an interest in a little girl like her, who had nothing and whose sect had been destroyed? Perhaps they were willing to help out of justice or pity? No matter what they wanted her to do, even if it was to work like a slave, as long as she could avenge her parents, she would not hesitate even if it meant 10,000 deaths. "You're not even going to ask about the conditions?" Huo Yuhao asked with some confusion, looking at her expression as if she were facing death. "As long as I can have my revenge, as long as I can kill Tai Li and destroy the Tai Shui sect, I would be willing even if I had to die right now." Tang Ya's voice was resolute, the intense hatred and determination within it moving. Huo Yuhao looked at the flames of revenge burning in her eyes and nodded. "Good, it's a deal." In the next moment, Leng Yaoju released a gentle spirit power to envelop Huo Yuhao and Tang Ya. With a flash, the 3 of them disappeared from the spot like Gui Mei, heading towards the Tang sect's former site at extreme speed. Inside the Tang sect's former site, it was currently a scene of clamor. Disciples of the Tai Shui sect were joyfully taking over all of the Tang sect's properties and buildings, their faces beaming with the pride of victors. To establish authority and intimidate surrounding forces, sect master Tai Li had even cruelly hung the heads of Tang Ya's father and mother on long poles above the Tang sect's main gate. The blood had long since dried, making for a nauseating scene. Just then, 3 figures appeared as if out of thin air, standing before the Tang sect's main gate. The moment she saw the tragic state of her parents' heads, Tang Ya's eyes instantly turned blood red, and her body trembled violently. She almost fainted as endless grief, indignation, and killing intent overwhelmed her reason. Sister Yaoju, she let out a piercing cry. Lang Yaoju's gaze turned cold. Without even needing to move, an invisible wave of spirit power instantly swept out. Bang! The plaque that had just been hung up, with the 3 large characters, Tai Shui Sect, written on it, instantly shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, another gentle yet precise wave of spirit power supported those 2 long poles, carefully taking down the heads of Tang Ya's parents and slowly delivering them to Tang Ya. Tang Ya's hands trembled as she took the remaining remains of her parents, weeping uncontrollably. The commotion here immediately alerted the Tai Shui Sect disciples inside. "Who is it? Who dares to run wild at the Tai Shui Sect?" a group of disciples shouted as they rushed out. Lang Yaoju's face was like frost. With a light wave of her jade hand, threads of crimson spirit power shot out as if they were alive. All the Tai Shui Sect disciples who rushed out, regardless of their rank, the moment they were touched by the spirit power threads, instantly seemed to have all their strength drained. Their dantians shattered, their spirit power vanished, and they collapsed to the ground screaming. Lang Yaoju led Yuhao and Tang Ya, who was holding her parents' heads with eyes full of hatred, as they walked inside step by step. Wherever they passed, no one could stop them. All the Tai Shui Sect disciples who tried to resist or flee had their spirit power crippled in an instant and were tossed aside like dead dogs. Soon, the news reached the inner hall. Sect Master Tai Li and his son Tai Tang rushed out in great shock. "Which expert has a grudge with my Tai Shui Sect?" Before Tai Li could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of crimson light. He didn't even have time to fully release his spirit before he felt an irresistible, terrifying force crash into his body. His internal organs felt displaced, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. His cultivation was instantly crippled. His son Tai Tang, as well as the other sect elders and elite disciples who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were no exception. Within just a few breaths, they all followed in his footsteps and became crippled. They were swept up by Lang Yaoju's spirit power like trash and all thrown into the center of the Tang sect's assembly hall, piled together amidst widespread wailing. Paralyzed in the pile, Tai Li looked at Lang Yaoju and Yuhao as they slowly entered the hall, his face filled with fear and disbelief. He hissed, Who are you? What did Tang Ya give you to hire you? I'll pay double, no 10 times please. Let us go, everything in the Tai Shui Sect can be yours." He simply couldn't understand. He had just destroyed the Tang sect and hadn't even settled into his position yet. How could he have provoked such a terrifying calamity? And they were even standing up for the Tang sect. The other party had barely even lifted a finger to easily crush their entire sect. 24. #24 Tang Ya's Revenge, Part 2. Chapter 24. Tang Ya's Revenge, Part 2. Yuhao didn't even bother listening to their nonsense. He looked at Tang Ya, who was standing beside him holding her parents' heads, her entire body radiating an icy killing intent, and spoke slowly, "Xiao Ya, I'll leave them to you." Upon hearing this, Tang Ya's eyes filled with rage and killing intent. She stared fixedly at the enemies on the ground, especially Tai Li and Tai Tang, whose faces were as pale as death. She nodded heavily, her voice raspy with hatred. "All right, thank you, Yuhao, and thank you, Sister Yaoju." Yuhao nodded, then turned and left the main hall with Lang Yaoju, closing the heavy doors behind them. Inside the hall, only Tang Ya remained, along with 231 members of the Tai Shui sect who had been stripped of their spirit power and tied up like lambs for the slaughter. Over the next period of time, screams of extreme misery and despair, pleas for mercy, and curses echoed from within the hall, various sounds intertwined, creating a hair-raising symphony. Tang Ya applied every interrogation and torture method recorded in the Tang sect's ancient texts, as well as various vicious hidden weapons, on these enemies one by one. She wanted to repay the pain her parents and the members of her sect had suffered 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It took a full 2 hours before the sounds inside the hall gradually subsided. In the end, Tang Ya used a short blade to personally sever the heads of all 231 enemies, including Tai Li and Tai Tang. Afterward, Yuhao helped her collect the bodies of the Tang sect members and properly bury her parents. They then piled the 231 headless corpses and their heads together and set them ablaze. The towering flames and the stench of burning permeated the air for a long time, as if offering a sacrifice to the departed souls of the Tang sect and announcing the end of a long-standing hatred. Reflected in the firelight, Tang Ya knelt before her parents' new graves. Her tears had long since run dry, and her eyes had become hollow and weary. After her great revenge was achieved, she was left with a deeper sense of confusion and emptiness. Huo Yuhao watched silently from the side, not disturbing her. Only when Tang Ya's emotions seemed to have calmed slightly and her body no longer shook violently from sobbing did he step forward slowly. Standing by her side and looking at the two new graves, he spoke in a calm tone that carried a strange power. Xiao Ya, perhaps it's not impossible for your parents to be resurrected. Resurrected? Tang Ya snapped her head up, a glimmer of light flashing in her hollow eyes, but it quickly dimmed. She shook her head bitterly, her voice raspy. How could resurrection truly exist in this world, Yuhao? Thank you for comforting me, but I know better. To her, the idea of resurrection was nothing short of a fairy tale. Perhaps the ancestor Tang San had achieved such a feat 10,000 years ago, but that was under extremely specific conditions where the soul still resided in a spirit ring, and the physical body was not completely destroyed. Her parents, their heads had been cut off, their bodies separated, and their souls had likely already entered reincarnation. How could they possibly be resurrected? A method for resurrection does indeed exist in this world. Huo Yuhao's tone remained steady, yet it carried an unquestionable certainty. Quote, I once heard a legend that when you become strong enough to transcend the inherent rules and shackles of this world, you can use your will to reflect everything you miss and desire back from the void into reality. Of course, this requires reaching a realm at least at the divine rank or above to even be possible. Seeing that Tang Ya's eyes were still filled with doubt and despair, Huo Yuhao shifted his tone, his gaze becoming profound. But whether this legend is true or false, the path of striving to become stronger is never wrong. Imagine if you become powerful enough in the future to set the rules, making all things in the world operate according to your will. At that time, wouldn't resurrecting your parents be as easy as turning over your hand? Power is the fundamental basis for changing everything. These words were like a stone thrown into stagnant water. Although they didn't immediately make Tang Ya fully believe in the possibility of resurrection, they successfully reignited a faint spark in her heart. Yes, regardless of whether it was true or false, becoming stronger was never wrong. If she had been strong enough, the Tang sect wouldn't have been destroyed, and her parents wouldn't have died such miserable deaths. If she could truly become that powerful in the future, perhaps a miracle really would happen? Moreover, she had yet to repay the debt of gratitude for the new life given to her by Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. Since the condition for their intervention was herself, she absolutely could not sink into despair. She had to pull herself together and work hard to become valuable. Yuhao, thank you for your comfort and your guidance. Tang Ya took a deep breath and struggled to stand up. Although her figure was still a bit shaky, a light called purpose had begun to coalesce in her eyes again. Quote, I will work hard to become strong, I definitely will. It's good that you think that way. Huo Yuhao nodded, a hint of approval appearing in his eyes. He then led Tang Ya, whose expression was still sad but no longer completely hopeless, toward Leng Yaoju, who had been waiting quietly nearby. The three of them boarded that streamlined Class 7 Soul Tool flying device, which turned into a streak of deep blue light as it flew toward the villa in Heaven Do City. By the time they returned to the villa, it was late at night. Huo Yun'er, who had been waiting anxiously in the living room, immediately went to meet them when she heard the movement outside. Seeing Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju return safely, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Their sudden disappearance for so long had truly worried her. However, when her gaze fell upon the pretty young girl behind them, wearing a dirty, dark blue dress, with swollen red eyes and a timid expression, she couldn't help but be stunned. She looked at her son with a questioning gaze. This he went out for a trip and brought back a girl? Could it be that this is the daughter-in-law Yuhao found for himself? But what about Leng Yaoju? After these few months together, Huo Yun'er had long since seen that Leng Yaoju's feelings for her son were definitely not just simple sibling affection, but carried the admiration between a man and a woman. However, Huo Yun'er didn't object to this. Leng Yaoju was a limit Douluo at such a young age and had a long lifespan. She would be able to accompany her son much longer than she could. After Huo Yuhao briefly explained Tang Ya's tragic experience, Huo Yun'er's eyes immediately filled with heartache and pity. She immediately stepped forward, gently taking Tang Ya's cold little hand and comforting her in a soft voice. That maternal radiance made Tang Ya, who had just lost her parents, instantly feel a long-lost warmth, and her tears began to flow uncontrollably once again. Seeing his mother take over the task of comforting her, Huo Yuhao felt relieved and went back to his room to rest at dinner time. The table was covered with dishes carefully prepared by Huo Yun'er. Tang Ya sat at the table, appearing very constrained and hesitant, holding her chopsticks but too embarrassed to take any food. Seeing this, Huo Yun'er kept piling food into her bowl until it was as high as a small mountain. While speaking warmly, Xiao Ya, Yuhao told me a bit about what happened to you. Don't be afraid. From now on, this is your home. Just treat it as your own and don't be polite. Looking at the bowl full of fragrant food, Tang Ya bit her lip, forcing back the tears that were welling up in her eyes again. Her throat was choked up and in the end, she could only manage a soft with a heavy nasal tone. After dinner, Yuhao brought a bowl of steaming, brownish-brown medicinal liquid and handed it to Tang Ya. The room upstairs has been prepared for you, right next to mine. The bedding and everything are brand new. Drink this and get some rest early today. What is this? Tang Ya looked at the bowl of medicine, subconsciously recalling how Yuhao had made a detour to a medical clinic to buy herbs on the way back. It's for calming the nerves, Yuhao explained patiently. Quote, your spirit has been through a lot of trauma. Drinking this will help calm your mind and spirit, so you can sleep better tonight. Thank you. Tang Ya pursed her lips, reached out to take the bowl, picked up the small soup spoon, and drank it bit by bit. The medicine was as bitter as expected upon entry, but strangely, after the bitterness, a faint sweetness quickly spread, diluting the discomfort. I added some rock sugar. It shouldn't be bitter anymore, right? Yuhao's voice sounded beside her. Tang Ya trembled and shook her head gently, her voice as faint as a mosquito. It's not bitter, it's sweet. She repeatedly scooped and brought the medicine to her mouth, her small head buried deep the entire time, letting large, hot tears fall into the bowl to mix with the sweet medicine, swallowing them together. This sweetness within the bitterness was like the most truthful portrayal of her current state of mind. 25. Number 25 Tang Ya. We're still too young, isn't this a bad idea? 2 extra chapters for Yun. Chapter 25. Tang Ya. We're still too young, doing this isn't good, right? Adding 2 extra chapters for Boss Yun. At night perhaps the calming medicine had taken effect, or perhaps she had finally found a warm harbor where she could temporarily settle down. Tang Ya lay on the soft new bed and actually slept peacefully, something she hadn't done in a long time. In her dream, there were no bloody massacres or scenes of her parents' tragic deaths. Instead, her parents' warm smiles appeared, along with Yuhao's figure filled with concern and encouragement. Early the next morning, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Yuhao was practicing the 8 forms of thunder sound in the courtyard as usual. The wind from his punches whistled, faintly carrying the sound of wind and thunder. This had already become his unshakable morning routine. After practicing for over an hour, Tang Ya also woke up. After finishing her morning routine, she found Yuhao and sought him out with a determined gaze, asking if there was a way to quickly increase her cultivation speed. Having experienced a great upheaval, her thirst for power had reached its peak. Yuhao naturally had a way. He took Tang Ya to the expanded cultivation area on the 3rd floor of the villa. Due to Tang Ya's arrival, Yuhao had specially spent a large sum of money to have the villa renovated. The 2nd floor gained several more bedrooms, while the 3rd floor was expanded with several dedicated meditation cultivation rooms. The largest room in the center, which had the best effect from the soul tool energy gathering array, was for Yuhao's personal use. After entering the cultivation room, Yuhao closed the door, then looked at Tang Ya and said with a serious expression, Xiao Ya, let's dual cultivate. Dual cultivation? Hearing this term, Tang Ya instantly thought of some unpleasant things. Her face turned bright red in a whoosh, and steam seemed to rise from the top of her head. Flustered and incoherent, she said, Yuhao, we were still too young even if we're going to do that kind of thing Although she was full of gratitude and affection for Yuhao, this was just too fast and too sudden. Just as she was about to faint from shame, Yuhao sighed helplessly and raised his hand to deliver a light chop to the top of her head. Ouch, Xiao Ya, what are you thinking about? Yuhao said, caught between laughter and tears. Quote, the dual cultivation I'm talking about isn't the unhealthy kind you're imagining. Oh, Tang Ya winced in pain, clutching the top of her head. Hearing Yuhao's explanation, although the blush on her face hadn't faded, she clearly calmed down quite a bit. However, for some reason, a faint, inexplicable sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. Then, with a serious expression, Yuhao transmitted the yin scroll portion of the yin-yang creation technique directly into Tang Ya's mind through mental force. Initially, when Yuhao suggested she change her cultivation technique and give up the Tang sect's supreme art, the mysterious heaven skill, Tang Ya felt resistant in her heart. After all, the mysterious heaven skill was the foundation of the Tang sect. The sea god Tang San from 10,000 years ago had relied on it to become a god. However, when she saw the contents of the cultivation technique named yin-yang creation technique, Yin scroll. In her mind, she was completely shocked. The subtlety and profundity of this cultivation technique, as well as the universal principles it expounded, far exceeded the scope of the mysterious heaven skill. The gap between the two was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. They were on entirely different levels. Although she didn't understand why Yuhao possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation technique, she was smart enough not to ask too many questions. Instead, she unhesitatingly began to switch her cultivation according to the cultivation technique's guidance. The transition process was exceptionally smooth. Under the powerful effects of the yin-yang creation technique, her spirit power rank, which had originally reached a bottleneck, broke through smoothly, rising directly to rank 16. This left her ecstatic. Only then did Yuhao explain the meaning of so-called dual cultivation in detail. It was not physical union, but rather referred to two people practicing the yin and yang scrolls of the yin-yang creation technique. By pressing their palms together, their spirit power and cultivation technique would resonate, forming a yin-yang cycle that guided the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth into their bodies, thereby greatly increasing cultivation efficiency and tempering their own aptitude. After learning that dual cultivation could not only rapidly increase her cultivation level but also improve her aptitude, Tang Ya hesitated for only a moment before decisively agreeing. At the moment Tang Ya nodded in agreement, the familiar system notification sound arrived as expected in Yuhao's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting the important character Tang Ya and winning her initial affection, causing the dragon god Douluo Bei from the original timeline to lose the chance to contact Tang Ya and establish deep feelings, successfully causing a significant impact on Yuhao's future. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Reward obtained. Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline X1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline. After use, it can cause an ordinary blue silver grass spirit to obtain the Blue Silver Emperor's origin bloodline. The spirit possessor can, through continuous cultivate and evolution, eventually upgrade their spirit to the top-tier plant system spirit, the Blue Silver Emperor. Note: this bloodline is a direct reward from the system and can ignore the inherent rule of the Douluo world that only one Blue Silver Emperor can exist in the same era. Good stuff. Yuhao was instantly overjoyed and nodded with satisfaction. This reward came just at the right time. It could be used for Tang Ya. He already had a long-term plan in mind. When his strength was sufficient in the future, he might plot to take that true Blue Silver Emperor HYIM at that time. Her spirit bone and spirit ring could be given to Tang Ya to absorb. Combined with the innate devouring attribute of Tang Ya's spirit, her spirit would very likely evolve into the even more powerful Dark Blue Silver Emperor or Devouring Blue Silver Emperor. If so, she would be a great help to Yuhao in the future. However, Yuhao did not immediately give this reward to Tang Ya. He needed to first guide her perception, letting her understand the true potential of her spirit, as well as the truth about that ancestor from 10,000 years ago. He looked at Tang Ya and asked seemingly casually, "Xiao Ya, do you know what the spirit of the sea god Tang San from 10,000 years ago was?" Although Tang Ya didn't understand why Yuhao suddenly asked this, she still answered without hesitation. It was blue silver grass, of course. The records in the Tang sect's ancient texts clearly state that ancestor Tang San's initial spirit was just ordinary blue silver grass, but through unremitting effort and fortuitous encounters, he continuously cultivated and evolved, finally allowing his spirit to transform into the top-tier plant system spirit, the Blue Silver Emperor. It was precisely because of this legendary experience that nearly 70% of the control system spirit masters on the continent were inspired. Her tone carried a hint of pride. As a disciple of the Tang sect, hearing this, Yuhao slowly shook his head and dropped a world-shaking viewpoint. "Xiao Ya, what if I said that the sea god Tang San's initial spirit was not ordinary blue-silver grass at all, but rather an unawakened blue-silver emperor? What?" Tang Ya instantly froze on the spot, her brain feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, going completely blank. Not blue-silver grass? An unawakened blue-silver emperor? How is this possible? Could the Tang sect's records be wrong? Seeing Tang Ya's incredulous expression, Yuhao continued his analysis unhurriedly. "I heard Sister Yaoju mention that regarding the conditions for the birth of twin spirits, the mainstream view in the Spirit Master's world has roughly 2 points. First, the nature of the spirits from both parents must be vastly different. They cannot be of the same type. Just like the sea god Tang San, his first spirit was a plant system tool spirit, and his second spirit was an attack system tool spirit, the Clear Skyhammer. Second, the quality of the spirits from both parents must be very close, meaning both are quite powerful spirits." He paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Tang Ya and posed the crucial question. Then, let me ask, if Tang San truly possessed only a blue-silver grass spirit that was as ordinary as could be, could it possibly satisfy the second condition of close quality? Is the blue-silver grass spirit strong? Can it be strong enough to be of comparable quality to the world's #1 tool spirit, the clear sky hammer? Huo Yuhao's words were like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, setting off a massive wave in Tang Ya's heart. Was the blue-silver grass spirit strong? The answer was naturally, weak to the extreme. Otherwise, her father, a spirit king who also possessed the blue-silver grass spirit, would not have been so easily defeated by the spirit emperor Tai Li. The Tang sect would not have been destroyed, and she would not have been reduced to an orphan. 26. Number 26. Tang Ya's faith is crumbling. 2 extra chapters for Huo Yun. Chapter 26. Tang Ya's faith begins to collapse. 2 extra chapters for the big boss Huo Yun. Since blue-silver grass is so weak, how could it be close in quality to a top-tier spirit like the clear skyhammer? This is simply a fantasy. The only reasonable explanation is Tang San's first spirit was not ordinary blue-silver grass at all, but one born with imperial bloodline that had simply not yet undergone awakening, the blue-silver emperor. Seeing the shifting expressions on Tang Ya's face, Huo Yuhao knew his words were working. He struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Moreover, Xiaoya, I also learned a secret from Sister Yaoju, Tang San's father, that clear sky Douluo Tang Hao. His wife, meaning Tang San's mother, was actually a transformed spirit beast. Twin spirits originate from the parents. The clear sky hammer comes from Tang Hao. So where did that so-called blue-silver grass spirit originate from?" As soon as these words were spoken, the last of the doubts in Tang Ya's heart instantly vanished. A spirit beast transformation, and the spirit is blue-silver grass? That could only be the blue-silver emperor. Otherwise, she simply couldn't imagine any ordinary blue-silver grass spirit beast being able to cultivate to the 100,000-year level and successfully transform. One must know that only spirit beasts with a cultivation reaching 100,000 years can choose to transform and recultivate. A stalk of blue-silver grass cultivating to 100,000 years? Not even a dog would believe that if it were told. Setting for this book, do not apply to other books. Yin is blue-silver grass with the blue-silver emperor bloodline. She became the blue-silver emperor by receiving the support of the entire blue-silver grass clan. Otherwise, the author really couldn't figure out how an ordinary blue-silver grass could cultivate into a blue-silver emperor. But then why? Ancestor Tang San, why didn't he explain the truth in the Tang sect's records? Tang Ya's eyes were filled with immense confusion and bewilderment as she looked at Huo Yuhao, seeking an answer. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything on the surface, but he was silently complaining in his heart. Of course, it's because that guy Tang San needed to harvest faith. Think about it. One is an inspirational story of an ordinary blue-silver grass from a humble background, who through his own efforts and wisdom continuously grew stronger and evolved, finally reaching the divine rank. The other is a script of a peerless genius born with the noble bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, who naturally became a god. Of these two versions, which one is more likely to elicit resonance, worship, and faith from the countless low-level blue-silver grass spirit masters on the continent, or even all spirit masters from ordinary backgrounds? Naturally, it's the first one. The second version is equivalent to telling everyone directly, "I was born with noble blood." You don't have the bloodline, so no matter how hard you work, it's all in vain. In that case, who would still believe in him, Tang San? Who would still feel that there are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters as the truth? Of course, Huo Yuhao naturally wouldn't say these inner thoughts out loud. On the surface, he just pondered for a moment and then spoke in an uncertain tone. "This I'm not too sure." Perhaps later generations deviated when recounting history, beautifying the story to inspire future generations. Or perhaps someone, for some purpose, deliberately covered up or modified the truth. No matter how history is recounted, you can't distort the facts like this and toy with the feelings and perceptions of future generations, can you? Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, a surge of indescribable anger and resentment suddenly welled up in Tang Ya's heart. She thought of herself. It was precisely because she firmly believed in the records in the Tang sect's classics about how blue-silver grass can evolve through effort that she chose the Datura snake for her first spirit ring without hesitation, just like ancestor Tang San, hoping to replicate the legend. But if from the very beginning, Tang San's spirit wasn't ordinary blue-silver grass, wouldn't her previous persistence and choices have become a massive joke? A feeling of being cheated and fooled arose spontaneously, filling her with killing intent toward the person who might have tampered with history. Xiaoya, Huo Yuhao looked at Tang Ya's indignant appearance and continued to drop another bombshell. Moreover, I suspect that the mysterious heaven treasure record passed down by your Tang sect might not be complete, or even it might be an incomplete manual itself. That's impossible, Tang Ya retorted almost subconsciously. This was her last bit of persistence as a disciple of the Tang sect. Quote, Yuhao, our Tang sect has been passed down for 10,000 years. The mysterious heaven treasure record has been passed down from generation to generation. Every generation's sect leader and core disciple regards it as their life and stores it perfectly. How could it be incomplete? Huo Yuhao's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. This information is also something I learned from Sister Yaoju. She once read an extremely ancient incomplete manual that recorded many world-shaking hidden weapons owned by the Tang sect during its peak. Besides the common ones, it seemed to mention top-tier hidden weapons of matchless power, such as the mother-child soul-chasing life-seeking pellet peacock plume, Buddha's fury Tang lotus, and so on. According to the description in that ancient book, even the relatively easy-to-make mother-child soul-chasing life-seeking pellet, once successful, is enough to allow a Spirit King-level powerhouse to have the ability to defeat or even kill a Spirit Emperor-level powerhouse. What? Hearing this, Tang Ya was completely stunned. She had never heard of the names Peacock Plume or Mother-Child Soul-Chasing Life-Seeking Pellet that Huo Yuhao mentioned. Aren't the Tang sect's strongest hidden weapons the godly Zug crossbow and the dragon beard needle? Where did these things that sounded so incredible come from? Yuhao, I've never heard of the Peacock Plume or the Mother-Child Soul-Chasing Life-Seeking Pellet you mentioned. There's no record of them in the Tang sect's classics at all. Tang Ya's voice carried a sense of loss and a hint of imperceptible panic. That shouldn't be the case. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, pretending to be deep in thought. Quote, as a peak sect that could contend with the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago and that even the little princess of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, had joined. If the hidden weapons only had their current power, how could the Tang sect have been passed down for 10,000 years relying solely on Tang San's influence? Furthermore, when facing the impact of emerging spirit tools, how could it be so vulnerable and decline so rapidly? He paused, his tone becoming deeper as if narrating an ancient legend. That ancient book even mentioned the legendary number 1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect, named Guanyan's Tear, also known as Guanyan has tears. It is said that 10,000 years ago, before the sea god Tang San had become a god, he used this hidden weapon to pierce through the angelic raiment of Qian Runshui, who had already become the angel god, and shattered her heart in a single blow. It was precisely this strike that bought Tang San the critical time to inherit the sea god's god position. How is this possible? Tang Ya's voice trembled, her eyes filled with extreme disbelief and deep doubt. If the Tang sect once possessed such heaven-defying hidden weapons, why was there not a single word mentioned in the legacy? Why would the Tang sect fall to its current state? A terrifying thought grew uncontrollably in her heart. Could it be that ancestor Tang San never left the complete legacy to the Tang sect from the very beginning? But why would he do that? The Tang sect was created by his own hands. At this moment, the magnificent monument of faith in her heart regarding Tang San began to show clear cracks. 27. Number 27 Tang Ya Gui Shin. Chapter 27. Tang Ya's devotion. Seeing that the seeds of doubt he had sown were beginning to sprout, Huo Yuhao decided to quit while he was ahead. His tone softened as he consoled her. Xiaoya, don't dwell on things you can't figure out for now. Perhaps the truth is far more complex than we imagine. But one thing is certain. As long as you are powerful enough in the future, even achieving a god position, then couldn't you just go to the god realm and ask Tang San himself to get all the answers? These words were like lighting a lamp for Tang Ya in the darkness. Indeed, idle thinking was useless. Only power was the capital needed to seek the truth. Her eyes regained their firmness. In her heart, besides resurrecting her parents and repaying his kindness, an incredibly strong goal was added, to become a god. Only by becoming a god could she step into the god realm and personally ask that legendary ancestor for clarification. Alright, Yuhao, you're right. Tang Ya nodded heavily, her eyes burning with resolve. Quote, let's begin dual cultivation. I can't wait to get stronger. However, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and shook his head. No rush, Xiaoya. Before we dual cultivate, refine this thing first. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a strange bead emitting a deep blue halo, with what seemed like life flowing inside, appeared. A dense life aura and a faint imperial pressure permeated the air. This is? Tang Ya took the bead. Instantly, the blue-silver grass spirit within her body felt an unprecedentedly violent throb, conveying an extreme desire and impatience to devour and fuse with it. She looked at Huo Yuhao in surprise. Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. Huo Yuhao calmly provided the answer. Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline? Tang Ya was so shocked she almost dropped the bead, her voice changing pitch. Quote, how is this possible? In today's world, aren't ancestor Tang San and his mother the only ones who possess the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline? Huo Yuhao had already prepared his explanation and said calmly, this was a reward I obtained after completing an extremely difficult God's trial previously. My intuition told me this would be of great use in the future, so I kept it. It's perfect to give to you, Xiaoya, to absorb and strengthen your spirit. God's trial reward, Tang Ya murmured, feeling the bead in her hand become scorching hot. A god's trial? Wasn't that an assessment from a god? She hadn't expected Yuhao to have already gained the recognition of a god and been granted a trial. One could only imagine how difficult and dangerous a god's assessment would be. And yet, such a precious Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, enough to drive every Blue-Silver Grass spirit master in the world crazy, he had just given to her so casually? What had she done to deserve this? She was just an orphaned girl with low innate spirit power, a weak spirit, and a destroyed sect. An indescribable wave of complex emotions surged into her heart. Gratitude, touched feelings, inferiority, and a deep sense of confusion intertwined. She looked up, her eyes slightly red as she gazed at Huo Yuhao, her voice choking as she asked, Yuhao, why are you so good to me? Huo Yuhao saw her on the verge of tears and felt a stir in his heart. A gentle and firm smile appeared on his face as he spoke slowly, because you are my family. This simple and direct phrase was like the hottest warm current, instantly breaking down all the defenses and reserve in Tang Ya's heart. A massive wave of emotion and a certain sense of resolve surged within her. Her face instantly turned bright red, as if she had made a decision. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and, with lightning speed, pressed her soft and slightly cool lips against Huo Yuhao's. The touch was brief, and just as Tang Ya was about to shyly pull away, Huo Yuhao's quick eyes and hands caught her slender waist, pulling her back into his embrace. Following that, a deeper, more passionate kiss fell upon her, carrying a tenderness and dominance that would not be refused. Tang Ya's mind instantly went blank as she responded clumsily. It wasn't until she was almost out of breath that Huo Yuhao released her, looking as though he wanted more. Looking at the girl in his arms, her face flushed and her eyes hazy, Huo Yuhao laughed softly. Alright, Xiaoya, business first. Absorb and fuse this bloodline as quickly as possible. It's vital for your future cultivation. Tang Ya replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her cheeks crimson as she nodded obediently. She gently left Huo Yuhao's embrace and sat cross-legged, holding the deep blue bead solemnly with both hands. She focused her mind and began to circulate her spirit power, carefully guiding the vast and pure Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline power within the bead to slowly merge into her limbs and bones, flowing toward her spirit origin. Tang Ya held her breath and focused, putting all her effort into guiding that pure and vast Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline power to merge into herself. The process was not entirely smooth. The faint imperial pressure and powerful life energy contained within the bloodline constantly washed over her meridians and spirit origin, bringing waves of swelling pain, but more so a sense of joy and sublimation originating from the level of her very life force. After an unknown amount of time, when she had completely absorbed the last wisp of deep blue bloodline energy, the aura she emitted had undergone a subtle change. Her temperament, which had been somewhat gloomy due to the sex upheaval and her sorrow, now possessed an extra layer of restrained vitality and a hint of nobility. She slowly opened her eyes, which seemed even clearer and brighter. She couldn't wait to lift her hand and, with a thought, summoned her spirit. It was still blue-silver grass, but its form was completely different. The blue-silver grass she had summoned in the past always seemed somewhat slender and weak, with leaves drooping slightly, showing a sense of innate deficiency. Now, the blue-silver grass swaying gracefully in her palm had stems that were exceptionally thick and powerful, as if carved from green jade, and the whole body displayed a healthy and deep blue luster. Even more striking were several extremely fine but clearly visible pale gold patterns appearing on the edges of the broad leaves and the main stem, like natural crown emblems, emitting an aura of majesty that could not be ignored. Although it had not yet evolved into a true blue-silver emperor, it already displayed potential and extraordinary qualities far beyond ordinary blue-silver grass. Is this the power of the blue-silver emperor bloodline? Tang Ya felt the unprecedented strength and vitality coming from her spirit, her heart filled with excitement and disbelief. She could clearly feel that the quality of her spirit had received a leap-like improvement. She looked up at Huo Yuhao, who had been guarding her side, her eyes filled with endless gratitude, her voice somewhat choked. Yuhao, thank you. This kindness was truly too heavy. Huo Yuhao stepped forward, gently patted her shoulder, and smiled. Between us, is there any need for thank you? Your strength is my assistance. Alright, prepare to begin our true cultivation, dual cultivation. Tang Ya nodded vigorously, her eyes full of expectation. Afterward, Yuhao and Tang Ya sat fully clothed on the bed in the cultivation room, palms pressed against each other, and began to dual cultivate. Concentrate and circulate the cultivation technique, Yuhao whispered. In the next moment, both of them simultaneously circulated the yin-yang creation technique. Yuhao circulated the yang scroll, and Tang Ya circulated the yin scroll. Once the cultivation technique was activated, it immediately produced a wondrous resonance. The scorching and masculine spirit power in Yuhao's body and the cool and feminine spirit power in Tang Ya's body were like the two poles of a magnet, naturally flowing into each other's bodies through their pressed palms. Yang power entered yin meridians, and yin power entered yang meridians. It wasn't a simple exchange, but the formation of a profound and mysterious cycle. At this moment, their meridians seemed to connect into a larger, more perfect heavenly circuit. At the same time, the invisible yin and yang qi of the world were attracted by this perfect cycle and began to slowly gather toward the cultivation room, merging into this cycle through the pores of their skin, being refined into the purest spirit power to nourish their bodies and spirits. As expected of a creation-level cultivation technique produced by the system, Yuhao marveled inwardly. He could clearly feel that his spirit power was not only growing rapidly but also becoming more condensed and pure. Because Leng Yaoju's cultivation was too high, her spirit power quality far exceeded the limits of what he could currently withstand, making it impossible to perform this kind of deep-level dual cultivation cycle with her. But Tang Ya was close to him in rank, making her the most perfect dual cultivation partner. For Tang Ya, the effect was even more significant. What flooded into her body was not only Yuhao's pure yang attribute spirit power but also the yin qi of the world that had been attracted. Besides directly increasing her spirit power rank, these energies were subtly nourishing her blue-silver emperor bloodline and gently stimulating her spirit to evolve toward a higher level. She felt warm all over, as if soaking in a hot spring. Every cell was cheering and jumping with joy, and the pleasure of cultivate far exceeded any previous time. 28. #28 Breakthrough Level 30 Chapter 28 Breaking Through Rank 30 After cultivating for more than 3 hours, the cycle stopped, and the two's pressed palms slowly separated. After the cultivation ended, Tang Ya couldn't wait to run to Yuhao's side, intimately hugging his arm, her face overflowing with a blush that hadn't subsided after the cultivation. Yuhao, I feel like my spirit power, which just broke through to rank 16 not long ago, has a tendency to break through again. She estimated that at this rate, it might only take 1 to 2 weeks for her to break through to rank 17. Yuhao smiled and pinched her nose, explaining, well, the essence of dual cultivation is to guide the world's yin and yang qi into the body, accelerating spirit power growth and tempering. Our current cultivation base is low, so the effect appears particularly obvious. Once we both break through to the rank 20 Spirit Grandmaster, or even higher realms like Spirit Elder and Spirit Ancestor, the cultivation speed will relatively slow down. This is a normal phenomenon. Tang Ya nodded understandingly, but she was still very happy. For her, this was already a speed she wouldn't have dared to dream of. Afterward, Yuhao naturally took Tang Ya's hand, and the two went downstairs to the dining room together. Yun'er, who had already prepared dinner, saw her son and Tang Ya walking over hand in hand. Tang Ya's face still bore an unfaded blush and obvious intimacy. She didn't show much surprise, only a knowing smile, her eyes filled with a trace of relief. She had long seen that this girl, Tang Ya, couldn't escape her son's palm. Now it seemed that everything was just falling into place naturally. She greeted them warmly. Are you tired from cultivating? Come over and eat, the food is getting cold. Time flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had quietly passed. During these 2 years, Yuhao's life was regular and fulfilling. He never relaxed his tempering of himself. Every morning, his figure could be seen performing the subtle steps of the rippling mist in the courtyard. His steps became increasingly profound and unpredictable, and his movements could now leave clear afterimages. He moved like a ghost or a phantom, having cultivated this top-tier movement technique to the major achievement realm. The cultivation of the 8 forms of thunder sound was even more arduous. The first form, solitary presence in the eastern sea holding spring thunder, had already reached major achievement. With every punch and palm strike, the sound of wind and thunder surged with astonishing power. The second form, thunderous flicking Pippa hand, and the third form, 9 dragons driving wind and thunder, also successfully entered the initial stage and steadily advanced toward the minor achievement realm under such hard cultivation. In terms of spirit power cultivation, Yuhao's progress was even more divine. benefiting from the continuous dual cultivation of the yin-yang creation technique with Tang Ya, as well as the daily uninterrupted nourishment of spiritual-grade ingredients and medicinal bath body tempering, his spirit power improvement speed far surpassed ordinary people. In just half a year, his spirit power broke through the rank 20 bottleneck with unstoppable force. To find the most suitable second spirit ring for him, Huo Yuhao, accompanied by Leng Yaoju, spent more than a month and finally found an extremely rare and highly compatible spirit beast. In the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, a Diding Profound Deer, with a cultivation of 7,592 years. This Diding Profound Deer was originally a spirit profound deer with dual attributes of spirit and ice. By chance, it had consumed the heaven and earth treasure, soul source flower, and mutated, purifying its attribute into the ultimate spirit type. Although the process of absorbing this limit surpassing thousand-year spirit ring was dangerous, with Huo Yuhao's powerful mental force foundation and Leng Yaoju's protection, he ultimately succeeded without mishap. After the absorption was complete, Huo Yuhao's spirit power rank directly rose to the rank 23 peak, and his mental force gained even greater benefits, breaking through to the middle stage of the spirit sea realm in one fell swoop. The quantity of his mental force reached over 3,500 points, a qualitative leap. As a pure spirit attribute spirit beast, the Diding Profound Deer's energy essence was mostly reflected in the improvement of mental force. That it could directly increase spirit power by 3 ranks was already somewhat beyond Huo Yuhao's expectations. The spirit ability granted to him by this second spirit ring was named Mental Sublimation. This was an extremely practical passive spirit ability with 3 effects. First, the recovery speed of mental force was significantly increased, allowing him to use abilities like spirit detection more persistently. Second, when performing any spirit-type spirit ability, the spirit power consumption was reduced by 15%, greatly enhancing his endurance. Third, mental defense was naturally strengthened, automatically negating some low-intensity mental shocks and improving his survival capability against mental attacks. These 3 effects covered recovery, consumption reduction, and defense, making it a top-tier spirit-type auxiliary spirit ability. In the following year and a half, Huo Yuhao continued to maintain a high-intensity cultivation rhythm. Although the auxiliary effects of dual cultivation and top-tier resources slowed down as his rank increased, they were still far beyond ordinary people. Now, his spirit power naturally broke through to rank 30, and he needed to obtain a 3rd spirit ring outside Shrek City. People were coming and going, and it was bustling with activity. It was the season for Shrek Academy's recruitment, and countless young spirit masters carrying dreams gathered here from all directions. At this time, outside the East Gate, Huo Yuhao, Leng Yaoju, and Tang Ya stood together. Now Tang Ya had grown increasingly graceful and elegant. She had waist-length jet black hair tied up high, making her look even more agile and spirited. Her features were exquisite, and her eyes seemed to contain stars, bright and spirited. Dressed in blue and white clothing with exquisite patterns and a belt decorated with gems, she looked slender and graceful, like an elf stepped out of a fairy tale, possessing both a young girl's charm and a faint, unique brightness and vitality. Under 2 years of continuous dual cultivation, medicinal baths, and the nourishment of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, her spirit power rank had risen to rank 32, an astonishing progress. Her spirit, blue-silver grass, also successfully underwent a preliminary evolution, turning into the more resilient and powerful blue-silver vine. Considering that Tang Ya needed systematic academy education, a broader stage, and to establish her own network, Huo Yuhao decided to send her to the continent's #1 academy, Shrek Academy. Sister Xiaoya, we'll leave you here, Huo Yuhao said with a smile, looking at the girl who had already grown up. Tang Ya responded softly, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. These 2 years of companionship and joint cultivation had long made her develop a deep dependence and affection for Huo Yuhao. She took a step forward, stretched out her arms to tightly hug Huo Yuhao's neck, and regardless of the few gazes from around them, she took the initiative to give him a sweet kiss. Huo Yuhao was slightly startled, then naturally responded to this parting kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Tang Ya's cheeks were crimson, her eyes shimmering like water, as she whispered, "I will cultivate hard at Shrek. Wait for me to come and see you. Alright, take care of yourself." Huo Yuhao rubbed her hair. Tang Ya nodded vigorously, took one last deep look at Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju, then turned and merged into the long line at the Shrek Academy registration office, her back determined. After watching Tang Ya join the queue, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju exchanged a glance and no longer lingered. The two boarded a streamlined rank 7 Soul Tool aircraft. The hatch closed, and the tail spewed a faint blue light, soaring into the sky and turning into a streak of light, racing toward the Star-Do Great Forest. 29. Number 29. We intercepted Tianming Ice Silkworm and Electrolux, 2 extra chapters for the generous donation from 214. Chapter 29. Snatching the Heavenly Dream Iceworm and Electrolux, bonus chapters for the donation from Boss 214. Inside the aircraft, Yuhao closed his eyes and concentrated, sinking his consciousness into his mind. He carefully perceived the special map provided by the system, which only he could see. On the map, a striking red dot was flickering slightly in a certain area of the Star-Do Great Forest. He had waited for 2 full years, and finally, this greatest opportunity had arrived. The million-year spirit beast, the Heavenly Dream Iceworm, had escaped the control of those vicious beasts in the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, and fled to the relatively peripheral areas. Sister Yaoju, veer 15 degrees southeast, full speed ahead, Yuhao said to Leng Yaoju, who was controlling the aircraft. According to the map's guidance, Leng Yaoju did not hesitate at all and immediately adjusted the direction. The speed of the 7th rank flying soul tool was extremely fast. In less than half an hour, they had arrived within 100 miles of the red dot's location. Sister Yaoju, let's land here. Put away the aircraft and hide in the shadows. I'll go over first. Yuhao instructed with a solemn expression. All right, be careful with everything. Leng Yaoju nodded and skillfully retracted the flying soul tool into her storage ring. She had already learned the purpose of this trip from Yuhao, to find a legendary, million-year spirit beast. Although this information sounded absurd, she had absolute trust in Yuhao and chose to unconditionally support and cooperate with his plan. Her figure merged silently into the shadows of the dense jungle like a ghost. Her aura completely retracted as if she were one with the forest. Yuhao took a deep breath and cautiously moved alone toward the direction marked by the red dot on the map. He retracted his aura and used the subtle steps of the rippling mist to move quickly and silently through the dense forest. As he drew closer, the red dot in his mind became clearer and clearer. Just as he stepped into a relatively open forest clearing, suddenly, his mental force moved slightly, as if touched gently by a source of power from the same origin. Almost at the same time, a grand mental intent filled with surprise and exaggerated emotion abruptly exploded in his mind. Ha ha ha, brother really did survive a disaster. There's bound to be good fortune later, not long after escaping from those damn guys. I actually met a human with a mental attribute, it's simply a godsend. As the voice fell, the ground not far in front of Yuhao suddenly made a crack sound, fracturing inch by inch. Immediately after, an incredibly massive, round white figure slowly crawled out from the crack. Its entire body presented a warm white jade luster, and its plump body was almost like a small hill. Most eye-catching were the 10 neatly arranged, brilliant golden rings on its body. It was precisely the million-year spirit beast that gave Yuhao his starting point for becoming a god in the original work, the Heavenly Dream Iceworm. The appearance of the Heavenly Dream Iceworm caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed into fine frost, hanging on the surrounding vegetation and sparkling with crystalline light under the sun. Hearing this familiar and slightly noisy voice, the heavy stone hanging in Yuhao's heart finally fell. However, on the surface, he immediately put on a look of extreme shock and fear, his body backing away slightly, his voice trembling. Who are you? The Heavenly Dream Iceworm seemed very satisfied with Yuhao's reaction. Only such a person could be deluded by it and become a part of its plan to become a god. Its massive head shook, and it comforted him. Ahem, human, don't be afraid. Brother won't hurt you. Let me introduce myself first. My name is the Heavenly Dream Iceworm. Of course, you can also call me Brother Skydream. Heavenly Dream Iceworm? Never heard of it. Are you a 1,000-year or 10,000-year spirit beast? Yuhao continued to play the role of a frightened, limited-knowledge young spirit master. HMPH brother is not some 1,000 or 10,000-year small fry. The Heavenly Dream Iceworm raised its head, the 10 golden rings on its body glowing brightly, its tone full of pride, boasting. Listen well, brother is the incarnation of heroism and righteousness, the king of kings of spirit beasts with equal parts wisdom and beauty, a peerless powerhouse who has cultivated for 1,000,000 years and created the record for the highest lifespan on the Douluo continent, the Heavenly Dream Ice Worm, a million-year spirit beast? For real? Huo Yuhao took a sharp breath at the right time, his face full of disbelief, his voice changing pitch, perfectly portraying a youth who had suddenly encountered a legendary existence. Naturally, it's true, I'll tell you about the later things in detail, but now, the Heavenly Dream Iceworm was planning to continue bragging to make this lucky guy more willing, but it suddenly seemed to sense something. Its massive head abruptly turned toward the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, a hint of vigilance and anxiety flashing in its small golden eyes. It turned back, its tone becoming urgent. First let brother fuse with you, this is your destiny. What are you trying to do? Huo Yuhao shouted in terror, making a gesture to retreat. But the Heavenly Dream Iceworm no longer gave him a chance to object. An aura of extreme cold, yet containing vast mental force, instantly enveloped Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao only felt his consciousness sink and his vision go dark, appropriately losing consciousness. Before completely losing consciousness, he vaguely saw a massive, white, blurry thing rushing toward him. Hiding in the shadows, Leng Yaoju saw Huo Yuhao collapse after being attacked by the cold air. Her heart tightened instantly, and she almost couldn't help but step in. But remembering Huo Yuhao's repeated prior instructions, she forced down the impulse. Her jade-like hands were clenched tight, her nails almost digging into her flesh, her eyes full of worry as she stared closely at the changes in the field. The 10 golden rings on the Heavenly Dream Iceworm seemed to come alive, beginning to rhythmically move and expand. It pressed its massive and crystalline head against the forehead of the unconscious Huo Yuhao. The 10 golden rings quickly detached from its body, like 10 golden hoops, enveloping and sliding onto Huo Yuhao in layers. As for the Heavenly Dream Iceworm's massive physical body, it began to transform into streams of condensed white halos, like a burst flood, crazily surging into Huo Yuhao's body. Holy cow, I hit the jackpot during the fusion process. The Heavenly Dream Iceworm's mental force instinctively swept over Huo Yuhao's body, and it immediately let out a cheer of surprise. A 1,000-year first ring, a 7,000-year second ring, plus this sea of consciousness, as vast as an ocean, and this powerful physique comparable to a 10,000-year spirit beast. Brother is simply too lucky. I thought finding an average host would take a lot of effort, but I never expected to strike it lucky and fuse with a peerless genius, ha ha ha. To ensure the fusion process was not disturbed, a layer of invisible yet incredibly majestic mental fluctuations suddenly expanded outwards, with the Heavenly Dream Iceworm as the center. This mental force was terrifying to the extreme, instantly covering every inch of space within a 100-mile diameter. Every living creature within this range, whether spirit beast or insect, had their thoughts fall into a standstill at this moment, as if time had been paused. This mixed zone fell into a deathly silence. In this moment of absolute silence, as the Heavenly Dream Iceworm was fully fusing, deep within the unconscious consciousness of Huo Yuhao, a cold voice, seemingly originating from the laws themselves, abruptly rang out. Open black lens bracket detected an external high-purity divine sense fragment attempting to enter the Douluo continent plane. Except? Yes, no close black lens bracket. Except, Huo Yuhao thought silently in his heart. He knew that this was his other vital cheat, the remnant soul of the holy necromancer from the holy demon continent. The calamity of the undead, Electrolux, had arrived. Almost the instant Huo Yuhao made his choice. Outside the distant Douluo continent plane barrier, the invisible sky ceiling barrier that lay between the continent and the god realm quietly cracked open a microscopic gap. It sucked in a wisp of extremely weak gray current, Electrolux's remnant soul, that contained extraordinary law fluctuations, and then the gap quickly closed, as if it had never appeared. However, just a second after the gap disappeared, a blue figure, Tang San's divine force clone, emitting a vast sea god aura, suddenly appeared there. Sensing the spatial fluctuations that had not yet completely dissipated and that trace of unfamiliar divine sense aura, his expression became extremely ugly. He growled in frustration, damn, a step too late. Who on earth put up this barrier? Why does it block me but not him? 30. #30 Tianming Ice Silkworm. It's over. Family members, we just escaped the dragon's nest and entered the wolf's den. Chapter 30. Heavenly Dream Iceworm. It's over. Folks just escaped the dragon's den, only to fall into a wolf's lair. Meanwhile, in the mixed zone of the Star-Do Great Forest, the sky, which just a moment ago had been deathly silent under the shroud of the Heavenly Dream Iceworm's mental force domain, suddenly darkened without any warning. A thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering the soul echoed from the high heavens. The sun's light was completely obscured, and a suffocating, immense pressure, as if the sky itself were collapsing, crashed down. The heavenly dream iceworm, which was in the middle of fully merging into Yuhao's body, was so startled by the thunder and the terrifying pressure that its massive body trembled violently. It raised its two small golden eyes, looking in terror at the sky that had turned as black as ink, its gaze filled with horror and bewilderment. This phenomenon was clearly unrelated to it, and the level of this pressure far exceeded the scope of its knowledge. Amidst this celestial upheaval, a faint but incredibly condensed gray airflow, as if drawn by some irresistible attraction, descended from the sky like a meteor. It shot precisely into the back of Yuhao's head and vanished. "What is that? You dare to snatch someone from brother?" The heavenly dream iceworm was both shocked and enraged. Its massive mental force instantly condensed, surging like a tsunami toward the spot where the gray airflow had entered, attempting to expel the uninvited guest. However, at that moment, a very blurry phantom that radiated an aura of ancient vicissitudes slowly emerged behind Yuhao. An old and majestic voice rang out leisurely, as if traveling through endless time and space, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. "In this world, there is no one like me." To think that this old man could still have a sliver of a remnant soul remain in this world, facing the mental impact from the heavenly dream iceworm, which was enough to make even a titled Douluo collapse. This blurry gray phantom seemed as if it did not exist in this dimension at all, completely unaffected. It merely gave a faint glance in the direction of the heavenly dream iceworm before whooshing entirely into the back of Yuhao's head, disappearing without a trace. "Bastard, if brother weren't in a hurry and afraid of attracting those freaks from the core zone, I'd definitely drag you out and crush you." The heavenly dream iceworm was anxious and angry, but it could feel several terrifying auras from the direction of the Star Do Great Forest's core zone that seemed to have been stirred by the recent celestial phenomenon and its own mental fluctuations. Awakening and investigating, it didn't dare delay any longer and could only mutter curses as it accelerated the fusion process with Yuhao, intent on occupying this perfect house first. After an unknown amount of time, when the heavenly dream iceworm's massive energy and mental origin had completely fused with Yuhao, and the 10 golden rings had also faded beneath his interface, the system's notification sound rang out pleasantly in Yuhao's mind once again. Open black lens bracket ding detected that the host has successfully intercepted the greatest opportunity on the original Yuhao's path to godhood. The million-year spirit beast, heavenly dream iceworm, as well as a key assistant from the Holy Demon Continent, Holy Necromancer, Calamity of the Undead, Electrolux. The core fate node has been completely altered, dealing a massive blow to Yuhao's luck. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Rewards obtained: 9 Revolution Spirit Refining Manual, God King Rank, Spirit Ring Storage Device, Heavenly Demon Divine Ability, Heavenly Demon Shadow, God Sealing Talisman, Spirit Nurturing Pearl. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. 9 Revolution Spirit Refining Manual, a God King Rank mental cultivation technique. Its core profound truth lies in condensing vortices and circulating to temper the spirit. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The technique is divided into 9 revolutions. Each revolution requires condensing a mental force vortex within the sea of consciousness. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The 9 great vortices are connected vertically, acting like 9 layers of precision filters and forging workshops. They temper all passing mental force 1,000 times over, removing impurities and retaining the essence. The ultimate goal is to sublimate the entire sea of consciousness into an independent, mental world that is immune to all methods and can move the heavens and earth with a thought. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This technique can not only greatly increase the total amount and purity of mental force but also significantly enhance absolute control over mental force. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Spirit Ring Storage Device can permanently store a spirit ring of any age and allow the energy within the spirit ring to be preserved. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Heavenly Demon Divine Ability, Heavenly Demon Shadow, a supreme demonic path secret method. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It can extract one's own bloodline and combine it with a spiritual body to condense an incarnation completely controlled by the host, the Heavenly Demon Shadow. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The Shadow's spirit is evolved from the host's bloodline and inherits 100% of the host's current strength, including spirit power, spirit abilities, cultivation techniques, etc. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. If the Heavenly Demon Shadow is destroyed, the host's original body will not suffer any backlash. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. If the host's original body meets with misfortune, they can transfer all their consciousness and power into the heavenly demon shadow for rebirth. Note: after the heavenly demon shadow is destroyed, it takes at least 3 years before it can be condensed again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. God Sealing Talisman. A single-use consumable. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket contains the Supreme Seal Law. It can forcibly seal a spiritual body, divine sense at the divine rank or below, stripping it of all abilities and independent consciousness, causing it to fall into eternal silence. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Spirit Nurturing Pearl. An innate wonder. It can automatically absorb the origin chi of heaven and earth and convert it into a special energy called soul chi, specifically used to nourish and repair the soul's origin and even divine sense. Placing a damaged soul inside the pearl can help it slowly recover its strength. Close black lens bracket. Feeling the massive flow of information pouring into his mind and the several treasures added to the system space, even Yuhao felt a surge of uncontrollable excitement in his heart. With a thought, his consciousness body sank into his own sea of consciousness. At this moment, because of the influx of the heavenly dream iceworm's massive original power, the area of the sea of consciousness had expanded several times over. It was vast and boundless, with mental force surging in waves, displaying a pale golden luster. In the sky above the sea of consciousness, the most eye-catching features were 10 massive light orbs, rotating slowly like miniature suns and emitting a soft golden light. Those were the very core of the heavenly dream iceworm's million-year cultivation. To one side, there was also a relatively smaller gray light orb emitting an aura of vicissitudes and deathly silence, suspended quietly. It was naturally the remnant soul of Electrolux. As soon as Yuhao's consciousness body appeared, the heavenly dream iceworm, which had been waiting for a long time and was eager to begin its grand, bamboozling mission, immediately approached. Using its unique, somewhat exaggerated tone, it spoke, "Yuhao, with your." However, it had barely started its sentence when it was directly interrupted by Yuhao. At this time, the fear and helplessness previously feigned on Yuhao's face had long since vanished, replaced by a calm smile that seemed to see through everything. He looked at the heavenly dream iceworm with leisure, his tone calm yet earth-shattering. "Heavenly dream, there's no need to bother making up stories. I know your entire plan, making a god. Am I right?" "What?" The heavenly dream iceworm felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Its originally relaxed and pleasant expression instantly froze, turning into extreme vigilance and horror. Its golden spiritual body suddenly floated back a distance, its tiny eyes staring fixedly at Yuhao as its voice became cold and full of hostility. "How could you know? It's impossible for a second person to know about this plan." It completely couldn't understand. This plan, which it had meticulously crafted, was its greatest secret after escaping its cage. How did the human youth before it know about it? Yuhao was not at all surprised by its reaction and continued to drop information that made the heavenly dream iceworm's heart race even more. "I don't just know about your god-making plan. I also know that you've always secretly liked someone. No, a spirit beast. Your natural enemy, one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, that Ice Jade Empress Scorpion with over 390,000 years of cultivation, the Ice Empress. Your original plan was to trick me into going to the extreme north, find the Ice Empress who is nearing her limit, and convince her to become my second spirit, thereby tying her to our chariot. Am I right?" This time, the vigilance in the heavenly dream iceworm's eyes had completely turned into terror and disbelief. Even the most secret and embarrassing unrequited love deep in its heart had been exposed by the other party. This made it feel even more fear than when it was imprisoned by the vicious beasts of the Star Do Great Forest for 10,000 years. It had originally thought it had found a promising stock that it could manipulate at will, but it hadn't expected it to be a primordial beast that had already seen through everything and was unfathomably deep. Who are you? Why do you know so clearly? If you don't explain it properly, at worst, we'll both go down together." The heavenly dream iceworm's voice trembled with extreme fear and anger. A blinding golden light erupted from its body, and the 10 original light orbs suspended above the sea of consciousness also fluctuated and expanded violently, emitting a terrifying aura that was extremely unstable, as if they would explode in the next moment. It was attempting to use the self-destruction of its origin to threaten Yuhao into revealing the truth. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Yuhao. Tianming Ge, Ru Bingbing, I will take care of her, don't worry. Chapter 31. Huo Yuhao. Brother Tianming, I'll take care of your Bingbing, don't worry. I'm just a passing Cayman cough, sorry, wrong set. Huo Yuhao coughed twice, then his expression turned serious. I come from another world, you can call me a traveler. As for why I know your plan, it's because I know the future of you, him, and even that Bingbing you mentioned. His gaze became sharp. In the future, you will get the Ice Empress as you wish, but that will be through betrayal and coercion. I have always disliked betrayal, and I especially dislike having an unstable time bomb in my sea of consciousness. So, you'd better give up on that idea. But don't worry, he paused, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'll take care of your Bingbing, don't worry. Before his voice had even faded, Huo Yuhao waved his hand. The open black lens bracket God sealing talisman close black lens bracket turned into a brilliant golden light, falling like a meteor and instantly sinking into the mental body of the heavenly dream iceworm. In an instant, the heavenly dream iceworm felt its connection with those 10 orbs of origin forcibly cut off. All its power was completely sealed by an irresistible force of laws. The 10 orbs that were about to explode also seemed to be frozen, quickly calming down and returning to their original state. The mental body of the heavenly dream iceworm was forced to condense into the blurry shape of a small human boy, collapsing onto the surface of the sea of consciousness. It discovered in horror that its power, abilities, and even its consciousness were rapidly fading, as an endless sleepiness swept over it. No, I'm not willing. The heavenly dream iceworm let out a final roar, its voice filled with despair and resentment. Quote, I finally escaped with such difficulty. I haven't realized my plan yet. I haven't been with Bingbing forever yet. As the last word dissipated in the sea of consciousness, the figure of the blonde youth slumped to the ground, his consciousness falling into an eternal slumber, leaving behind only a mental husk stripped of all power. Huo Yuhao quietly looked at the mental body of the heavenly dream iceworm on the ground, completely sealed and in a deep sleep, his face showing neither joy nor sorrow. Having resolved this greatest unstable factor, he finally turned his gaze toward the gray orb that had remained silent the entire time. Senior Electrolux, the show is over. Now, can we have a proper talk? After saying this with a thought, the open black lens bracket spirit nurturing pearl close black lens bracket rewarded by the system appeared in the hand of his consciousness. He activated the pearl, and a wisp of incredibly pure soul chi, specifically for nurturing the soul, was drawn out, slowly floating toward the gray orb. The gray orb trembled slightly, seemingly performing some kind of probe. After confirming that this soul chi was pure and harmless, it carefully absorbed it. As this wisp of soul chi merged in, the light of the gray orb became noticeably more solid. Immediately after, the gray orb began to twist and deform, finally turning into the phantom of an old man. Although the old man was only in a soul state, he still gave off a feeling of being as steady as a mountain and unfathomably deep. He had a head of meticulously combed gray-white hair with a faint luster. His face was handsome with sharp features, especially a pair of obsidian-like eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's, as if they could pierce through all the illusions of the world. Under his high nose, his thin lips were tightly pursed, exuding an air of unquestionable majesty that had weathered many storms. He was clad in a magnificent black robe, its hem embroidered with flowing golden runes, topped with a black and red cloak. The low-hanging hood added a touch of mystery and pressure. It was precisely the holy necromancer, calamity of the undead, Electrolux. Electrolux's solidified figure looked at Huo Yuhao, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Little friend Huo, you seem not at all surprised by my appearance, but rather somewhat nostalgic? He had keenly captured that fleeting flash of complex emotion in Huo Yuhao's eyes. He did not show much vigilance or fear, but rather more curiosity. After all, he was already long dead, with only a wisp of a remnant soul left in the world. Fighting with Huo Yuhao, winning would just mean dying again, and losing would result in the same end. Moreover, judging from the means Huo Yuhao used to easily seal the heavenly dream iceworm just now, his remnant soul likely couldn't do anything to the boy anyway. Huo Yuhao restrained the emotions in his eyes and said frankly, naturally I know you. Senior comes from the Holy Demon Continent, your honored name is Electrolux. Your title, Holy Necromancer, also known as the Calamity of the Undead. A look of realization appeared in Electrolux's eyes, and he speculated, you claim to be a traveler from another world. Could your original world be the Holy Demon Continent? Huo Yuhao shook his head, giving an answer that even stunned Electrolux. No. I come from an ordinary world with no spirit power, no magic, and no supernatural forces. And you, Elder Yi, including this heavenly dream iceworm and even this world, are to me nothing more than characters and stories from a book I read in my past life. Interesting, truly interesting. Hearing this, Electrolux did not question him. Instead, the curiosity in his eyes grew even stronger. Quote, I have spent my whole life traveling and consider myself knowledgeable, yet I never thought that I would be a character in a book? This is truly an unprecedented experience. Seeing this, Yuhao directly used his mental force to activate his first spirit ability, illusion weaving, transmitting the main plot information regarding Electrolux's life from sealed divine throne. Electrolux quietly received and digested this stream of information. His phantom, composed of soul power, fluctuated slightly. After a long time, he let out a complex sigh. Looking back at my life, with its ups and downs, loves and hates, I didn't expect it was truly a predetermined story in a book. Even for him, when facing something that overturned his perception of reality, it was inevitable to have a moment of trance. But Electrolux was Electrolux after all. His strength of will was beyond that of ordinary people. He quickly adjusted his mindset, and a light of wisdom once again shone in his eyes. No, that's not right. Since the current me can descend to this realm as a remnant soul, it is enough to prove that this world is real. Then, by inferring from this, why couldn't the holy demon continent where I was also be a truly existing world? The so-called book might just be some supreme existence recording a historical projection of that world in a way we cannot understand. Having figured this out, Electrolux's spirit was clearly much more uplifted. He looked at Yuhao, his expression becoming solemn. Little friend Huo, I have a deal here. I wonder if you are interested? Yuhao nodded. Please speak, Elder Yi. Electrolux pointed to the spirit nurturing pearl, phantom, in Yuhao's hand. This treasure in your hand, if I am not mistaken, should have the miraculous effect of nurturing and repairing the soul origin. You did not deal with me just now as you did with that worm. You must also believe that my value is far above its. He paused and stated his conditions directly. My deal is this, when it is within your ability, help me collect the fragments of divine sense scattered in this realm or other planes, and use this pearl to help me reshape my divine soul so that I may be resurrected. As a reward, before my resurrection, I will do my utmost to become your greatest aid, teaching you everything I know and being at your disposal until you yourself break through to the divine rank. How about it? This deal was fair to both parties. Electrolux provided his precious knowledge, experience, and combat power, while Yuhao provided a chance for resurrection and temporary protection. As for collecting divine sense fragments, that was clearly something for the distant future, a blank check that required strength to cash. Yuhao hardly hesitated before nodding in agreement. Fine, I agree. If one day I possess sufficient ability, I will surely do my best to find and repair your divine sense for you, Elder Yi, and help you reappear in the world. With his growth speed and the system's assistance, he was confident he could touch the divine rank before the age of 20. And completely resurrecting Electrolux might not be a difficult task once he reached an even higher realm in the future. 32. Number 32 Flawless Golden Body. Chapter 32. Flawless Golden Body. Electrolux's phantom nodded slightly toward Yuhao, then transformed into a streak of light, proactively entering the open black lens bracket spirit nurturing pearl close black lens bracket. The spirit nurturing pearl flashed with light and then vanished into Yuhao's consciousness, providing a stable environment to nourish Electrolux's remnant soul. Yuhao's consciousness then withdrew from the sea of consciousness and returned to his body. Outside, Leng Yaoju, who had been on edge and closely monitoring Yuhao's condition, appeared before him as if by teleportation the moment he opened his eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern and tension as she asked urgently, Yuhao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? She had witnessed the entire process of the million-year spirit beast and the mysterious remnant soul surging into Yuhao's body. The danger involved was immeasurable. Yuhao stretched his limbs, feeling the surging spirit power and the even more vast mental force within him. A relaxed smile appeared on his face as he comforted her. Sister Yaoju, I'm fine. I feel great, better than ever before, don't worry. A small interlude has been resolved. Now, we should get back to business and find my third spirit ring. He knew in his heart that the heavenly dream iceworm seemed silly and simple, but it was actually quite shrewd. How could it completely trust the coincidence of an 8-year-old child who happened to appear in the mixed zone of the Star-Do Great Forest and possessed a mental attribute? It had naturally kept a backup plan. It hadn't immediately attached that million-year wisdom spirit ring to him, precisely to retain final control. If it discovered something wrong with Yuhao or if the situation wasn't right, it might still have a way to detach or even backlash against him. But unfortunately, Yuhao had even accounted for this final move. In his view, attaching a million-year spirit ring to a mere third spirit ring was a massive waste. If he could save this unprecedented million-year spirit ring for his seventh spirit ring, the spirit avatar, then the resulting million-year spirit avatar would likely have enough power to let him, as a spirit saint, stand his ground or even fight to a draw against a super Douluo. That would be making the best use of everything. Therefore, he used the spirit ring storage device rewarded by the system to temporarily store the heavenly dream iceworm's massive, unattached origin spirit ring energy, saving it for when he breaks through to spirit saint in the future. The 10 golden light spheres currently floating above his sea of consciousness were pure energy origins, not yet formed spirit rings. Good as long as you're okay. Seeing that Yuhao's expression was normal and his aura was steady, even stronger than before, Leng Yaoju finally breathed a long sigh of relief, her heart finally settling. As long as Yuhao was safe and sound, nothing else mattered. Next was obtaining the third spirit ring for his level 30 spirit power. Yuhao's goal was clear, a 10,000-year spirit ring. His mental force had already reached the spirit sea realm before absorbing his first spirit ring, meeting the standard for a 10,000-year spirit ring, but his physical strength had not. Thus, his first 2 spirit rings were only 1,000-year ones. It wasn't until after he finished absorbing his second spirit ring that he received a body refining secret technique called the flawless golden body from the system rewards. This secret technique originated from the body sect in Douluo, although it wasn't a creation-level technique like the open black lens bracket yin-yang creation technique close black lens bracket from the first spirit ring reward. It was still one of the top body refining methods in the world. The richness of the system rewards was related to the importance of changing fate's nodes. The first spirit ring was the starting point of everything and was heavily tied to luck, hence the staggering reward. The second spirit ring was not particularly important, so the reward was much weaker. The open black lens bracket flawless golden body close black lens bracket was an innate secret technique developed by the body sect based on the characteristics of the body martial soul. Its purpose was to temper the physique, stimulate the body's blood and qi, and return from acquired to innate, allowing the human body to reach a state of ultimate perfection. According to the description, once cultivated to the realm of perfection, one could be immune to most energy attacks and negative states. One could also unify and absorb various energies from heaven and earth to replenish oneself. The physical strength would rival a divinity, earning the title, God walking the mortal realm. More importantly, cultivating this technique could greatly stimulate the body's potential, with a high probability of triggering a second evolution of the body martial soul. The power of a body martial soul after a second awakening was like heaven and earth compared to before. If an unawakened body martial soul was a 1, then an awakened one was 100. The open black lens bracket innate secret technique, flawless golden body close black lens bracket has 4 realms: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Entry, golden runes appear on the body's surface, corresponding to the 206 bones of the human body. One must condense 206 runes to reach the peak of entry. Minor achievement, the golden runes are internalized into the bones and are no longer visible externally. Major achievement, blood and qi are boundless, the body is like gold and stone, and every movement contains immense strength. Perfection, also known as the taboo realm, nature-bred, flawless golden body. Immune to energy attacks, immune to negative effects, and able to absorb any kind of energy from heaven and earth to replenish oneself. This is called being stainless and flawless, nature-bred. The released blood and qi are so dense they cannot be dispersed, enough to become solid. When used, it is like a suit of golden light armor attached to the body, surpassing any 4-word battle armor in the world. It can assist in spirit power cultivation. Once this realm is achieved, the path to limit Douluo will be smooth sailing. Over the past year and a half, besides cultivating spirit power and practicing martial skills, like the 8 forms of thunder sound, Yuhao also invested a lot of energy into dual cultivating this open black lens bracket flawless golden body close black lens bracket. However, the difficulty of cultivating this secret technique was extremely high, comparable to climbing to the heavens. Relying on daily uninterrupted medicinal baths, nourishment from spiritual-grade ingredients, and the residual power of the whale glue he had taken previously, he spent countless efforts just to barely reach the entry realm, successfully condensing 108 golden runes on his body, still quite far from the 206 runes of the peak of entry. Although the progress of the open black lens bracket, flawless golden body close black lens bracket was slow and far from the peak of entry, those 108 flickering golden runes had already brought a transformative change to Yuhao's physique. He could clearly feel his muscle fibers were tougher, his bone density had greatly increased, and his blood and qi surged with the sound of a rushing river. His recovery power had also reached a staggering level. According to Leng Yaoju's assessment, with Yuhao's physique, which could be called a human-shaped vicious beast, he already possessed a solid foundation for absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. Now that he had finished intercepting the heavenly dream iceworm and Electrolux in the Star Do Great Forest, it was time to obtain his third spirit ring. Yuhao and Leng Yaoju strolled through the mixed zone of the Star Do Great Forest. Spirit beasts were everywhere in the mixed zone, with 1,000-year and 10,000-year cultivation levels appearing frequently, their roars and bellows echoing one after another. However, although Leng Yaoju did not intentionally release her pressure, her profound aura as a limit Douluo, which faintly resonated with heaven and earth, acted like an invisible domain. All spirit beasts with keen perception instinctively felt fear and retreated, with no blind fools daring to step forward and provoke them. The two of them proceeded quite smoothly, as if strolling through their own back garden. Only Yuhao's mental force remained constantly extended, carefully identifying every 10,000-year spirit beast they encountered to find the target that suited him best. 33. Number 33 Zhang Leshuan makes her appearance, an extra chapter for the generous donation from reader. Number 214. Chapter 33. Zhang Leshuan appears, bonus chapter for the reward from Big Boss 214. At the same time, in another part of the mixed zone, a sudden disaster was unfolding. Screech! A shrill whistle tore through the air. A scarlet afterimage flashed by at a speed difficult for the naked eye to track, carrying a scent of blood. A massive claw, brimming with terrifying power, slammed violently toward a man dressed in green. The speed was too fast, so fast that the expression on the man in green remained stuck in a state of vigilance and searching. He had no time to make any effective defensive or evasive maneuvers. He only felt an irresistible force surge toward him. His entire body felt as if it had been struck head-on by a high-speed moving mountain, and he was instantly sent flying backward off the ground. Boom! Crack! Rumble! A series of tooth-aching loud noises echoed through the dense forest. Like a broken doll with its strings cut, the man's body consecutively smashed through 3 towering ancient trees that would take 2 people to embrace. The thick trunks shattered before him like fragile stalks. Finally, his momentum was barely stopped by a 4th, even larger ancient tree. Accompanied by a dull thud and the clear sound of bones fracturing, he slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. PFF'd. The man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, which was shockingly mixed with dark red fragments of internal organs. He lay paralyzed on the ground, his body twisted irregularly. It was clear that every bone in his body had been shattered. Only his limbs and torso were still twitching slightly and unconsciously, proving he still had a breath left. But anyone could see that he was beyond saving, his life force fading rapidly. Wu Ming! A shrill and grief-stricken cry erupted from the surrounding crowd. The remaining 10 people, both men and women, were all filled with rage, their eyes instantly becoming bloodshot as they stared intently at the terrifying existence that had suddenly barged into the center of their group. It was an extremely massive wolf-type spirit beast. Its shoulder height exceeded 3 meters, and its body length reached a staggering 12 meters, resembling a small truck. Its entire body was covered in dark red fur, which gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the dappled light and shadows of the forest, exuding a sense of power. Most heart-stopping were its pair of massive front claws, glinting coldly like the scythes of a grim reaper. It was precisely this terrifying claw, capable of shattering metal and stone, that had launched that fatal blow just now. This moon erosion demonic wolf was clearly in poor condition. There was a hideous claw mark over its left eye socket, deep enough to see the bone. That eye had become cloudy and completely blind. Its abdomen was covered with several long, deep wounds, the flesh torn open, with blood still gurgling out continuously, staining its dark red fur even deeper and more terrifyingly. Judging by the freshness of the wounds and its slightly hurried breathing, it must have just experienced a fierce battle, been defeated by its opponent, and fled here in panic, only to stumble upon this human team. A moon erosion demonic wolf, and it's at the 100,000-year level. Why would a 100,000-year spirit beast appear in the mixed zone? Within the team, an experienced spirit emperor roared with a trembling voice, his face filled with disbelief and despair. Where is Elder Zahn? Where did Elder Zahn go? Why hasn't he come out to save us? Another younger spirit king cried out almost in tears, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, hoping for the figure of that guardian. In this team, besides the leading woman with a cold and calm temperament, Zhang Leshuan, who was a quasi-spirit Douluo level expert, short of one spirit ring. There were 2 other spirit saints, while the remaining members consisted of spirit kings and spirit emperors. Such a lineup was more than enough to hunt ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts in the mixed zone, but facing a 100,000-year spirit beast, especially a notorious existence like the moon erosion demonic wolf, was like an ant trying to stop a carriage. Moreover, they had instantly lost one companion, Wu Ming, and another companion had been seriously injured in a previous encounter, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. Even if all 12 people were unharmed, they would likely find it difficult to withstand an enraged 100,000-year spirit beast. Facing a 100,000-year spirit beast, even an ordinary titled Douluo would not dare claim a guaranteed victory, let alone them. The moon erosion demonic wolf was originally a mutant resulting from the failed bloodline awakening of a silver moon demonic wolf. As a mental attribute spirit beast, the silver moon demonic wolf originally had the potential to awaken various elemental talents, but once it failed, most would die from a mental breakdown. Only a very few could survive and mutate into moon erosion demonic wolves. They lost their elemental control abilities but unexpectedly awakened the most violent berserk talent of the wolf clan, becoming attack system spirit beasts with extremely strong, close combat killing capabilities. At the same time, they also retained the sequelae of the failed awakening. On the night of a full moon, they would completely lose control and go berserk, attacking all living beings indiscriminately. Consequently, they were viewed as ominous and expelled by their own clan, often becoming solitary lone wolves. Judging by its scarlet eyes and violent aura, the one before them was clearly in or near a berserk state, and with its severe injuries, its ferocity was doubled. Facing such a fully buffed, vicious beast, even the battle-hardened Shrek inner court disciples could not help but feel a deep sense of despair rising in their hearts. Just as morale was on the brink of collapse, a clear yet powerful shout exploded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. "Everyone, calm down." Zhang Leshuan took a step forward, blocking the very front of the team. Behind her, a phantom of a bright silver moon suddenly emerged, its cold radiance spilling down and bringing a trace of heart-settling power. Simultaneously, 7 spirit rings in the optimal ratio, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose spiraling from beneath her feet. A powerful spirit saint aura was released without reservation. Although it was far inferior to the moon erosion demonic wolf, her firm will and steady aura acted like a mainstay, instantly diluting the atmosphere of despair permeating the team. Elder Zan's whereabouts are currently unknown. Panic and despair will only make us die faster. We can only rely on ourselves now. Zhang Leshuan's voice was clear and calm, her sharp gaze sweeping over her teammates. Quote, "This moon erosion demonic wolf is severely injured. Its strength must be greatly compromised. We still have 11 people. As long as we cooperate properly and give our all, we might still have a chance of survival." Her words were like a shot of adrenaline, lifting the spirits of the remaining members. They suppressed the fear in their hearts one after another, reconsolidating their spirit power to prepare for a desperate struggle. However, as soon as Zhang Leshuan finished speaking, a lethal sense of crisis doused her entire body like ice water. That scarlet afterimage tore through the air again at a speed even faster than before, accompanied by a piercing screech. A massive wolf claw ripped through space, slamming down toward her head. Whether it was her shout that enraged the beast or the moon erosion demonic wolf instinctively sensed she was the greatest threat among them, the target of this attack was clearly locked onto her. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Leshuan displayed the qualities expected of the inner court's head disciple. Without the slightest hesitation, she exerted force with her feet, her figure retreating violently like a phantom. Simultaneously, her 7th and 6th spirit rings suddenly lit up with brilliant light at the same time. 7th spirit ability, Martial Soul True Body. 6th spirit ability, Lunar Eclipse. In an instant, Zhang Leshuan's body erupted with blinding silver light. The phantom of the silver moon behind her seemed to come to life, moving forward rapidly and swallowing her whole along with the black 6th spirit ring that had lit up simultaneously. Immediately after, a bizarre scene occurred. After swallowing the 6th spirit ring, the originally bright silver moon suddenly turned into a deep, pitch-black color that seemed capable of devouring all light, like a deathly abyss appearing in the night sky. However, this heart-stopping blackness was tightly bound by a circle of bright silver light on its periphery. Overall, it looked like a rare astronomical phenomenon in nature, a solar eclipse. 34. Number 34. Where did Xuanzi go? Chapter 34. Where has Zanzi gone? At the very instant the moon erosion demonic wolf's sharp claws, powerful enough to shatter mountain stone, were about to strike Zhang Lexuan's original position, a deafening roar erupted from within that pitch-black solar eclipse moon, a dazzling silver light pillar, condensed to the extreme and containing terrifying destructive power, boomed out from within like a spear of judgment. Wherever the light pillar passed, the air itself twisted and evaporated, under the ultimate enhancement of her martial soul true body, combined with Zhang Lexuan's almost reckless and frantic infusion of spirit power. The power erupted by her sixth spirit ability, Moon Eclipse, far exceeded its usual level, reaching a degree that even made that 100,000-year moon erosion demonic wolf feel its heart jump in fear. Roar? Quote, the moon erosion demonic wolf never expected this seemingly weak human spirit saint could erupt with such a terrifying attack. It was already too late to dodge completely. In its haste, it could only violently retract its extended sharp claws to block, while trying its best to deflect the direction of the impact. Boom! The silver light pillar collided violently with the crimson claws. It was like the explosion of thunder from the nine heavens. A violent energy shockwave expanded in a ring, snapping all the surrounding trees and grass. As the light dissipated, accompanied by a rain of blood scattering across the sky, the moon erosion demonic wolf let out a pained and furious howl, enduring the bone-deep and soul-piercing pain coming from its forelimb. It subconsciously looked down, only to see that its indestructible claw was now flayed open, and in the very center, a massive wound had appeared. The flesh at the edges of the wound seemed to have been instantly vaporized by high heat, deep enough to see the bone, and one could even see the slightly twitching nerves and the pale, white claw bone. This strike had clearly inflicted significant trauma upon it. Zhang Lexuan's earth-shattering blow was like lighting a flicker of hope in the desperate darkness. Sister Lexuan is mighty. There's a chance we have a chance. Attack together and tangle it. Wait for Elder Zan to arrive. The morale of the other two spirit saints and the remaining spirit emperors and spirit kings, which had been low, was instantly ignited seeing the moon erosion demonic wolf injured and witnessing Zhang Lexuan's powerful strength. Their survival instinct and the pride of being Shrek inner core disciples rekindled their fighting spirit. Without the slightest hesitation, the remaining 10 people, including the injured one, immediately took action. Two spirit saints attacked from the left and right, violently launching their strongest offensive spirit abilities, aiming directly at the moon erosion demonic wolf's injured abdomen and its blinded left eye. The other spirit emperors and spirit kings unleashed control system and support system spirit abilities one after another. Some tried to restrict the moon erosion demonic wolf's movements, some added buffs to their companions, and others harassed from the flanks, doing their utmost to create the next attacking opportunity for Zhang Lexuan. They knew very well that trying to kill this 100,000-year spirit beast with their strength alone was almost a fantasy. Their goal was very clear, at all costs, entangle and delay it utilizing the moon erosion demonic wolf's heavily injured state. They would pin it down here to buy precious time for the missing gluttonous Douluo Zan Zi to come to their rescue. Facing the light of spirit abilities attacking from all directions, a trace of violence and disdain flashed in the moon erosion demonic wolf's single crimson eye. It gave a low growl, and its massive body actually became blurred at this moment, as if merging into the surrounding light and shadows. In the next instant, it transformed entirely into a hard-to-track dark red phantom, weaving and dodging with incredible speed, narrowly avoiding most of the attacks. Only a few area of effect attacks grazed its body, but they only caused its figure to stall slightly and did not inflict any substantial heavy damage. This was precisely the innate spirit ability the moon erosion demonic wolf had obtained after its breakthrough to the 100,000-year level, moon erosion demonic shadow. This skill allowed it to turn into a shadow for a short period, greatly increasing its speed and evasion capabilities, and allowing it to almost perfectly hide its aura and figure. Unless one's mental force was far higher than its own, it was extremely difficult to lock onto or discover it. By relying on this move, it had just escaped from a powerful enemy earlier. With the help of the moon erosion demonic shadow's effect, after successfully dodging the concentrated fire, the moon erosion demonic wolf did not counterattack immediately. Instead, it completely vanished from everyone's perception, lurking in the shadows of the battlefield like a Gui Mei, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Everyone, don't panic, form a circle back to back. Stay alert, and watch for any movement. Zhang Lexuan remained calm in the face of danger and immediately issued orders. The remaining students suppressed their fear and quickly gathered together, forming a tight defensive circle, warily watching their surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhang Lexuan kicked off the ground, her figure rising as she hovered in mid-air, attempting to find any trace of the moon erosion demonic wolf from an aerial perspective. However, the moon erosion demonic wolf's concealment ability was extremely high, and the dappled light and shadows in the woodland provided it with perfect cover. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly rang out, just as a Spirit King student was nervously scanning the area ahead. A sharp claw covered in dark red fur reached out without warning from the shadows behind him. Like tearing through a thin sheet of paper, it easily ripped his protective spirit power in his body into two halves, splashing blood and organs all over the ground. The moon erosion demonic wolf's figure retreated immediately after the strike, merging back into the shadows and disappearing once more. This bloody and cruel scene instantly extinguished the fighting spirit that had just been ignited in everyone, and intense fear coiled around everyone's hearts like a cold venomous snake. What should I do? Zhang Lexuan's eyes were nearly bursting with rage as she watched from the air, her heart filled with extreme anxiety. But she knew deep down that she absolutely could not panic at this moment. She was the backbone of the team, and if she collapsed first, everyone would surely die. Just as the moon erosion demonic wolf repeated the tactic, successfully launching another sneak attack and leaving another spirit emperor heavily injured. On the ground, the team's numbers dwindled to 8. Just as despair was about to swallow everyone, a flash of inspiration, like lightning cutting through the darkness, suddenly struck Zhang Lexuan's mind. Shadows, right, there are still shadows. Although the moon erosion demonic wolf's innate spirit ability could make its physical body nearly invisible, it could not completely eliminate the blockage of light caused by its own existence. As long as it had a physical form, it would definitely cast a shadow on the ground or objects. Fourth spirit ability. Moon Radiance. Zhang Lexuan did not hesitate, and the purple fourth spirit ring beneath her feet shone brilliantly. The silver moon phantom behind her suddenly became more solid and bright, and the cold moonlight spilled down onto the woodland below like a searchlight. Her own aura also climbed accordingly, and the speed of her spirit power consumption slowed down significantly. Moon Radiance spirit ability. Enhances oneself and provides minute insight. Under the illumination of the enhanced moonlight, Zhang Lexuan's sharp gaze quickly scanned the ground. Finally, on a patch of grass that seemed empty, she caught a glimpse of a moving, massive, and blurred wolf-shaped shadow that was out of place with the surrounding environment. Found you! A cold light flashed in Zhang Lexuan's beautiful eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the black fifth spirit ring on her body instantly lit up with a radiant glow. Fifth spirit ability. Moonfall. In the air, the silver moon that served as her spirit's physical form suddenly transformed into a brilliant gold. Next, an astonishing scene occurred. That golden moon trembled slightly, and it actually separated into a golden crescent moon of the same size and tangible substance. This golden crescent moon was like a scythe swung by the Grim Reaper, carrying a sharp aura that could tear through everything as it descended from the sky, rapidly falling towards the area where the wolf-shaped shadow was located. Wherever moonfall passed, whether it was towering ancient trees or low shrubs, they were all silently sliced into two, the cross-sections as smooth as a mirror. Roar! A pained and startled howl rang out. The moon erosion demonic wolf's figure was forced to emerge from its shadow state. On its back, a massive wound deep enough to see the bone had appeared, and the golden moonlight energy was still continuously eroding its flesh, making its injuries even worse. Everyone, attack together, it's been revealed, Zhang Lexuan shouted sharply. The two spirit saints on the ground were greatly heartened and immediately seized the opportunity, erupting with their strongest offensive spirit abilities to blast the moon erosion demonic wolf's injured abdomen and blinded left eye from both sides. The remaining spirit emperors and spirit kings also summoned their last bits of courage, raining down various spirit abilities upon the moon erosion demonic wolf. 35. Number 35. The title was eaten by the three-eyed golden lion. Chapter 35. The title was eaten by the three-eyed golden lion. Roar! Under the continuous attacks, several more wounds appeared on the moon erosion demonic wolf's body. The intense pain and consecutive setbacks completely ignited the berserk factors within its bloodline. Its remaining eye was instantly flooded with a crazed blood-red hue, and its reason was completely submerged by bestiality. It suddenly threw back its head and let out a roar that shook the mountain forest. The dark red fur all over its body stood on end, and a terrifying energy fluctuation that made one's soul tremble frantically converged and compressed at its throat. It was its other innate spirit ability, a dual spiritual and sonic attack called Moonfall Bone Eroding Howl. The power of this strike was already no weaker than the 8th spirit ability of an ordinary, titled Douluo. Feeling that destructive energy fluctuation, the hearts of Zhang Lexuan and all the survivors sank to rock bottom. Almost all of their spirit power had been exhausted in the previous attack. Facing such a strike, it was absolutely impossible to withstand. Is it going to end? A trace of complex unwillingness flashed in Zhang Lexuan's eyes, but it was mostly replaced by a sense of relief like exhaustion. Shrek had long ago settled her family's grievances for her. As for Bei Bei, who once had an engagement with her, ever since he entered the outer court, his heart seemed entirely tied to a girl named Tang Ya. It felt as if there truly was nothing left in this world worth desperately clinging to. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to welcome the descent of death. However, the expected heart-wrenching pain did not arrive. Instead, she only felt a tightening around her waist as a soft yet irresistible force came through. Her entire body instantly became light as a feather, falling into a warm and solid embrace. Zhang Lexuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes in confusion. The first thing that met her eyes was the profile of a youth with smooth lines and sharp features. He didn't look old, appearing to be around 10 years of age, but his face already showed signs of world-shaking handsomeness. His skin was as fair as jade, yet it wasn't a sickly pallor, but rather possessed a healthy, lustrous glow. The bridge of his nose was high and straight like a mountain ridge, outlining a perfect facial contour. Most striking were his eyes, which were currently focused forward. His pupils were a deep azure blue, as if they contained 10,000 miles of clear sky and an infinite vast sea, clear yet bottomless, revealing a composure and wisdom that was completely inconsistent with his age. His lips were of moderate thickness and beautifully shaped, currently pursed slightly with a faint air of indifference. A head of neat short blue hair fluttered slightly in the wind, adding a touch of freshness and heroism. Although he was still young, his posture was already as upright as a pine tree. Standing there quietly, an outstanding temperament naturally flowed out, as if he were born to stand above the clouds and look down upon all living beings. Zhang Lexuan was momentarily stunned. She had never seen such an extraordinarily handsome youth with such a unique temperament. Even Bei Bei, whom she had watched grow up, was slightly inferior in appearance to the youth before her. Yuhao noticed the person in his arms waking up and glanced down at her. Seeing she was unharmed, he gently released his arm from around her waist and placed her steadily on the ground. His movements were natural and gentlemanly, without the slightest impropriety. "Are you all right?" Yuhao's voice was clear and gentle, like a mountain spring flowing through one's heart. Zhang Lexuan finally snapped out of it, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly steadied herself and whispered, I'm fine, thank you." Her gaze followed Yuhao's line of sight. Not far away, the 100,000-year moon erosion demonic wolf, which had just been overwhelmingly ferocious and arrogant, was now prostrate on the ground as if suppressed by an invisible mountain. Its massive body trembled uncontrollably, not even daring to let out a whimper. Standing quietly beside the moon erosion demonic wolf was a woman dressed in red, with a stunning appearance and a temperament as cold and aloof as an immortal. It was Leng Yaoju. She hadn't even released a spirit ring. With just a single glance, an invisible domain force completely imprisoned the moon erosion demonic wolf, making it unable to move. The massive contrast of surviving a hopeless situation gave Zhang Lexuan and the surviving Shrek students a sense of unreality, as if they were in another world. "Sister Yaoju, kill it." After letting go of Zhang Lexuan, Yuhao walked calmly to Leng Yaoju's side and spoke in a flat tone, as if he were deciding not the life or death of a 100,000-year spirit beast, but a trivial matter. Leng Yaoju nodded slightly and raised her jade hand. A trace of heart-palpitating destructive energy had already condensed at her fingertips as she prepared to completely obliterate the moon erosion demonic wolf. "Senior, please wait a moment." At that moment, Zhang Lexuan's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Leng Yaoju's movement paused slightly, but she didn't stop completely. Instead, she turned to look at Yuhao with an inquiring gaze. Clearly, to her, Yuhao's will came first. Yuhao met Leng Yaoju's gaze and nodded gently. Only then did the energy at Leng Yaoju's fingertips quietly dissipate, though her invisible domain suppression still firmly imprisoned the moon erosion demonic wolf. Zhang Lexuan took all of this in, her heart growing even more uncertain and suspicious about Yuhao's identity and status. She took a deep breath, suppressed her churning blood and complex emotions, stepped forward a few paces, and performed an extremely respectful junior's salute to Leng Yaoju. Her voice was clear and sincere. "Senior, I am Zhang Lexuan, a student of the Shrek Academy Inner Court. Thank you for your righteous intervention today, saving our lives in a moment of peril. On behalf of Shrek Academy and all the junior students present, I offer my deepest gratitude to you." She paused, lowering her posture significantly, her tone carrying a hint of entreaty. "I also have a personal request. My spirit power has just reached the level 80 bottleneck, and I urgently need to obtain an 8th spirit ring. The attributes of this moon erosion demonic wolf happen to be extremely compatible with my moon spirit. I take the liberty of requesting that Senior leave this 100,000-year spirit ring to me. I only ask for the spirit ring and do not dare to hope for the spirit bone." Once it's done, I am willing to pay any price in exchange to repay Senior's kindness. From beginning to end, she didn't mention the spirit bone. Being able to save her life was already a stroke of luck. How could she dare to hope for that priceless 100,000-year soul bone? Any price? Leng Yaoju's cold gaze landed on Zhang Lexuan, carrying a hint of scrutiny. This girl remained calm in the face of danger, was brave and resourceful, and her talent and heart nature were both excellent. Leng Yaoju did indeed feel a bit of admiration in her heart. A pity she was from Shrek Academy. She didn't answer Zhang Lexuan directly, but instead handed the decision-making power to Huo Yuhao, signaling with her eyes for him to handle it. Huo Yuhao received Leng Yaoju's look and understood perfectly. He looked at Zhang Lexuan, his gaze calm, and slowly spoke. Any price is acceptable? Then if I want you to marry me and be my wife, would you be willing? As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Zhang Lexuan stunned, but even the shaken Shrek students behind her showed expressions of shock. Zhang Lexuan quickly suppressed the turmoil in her heart. She realized that the mysterious youth before her was the key. She bowed slightly, her attitude still respectful, and inquired, "May I ask your excellency to tell Lexuan your name?" She needed to clarify the other party's identity first. Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao didn't hide it and directly gave his name. With a powerhouse like Leng Yaoju by his side, he had no need to hide anything. Huo Yuhao. Zhang Lexuan silently repeated the name, confirming she had never heard of it. She looked up, her gaze firm as she looked at Huo Yuhao and politely declined. "Young Master Huo, thank you very much for saving my life and for being willing to discuss the spirit ring. However, Lexuan already has a fiancé and truly cannot agree to this request." Her engagement with Bei Bei had been set since childhood and was an important promise in her heart. The debt of saving your life, plus this world-rare 100,000-year spirit ring, is their value not worth more than a mere marriage contract? Leng Yaoju, seeing that Huo Yuhao seemed interested in Zhang Lexuan, spoke up to support him. Her tone was flat but carried an unquestionable power. "Break the engagement, and you can become Yuhao's fiancé. Not only that, but we can also gift you this spirit bone produced by the 100,000-year spirit beast as a betrothal gift." Leng Yaoju could see that Zhang Lexuan's primal yin was still intact and she was still a virgin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken up to persuade her. Furthermore, in the Douluo continent, strength is respected. A marriage contract is not unbreakable in the face of absolute benefit and power. 100,000-year spirit ring plus a 100,000-year soul bone is enough to make any power or marriage contract seem pale and weak. 36. Number 36 Zhang Lexuan. In that case, this junior agrees. An extra chapter for the generous donation. From 214. Chapter 36 Zhang Lexuan. Since that is the case, this junior shall agree. Bonus chapter for the reward from Tycoon 214. A look of struggle immediately surfaced on Zhang Lexuan's face, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip so tightly she nearly drew blood. On one side was the marriage promise she had grown up with, which, despite its ups and downs, still remained in her heart. On the other side was a peerless opportunity that could make her strength skyrocket and allow her to reach the heavens in one step, as well as the olive branch extended by the mysterious and powerful youth before her. She closed her eyes and Bei Bei's figure flashed through her mind, along with everything that had happened over the years. Finally, she took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with apology and determination. "Senior, young Master Huo, forgive Lexuan for being unable to comply. The matter of the marriage contract concerns faith in my original heart. This junior cannot abandon a promise for such benefits." Seeing this, a flash of understanding crossed Leng Yaoju's eyes. She said no more, simply looking at Huo Yuhao and handing the final decision-making power completely back to him. Huo Yuhao's gaze fell on Zhang Lexuan once more, calmly scanning her beautiful face and graceful figure. He had to admit, this eldest senior sister of the Shrek inner court was indeed elegant and outstanding, and her assets in certain areas were quite substantial. But at this moment, he didn't have many romantic thoughts in his mind. It was more of a cold calculation. "Young Miss Zhang," Huo Yuhao spoke slowly, breaking the silence. "Since you are unwilling to agree to the condition of marriage, I will not force you. However, the value of this 100,000-year spirit ring is essentially priceless. How about this? If you agree to 2 conditions, I will let you have this spirit ring. What do you say?" Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan's heart relaxed slightly. As long as there was room for negotiation, it was fine. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Huo, please speak." As long as it does not violate Lexuan's principles and bottom line, I can consider it. First, Yuhao extended a slender finger. After I enter Shrek Academy in the future, you need to officially date me for 5 years. During these 5 years we will interact as lovers. If after 5 years you still have no feelings for me, the matter will be written off, and the spirit ring will be considered my gift to you. If you fall for me within 5 years, then this 100,000-year soul bone shall serve as your dowry. Second, he extended a second finger. No matter the result after 5 years, once you break through to rank 90 and become a titled Douluo in the future, you must promise me 3 requests. I can guarantee you that these 3 requests will not restrict your personal freedom, will not ask you to do anything heinous or against morality, and certainly will not ask you to betray Shrek Academy. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Shrek students who were listening intently, and added with a tone of absolute confidence. Of course, with my talent, I will definitely enter Shrek Academy in the future, and I am 100% certain I can enter the inner court. To increase his persuasiveness, Yuhao had a thought, and the spirit eye's martial soul instantly possessed him. His pair of azure eyes became even more profound and charming. At the same time, 2 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Both were a deep, profound purple, especially the second spirit ring. Its color was so deep it was almost black. This meant its age far exceeded that of ordinary 1,000-year spirit rings. Let me introduce myself again. Yuhao's voice clearly entered everyone's ears. My name is Yuhao, I am 8 years old, and my spirit power rank is 30. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 surviving disciples of the Shrek inner court all sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with extreme shock and disbelief. 8 years old, rank 30? Both rings are 1,000-year? How is this possible? My god, compared to him, we so-called monsters are simply trash. I'm suddenly a bit envious of eldest senior sister. Actually, I could do it too. I don't even need a dowry. A female student whispered, her eyes shining as she looked at Yuhao. Even the well-traveled Zhang Lexuan had her pupils contract violently, her gaze toward Yuhao filled with shock. 8 years old, rank 30, double 1,000-year spirit rings. Such talent was simply unheard of, breaking the common knowledge of the spirit master's world. As elites of the Shrek inner court, they knew better than anyone what kind of terrifying potential this represented. This boy's future as a titled Douluo was almost certain, and even Super Douluo or Limit Douluo might not be his endpoint. Yuhao had long expected everyone's reaction. He had proposed these conditions after careful consideration. First, Zhang Lexuan's talent was extraordinary, and she would surely become a high-level member of the Sea Gods Pavilion in the future. Making an enemy of her or Shrek Academy for a single spirit ring would be a loss. Second, gifting the spirit ring would create a good relationship, paving the way for his future entry into Shrek, and he could gain a promise from a future powerhouse. The benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Those 3 requests might play a key role in the future. Third, he possessed absolute confidence in his bones. He believed that with his ability and future achievements, 5 years might not be enough to truly win the heart of this inner court eldest senior sister. 3 requests, isn't that a bit much? Zhang Lexuan composed herself and bargained softly. She wasn't particularly repulsed by the first condition of dating for 5 years. After all, Yuhao's talent was astonishing, and spending time with him wouldn't be difficult. But those 3 future requests gave her some concerns. The unknown always makes one uneasy. Much? Yuhao smiled faintly, retracted his martial soul, and his tone became distant and composed. If you feel the conditions are harsh, then there is no need to talk further. He now held the absolute initiative and advantage. There was no need for him to compromise. Shrek Academy was good, but it wasn't his only choice. At worst, he could give up on joining Shrek and instead represent another academy in the all-continent high-rank Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament. Defeating Shrek to reach the top would also achieve his goal. It was just that the system rewards might be different. Seeing Yuhao's calm and composed posture, as if he could walk away from the negotiation at any time, Zhang Lexuan's heart tightened. She knew very well that the conditions he gave might already be his bottom line. If she missed this 100,000-year spirit beast that was a perfect attribute match and also an enemy, she didn't know how much time and effort it would take to find a suitable 8th spirit ring, or she might even miss out forever. Quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind, thinking of her tragically killed companions and her future cultivation path, then looking at Yuhao's world-shaking talent and calm demeanor, Zhang Lexuan gritted her teeth and finally made her decision. Fine, I promise you. Zhang Lexuan gritted her teeth and made the decision. Both conditions. I agree. I hope young Master Huo keeps his promise. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Huo Yuhao's face, and he nodded to Leng Yaoju beside him. Leng Yaoju understood and stepped aside, while also releasing most of her suppression on the moon erosion demonic wolf, leaving only enough basic restraint to keep it from moving or resisting. 37. Number 37. The Unreasonable Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao. As expected of you, Xuanzi Lao Deng. Chapter 37. Unreasonable Shrek, Huo Yuhao. As expected of you, old geezer Zan Zi. Although the 100,000-year moon erosion demonic wolf was suppressed, its consciousness remained clear, and it heard the deal between Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan perfectly clearly. Seeing Zhang Lexuan approach with a blade in hand, a surge of monstrous resentment and violent killing intent instantly erupted from its remaining eye. A low, desperate roar rumbled in its throat. Despicable humans, even if I turn into a vengeful spirit, I will never let you go. Zhang Lexuan's eyes were icy, devoid of any pity. Thinking of her companions who had died tragic deaths, only the flames of revenge burned in her heart. Moon-white spirit light condensed in her hand, transforming into a peerlessly sharp moon-white blade of light. With a fierce aura, it instantly sliced through the air, precisely sweeping across the moon erosion demonic wolf's thick neck. A woo, a shrill, agonizing howl echoed through the woods. The moon erosion demonic wolf's massive body twitched violently several times before collapsing. With a thud, blood gushed out like a stream, and its life force rapidly dissipated. A blood-red spirit ring, nearly a meter in diameter and emitting heart-palpitating surges of majestic energy, slowly rose from its corpse. Zhang Lexuan did not dare to be careless. She immediately sat cross-legged, focused her mind, and extended her right hand, beginning to cautiously guide the 100,000-year spirit ring into her body using her own spirit power. The absorption process was destined to be dangerous and long. On the other side, Leng Yaoju waved her fair hand, and a wave of spirit power swept through, collecting both the oddly shaped right arm bone emitting a dark red glow that had dropped beside the moon erosion demonic wolf's corpse and the massive wolf carcass into her storage. Soul Tool. 100,000-year spirit beast was a treasure from head to toe. Its fur was an excellent material for making top-tier soul tool armor. Its bones could be forged into divine sharp weapons. Its blood contained powerful energy for alchemy, and its flesh was extremely nourishing, especially suitable for Huo Yuhao, who was cultivating the flawless golden body and urgently needed blood and qi replenishment. It could be said that this corpse itself was a massive fortune. Just as Zhang Lexuan was concentrating on absorbing the spirit ring while Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju waited nearby, a slightly plump figure, carrying a strong aroma of food and covered in grease stains, finally emerged from the forest. Arriving late, the newcomer was none other than the gluttonous Douluo Zanzi of Shrek Academy. He had clearly rushed over after sensing the intense energy fluctuations and the moon erosion demonic wolf's dying howl. Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Lexuan absorbing a terrifying blood-red spirit ring, the ground in a mess, the moon erosion demonic wolf already slain, and two strangers with extraordinary auras standing nearby. Zanzi's brow immediately furrowed, a hint of displeasure appearing on his face. He grabbed a shaken inner court student nearby and asked in a low, unquestionable tone, "What exactly is going on? Where did the spirit ring Lexuan is absorbing come from? Who are those two people?" The student had just escaped death and was already fuming with anger at this grand elder, whose gluttony had led him to leave the group, nearly causing their entire team to be wiped out. However, due to the disparity in strength, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and quickly recounted the events, from encountering the moon erosion demonic wolf to Zanzi's inexplicable departure, then to Leng Yaoju and Huo Yuhao descending like divine soldiers to save them, and finally the deal reached between Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Zanzi's face instantly darkened. His sharp gaze locked onto Leng Yaoju, and he spoke with a condescending and arrogant attitude. "So you are that Leng Yaoju? Hand over the 100,000-year soul bone you just put away." This moon erosion demonic wolf was first discovered and engaged by our Shrek Academy students. Both the spirit ring and soul bone should rightfully belong to Shrek. From the student's description, he learned that this moon erosion demonic wolf was already heavily injured and had been further exhausted by Zhang Lexuan and the others. Its strength was severely diminished, estimated to be only at the level of an ordinary titled Douluo. As for him, Zanzi, he was a level 98 super Douluo. Dealing with such a titled Douluo would be as easy as pie, wouldn't it? Furthermore, searching his memory, he couldn't recall when a titled Douluo named Leng Yaoju had appeared on the continent. He arbitrarily concluded that she was just a newly advanced loose cultivator titled Douluo, with strength at most around level 91 or 92. With greed rising, he intended to use Shrek's prestige and his own strength to forcibly seize that priceless 100,000-year soulbone. In his mind, simply giving that kid named Yuhao an admission slot to Shrek Academy as compensation afterward would be enough to make the boy feel profoundly grateful. As expected of you old geezer Zanzi, Yuhao watched Zanzi's unreasonable and overbearing face with cold eyes, not feeling much surprise in his heart. In the original work, this guy had this exact temperament, acting as if he were second only to the heavens, with Shrek Academy being number one and all other academies being trash. He even dared to publicly disrupt order and threaten referees during the Spirit Master competition held in the Star Luo Empire. He judged that since Zanzi saw Leng Yaoju's surface aura, which she had deliberately restrained, seemed like that of a newly advanced titled Douluo, level 91 or 92, he had developed the intent to seize by force, which was truly a normal move for him. Upon hearing this, Leng Yaoju's beautiful face was instantly covered in a layer of frost, her eyes as cold as knives. So you are the gluttonous Douluo Zanzi of Shrek Academy? HMPH, if the higher-ups of Shrek Academy are all as incapable of distinguishing right from wrong and as ungrateful as you, then I see no need for this so-called number one academy on the continent to continue existing. Presumptuous, you dare insult Shrek Academy? You're looking for death. Zanzi was completely infuriated by Leng Yaoju's words, especially the phrase, no need to exist, which touched his reverse scale. His slightly plump body shook violently as a terrifying pressure erupted. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Red 9 spirit rings in the optimal configuration spiraled up from beneath his feet. The majestic aura of a level 98 Super Douluo swept through the surroundings like a tsunami, causing the ancient trees around them to creak. The surviving Shrek students turned pale and retreated repeatedly. However, facing Zanzi's monstrous power, Leng Yaoju merely gave a cold snort. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure, far more vast and profound than Zanzi's, as if it were one with heaven and earth, descended like an ancient divine dragon awakening. Buzz, except for Yuhao, who was specially protected, and Zhang Leshwen, who was at a critical stage of absorbing the spirit ring and could not be disturbed. Everyone present, including Zanzi himself, felt as if an invisible mountain had been slammed down onto them. Their bones groaned under the unbearable weight, their backs bent involuntarily, and their faces showed expressions of extreme agony and disbelief. Immediately after, beneath Leng Yaoju's feet, dazzling spirit rings appeared one by one. Black, 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 red, red, red. The light from a full 10,000-year spirit rings plus 300,000-year spirit rings shone together, illuminating the woods as if it were broad daylight. With each additional spirit ring that appeared, the aura surrounding her surged. When all 9 spirit rings were fully revealed, the terrifying pressure caused Zanzi's expression to change drastically, shifting from his initial arrogance and overbearingness to extreme horror and disbelief. How is this possible? You're actually a limit Douluo? How could another limit Douluo this young appear on the continent? Quote, Zanzi cried out in shock, his voice cracking from the sheer impact. No matter what, he never could have imagined that following the 3 limit Douluos, Elder Mu, Long Xiaoyao, and Yi Qishui, another limit Douluo would quietly emerge on the continent, and a woman at that, so young and with such a terrifying spirit ring configuration. This completely shattered his understanding. 38. Number 38 Beating Up Xuanzi, Part 1, 2 extra chapters for Huo Yun's donation. Chapter 38, Beating Zanzi, Part 1, 2 extra chapters for Boss Huo Yun's reward. Sister Yaoju, don't kill him. Just incapacitating him will do. We'll wait for Shrek Academy to bring money to ransom him. Huo Yuhao spoke calmly from the side, his tone as if he were giving orders for the disposal of an ordinary piece of cargo. Arrogant Junior, even if you are a limit Douluo, taking down this old man won't be that easy. Zanzi was fuming with rage at Huo Yuhao's words. With a roar, his gluttonous divine bull martial soul true body instantly activated, his body swelling as he prepared for a desperate struggle. Leng Yaoju's gaze was indifferent. With a light wave of her jade-like hand, a profound spatial power instantly enveloped Zanzi. The next moment, both their figures vanished from the spot simultaneously, appearing in the sky over a desolate valley 100 miles away. An unequal battle erupted instantly, or rather, a one-sided crushing. Zanzi exerted all his strength, even unleashing his 9th spirit ability, mending the heavens in an attempt to turn the tide of battle. However, in the face of Leng Yaoju's absolute power, all of this was futile. Lang Yaoju didn't even use her 9th spirit ability. With just her 8th spirit ability, she easily shattered Zhan Zi's strongest defense. The violent heavenly phoenix fire burned him until he was charred black all over, his clothes in tatters, heavily injured and near death, completely losing his ability to resist. In just a few moments, Lang Yaoju returned carrying a transparent barrier condensed from pure spirit power. Inside the barrier was Zhan Zi, charred like coal and hanging on by a thread. The Shrek Inner Court students, who had still held a glimmer of hope for Zhan Zi, saw their usually majestic and arrogant gluttonous Douluo being carried like a dead dog, without a single patch of intact skin. They were instantly dumbfounded, their faces filled with horror and bewilderment, as if their worldview had collapsed at that moment. A limit Douluo was actually powerful to this extent? Even the rank 98 Elder Zhan was powerless to fight back? Yuhao watched the scene quietly, his face showing no sign of surprise. The absolute gap in rank was right there. A watered-down Douluo, like Zhan Zi, could bully opponents far weaker than himself, but he couldn't even gain an advantage against undying poison of the same rank, let alone face a genuine limit Douluo like Lang Yaoju, who possessed 300,000-year spirit rings. Ending up like this was truly inevitable. As Lang Yaoju returned carrying the half-dead Zhan Zi, the atmosphere in the field instantly dropped to freezing point, falling into an eerie silence. The surviving Shrek Inner Court students were as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. Their gazes toward Lang Yaoju were filled with unconcealable fear. They were afraid that any slight movement or look from them might accidentally anger this goddess-like yet demonic woman and bring about their deaths. They had truly experienced the might of a limit Douluo today in a way they would never forget. This oppressive atmosphere lasted until Zhang Lexuan finished absorbing the spirit ring. When that blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring finally fully merged into her body, the aura around her surged violently, and her spirit power rank jumped directly from the rank 80 bottleneck to rank 82. This was only the improvement brought by the spirit ring. If she absorbed that 100,000-year soul bone as well, her strength would surely experience a massive leap. Zhang Lexuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes, a sharp light flashing through them for a moment. However, when she clearly saw the surrounding scene, the joy on her face instantly froze, turning into deep shock and disbelief. Her gaze immediately fell upon the obese figure imprisoned by the spirit power barrier, charred black as coal and with an extremely withered aura. That's Elder Zhan? How could Elder Zhan, how could he become like this? Zhang Lexuan's voice trembled. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. What on earth had happened during the time she was absorbing the spirit ring? Yuhao did not answer directly but spoke in a flat tone. You'll have to ask your dear companions about that. Zhang Lexuan's heart sank, immediately realizing something was wrong. She hurriedly stood up, walked quickly to a female student she was relatively close to, and began to ask urgently in a low voice. When she learned from the other student about Zhan Zi's arrogant and unreasonable behavior upon arrival, his demand for the soul bone, and his eventual easy suppression by Lang Yaoju, Zhang Lexuan's cheeks instantly burned, her heart filled with shame and embarrassment. Good heavens, they had just saved everyone's lives and kept their promise to let her absorb the incredibly precious 100,000-year spirit ring. Yet, her own elder not only failed to be grateful but instead returned kindness with enmity, trying to forcibly seize the spoils they deserved. This had simply thrown away all of Shrek Academy's dignity. She took a deep breath, forcing down the complex emotions in her heart. She slowly walked to Yuhao and Lang Yaoju, lowering her posture significantly, and spoke sincerely. Young Master Huo, Senior Lang, this matter is entirely Elder Zhan's fault. He was too impulsive and reckless. I, on behalf of Shrek Academy, offer my most sincere apologies to both of you. However, before she could finish, she was directly interrupted by Yuhao. Hey, how interesting. Yuhao let out an ambiguous chuckle, his gaze looking at Zhang Lexuan with a hint of playfulness. Quote, clearly, he is the one in the wrong, yet you are the one standing up to apologize. Could it be that Shrek Academy's tradition is to let juniors take the fall for their seniors, or only let women come out to take responsibility? Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan's cheeks turned even redder. She subconsciously raised her head to defend herself, but was blocked by Yuhao's next words. Yuhao's gaze swept over the silent Shrek students, his voice rising slightly with a heart-piercing power. If Sister Yaoju and I hadn't happened to pass by and intervene today, how many of your group of 12 would have survived against that berserk 100,000-year spirit beast? 3 or 4 at most, right? Those are 7 or 8 living human lives in your hearts. Do you really not resent this guy, who left the team without permission and caused your companions tragic deaths? Quote, if it weren't for his greed for food and dereliction of duty, Wu Ming, Lin Qingxia, and the others wouldn't have died at all. Huo Yuhao's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of every surviving student. How could they not resent? How could they not hate? Those deceased companions were roommates, comrades in arms, and close friends they had spent days and nights with for years or even longer. But what could they say? What could they do? Zanzi was an elder of the Sea Gods Pavilion and a rank 98 Super Douluo, holding a revered status within Shrek Academy. If these inner court disciples without strong backgrounds dared to show any dissatisfaction, would they have any good days left in the academy? The massive gap in strength and status forced them to suppress their resentment and grievances deep in their hearts. Now that it was exposed so bluntly by Huo Yuhao, everyone's face turned exceptionally ugly. They lowered their heads and clenched their fists, a low atmosphere of grief, indignation, and helplessness permeating the field. Zhang Lexuan watched her companion's reactions. Her lips moved, but she found herself speechless. What Huo Yuhao said were all bloody facts. 39. Number 39 Listing Notice. Chapter 39, VIP Release Notice. Thank you all for your support, dear readers. This book has successfully passed the trial phase, and I will continue to update it diligently until its completion. Since this book premiered on QQ Reading, it could have gone premium at 50,000 words. However, I didn't think my writing was good enough yet, so I delayed the release a bit. Additionally, readers on the Kidian platform might consider switching to QQ Reading. A monthly membership covers many books, which is quite a bargain for those who love reading novels. Furthermore, I once again implore you all not to stockpile chapters. On this platform, an author's earnings are calculated based on the daily number of readers for the latest chapters. With a stable income, I will be even more dedicated to writing. This humble author thanks you all. If any of you have ideas for the future development of this book, please leave a comment here. I will occasionally check them for inspiration. 40. 40 Beating Xuanzi, Part 2. Chapter 40. Beating Zanzi Violently, Part 2. Huo Yuhao took in the reactions of everyone present, a cold sneer forming in his heart. He looked at young Miss Zhang Lexuan, no longer beating around the bush, and directly laid out his conditions. Young Miss Zhang, it seems you also understand that this matter cannot be settled with a simple, light apology. How about this? My demands are very simple. First, Shrek Academy must compensate me with a 100,000-year soul bone. Second, you must allow me to enter your academy's golden ancient tree once. As long as you agree to these two conditions, the matter of Zanzi's offense, and even his life, can be negotiated. Otherwise, although his tone was calm, the threat contained within was undisguised. He held the moral high ground and, more importantly, the advantage of absolute strength. If Shrek Academy failed to appreciate his position, he wouldn't mind achieving his goal through different means. For example, with his peerless talent and top-tier body martial soul, if he joined the body sect, Undying Poison would surely treat him as a precious treasure, and he would likely inherit the position of sect master in the future. At that time, bringing the body sect's strong practitioners to Shrek Academy to demand justice, that scene would undoubtedly be quite lively. A 100,000-year soul bone. Zhang Lexuan's heart sank when she heard the first condition. Young Master Huo, a 100,000-year soul bone is a priceless treasure. Shrek Academy's inventory is extremely limited. How could we easily hand one over? As for the golden ancient tree, it is the core forbidden land of the Academy located on Sea God Island. Concerning the Academy's foundation, not only do I lack the authority, but even Elder Zan has no right to agree to let an outsider enter. What she said was true. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone was enough to trigger empire war. Wasn't that why Zanzi had been so covetous earlier? And the golden ancient tree was Shrek's lifeblood. How could outsiders be allowed to covet it? I don't care about that. Huo Yuhao's tone instantly became cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. I have laid out the conditions. Agree, and everything is fine. Refuse, and prepare to collect the corpse of this gluttonous Douluo. As for the consequences, Shrek Academy can weigh them itself. Sensing the resolve in Huo Yuhao's words, Zhang Lexuan's expression tightened. She knew that Zanzi absolutely could not die. There were two reasons. First, the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion, Elder Mu, was nearing the end of his lifespan. Once Elder Mu passed away, Shrek Academy's top fighting strength would rely solely on Zanzi, even if he was unreliable. If Zanzi died, Shrek would face a crisis of insufficient top-tier fighting power. Second, if Zanzi, as an elder of the Sea Gods Pavilion, were to die at the hands of an outsider, especially since he was initially in the wrong for trying to seize a spirit bone, it would be a devastating blow to Shrek Academy's reputation. Young Master Huo, Zhang Leshuen said urgently. This matter is too significant for me to decide alone. Could you grant me some time to immediately return to the academy and report the details to Elder Mu and the other elders for the academy to decide? Huo Yuhao watched Zhang Lexuan's anxious demeanor, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Fine. I will give you this time. Sister Yaoju and I will temporarily stay at the Mingyu Tower, which belongs to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School inside Shrek City. We will wait there for Shrek Academy's reply. Remember, my patience is limited. Seeing Huo Yuhao agree, Zhang Leshuen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to talk, there was still a chance. She quickly nodded. Thank you, young Master Huo. I will set off for the academy immediately. She glanced again at the utterly miserable Zan Zi trapped within the spirit power barrier, hesitated, and tentatively asked, then can Elder Zan HMPH? Huo Yuhao sneered, cutting her off immediately. Don't even think about it, he is my hostage now. I will release him only when Shrek Academy agrees to my conditions. Otherwise the discussion is over. What a joke. If he let Zan Zi go, and Shrek Academy reneged on the deal or stalled for time to set a trap, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Seeing Huo Yuhao's firm attitude, Zhang Leshuen knew there was no room for negotiation on this matter and had no choice but to drop the idea completely. After collecting the remains of her fallen comrades on the ground, she no longer hesitated. Turning to the surviving inner court students, she said gravely, let's go, we must return to the academy as fast as possible. Having said that, she took the lead, speeding towards Shrek City outside the Star Do Great Forest. The other students quickly followed, their hearts immensely heavy. They knew that their return this time would inevitably trigger a massive upheaval that would sweep through the entire upper echelons of the academy. And the source of all this was the gluttonous Douluo, who had caused such a disaster because of a spirit bone. After Zhang Leshuen and the others left, only Huo Yuhao, Leng Yaoju, and the hostage, Zan Zi, who was confined by the spirit power barrier, remained in the forest. Huo Yuhao looked at Leng Yaoju, a relaxed expression returning to his face, and smiled. Sister Yaoju, the troublesome business is temporarily over. It's time for us to get back to the main task, finding my 3rd spirit ring. As for Zan Zi, this old guy, carrying him along was fine. Confined by Leng Yaoju's spirit power barrier, he was practically weightless. Besides, he was a valuable item, worth a 100,000-year soul bone and a chance to enter the golden ancient tree. He certainly couldn't be lost. The two of them then continued their search within the Star Do Great Forest's mixed zone, carrying this special luggage. Perhaps it was because Huo Yuhao's own golden dragon luck began to take effect. Their fortune was quite good. After just over an hour, in a secluded valley shrouded in faint mist, they encountered a mental system spirit beast whose attributes were extremely compatible with Huo Yuhao's spirit eye's martial soul. This spirit beast was named Wailing Banshee. It looked like a phantom of a human female floating midair, its form indistinct, and it emitted sorrowful mental fluctuations that unsettled the mind. Its cultivation had reached over 17,000 years, which was exactly within the maximum range Huo Yuhao could endure. Under Leng Yaoju's protector, Huo Yuhao successfully killed it and began absorbing this pitch-black 10,000-year spirit ring. The absorption process was successful without major incident. Huo Yuhao's powerful mental force and the physical foundation laid by the flawless golden body played a crucial role. After successfully absorbing it, he obtained a very unique and powerful spirit ability, Sorrowful Echo. This spirit ability was quite special. It was neither a direct attack nor pure defense, but rather similar to a weakening domain that affected an area, though not entirely equivalent to a true domain spirit ability. Its effects were mainly manifested in 2 aspects: spirit power stagnation. The spirit power circulation speed of enemy targets within the range is reduced, the consumption of all spirit abilities increases by about 20%, and their power decreases by about 15%. Mental overload. Enemy targets within the range feel unsettled and physically and mentally exhausted, and their reaction speed, movement speed, and attack speed are all reduced by about 10%. This spirit ability could be called a divine skill for team battles. Once deployed at the start of a fight, it instantly inflicts significant negative status effects on the enemy group, creating a highly valuable enemy weakened, we strengthened advantageous situation. After absorbing this 10,000-year spirit ring, Huo Yuhao's spirit power rank successfully rose to rank 32, and his mental force surged by over 1,000 points, successfully achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. His perception range and finesse reached a new level. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Elder Mu. Xuanzi, you're such a troublemaker. Chapter 41. Elder Mu. Zanzi, you are such a liability. Meanwhile, Zhang Lexuan and the surviving inner court disciples rushed back to Shrek Academy at their maximum speed, disregarding their own exhaustion. As soon as she entered the inner court, Zhang Lexuan didn't even catch her breath before immediately requesting an audience with the master of the Sea Gods Pavilion, Mu En. Inside the quiet room of the Sea Gods Pavilion, which was filled with the scent of passing years, Zhang Lexuan reported everything that had happened in the Star Do Great Forest to Elder Mu, thoroughly and without reservation. Lexuan, are you certain that the woman named Leng Yaoju is a limit Douluo? Mu En's half-closed eyes slowly opened, a sharp glint flashing through his cloudy pupils as he asked for confirmation in a grave tone. Elder Mu, it is absolutely true, Zhang Lexuan replied resolutely. Quote, Elder Zan had no power to fight back against her. Her strength is definitely far beyond an ordinary rank 98 Super Douluo. She can only be a limit Douluo. Sigh, then it's going to be troublesome. After hearing this, Mu En's already hunched back seemed to bend a few degrees further, and he let out a heavy sigh. As a fellow limit Douluo, he understood the terrifying nature of this level better than anyone else, unless he was willing to burn his remaining life origin and borrow the power of the golden ancient tree. He had no certainty of detaining a powerhouse of the same rank. That fool Zanzi actually brought such massive trouble to the academy all for the sake of a spirit bone. The situation was dire, and Mu En immediately ordered an emergency meeting of the Sea Gods Pavilion. Inside the solemn Sea Gods Pavilion meeting room, Mu En sat at the head of the table. Seated on both sides of the long table were various elders of the Sea Gods Pavilion, including Dean of the Martial Soul Department Yan Xiaojia, Dean of the Soul Tool Department Xian Liner, as well as Elder Song and Elder Zhuang. As the person involved, Zhang Lexuan stood in the center and once again gave a detailed account of the events. Lexuan, this matter is of great importance. Do you dare to stake your life that what you say is true? Yan Xiaojia's face became extremely unsightly after listening, and he asked in a deep voice. One of Shrek Academy's pillars had been captured and held for ransom. This was simply a humiliating disgrace. Dean Yan, Lexuan is willing to guarantee with her life that there is not a single word of falsehood, Zhang Lexuan answered without hesitation, her gaze firm. This is indeed difficult to handle. Elder Song sighed heavily, her brow furrowed. Quote, Elder Zan is in their hands, and the opponent is a limit Douluo. If we respond aggressively and a conflict erupts, I'm afraid the entire Shrek city will be affected, and the Academy's foundation will be shaken. But if we agree to their conditions, a 100,000-year soul bone is a treasure of the Academy, and the golden ancient tree is the core forbidden land. This is equivalent to cutting off our own flesh to feed a tiger. Are we just going to let them ride over Shrek's head and do as they please? A hot-tempered elder slammed the table, killing intent radiating from his eyes. Quote, why not lure them into the academy? With Elder Mu presiding and using the golden ancient tree in the academy's grand formation to lay a dragnet, we might not be unable to keep this Leng Yaoju here. Ridiculous, another more rational elder immediately countered. Quote, is a limit Douluo that easy to kill? Even if we ultimately succeed, what a tragic price would Shrek Academy have to pay? Elder Mu is already by then. I'm afraid all of us sitting here would be in danger of falling. The Academy's 1,000-year legacy could very well be destroyed in a single day. Just because of that, must we bow our heads to two outsiders? The golden ancient tree is the Academy's foundation. How can we allow outsiders to step foot in it? If word of this spreads, where will Shrek Academy's face be? The pro-war elder roared unwillingly. Instantly, the Sea Gods Pavilion fell into a chaotic brawl of words, with the pro-war and pro-peace factions arguing incessantly, the atmosphere reaching a breaking point. Enough. Just as the argument was intensifying, Mu En, seated at the head, finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. At the same time, a vast, sea-like aura of a limit Douluo was slightly released, instantly suppressing all the noise. All the elders fell silent, their gazes focusing on Elder Mu. Mu En's cold gaze swept across the room as he slowly spoke. In this matter, Zanzi was in the wrong first, repaying kindness with enmity, and seizing by force. Such actions go against the very foundations of justice and protection, upon which Shrek Academy was built. If we go to war with a limit Douluo today over this matter, even if we win, we lose the moral high ground and the hearts of the people. Would we still be worthy of being called the continent's #1 Spirit Master Academy? He paused, his tone turning decisive. Xiao Jie, teacher is here. Yan Xiaojia immediately stood up. You will personally lead a team, along with Leshwen, and take the 10,000-year phantom demon spirit ape skull from the warehouse, the one most suitable for a mental-type spirit master, as well as my Sea God's Pavilion command token. Go to Mingyu Tower in Shrek City to complete the exchange with Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. Remember, your attitude must be sincere. We are going to resolve a grudge, not create one. Mu En's arrangement caused some of the pro-war elders to look puzzled. Mu En glanced at them and continued explaining, you only see the immediate loss, but you overlook the greater benefit. According to Lexwan's description, that Huo Yuhao is only 8 years old yet already a rank 30 spirit elder with 2,000-year spirit rings. His talent is unprecedented throughout the ages. The 5-year agreement he proposed shows that he intends to enter Shrek Academy in the future. If such a piece of unpolished jade can be brought into the academy and carefully nurtured, his future achievements will be limitless. And if such a young limit Douluo can become friendly with the academy because of Huo Yuhao, or even have the chance to join us in the future, is her value comparable to a mere spirit bone and a single chance to enter the Golden Ancient Tree? My days are numbered. Once I am gone, Zanzi will be unable to support the situation alone. If we can have Leng Yaoju's help, Shrek Academy can truly be as stable as Mount Tai and even regain its past glory. This transaction may seem like a loss, but it is actually an investment in Shrek Academy's luck for the next few centuries. Do you all understand? Mu En's far-sighted analysis was like a sudden enlightenment, causing all the elders present to fall into deep thought, followed by expressions of realization and admiration. Indeed, sacrificing small interests for the sake of the big picture. This was the breadth of mind and vision a master of the Sea God's Pavilion should have. As for Leng Yaoju and Huo Yuhao's backgrounds, as long as their hearts ultimately turned toward Shrek, what did it matter? Back then, wasn't Elder Mu also from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? In the end, he still became the master of Shrek Academy's Sea God's Pavilion and served the academy. The meeting ended there under Mu En's decision. Yan Xiaojia and Zhang Leshwen did not dare to delay. They immediately took Elder Mu's command token to the academy's treasury, retrieved a precious 100,000-year soul bone, and set off for Mingyu Tower in Shrek City. On the other side, in a luxurious and quiet private room on the top floor of Mingyu Tower in Shrek City, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju had already arrived and were leisurely sipping fragrant tea. Zanzi, whose spirit power was sealed by Leng Yaoju and who was now like an ordinary person, wore a clean but slightly oversized white robe. He sat in a chair in the corner with a defeated face and hollow eyes. With his spirit power forbidden and his life or death in the hands of others, combined with learning from Huo Yuhao about the massive price the academy might have to pay to redeem him, this usually high and mighty gluttonous Douluo was now utterly disheartened, without a trace of his former arrogance. Before long, there was a light knock on the door of the private room. After being granted permission, Yan Xiaojia and Zhang Leshwen walked in. Elder Zan, are you alright? As soon as Yan Xiaojia entered, his eyes anxiously searched the room. When he saw the haggard-looking Zanzi in the corner, he couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with concern and a hint of complexity. Hearing the familiar voice, Zanzi slowly raised his head, revealing a bitter smile as he said hoarsely, Xiaojia, I'm fine. Dean Yan, there will be plenty of time for catching up later. Let's talk business first. Huo Yuhao put down his teacup and interrupted their conversation in a calm voice, bringing the topic back to the matter at hand. Hearing this, Yan Xiaojia finally officially turned his gaze toward the head seat. When he saw Huo Yuhao's face, which was exceptionally young yet already displayed an amazing handsomeness and composed aura, he couldn't help but be inwardly amazed. Immediately, his gaze fell upon the red-robed woman sitting silently beside Huo Yuhao. She was exquisitely beautiful with a cold, celestial temperament. Feeling that unfathomable aura even though it was deliberately restrained, he immediately confirmed that this must be the limit Douluo Zhang Leshwen spoke of. Leng Yaoju. 42. Number 42 External Soul Bone. Golden Heart. Huo Yuhao. The people of Shrek Academy are all such good people. Chapter 42 External Spirit Bone. Golden Heart, Huo Yuhao. The people of Shrek Academy are truly good people. Yan Xiaojia and Zhang Leshwen sat down in the seats opposite Huo Yuhao. Yan Xiaojia took a deep breath, striving to make his expression appear sincere and peaceful. He first took out an exquisitely crafted jade box emitting a faint chill from his storage soul tool, gently pushed it onto the table in front of Huo Yuhao, and then slowly spoke. Young Master Huo, Senior Leng. Regarding this incident, it was indeed Elder Zan who was impulsive and reckless, and at fault first. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I solemnly apologize to you both for Elder Zan's improper behavior. He paused, glanced at the jade box, and continued. After a resolution by the Sea God's Pavilion, we agree to the conditions proposed by young Master Huo. Inside this jade box is a 100,000-year soul bone. As for the opportunity to enter the Golden Ancient Tree, young Master Huo can use this Sea God's Pavilion token to enter Shrek Academy's Sea God Island at any time, and we will certainly not stop you. After speaking, Yan Xiaojia took out a golden token from his storage soul tool and pushed it over. The words, Sea God, were written in the center of the token. A flicker of imperceptible surprise flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Shrek Academy had actually apologized and agreed to the conditions so straightforwardly? This was somewhat different from his expectation that the other party might haggle or prevaricate. Upon further thought, he understood the key. On one hand, it was the absolute deterrent power of Leng Yaoju, a limit Douluo, with Zan Zi, an important combatant, captured and Mew and having little time left. Shrek Academy simply lacked the capital to be firm. On the other hand, they likely also intended to use this opportunity to resolve the animosity, or perhaps even with the intention of recruitment. Huo Yuhao calmly reached out to take the jade box and opened it. Immediately, a soft yet pure and majestic energy fluctuation spread out. The box was lined with dark velvet, on which lay a strange spirit bone. This spirit bone was a right arm bone, but its design was very unique. Its entire body presented a translucent grayish-white color, with a texture like the finest ancient jade, warm and lustrous. Inside the spirit bone, it seemed as if countless colorful glows were slowly flowing and changing, like a dream or an illusion. The shape of the bone was not a complete arm skeleton, but rather it exquisitely covered the key areas from the shoulder to the fingertips. The most eye-catching part was its claw blades. The 5 finger bones were slender and long, and the tips were exceptionally sharp, like 5 miniature, hiltless transparent daggers, emitting a sharp aura. When Huo Yuhao's spirit power slightly touched it, the entire arm bone became even more transparent, almost merging with the surrounding light, and the flow of the colorful lights inside accelerated, emitting an enchanting glow. In a calm state, it was more like a masterpiece of art, with its energy restrained and not appearing aggressive. Young Master Huo, Yan Xiaojia introduced at the right time, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible heartache. This spirit bone was obtained 500 years ago by a senior of our academy after going through many hardships to hunt a phantom dragon lizard with a 100,000-year cultivation. Its quality is excellent. According to records, after absorbing this spirit bone, there is a very high probability of obtaining that spirit beast's core life-saving spirit ability, Phantom Substitute. When activating this spirit ability, the user can instantly create a phantom clone identical to themselves to remain in place. This clone can withstand attacks or attract the enemy's attention, while the main body enters a state of complete invisibility for about 1 second and instantly teleports up to 5 meters in a designated direction. Whether used to evade fatal attacks, launch a surprise assault, or escape the battlefield, it is an extremely practical divine skill. After the introduction, Yan Xiaojia's heart was bleeding. A 100,000-year soul bone, the entire inventory of Shrek Academy could be counted on one's fingers. Each piece was a treasure of the academy, prepared for those who would make great contributions to the academy in the future. Now it had to be used to redeem an elder who had caused trouble due to greed. Huo Yuhao pushed the jade box in front of Leng Yaoju beside him. Leng Yaoju extended her slender finger, and a trace of pure spirit power was injected into it. After sensing it carefully for a moment and confirming that the spirit bone's energy was pure and without any hidden dangers, she nodded slightly to Huo Yuhao. With confirmation, Huo Yuhao then put this precious 100,000-year right arm bone into his storage soul tool. Then he signaled to Leng Yaoju, who waved her jade hand lightly, and a stream of light sank into Zan Zi's body, lifting the seal on his spirit power. Feeling the long-lost power return, Zan Zi's body shook slightly, but there was not much joy on his face. He silently stood up and walked behind Yan Xiaojia, lowering his head without saying a word. The transaction was complete, and Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju rose to leave. Yan Xiaojia looked at Zan Zi beside him, feeling very speechless in his heart. Zan Zi had greedily wanted to snatch a spirit bone, but as a result, he couldn't beat them and even lost a 100,000-year soul bone. Elder Zan, teacher said that after you return to Shrek Academy, you should go directly to find him, Yan Xiaojia said. Hearing Yan Xiaojia's words, Zan Zi's body shook slightly and he nodded. After leaving Mingyu Tower, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju did not stay long in Shrek City. The two boarded that streamlined 7th rank flying soul tool, set the direction, and sped toward Heaven Do City. The flying vessel flew smoothly above the clouds, with floating clouds and the shrinking mountains and rivers below passing by quickly outside the window. Yuhao sat in the comfortable cabin, eyes closed to rest, reviewing the gains from this trip to the Star-Do Great Forest. Just then, the familiar system notification sound rang in his mind as expected. Open black lens bracket ding detected that the host successfully intercepted the 100,000-year moon erosion demonic wolf spirit bone that originally belonged to Zhang Leshuan and, relying on absolute strength and wisdom, extorted the 100,000-year phantom dragon lizard right arm bone from Shrek Academy. This behavior has caused Shrek Academy's strength and luck to be weakened to a certain extent in the short term and has had a significant impact on the relationship between Yuhao and Shrek Academy and the future development trajectory in the original Fate line. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtained reward. 10,000-year external spirit bone. Golden heart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Golden heart. This spirit bone originates from the overlord among 10,000-year spirit beasts, the Golden Titan. The Golden Titan possesses an extremely rare golden bloodline and has formidable combat power, enough to contend with pure-blooded true dragon-type spirit beasts at the same rank. After absorption, the host will obtain 2 spirit abilities. Passive spirit ability, Golden Furnace. Active spirit ability, Golden Blood Boiling. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Passive spirit ability, Golden Furnace. Close black lens bracket. After fusion, the golden heart will continuously emit gentle yet pure golden chi and blood energy, like lighting an inextinguishable furnace within the body. This energy will subtly permeate and temper every inch of the host's muscles, bones, and meridians, comprehensively improving physical body strength. The host's heart will receive an epic level enhancement, beating powerfully, and the blood pumped out will be as heavy as mercury and full of vitality, making the life force exceptionally majestic. When practicing any body refining cultivation technique or performing high-intensity physical training, the effect of the golden furnace will be stimulated to the extreme, causing cultivation efficiency to double, allowing for a faster breakthrough of physical shackles to reach a new level. Open black lens bracket. Active spirit ability, Golden Blood Boiling. Close black lens bracket. Effect: actively activate the core power of the golden heart, instantly detonating the golden chi and blood stored within it. The host's entire body's blood seems to turn into boiling lava, entering a state of extreme excitement. During the duration of the effect, all of the host's physical attributes, including strength, speed, physical defense, and neural reaction speed, will receive a massive boost, as if transforming into a human-shaped vicious beast. All attacks, physical or energy, will carry a shatter characteristic, which has a strong destructive effect on an enemy's defensive spirit abilities, protective aura, and even solid armor and spirit tool shields, making it easier to break through defenses. Limitation: this skill puts a great load on the body and will rapidly consume chi, blood, and spirit power. It is not suitable for long-term maintenance. The regular duration is about 1 minute. Exceeding the time limit or forcibly extending it will cause damage to the body. Good stuff. This is truly timely help. After listening to the system's detailed introduction, Yuhao's heart immediately surged with a wave of uncontrollable joy. His currently cultivated flawless golden body was stuck at the entry stage. After condensing 108 golden runes, progress had become exceptionally slow. The effect of daily medicinal baths was already negligible, and 10,000-year or older whale glue, which could produce a significant tempering effect on his current physique, was in short supply and difficult to obtain. The appearance of this golden heart external spirit bone perfectly solved his current greatest cultivation bottleneck. The passive effect of Golden Furnace was practically an accelerator tailor-made for top-tier body refining cultivation techniques like the flawless golden body. And the active skill, Golden Blood Boiling, was a trump card that could burst with astonishing combat power at critical moments. 43. Number 43. Heavenly Demon Puppet. Suya, Holy Tiger of Light, Dark Demon Tiger. Chapter 43. Heavenly Demon Puppet. Yi, Light Holy Tiger, Dark Demonic Tiger. After returning to the familiar villa in Heaven Do City, Yuhao gave a brief greeting to his mother, Yun'er, and then impatiently headed straight for his expanded exclusive cultivation room on the 3rd floor. This trip to the Star-Do Great Forest had yielded immense gains, and he needed to convert them into tangible strength as soon as possible. Inside the cultivation room, the spirit tool lighting was soft, and the energy gathering array operated quietly, gathering the heaven and earth origin chi. Yuhao sat cross-legged on the central cushion, calming his mind. First, he focused his attention on the system reward, the open black lens bracket 10,000-year external spirit bone, golden heart close black lens bracket. The fusion process was even smoother than expected, perhaps due to the solid foundation laid by the flawless golden body and his own powerful mental force's precise control over his body. When that spirit bone, emitting a warm golden glow and shaped like a miniature titan's heart, slowly merged into his chest and began to fuse with his heart, no violent rejection occurred. A warm current, like gentle magma, spread from the position of his heart to every part of his body. Yuhao could clearly feel that every beat of his heart became more powerful, and the blood being pumped seemed to become thicker and heavier, brimming with vibrant vitality. The passive spirit ability open black lens bracket golden furnace close black lens bracket had already activated, beginning to continuously emit pure golden bloodline energy, subtly tempering his physical body. His muscle fibers became tougher, his bone density seemed to slowly increase, and his meridians widened slightly under the nourishment of this energy. Not bad. With the assistance of the golden heart, my efficiency in cultivating the flawless golden body will increase at least several times over. Yuhao carefully felt the subtle and continuous changes in his body, his heart filled with joy. Quote, at this rate, perhaps in less than 3 years, I will be able to condense all 206 golden runes required for the introductory stage to perfection. This speed was terrifying. One must know that in the plot of Douluo, Mu Yi, the sect master of the body sect, had the support of the body sect's secret body tempering environment and resources. Yet it still took him at least 5 years to condense the 206 golden runes. Yuhao achieved a similar or even faster speed with just one spirit bone and some previously accumulated foundation, which fully demonstrated the heaven-defying nature of this open black lens bracket golden heart close black lens bracket. After initially adapting to the vigorous power coming from his heart, Yuhao did not stop. Instead, he began to comprehend another powerful divine ability rewarded by the system, open black lens bracket heavenly demon shadow close black lens bracket. This secret technique, capable of condensing an external incarnation, was in some ways even more valuable than top-tier spirit bones, serving as an excellent trump card for survival and a strategic asset. He calmed his mind, and the profound formulas of the open black lens bracket heavenly demon shadow close black lens bracket emerged in his head. Relinquish form to capture the spirit, abandon light to embrace the shadow that body is I. The heavenly demon reigns together. As the cultivation technique operated, Yuhao began to cautiously strip away the bloodline power originating from the Duke of White Tiger's lineage within his body. This process required extremely high precision. He had to completely strip away the White Tiger bloodline belonging to the Dai family without damaging his own origin. Fortunately, with his powerful mental force and the bloodline support provided by the Golden Heart, although the stripping process was painful, it was not a major problem. Soon, a mass of bloodline energy emitting a faint white light and containing sharpness and evil chi was successfully stripped away, hovering in front of Yuhao. The slight depletion in his body caused by the bloodline stripping was almost instantly replenished by new, purely his own blood under the powerful hematopoietic function of the open black lens bracket golden furnace close black lens bracket, making his bloodline energy even more vigorous than before. After a brief moment of breath regulation to return to his peak state, Yuhao's gaze sharpened. With a thought, he cast the mental body of the heavenly dream iceworm, whose consciousness was sealed, into that mass of white tiger bloodline. At the same time, his hands formed seals as he fully operated the method of the open black lens bracket heavenly demon shadow close black lens bracket. A silent thunderclap seemed to echo within the cultivation room. Under the influence of the secret technique, the white tiger bloodline and the heavenly dream iceworm's mental origin began to violently churn, fuse, and take shape amidst the twisting light. A silhouette gradually became clear. A moment later, the light dissipated, and a figure with the exact same appearance and build as Yuhao's original body, except for bright golden hair, stood quietly across from him. His eyes were initially somewhat dazed, but they soon focused, becoming agile and profound, identical to the gaze of Yuhao's original self. Original self, the golden-haired Yuhao, spoke slowly, his voice clear and carrying a strange sense of resonance. Note: the clone will later enter the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy and come into contact with Shu Juju, but he has no romantic plotline. He is merely a tool for revenge. Shu Juju is not the female lead either, so please do not misunderstand. Yuhao, the original self, looked over this newly born incarnation with satisfaction and nodded. Very good. From now on, you shall be called Su Su Yi. Yes, original self, Su Su Yi said with a slight nod. What is your spirit? The original Huo Yuhao inquired. The incarnation was condensed from his bloodline in the heavenly dream iceworm's mental body, so it should logically inherit some traits. But after the transformation by the open black lens bracket heavenly demon shadow close black lens bracket secret technique, mutations might occur. Su Suyi's thoughts shifted slightly. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from him behind him. A majestic, entirely snow-white, giant white tiger phantom with wings abruptly emerged. At the same time, 2 purple spirit rings and 1 black spirit ring rose in succession beneath his feet. It was impressively a top-tier beast spirit, the white tiger. Furthermore, he was a rank 33 spirit elder with 2,000-year spirit rings and 1 10,000-year spirit ring. First spirit, white tiger, Su Suyi stated calmly. Immediately after, his entire aura changed abruptly. The previously fierce and domineering aura was instantly replaced by a deeper, colder atmosphere filled with violence and destruction. The temperature in the entire cultivation room seemed to drop by several degrees. The white tiger phantom behind him underwent an earth-shaking transformation. The originally snow-white fur all turned into a deep dark ink black, as if it could swallow the surrounding light. Beneath the fur, the muscle contours became more hideous and bulging, filled with an explosive sense of power. The king character pattern on its forehead, which originally symbolized kingly majesty, now transformed into a mark like burning dark flames, flickering with an ominous light. Most eye-catching were its eyes, which were no longer the sharp eyes of a white tiger but had turned into 2 clusters of crimson, like burning hellfire, filled with endless slaughter and madness. The fangs protruding from its mouth were longer and sharper, flashing with a metallic dark light. The original white wings had also turned into pitch-black bone wings like those of a demon, their edges sharp and wreathed in a faint black-purple mist. This demonic tiger phantom crouched behind Su Suyi, roaring silently and emitting a heart-palpitating pressure, as if it were a messenger of destruction from the 9 serene abyss. Second spirit, dark demonic tiger. Su Suyi's voice also took on a hint of coldness and hoarseness. The reason it was twin spirits was clearly due to the wondrous changes produced by the open black lens bracket heavenly demon shadow close black lens bracket secret technique combined with the heavenly dream mental body and the white tiger bloodline. Looking at the white tiger spirit behind Su Suyi, a cold glint and a deeply hidden fire of revenge flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. When he obtained the open black lens bracket heavenly demon shadow close black lens bracket divine ability, a plan targeting the White Tiger Duke's mansion had already begun to take shape in his heart. What did Dai Hao value most in his life? It was nothing more than 3 things: the military power of the White Tiger Legion, the hereditary title of the Duke of White Tiger, and the 10,000-year-old glory of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. And what Huo Yuhao intended to do was to use Su Suyi, this perfect incarnation, to start from these 3 points and step by step push Dai Hao and his vicious primary wife into the abyss of despair. He wanted them to watch with their own eyes as the things they cherished most were stripped away and trampled upon bit by bit. Take this spirit bone and absorb it. Huo Yuhao casually took an item from his storage soul tool. It was precisely that 50,000-year radiant white tiger right arm bone he had obtained from the White Tiger Duke's mansion's treasury. The quality of this spirit bone was already insufficient for him, but it happened to be perfect for Su Suyi's white tiger spirit and could greatly enhance his strength. Su Suyi took the spirit bone, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. The fusion process was very smooth, and the pure light attribute power within the spirit bone continuously poured into his white tiger spirit. Just then, Electrolux, residing within the spirit nurturing pearl, seemed to be attracted by this power of light. His remnant soul fluctuated slightly, secretly drawing the light elements from between heaven and earth, which converged toward Su Suyi like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Under the dual influence of the energy from the 50,000-year spirit bone and the dense light elements unintentionally drawn by Electrolux, a mutation occurred. The form of the white tiger spirit behind Su Suyi began to undergo subtle changes. Its white fur became more crystal clear, as if condensed from light. The king character pattern on its forehead emitted a holy radiance, and the wings on its back became wider and wider, with golden halos flowing along the edges of the feathers. When the absorption was complete, Su Suyi's spirit had already transformed. From the top-tier beast spirit white tiger, it had evolved into an even more powerful super spirit containing sacred and light power. The Light Holy Tiger. 44. Number 44 Gold of Life. Chapter 44. Gold of Life. After Su Suyi's spirit successfully evolved into the Light Holy Tiger, Huo Yuhao nodded with satisfaction. The potential of this incarnation had already exceeded his expectations. However, Su Suyi had just condensed into form and still needed to become familiar and attuned to his twin spirits and newly acquired power. With a thought, Huo Yuhao communicated with the coordinates of the undead demiplane left by Electrolux. A spatial portal emitting a faint aura of death and desolation quietly opened. Within the cultivation room, Huo Yuhao instructed Su Suyi, "Go in. There are endless undead creatures inside for you to hone your spirit abilities. Familiarize yourself with and master all your powers as quickly as possible." Yes, original body. Su Suyi did not hesitate at all, stepping into the spatial portal and disappearing within. Although the environment within the undead demiplane was harsh, it was indeed the most suitable place for rapidly accumulating combat experience and becoming familiar with various abilities. Just as Huo Yuhao sent Su Suyi into the undead demiplane and closed the spatial channel, Leng Yaoju's cold yet slightly concerned voice came from outside the cultivation room. "Yuhao, I've managed to get that spirit-devouring engraving knife you wanted." Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Huo Yuhao's face, and he stood up at once to open the door of the cultivation room. Outside the door, Leng Yaoju stood elegantly, holding a quaintly styled special metal box engraved with sealing runes. She explained, "Inside this is that spirit-devouring engraving knife. This item has a notorious reputation. None of its several previous owners met a good end. The knife has accumulated an extremely massive and pure amount of malevolent aura and resentment. Its aura is too violent and would erode and destroy the spatial formation structures of ordinary storage soul tools, so the Starlight Auction House specifically provided this special metal box that can temporarily isolate its aura." She paused and added, "However, even with this box, it will likely be eroded over time." "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Yaoju," Huo Yuhao said as he reached out to take the heavy metal box, thanking her sincerely. Leng Yaoju waved her hand, a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. "There's no need for thanks between us. It's just that, Yuhao, this spirit-devouring engraving knife is extremely ominous. It's said that it even imprisons the remnant souls of 9th-rank soul engineers and evil soul masters with a sky-high malevolent aura. If you want to use it to study spirit tools, it would be better if I purified the vengeful spirits within first, to avoid it backfiring on you." She thought Huo Yuhao had purchased the carving knife to improve his spirit tool crafting skills. Huo Yuhao shook his head, a confident smile appearing on his face. "Sister Yaoju, I understand your intentions. However, I have my own way to purify this carving knife. Moreover, this process might even benefit you. Why don't you come in and watch?" Leng Yaoju was slightly taken aback, then realized the existence of that mysterious and powerful remnant soul within Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. She nodded. All right, with her acting as a protector, she could intervene in time if anything went wrong. The two returned to the cultivation room. Huo Yuhao placed the metal box on the floor, sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, and communicated with Electrolux inside the spirit-nurturing pearl. "Elder Yi, you shouldn't be a stranger to this item, right?" Huo Yuhao transmitted the information using his mental force. Naturally familiar, this is the gold of life. Electrolux's remnant soul sensed the aura from outside and woke up with a hint of surprise. Quote, "Yuhao, you actually recognize this item?" Huo Yuhao responded with a light laugh, "Of course. Elder Yi, do you still remember the book I mentioned that recorded the story of you and the Heavenly Dream Iceworm? This piece of gold of life is one of the important opportunities belonging to me mentioned in that book." He knew clearly in his heart that this spirit-devouring engraving knife, forged from the gold of life, would grant him the vital Eye of Life in the future, which would then evolve into the Eye of Destiny and eventually become the divine artifact, Eternal Eye. Its value was immeasurable. Interesting. If there's a chance, this old man would really like to see the stories in that book with my own eyes. Electrolux's interest grew upon hearing this, but seeing that Huo Yuhao had no intention of elaborating, he suppressed his curiosity and focused his attention on the spirit-devouring engraving knife before him. "Then, please take action, Elder Yi," Huo Yuhao said, opening the special metal box and taking out the spirit-devouring engraving knife. The carving knife was about half a foot long and only as thick as a finger. It was quaintly styled, narrowing from bottom to top, with a sharp point at the tip and a blade about half an inch wide below. The body of the knife was overall dark black, with some hard-to-distinguish patterns faintly engraved on it, emitting a somber and ancient aura. Once removed from the isolation of the metal box, the carving knife was immediately surrounded by a dense, almost tangible aura of resentment and evil. Blackish-gray air currents coiled around it, making it look more like a supreme evil weapon from the 9 netherworlds, inspiring awe and fear. Naturally, Electrolux replied, "Thanks to the nourishment of the spirit-nurturing pearl, his wisp of remnant soul had stabilized significantly." A solid gray phantom emerged from between Huo Yuhao's eyebrows. It was the handsome and majestic Electrolux. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the malevolent blade. To inject evil thoughts and curses into the gold of life is truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. Electrolux's voice carried a hint of disdain and regret. Quote, the perpetrator only sensed the vast energy within but had no idea how to stimulate its true uses. Purify, gold of life. This old man will certainly disperse all filth and let you regain your pure brilliance of life. As his voice fell, Electrolux raised his hand and pointed into the air. A stream of extremely pure and vast mental force instantly condensed, turning into a ball of pure, flawless, snow-white holy flame. The flame burned quietly, emitting a dense and warm purifying aura, as if it could cleanse all evil in the world. This was one of Electrolux's signature skills, the holy flame of purification, specifically designed to counter evil. The moment the holy flame of purification appeared, the spirit-devouring engraving knife seemed to sense the threat of a natural enemy. The blade trembled violently, and a dense, almost viscous greenish-black light suddenly erupted, condensing in the air into a distorted, hideous giant ghost face. It let out a silent yet soul-piercing mad roar, lunging with bared fangs and claws toward the ball of white flame, attempting to devour it. However, the holy flame of purification was naturally the bane of these malevolent, vengeful spirits. The white flame's light flared slightly, like warm sun melting snow. As soon as the menacing greenish-black ghost face touched the holy flame, it let out a shrill shriek and was instantly ignited and purified, turning into wisps of green smoke and vanishing without a trace. Immediately after, the interior of the spirit-devouring engraving knife seemed to be ignited, and a large amount of ink-black air currents filled with negative emotions surged out frantically. These were the essences of resentment left behind by the tragic deaths of past owners. But under the burning of the holy flame of purification, these black air currents were like meeting their nemesis, being constantly evaporated and purified with a chi-chi sound, eventually dissipating into nothingness. As the resentment was continuously purified, the greenish-black light originally emitted by the spirit-devouring engraving knife began to become clear and soft at a speed visible to the naked eye, and that uncomfortable, sinister aura rapidly receded. Although the energy conflict during the entire purification process was intense, under Electrolux's precise control, it did not last long. Soon, the last stubborn wisp of black air on the spirit-devouring engraving knife was also refined by the holy flame and completely disappeared. At this moment, the carving knife had already undergone a massive change in appearance. It was no longer dark and somber, but had entirely transformed into a translucent material like the finest blue-green crystal, with liquid life energy seemingly flowing slowly within. The body of the knife emitted a tranquil, soft, and life-filled green halo, with not a hint of evil remaining. Only a pure breath of life that refreshed the heart and mind spread out, making the entire cultivation room seem full of vitality. The malevolent blade, devouring spirit, had already been reborn, revealing its original form, pure gold of life. 45. Hash. Number 45 Eye of Life, Divine Fire Pill. Random title Douluo Summoning Card. Bonus chapter for Huo Yun's donation. Chapter 45. Eye of Life, Divine Fire Pill. Random titled Douluo Summoning Card. Bonus chapter for big donor Huo Yun. In Huo Yuhao's mind, the system's voice rang out. Open black lens bracket ding detected that the host successfully intercepted and purified the gold of life, completely severing the possibility of the Huo Yuhao in the original Destiny line obtaining this major opportunity. This opportunity is linked to the future birth of the Eye of Life, Eye of Destiny, and even the super divine artifact, Eye of Eternity, causing a fundamental shake and massive deviation in Huo Yuhao's destiny trajectory. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Obtained rewards. Divine Fire Pill X1. Random titled Douluo Summoning Card X1. God Bestowed Spirit Ring X1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Divine Fire Pill. Upon consumption, it can permanently upgrade the flame quality of a non-ultimate fire attribute Spirit Master to the ultimate fire level. Note: ineffective for Spirit Masters who already possess ultimate fire or are non-fire attribute. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Random titled Douluo Summoning Card. Upon use, it can randomly summon a titled Douluo level powerhouse who is absolutely loyal to the host. Strength range, level 91 to level 98. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. God Bestowed Spirit Ring. After absorption, it will automatically condense the most suitable spirit ring with the optimal age for the host, based on the host's current physical fitness and mental force intensity. Minimum age, 10 years. Maximum theoretical age, 1 million years. Close black lens bracket. The rewards this time are actually abundant to such an extent, even with Huo Yuhao's firm will. Hearing the list of rewards from the system set off a tidal wave of shock in his heart, his tone filled with disbelief. He knew the value of these rewards all too well, especially the open black lens bracket divine fire pill close black lens bracket. The gap between an ultimate attribute and a non-ultimate attribute was like a heavenly chasm. Taking Leng Yaoju as an example, without ultimate fire, her chances of winning against a vicious beast duo like Da Ming and Ming might only be 40%, but once her heavenly phoenix fire evolved into ultimate fire, her strength would undergo a qualitative change, making it extremely difficult to contend with her unless the opponent used a divine rank trump card. The system sprite appeared at the right time and explained, open black lens bracket the gold of life is one of the core opportunities for Huo Yuhao in the original Destiny line, a key foundation for the soaring of his divine sense power, and it eventually evolved into the super divine artifact Eye of Eternity. You successfully intercepted it and caused it to completely deviate from its original track, creating an impact on the world line that far exceeds previous instances. So the rewards obtained are naturally the most generous. Close black lens bracket. After receiving the system's explanation, Huo Yuhao finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and pulled his attention back to reality. He noticed Leng Yaoju beside him was closing her eyes and concentrating, her spirit power circulating as she quietly absorbed the portion of pure life force that had escaped during the purification of the gold of life. This life force was a rare supplement even for a powerhouse of her level. Yuhao, Electrolux's old and majestic voice rang out. The time has come. Place this piece of pure gold of life against the center of your brow, the Yintang point. I will open a second sea of consciousness for you and forge this world rare third eye. Huo Yuhao had 100% trust in Electrolux. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and reached out to pick up the cyan carving knife that had become as warm as jade, gently pressing its tip, which shimmered with a faint cyan light, against the exact center of his smooth forehead. In the next moment, Electrolux's phantom gestured slightly, and the tip of the gold of life seemed to come alive. Moving forward with precision and stability, it actually pierced directly into Huo Yuhao's skull. As the blade entered his skull, the expected sharp pain did not come. Instead, it was replaced by an incredibly strange feeling of fullness. Huo Yuhao only let out a muffled groan before focusing his internal vision to feel the dramatic changes within his body. In an instant, a life aura as vast as the sea and extremely pure surged like a broken dam's flood from the small wound on his forehead into his sea of consciousness. The originally pale gold sea of consciousness was instantly dyed into a vast, boundless emerald ocean. The dense life force quickly became viscous and pushed his sea of consciousness to expand rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. The 9 Revolutions spirit refining art operated automatically. The 2 already formed golden mental force vortices above the sea of consciousness spun crazily, efficiently converting most of the incoming life force into pure mental force origin to fill the rapidly expanding mental space. Driven by this unstoppable life force, the solid barrier between the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm and the Spirit Abyss realm melted away as quickly as snow under the sun. Boom! A roar, like the beginning of the universe, echoed deep within Huo Yuhao's soul. His mental force realm boldly broke through the bottleneck and officially stepped into the Spirit Abyss realm, as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea. Boundless, so this is the Spirit Abyss realm. Huo Yuhao's soul form stood on the island formed by condensed mental force in the center of the sea of consciousness, looking at the endless, surging emerald sea that contained infinite power, his heart filled with shock and joy. Having reached this realm, the quantity of his mental force had reached a terrifying degree, laying a solid foundation for his future qualitative change to a higher level. Meanwhile, the gold of life carving knife pierced into his forehead began to undergo a strange change. It vibrated slightly, gradually softening, and finally turned into a warm, cyan-green liquid that flowed completely into Huo Yuhao's head through that wound. Huo Yuhao's entire body was once again enveloped in a dense cyan glow. The massive life aura centered on his forehead, like the finest spring water, washed over and nourished his limbs, bones, and meridians over and over again. And that pierced wound did not heal as the carving knife merged. Instead, under the influence of a strange and noble cyan gold halo, it slowly opened toward both sides. The shape was like a baby's sucking mouth, and even more like a vertical eye about to open. Under the baptism of this vast life force, Huo Yuhao's flawless golden body also underwent a massive leap. He felt as if every inch of his muscle fiber had been injected with infinite vitality, becoming tougher and tighter, as if woven from divine gold threads tempered 1,000 times, containing explosive power. A series of itches and slight hums came from deep within his bones. That was his bone density increasing crazily, his texture transforming toward a flawless and tough realm like white jade glass, and his marrow seemed to be ignited, with his blood-making function soaring. His entire body's meridians, under the washing of this gentle yet majestic life force, were widened by more than a notch, becoming more flexible and unobstructed. Spirit power flowed through them like a rushing river, smooth and hearty. The 108 golden runes that had been faintly visible on his body surface suddenly lit up as if injected with a soul. Then, under the stimulation of the vast life energy, new golden runes condensed and emerged rapidly under his skin and within his flesh, one after another, like stars lighting up the night sky. Arms, chest, back, legs, golden lines intertwined and spread, outlining profound patterns, finally stabilizing at over 170. Not only did the number of these runes increase greatly, but their solidity and the blood energy they contained were also far beyond what they were before. They breathed slightly like living things, echoing the golden blood energy emitted by the golden heart in his chest, together forming an even larger and more efficient internal furnace. When all the phenomena slowly subsided and the abundant life force completely merged with himself, Yuhao slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of indescribable, moist cyan light flashed across the depths of his eyes. Feeling the surging life force, the vaster mental force, and the powerful physique within his body, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. A massive improvement, like being reborn, he sighed softly. At this moment, at the center of his brow, a faint cyan gold vertical mark, like a natural pattern, quietly emerged, adding a bit of mystery and majesty to him. This was the Eye of Life, forged from pure gold of life. Furthermore, thanks to the integration of the power of destiny obtained from the previous attribute connection with the Emperor Auspicious Beast, the three-eyed golden lion, this newborn third eye was directly promoted to the Eye of Destiny, which contained the power of luck. At the moment of its birth, 46. Number 46 Yuhao, I'll get you sooner or later. Leng Yaoju, you've got the desire but not the guts. Bonus chapter for Yun. Chapter 46, Yuhao, I'll handle you sooner or later. Leng Yaoju, all lust, no guts. Extra chapter for Boss Yun. After sensing the profound mysteries brought by the Eye of Destiny and the comprehensive and massive increase to his own strength, Yuhao moved his mind and took out the open black lens bracket random titled Douluo Summoning Card Close Black Lens Bracket. He was very curious about what kind of powerful expert the system would summon for him. He injected a trace of spirit power and activated the card. In an instant, the card dissipated into specks of golden light, replaced by a pale golden spatial vortex that slowly spun open before him. The center of the vortex was not pitch black, but flowed with countless fragmented light particles, as if dazzling stars had been crushed and embedded in the folds of space, full of mystery and majesty. Immediately afterward, an incomparably sharp aura, seemingly capable of piercing the sky, permeated from the vortex. A tall and straight figure, taking steady steps, slowly walked out of the starlight vortex. The newcomer was a man, appearing to be around 40 or 50 years old. His face could not be called handsome, even slightly ordinary, the kind that would be hard to spot if placed in a crowd. But standing there, he resembled a divine spear, unyielding and stabbing straight into the clouds. His figure was not particularly tall, but exceptionally straight, his shoulders and back as upright as a pine tree. He wore a simple set of gray-fitted clothes without any superfluous decorations. The most eye-catching feature was his eyes. A sharp light flickered when they opened and closed, and his gaze was as keen as the faint spirit phantom in his hand, a long spear, bright silver all over, its tip bearing a cold gleam that seemed capable of freezing the soul. Merely being glanced at made one's skin feel a faint stinging pain. Beneath his feet, 9 spirit rings quietly emerged, circling and pulsating. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The spirit ring configuration, which far exceeded the optimal ratio, along with the final vibrant red 100,000-year spirit ring, was enough to prove his formidable strength. The spirit power fluctuation radiating from his body had reached level 94. Lin Tianyu greets master. The man named Lin Tianyu looked at Yuhao without any hesitation, immediately knelt on one knee, placed his right hand over his chest, and saluted with a steady voice full of reverence. The absolute loyalty granted by the system made him regard Yuhao as his master and respect him from the bottom of his heart. Tianyu, rise. Yuhao slightly raised his hand, his tone calm. Thank you, master. Only then did Lin Tianyu stand up, standing respectfully with his hands at his sides, awaiting instructions. Huo Yuhao nodded in satisfaction, then communicated with the undead demi-plane in his mind, drawing out Su Yi, who was currently engaged in fierce combat with undead creatures to hone himself. Su Yi's figure appeared in the cultivation room. Having just finished a battle, he still carried a trace of lingering evil qi. His golden short hair was slightly messy, but his eyes were sharp, and his aura was more condensed than before. Huo Yuhao pointed at Su Yi and instructed Lin Tianyu, your mission is to take Su Yi to the Star Luo Empire and find a way for him to enroll in the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy. Your primary duty is to constantly guard his safety and ensure his smooth growth. Secondly, you must unconditionally obey his commands. Yes, Lin Tianyu accepts the order. Lin Tianyu had no doubts. He turned his gaze to Su Yi and nodded steadily, indicating understanding. Following this, Lin Tianyu quietly left the cultivation room with Su Yi. Huo Yuhao prepared a high-performance 6th-grade flying spirit tool for them, watching as they turned into streaks of light and sped toward the direction of the Star Luo Empire. Not long after Lin Tianyu and the other man left, Huo Yuhao returned to the cultivation room. Lang Yaoju, who had been sitting quietly on the floor absorbing life force, also slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The aura around her seemed more restrained and profound. Clearly, the portion of life force that had dispersed brought her considerable benefits. Sister Yaoju, you're awake? How do you feel? Seeing this, Huo Yuhao walked forward and asked with concern. I absorbed a lot of the dispersed life force. My spirit power is more condensed, and my origin seems to have grown slightly. It's quite good. Lang Yaoju stretched her body, feeling the changes within, and nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Huo Yuhao smiled, then took a warm jade bottle from his storage soul tool and handed it to Lang Yaoju. Quote, this is for you. This is? Lang Yaoju took the jade bottle with some confusion. It felt scorching hot, like a piece of red-hot iron. She gently pulled out the stopper, and instantly, an indescribably scorching aura, like a volcano suppressed for millions of years, erupted from the mouth of the bottle. The temperature of the entire cultivation room instantly soared by 4 or 5 degrees, and the air slightly warped due to the high temperature. Inside the jade bottle, a medicinal pill the size of a longan, entirely crimson like blood, silently floated. Golden flame patterns seemed to flow across the pill's surface, emitting an ultimate temptation that made Lang Yaoju's spirit tremble and her soul yearn for it. Her heavenly phoenix martial soul let out a clear, high-pitched cry in her sea of consciousness, conveying an incredibly intense desire to consume it. Divine fire pill, Huo Yuhao said slowly, looking at Lang Yaoju's shocked expression. Quote, after consumption, it can permanently evolve the flame attribute of a spirit master who does not possess ultimate fire into ultimate fire. I think this medicinal pill is exactly right for Sister Yaoju. Lang Yaoju quickly capped the bottle, isolating the tempting aura. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with unbelievable surprise and excitement. Looking at Huo Yuhao, she suddenly stepped forward, opened her arms, and hugged him tightly, pressing his still tender yet handsome face against her high, soft chest. Thank you, Yuhao. Her voice was full of excitement, and her arms tightened, as if she wanted to knead Huo Yuhao into her own body. Huo Yuhao only felt his face sink into an astonishing softness and elasticity. The unique, cool, subtle fragrance of Lang Yaoju lingered around his nose. This feeling was supremely comfortable, yet also made him slightly breathless due to the sheer abundance. He gently patted Lang Yaoju's beautifully curved back, his voice muffled. Sister Yaoju, I can't breathe. Only then did Lang Yaoju realize her excessive excitement, and she quickly released her arms. Huo Yuhao was able to break free, his face flushed crimson. He took several deep breaths before his slightly disordered breathing and heartbeat calmed down. He looked at Lang Yaoju, whose cheeks were also slightly red, and couldn't help but inwardly grumble. If only I weren't this age right now, and my body hadn't fully matured, I would have handled Sister Yaoju long ago. Lang Yaoju watched the shifting expression on Huo Yuhao's face, which held a mix of frustration and regret. With her understanding of him, how could she not guess what this little guy was thinking? The corners of her lips curled into a playful and charming arc. She deliberately leaned closer, her breath like orchids, and whispered, Yuhao, if you want to right now your older sister, can help you. Her voice carried a teasing lilt. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao's heart was seized by an invisible hand, leaping violently, and then uncontrollably accelerating its beat. Even his earlobes turned noticeably red. He could clearly feel the elegant yet somewhat charming fragrance of Lang Yaoju as she leaned in. The warm breath, like orchids, brushed past his ear, instantly heating up his auricle and causing fine goosebumps to rise on his neck. But reason instantly gained the upper hand. He quickly shook his head and said righteously, though in reality, he was struggling to suppress the desire to handle Leng Yaoju, Sister Yaoju. You should first consume the divine fire pill and complete the flame evolution. This matter concerns your future Dao and cannot be delayed. Are you kidding? If something really happened now, given his small physique and the huge spirit power gap between him and Leng Yaoju, the dual cultivation feedback generated by the yin-yang creation technique alone would probably cause him to explode. HMPH, a little guy with all the lust but none of the guts. Leng Yaoju lightly spat, but her eyes were full of laughter, and she stopped teasing him. She understood the priorities. She reopened the jade bottle, took out the divine fire pill, crimson as blood and radiating terrifying heat, and swallowed it without hesitation. Upon entering her abdomen, the medicinal pill was like swallowing a miniature sun. Leng Yaoju dared not be negligent. She immediately sat cross-legged, gathered all her concentration, and guided the pure medicinal power, which suddenly erupted and was enough to burn mountains and boil seas, to charge toward the ultimate fire, the desire of countless fire attribute spirit masters. 47. Number 47 Heading to the Far North, bonus chapter for Huo Yun's donation. Chapter 47. Heading to the Extreme North, bonus chapter for Big Boss Huo Yun's donation. The moment Leng Yaoju began refining the medicinal pill's power, the temperature inside the entire cultivation room began to climb uncontrollably. The air distorted from the high heat, emitting a faint hum, and the special materials on the walls and floor even began to glow slightly red, as if being inside the core of a furnace. Huo Yuhao reacted extremely quickly. With a thought, a layer of pale gray barrier containing pure mental force and soul fluctuations instantly formed around him, isolating the terrifying high temperature that was enough to vaporize refined iron. This was naturally a protection casually laid down by Electrolux, who had sensed the dramatic change in external energy. In the center of the cultivation room, Leng Yaoju's sitting figure was completely enveloped by a ball of incomparably dazzling, liquid like scarlet gold flame. That flame was no longer just scorching. It carried a supreme aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things and making all fires submit. The majestic power of the pill was like a flood breaking a dam, continuously washing over and merging into her heavenly phoenix martial soul, performing an essential cleansing and sublimation upon it. Her originally crimson heavenly phoenix fire grew deeper in color, transforming toward a pure gold. At the core of the flame, a faint white light, like the beginning of chaos, even began to appear. This process lasted for a considerable amount of time. The moment the last wisp of pure pill power was completely refined and absorbed, Leng Yaoju's tightly closed eyes snapped open. Li, a clear and soul-penetrating phoenix cry rang out from within her. It wasn't an actual sound, but a Tao sound produced by the resonance between her powerful, martial soul origin and the rules of heaven and earth. The aura around her exploded like a volcanic eruption. The spirit power of a limit Douluo mixed with the newly born, overbearing ultimate fire energy, sweeping in all directions like a tsunami. Elder Yi, Huo Yuhao immediately called out in his heart. Electrolux's phantom, already prepared, emerged and lightly tapped the void realm with an aged finger. A spatial portal emitting a desolate and deathly aura instantly opened in front of Leng Yaoju. It was the passage leading to the undead demi-plane. With a wave of his sleeve, Electrolux wrapped a gentle yet irresistible force around Leng Yaoju, whose energy was about to spiral out of control, and the nearby Huo Yuhao. The three of them instantly vanished into the spatial portal, the undead demi-plane. This barren land, shrouded in gloom and deathly stillness all year round, welcomed an unprecedented brilliance and light today. As soon as Leng Yaoju stepped into this place, the power she could no longer suppress erupted completely. The noble and magnificent heavenly phoenix martial soul fully manifested behind her. Its size was even larger than before, its feathers distinct and flowing with scarlet gold divine radiance, as if condensed from pure ultimate fire. Beneath her feet, 6 black and 3 red, 9 soul-shaking spirit rings, burst into bloom. Boom! The scarlet gold ultimate heavenly phoenix fire exploded outward with her as the center. Like a supernova, the light instantly illuminated the dark sky for 100 miles. To undead creatures, that warmth, which contained the will of destruction, was no different from the most terrifying heavenly punishment. Countless low-level undead wandering near where Huo Yuhao and the others appeared didn't even have time to wail before they melted like snow in the sacred and blazing light of the flames, vaporizing instantly and turning into the most primal death energy to return to the demi-plane. Even some powerful undead monarchs fled in terror toward the deeper darkness. A very strong power. Electrolux's phantom floated beside Huo Yuhao, his gray robes flapping in the hot wind as he calmly evaluated. Although the energy level and precision of control are not yet equal to my peak period, in terms of the purity and dominance of this fire alone, it is already similar to the so-called gods of this world. What is lacking is merely the authority of a god position and the complete transformation of divine force. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao's face immediately showed uncontrollable joy. He understood the meaning in Electrolux's words. In the system of the Douluo continent, breaking through the level 99 limit Douluo is not the end, but another starting point. Beyond it, there are realm divisions such as quasi-demigod, demigod, and quasi-god. Previously, Leng Yaoju, relying on her own talent and accumulation, had already reached the demigod level without the assistance of a forward battle armor. And now, her martial soul had evolved into ultimate fire, driving a leap in her life essence and spirit power quality, unexpectedly allowing her to cross the bottleneck in one go and directly reach the quasi-god rank. This is the limit that a mortal being can reach. One step further is the true divine rank domain. Leng Yaoju suspended in midair, freely releasing her newly broken through power, familiarizing herself with this brand new ultimate fire that was so powerful it even shocked herself. Scarlet gold flames coiled and surged around her, sometimes turning into a phoenix spreading its wings, sometimes condensing into a river of fire, illuminating the deathly sky of the undead demi-plane like daylight. After a long time, she finally slowly withdrew the surging flames and pressure around her, and the light that made the undead tremble gradually turned inward. With a flash of her figure, she appeared before Huo Yuhao as if by teleportation. Her stunning face carried an indescribable excitement and deep affection, and in those phoenix eyes, golden flames seemed to be dancing. Without any words, Leng Yaoju reached out her arms and once again pulled Huo Yuhao tightly into her embrace. This time, it was no longer the excited hug from before, but one filled with a certain sense of possessiveness. Before Huo Yuhao could fully react, she lowered her head, and her soft and hot lips, carrying a scorched breath like a nirvana rebirth, firmly and gently pressed onto Huo Yuhao's lips. Huo Yuhao's mind went blank for a moment. The soft sensation from his lips and the unique scent on Leng Yaoju, a mix of elegant body, fragrance and the scent of newly born fire, caused his heart to stop for a beat before frantically accelerating. He hesitated for only a fraction of a second before closing his eyes, reaching out his arms to wrap around Leng Yaoju's slender yet strong waist, and began to respond awkwardly but actively. Beside them, Electrolux looked at the young couple kissing passionately. A smile that seemed both helpless and nostalgic appeared on his illusory face. He shook his head, his aged voice ringing out with a bit of teasing. Young people, really as passionate as fire, unable to wait. He shook his head and stopped, spectating, consuming dog food, waving his gray robe lightly. A spatial fluctuation once again enveloped Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. The next moment, the figures of the two disappeared from the undead demi-plane and were sent back to the safe cultivation room in the Heaven Do City Villa. Back in the familiar cultivation room of the Heaven Do City Villa, the lingering charm of the spatial fluctuation had not yet completely dissipated, and the hot and soft sensation between their lips and teeth was still clear. After a long time, until both of them were somewhat out of breath from the long and devoted kiss, Leng Yaoju slowly released the arms wrapping around Huo Yuhao and took a small step back. Her cheeks were flushed with a moving blush, as if dyed by the sunset clouds. In her phoenix eyes, which contained golden flames, waterlight rippled, carrying a hint of blurred and lingering affection. Huo Yuhao's breathing was also slightly hurried. He looked at the radiant Leng Yaoju before him, who was completely different from her usual cold appearance, and asked softly with some confusion, "Sister Yaoju, why did you suddenly?" He didn't feel comfortable saying the rest, but the meaning was clear. Hearing this, Leng Yaoju's eyes flickered. She raised her hand to gently smooth the hair by her ear that wasn't messy, explaining with feigned composure, "Perhaps it was just that after refining the medicinal pill, my power surged and my blood flowed too violently, causing my mind to be somewhat agitated, unable to control my emotions. So I wanted to vent a bit." Her voice grew lower toward the end, carrying a hint of undetectable guilt. Of course, things like blood surging and being unable to control emotions were naturally excuses. The fundamental reason why she was so proactive lay in her long accumulated thoughts. Clearly, she was the first to accompany Huo Yuhao, but because her own spirit power was too high, she was unable to perform the yin-yang creation technique dual cultivation. She could only watch helplessly as that girl Tang Ya, who came later, used the name of dual cultivation to have close contact with Huo Yuhao every day, sleeping in the same bed and taking all the advantages. Now that Tang Ya had gone to Shrek Academy, she finally found an opportunity to be alone with Huo Yuhao. Her suppressed emotions found an outlet, so she took the opportunity to satisfy her long-held desire. 48. Number 48. If heaven had not given birth to my heavenly dream, the far north would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness. Bonus chapter for Huo Yun's generous donation. Chapter 48. Without me, Tianming, the extreme north would be an eternal night. Bonus chapter for Huo Yun's donation. System, this divine fire pill you gave me, it doesn't have any strange ingredients, does it? Like an aphrodisiac? Huo Yuhao listened to Leng Yaoju's obviously forced explanation and couldn't help but seek verification from the system in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding host. Please treat system products with rigor. All rewards provided by the system have undergone strict rule verification and contain absolutely no negative side effects or undesirable additions. The divine fire pill effect is pure, acting only on fire attribute evolution and energy enhancement. It has zero connection to the functions the host is speculating about. Close black lens bracket. The system's reply was cold and decisive, carrying a hint of displeasure at being questioned. Having received the system's guarantee, Huo Yuhao finally dispelled his doubts. However, the look he gave Leng Yaoju still held a bit of scrutiny and understanding. He clearly didn't fully believe her surging blood and qi excuse. Nevertheless, he didn't press further. After all, this feeling wasn't bad, and it wasn't like he was the one losing out. He cleared his throat and changed the subject, asking about the business at hand. I see. So Sister Yaoju, how do you feel specifically after refining the pill? Is the strength increase significant? Turning to serious matters, Leng Yaoju's expression returned to its usual seriousness and coolness, though the charm in the corners of her eyes couldn't be completely wiped away for the moment. She carefully sensed the power surging within her body and spoke with strong confidence. I feel excellent. My spirit power cultivation has taken a step further through this opportunity and has already stabilized at the quasi-god rank. Most importantly, my heavenly phoenix fire has completely evolved into ultimate fire. Its power far exceeds what it was before. The improvement brought by this qualitative change is immeasurable. She paused, a flash of disdain in her eyes. With my current strength, looking across the entire Douluo continent, I have the confidence to defeat even DTN, the golden-eyed black dragon king of the Star Do Great Forest, unless he uses that divine technique bestowed by the dragon god that transcends mortal limits, the dragon god claw. Sensing the powerful confidence and surging sense of power in Leng Yaoju's words, Huo Yuhao was sincerely happy for her. He nodded, pondered for a moment, and finally revealed his next plan. Sister Yaoju, your strength has increased greatly. The timing is perfect. I plan to head to the extreme north soon. The extreme north? Leng Yaoju raised an eyebrow slightly. That was a restricted zone for humans, with a harsh environment and powerful ice attribute spirit beasts lurking within. Yes, Huo Yuhao's gaze was firm. I need to go there to obtain my second spirit. The target most suitable for me is there. He didn't explicitly say his targets were the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, but Leng Yaoju could feel his determination to succeed. Leng Yaoju looked at Huo Yuhao without any hesitation. She didn't even ask why he was so certain the extreme north held a suitable second spirit for him, simply nodding decisively. All right, I will accompany you. When do we depart? Her trust and support were absolute. A warm current flowed through Huo Yuhao's heart as he said, prepare yourself. We leave tomorrow morning. All right. Leng Yaoju agreed, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes as well. For her, now possessing ultimate fire, the extreme north might just be the perfect place to verify her strength and temper her flames. The next morning, Huo Yuhao briefly explained to his mother, Huo Yun'er, that he needed to go out for training for a while, without mentioning the specific dangers of the extreme north. Although Huo Yun'er was reluctant to see him go, she knew well that her son was no longer an ordinary person, so she simply gave him detailed instructions to stay safe. After saying goodbye to his mother, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju boarded that rank 7 flying spirit tool. It turned into a streak of deep blue light, hurtling toward the northernmost tip of the continent, the frozen plains of the extreme north known as a forbidden zone for life. The extreme north ice plains, located at the northernmost end of the Douluo continent, is one of the regions with the harshest environments on this continent. Looking out, there was only eternal, pure white between heaven and earth. Perennial snow covered everything, and the piercing cold winds were like countless icy blades, howling incessantly, kicking up clouds of snow and cutting away the last trace of warmth in the air. The air here was extremely dry and cold, for the vast majority of living beings. Even breathing was a form of agony. The core region of the extreme north was no less dangerous than the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest, and in some aspects, it was even more so. The danger of the Star-Do Great Forest primarily came from the powerful spirit beasts dwelling within, while the terror of the extreme north stemmed more from its own extremely harsh natural environment. This bone-chilling extreme low temperature was a continuous and massive drain for human spirit masters who needed to rely on spirit power to resist the cold. Even for powerhouses at the titled Douluo level, if they stayed here for a long time, their spirit power would be rapidly consumed. Once their spirit power was exhausted, what awaited them was being frozen into ice sculptures, becoming eternal landmarks in this white desert or food for certain cold-resistant spirit beasts. Because of this, and because ice attribute spirit masters were already rare on the continent, very few spirit masters would risk coming here to hunt spirit beasts. This also allowed the spirit beast populations in the extreme north to recuperate. Their numbers were vast, and their overall strength and foundation were deep enough to rival the spirit beast forces of the Star-Do Great Forest. After 4 or 5 days of non-stop, full-speed flight, Yuhao and Leng Yaoju finally crossed the long distance and arrived at this forbidden land that made spirit masters pale at its mention, the extreme north ice plains. The flying craft slowly landed in the peripheral area. Stepping out of the hatch, the bone-chilling wind immediately whipped snow particles against their faces. Looking out, it was an endless snowy plain where heaven and earth were of the same color, as if the entire world had been frozen in this pure white. Yuhao and Leng Yaoju walked across the ankle-deep snow with calm steps. Of the two, one relied on the powerful physique of his minor achievement, flawless golden body, with a faint golden luster flowing around him, easily isolating the erosion of the wind and snow. The other was even simpler. As a quasi-god rank powerhouse with ultimate fire, she only needed to release a sliver of her aura to make the area within hundreds of meters around her as warm as spring, with snowflakes turning into nothingness before they could even get close. This extreme cold was as good as non-existent to them. The two traveled deep inside, eventually stopping in the middle of a vast, open snowy plain where the terrain was relatively flat and the view unobstructed. Yuhao's powerful spirit abyss realm mental force swept across the surroundings like mercury flowing on the ground, confirming that no powerful spirit beasts were lurking nearby. This is about the place. Yuhao stopped and nodded. This open area was perfect to serve as a stage. Sister Yaoju. Yuhao turned to look at Leng Yaoju, his gaze calm. Next, I'll need you to mimic a person's voice and use your spirit power to spread this aura out. No problem. Leng Yaoju agreed readily. Although she wasn't clear on Yuhao's specific plan, she had absolute trust in him. With her current quasi-god rank strength, even if she encountered the 3rd rank vicious beast, the Snow Empress, Ice Sky Snow Lady, and the 7th rank vicious beast, the Ice Empress, Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, simultaneously in this extreme north, she was confident she had the power to fight them, or even emerge victorious. Before she had evolved ultimate fire, her chances of winning against a simultaneous ambush by the 2 great vicious beasts in the extreme north were less than 40%. This was because, in the extreme north, the Snow Empress's combat power was comparable to DTN's. Furthermore, as a fire attribute spirit master, Leng Yaoju would be suppressed in the extreme north and unable to effectively mobilize the natural power of the region. Thus, she could only flee and not defeat them. But now she had evolved ultimate fire and did not fear the ultimate ice of the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion or the ultimate ice and snow of the Ice Sky Snow Lady. Her own strength had also reached the highest peak achievable on the Douluo continent, and she had begun to condense her own natural power, so she didn't have to worry about being suppressed at all. Yuhao immediately transmitted the voice to be mimicked and a specific set of mental fluctuation information to Leng Yaoju. Then, with a thought, he carefully peeled off a tiny wisp from the 10 origin light spheres belonging to the heavenly dream iceworm within his sea of consciousness, condensing it in his palm into a light cluster emitting a soft golden glow and pure mental fluctuations. Once ready, Leng Yaoju took a deep breath, and her powerful spirit domain realm mental force, mixed with her quasi-god rank spirit power, erupted, imitating the specific tone Yuhao provided, which belonged to the heavenly dream iceworm, and was somewhat cheeky yet feigning depth. She mixed the voice with her spirit power. It resounded across the frozen plains like a clap of thunder, rolling toward the depths of the extreme north. Without me, Tianming, the extreme north would be an eternal night ice empress. I, brother Tianming, have returned for revenge. Bolstered by spirit power, the voice spread like a tsunami, reaching nearly half of the extreme north. At the same time, Leng Yaoju lightly waved her jade hand. A surge of majestic spirit power wrapped around the cluster of origin aura belonging to the heavenly dream iceworm in Yuhao's hand, pushing its unique energy fluctuations into the distance like ripples from a giant boulder dropped into a calm lake. 49. Hash 49. Just as Zhang Zia fished in ancient times, I, Huo Yuhao, fish for ice scorpions today. Bonus chapter for Huo Yun's donation. Chapter 49. In ancient times, Zhang Taigong fished. Today, I, Huo Yuhao, fish for the ice scorpion. Bonus chapter for patron Huo Yun. In ancient times, Zhang Taigong fished, and those who were willing took the bait. Today, I, Huo Yuhao, am fishing for the ice scorpion, and I'm not afraid she won't take the bait. After finishing his preparations, a confident smile played on Huo Yuhao's lips. He had Leng Yaoju use spatial techniques to hide within the void realm, while he stood calmly in place, quietly waiting for the fish to bite. He knew very well that for the Ice Empress, who was about to face her 400,000-year heavenly tribulation and was in desperate need of a massive amount of energy to extend her life, the heavenly dream iceworm's pure million-year origin was an irresistible temptation. This was an open scheme. She had no choice but to come. At this moment, within the core region of the extreme north, the heart of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan's territory, the Ice Empress Palace. The Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, her body appearing as if carved from green jade with an elegant, yet overbearing form, lay prostrate upon a throne constructed from 10,000-year profound ice. Within her yellow diamond-like eyes, however, there was a trace of worry that did not match her status as a vicious beast. The time for her next, and most crucial, 400,000-year heavenly tribulation was drawing closer and closer. That was a massive chasm on the path of a spirit beast's cultivation, where countless powerful spirit beasts had fallen. She did not have absolute confidence. If only that big worm with 1,000,000 years of cultivation and pure energy were still around. She unconsciously thought of the heavenly dream iceworm, who had once fled in a pathetic state while being chased by her. Although she looked down on his cowardice, she had to admit that if she could devour his origin, her chances of passing the heavenly tribulation would increase greatly. Just then, an incredibly familiar and yearning-inducing pure mental force fluctuation, mixed with an arrogant voice, was like a stone thrown into an ancient well, penetrating the layers of ice walls of the Ice Empress Palace and clearly entering her perception. This is Skydream's aura? He actually dares to return? And so arrogantly? The Ice Empress suddenly reared up from her throne, the stinger on her tailhook flashing with a faint blue cold light as it tilted slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. This aura was definitely not wrong, and it even seemed more pure and tempting than in her memory. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Hadn't the heavenly dream iceworm gone into hiding long ago? Why would he suddenly return to the extreme north and make such a grand display? This was very likely a trap. However, her fear of the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation and her desire for the heavenly dream iceworm's massive origin instantly overwhelmed that bit of doubt. No matter what, this is currently my only chance, I must seize it. Furthermore, she had absolute confidence in her 390,000 years of cultivation. In this extreme north, even if it were a trap, she was confident she could retreat unscathed or even turn the tables. Crack! The heavy ice crystal gates of the Ice Empress Palace shattered. A jade-green shadow, like a divine arrow tearing through wind and snow, shot out from the palace at an incredible speed, hurtling toward the direction the aura was coming from. On the other side, thousands of miles away from the plain where Huo Yuhao was located, countless ice attribute spirit beasts were attracted by that pure and massive aura of the heavenly dream iceworm's origin. Like sharks scenting blood, they rushed out of their nests one after another, surging toward Huo Yuhao's position like mad. For a moment, 10,000 beasts galloped across the snowy plains, a scene both spectacular and chaotic. However, just as this group of frenzied spirit beasts was about to approach the area where Huo Yuhao was, from the distant northern horizon, a layer of transparent and clear jade-green light spread over like a tide. The originally dark sky shrouded in black clouds was rendered into a vast jade-green gemstone, in the blink of an eye, emitting a heart-palpitating majesty and extreme cold. Under the crushing weight of this terrifying aura belonging to a 390,000-year vicious beast, those spirit beasts who had been blinded by greed were instantly jolted awake as if doused with ice water. They let out terrified whimpers and turned around without hesitation, fleeing in all directions away from Huo Yuhao at a speed even faster than when they came. Are you kidding? Competing for food with the Ice Empress, one of the three great rulers of the extreme north? That was no different from suicide. Skydream, have you returned this time because you know your big sister cannot pass the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation and have come specifically to lend me a hand? A crisp, pleasant, yet naturally haughty and cold female voice with murderous intent seemed to emerge from every crack between the snowflakes from all directions, echoing under this jade-green canopy of the sky. The terrifying sound waves, mixed with the aura of ultimate ice, caused the accumulated snow on the ground to be lifted as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly raising a snow wave over 3 meters high. With a flash of green light, a figure had already appeared in the air not far in front of Yuhao. The newcomer was none other than the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, the Ice Empress. Her body length was about 1.5 meters, with 4 overlapping layers at the front of her body. Each layer was slightly more than half a foot long, and her head was located on the very first layer. Her silver-white mouthparts shimmered with a metallic luster. The front half of these 4 body layers was covered with hexagonal protrusions that sparkled with an incredibly brilliant luster, like diamonds. These protrusions were densely packed on the front half of her body as well as on her 6 long, powerful legs. Her 2 front pincers were exceptionally thick and powerful, each a meter long and covered in a jade green, mirror-smooth carapace. The edges of the pincers were serrated and sharp, emitting a chilling, eerie light. The most moving part was her pair of eyes. Her eyes were yellow, like 2 yellow diamonds embedded there, and they were also hexagonal. As the crystalline yellow light flickered, there was actually a sense of brilliant treasure radiance. However, as her yellow diamond-like eyes scanned the surroundings, she only saw a human youth standing quietly and did not find the plump figure of the heavenly dream ice worm. A human? You aren't Skydream? The Ice Empress's voice instantly dropped to freezing point, and her tailhook rose dangerously, locking onto Yuhao. Quote, but why does your body have such a pure aura of that worm, Skydream? Facing the pressure of this overlord of the extreme north, Yuhao's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. Skydream is already dead. He sacrificed himself to me, and his mental force was exhausted until he died. Dead? The Ice Empress was clearly stunned for a moment, then let out a sneer filled with complex emotions. Quote, good riddance that useless trash. However, he did do one good thing. He left his million-year origin and mental force on your body. Her gaze instantly became incredibly hot and greedy, staring intently at Yuhao as if admiring a priceless treasure. Swallowing you should have the same effect. It's enough to help me break through the 400,000-year bottleneck. Regardless of how Skydream died, the human before her was her greatest hope for passing the heavenly tribulation. Just you? Hearing this, Yuhao's eyebrows twitched slightly, his tone carrying a trace of undisguised contempt. Quote, with 390,000 years of cultivation, you wanna swallow me? I'm afraid you're not quite up to the task. Not up to the task? The Ice Empress felt as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She laughed instead of getting angry, her laughter filled with bone-chilling coldness. Quote, human brat, is the source of your arrogant confidence just your measly rank 32 spirit power? Or have you already been scared stupid? She truly could not understand where a human youth with only rank 32 spirit power got the courage to speak such big words in front of her, a vicious beast who had dominated the extreme north for countless years. In her view, this was simply no different from seeking death. 50. Number 50 Yuhao. Snow Empress, you don't want Ice Empress to die because of you, do you? 2 chapters combined, 4,000 words. Chapter 50. Yuhao, Snow Empress, you don't want Ice Empress to die because of you, right? 2 in 1 4,000 character great chapter. Note, extra chapter added for Yun the Big Shot's reward. Sister Yaoju, attack now. Yuhao stopped wasting words with the Ice Empress and spoke calmly. Almost the instant his voice fell, the void realm beside the Ice Empress rippled like water. A stunning red figure silently appeared. It was Leng Yaoju, who had been hidden nearby all along. She didn't even give the Ice Empress time to react. The terrifying aura of a limit Douluo, note, hiding strength to be the hidden threat, waiting for the Snow Empress, descended like a physical mountain. A crimson gold light shot up from Leng Yaoju's body, and beneath her feet, 9 spirit rings, 6 black and 3 red, shocking to the extreme, suddenly lit up, circling and pulsating. That immense aura belonging to a limit Douluo powerhouse precisely locked onto and crushed the Ice Empress's emerald green body. The moment Leng Yaoju appeared, a trace of horror flashed in the Ice Empress's yellow diamond-like eyes. She instinctively mobilized all her 390,000 years of spirit power, attempting to raise an emerald green halo, like the most solid ice crystal shield, to resist the pressure that made her soul tremble. However, it was like a praying mantis trying to stop a carriage. In the face of Leng Yaoju's quasi-god aura, which almost transcended the mortal realm, the Ice Empress's resistance appeared utterly pale and weak. With a muffled boom, the emerald green halo she had just condensed instantly shattered. Her massive scorpion body was slammed down by an invisible giant palm, pinned motionlessly onto the snow. The hard ice armor collided with the ground, smashing a deep pit and kicking up snow dust everywhere. No matter how she struggled, aside from being able to slightly turn her head and open her mouth parts, her entire body seemed frozen in time and space, unable to move even a single limb. Who exactly are you? How could it be? How could there be such a young limit Douluo acting as a bodyguard? The Ice Empress struggled to lift her head, looking at Leng Yaoju, who stood like the goddess of flame. Her voice was filled with shock, indignation, and a trace of barely concealed fear. Limit Douluo were rare to begin with, and a Limit Douluo so young and possessing such terrifying aura was simply unheard of. Me? My name is Yuhao, and I am the person who is destined to break through to the divine rank in the future. Yuhao stepped forward, standing beside Leng Yaoju. His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable firmness and confidence. Ridiculous, just you? Although the Ice Empress's body was completely suppressed, the pride of a vicious beast prevented her from submitting verbally. Although I don't know what luck you stumbled upon to have this Limit Douluo as a guard. Becoming a god? Do you think the divine rank is so easy to reach? You are not qualified enough. She had already resigned herself to death. Dying was no big deal. After all, she only had 100 years left of her lifespan, and failing the heavenly tribulation would also mean death. It was just a regret that she couldn't be with the Snow Empress. Naturally, I don't rely only on Sister Yaoju. Yuhao was unfazed by the Ice Empress's mockery. He smiled slightly. Let me show you with your own eyes where my true confidence lies. Before he finished speaking, the azure divine light in Yuhao's eyes surged, and the spirit eye's martial soul instantly possessed him. Beneath his feet, 3 spirit rings, 2 purple and 1 black, defying common sense, rose sequentially, shining brightly. Immediately afterward, he let out a low roar, his blood and chi rumbling. Nearly 200 golden runes on his body suddenly lit up, as if enveloping him in a sacred battlesuit. The powerful physique of the flawless golden body was fully displayed. At the same time, the vast, ocean-like mental force of the spirit abyss realm was released, without reservation, forming an invisible mental storm. The spirit, body refining, and mental force, the fusion of these 3 powers made the aura Yuhao currently emitted completely transcend the scope of a spirit elder, reaching a level capable of matching, or even defeating, an ordinary spirit king. What kind of monster are you? The Ice Empress felt the terrifying comprehensive combat power on Yuhao, which defied all reason and spirit master common sense. Her yellow diamond eyes were filled with extreme shock and confusion. To possess such combat power at this age and rank defied her understanding. Considering the young Limit Douluo beside him, perhaps the path to godhood this human youth spoke of wasn't entirely arrogant nonsense? This isn't all. Yuhao partially restrained his aura, his gaze burning as he looked at the Ice Empress. I have a second spirit, an unformed ice attribute spirit vacancy left after the heavenly dream, Iceworm's sacrifice. This is also why I came to the extreme north. He paused, his tone becoming extremely serious, issuing an invitation to the Ice Empress with great confidence. Ice Empress, join us and become the cornerstone and partner on my path to godhood. I can promise you that in the future, I will not only help you successfully pass the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation but also help you condense a soul core and ultimately ascend to the god realm with me, becoming an immortal divine beast. These words struck the Ice Empress's heart like thunder. She fell into immense struggle and contemplation. The light in her yellow diamond eyes flickered violently, indicating the intense internal conflict she was experiencing. She knew her situation better than anyone. Only less than a century remained until the terrifying 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. With her current preparation, the probability of successfully undergoing tribulation was minimal, and the likely final outcome was being wiped out, body and soul. The fear of death is the nature of all intelligent life, and the Ice Empress was equally afraid of being destroyed, body and soul. If she could live, who would choose to die? And this human youth named Yuhao, though arrogant, possessed the potential, foundation, and protective power around him to back up his arrogance. If the promise he made could be fulfilled just as the Ice Empress's heart wavered and she hesitated, Yuhao suddenly raised his head, his gaze like lightning, shooting toward a seemingly empty space behind her side. He spoke clearly. Snow Empress, eavesdropping on others' conversations is not something befitting your status. What, share? The Ice Empress was shocked by the words and quickly twisted her only movable head to look where Yuhao was gazing. Sure enough, that patch of the void realm rippled like a lake struck by a stone. A stunning figure, accompanied by an incredibly pure ultimate ice and snow aura, slowly emerged from it. She wore a spotless white dress, seemingly woven from the purest snowflakes. Her beautiful white hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with crystalline luster. Her face was pure and flawless, as if she gathered all the spiritual grace of the ice and snow between heaven and earth. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried a coldness and nobility that kept people thousands of miles away. She walked barefoot with a pair of delicate, snowy feet, lightly stepping on the accumulated snow without leaving the slightest trace. The terrifying spirit power aura emanating from her reached 690,000 years. She was the true dominator of the extreme north, the Ice Sky Snow Woman, Snow Empress. I am very curious. The Snow Empress's ice blue eyes, like 10,000 years of profound ice, calmly rested on Yuhao. Her ethereal voice carried a hint of inquiry. How did you discover me? She was confident that in the extreme north, her home turf, relying on her control over the rules of ice and snow and her own formidable strength, if she deliberately concealed herself, even if Dishan, the golden-eyed black dragon king of the Star Do Great Forest, came personally, he might not be able to easily uncover her whereabouts. This pair of eyes of mine can see through illusions and look directly at the origin. Yuhao pointed to his spirit eyes, which shone with a strange luster. At the same time, he quietly activated the true self-origin eye. Star rivers and golden runes seemed to flow in the depths of his pupils. Naturally, that includes seeing through beings who deliberately hide themselves. It was precisely by relying on the true self-origin eye's ability to penetrate the origin that he captured the extremely subtle energy differences and rule ripples between the Snow Empress and the surrounding environment. So that's how it is. The Snow Empress nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the suppressed Ice Empress before returning to Yuhao. Her eyes held a few more traces of understanding and solemnity. You simulated the heavenly dream iceworm's aura and released a mental force bait so ostentatiously. I fear your deeper purpose was not just to lure Binger here, but also to draw me out? Now that I have appeared as you wished, could you please release Binger first? The Snow Empress's wisdom far surpassed that of ordinary spirit beasts. She instantly grasped the crucial point. If Yuhao's target was only the Ice Empress, there was no need for such a grand display. He could have simply gone to the Ice Jade Scorpion tribe territory to find her. The fact that he caused such a commotion clearly meant he had calculated her relationship with the Ice Empress and intended to kill two birds with one stone. Having figured this out, although the Snow Empress was inwardly shocked, she maintained the composure and calmness befitting the dominator of the extreme north. She had absolute confidence in her strength. In this core circle of the extreme north, she was the dominator of ice and snow. Even facing an unfamiliar limit Douluo, she had the power to fight, and with the geographical advantage, her chances of winning were not small. However, Yuhao slowly shook his head, his gaze calm yet carrying a hint of undeniable meaning, settling upon the Snow Empress's exquisite face. Snow Empress, before we talk terms, I want to remind you of something. He paused, deliberately slowing his tone, yet exerting an invisible pressure. You wouldn't want to see the Ice Empress perish here right now because of your current insistence, would you? At these words, the Snow Empress's beautiful face, which had been as calm as an ancient ice plain, instantly darkened a few shades, and the aura around her suddenly became icy and bone-chilling. She was indeed not afraid to fight Leng Yaoju, but if the opponent disregarded her status and insisted on killing the defenseless Ice Empress, first given the terrifying strength displayed by the woman in red, she truly had no guarantee of saving the Ice Empress's life from her hands. The situation fell into a deadlock for a time. The cold chi around the Snow Empress was fierce, and her ice-blue eyes were filled with a mix of coldness and anger, but being afraid of damaging the Ice Empress, she ultimately dared not act rashly. Yuhao remained composed, as if he had the upper hand. Leng Yaoju was like a sword suspended overhead, firmly controlling the Ice Empress's life and death. This silent confrontation lasted about 10 breaths of time. Finally, the Snow Empress took a deep breath of the freezing air, and the terrifying aura around her, which had almost frozen space, slowly receded like a tide. She understood that with the Ice Empress's life controlled by the opponent, she had lost the initiative. Being stubborn would only put Binger in danger. Seeing the Snow Empress voluntarily restrain her aura, Yuhao showed a satisfied smile and then spoke, Sister Yaoju, restrain your pressure a little. Let our guest catch her breath. Leng Yaoju nodded slightly upon hearing this. The quasi-god aura, which had been pressing down on the Ice Empress like a physical mountain, instantly melted away like ice and snow under the sun. As the pressure sharply decreased, the Ice Empress's massive emerald green scorpion body let out a soft crackling sound. Amidst the surging emerald light, the huge body quickly shrank and transformed. When the light dissipated, a delicate and petite young loli, about 1.5 meters tall, appeared in her place. She had long hair, as vibrant and lustrous as nascent jade, which cascaded freely over her shoulders. A few strands playfully fell beside her fair cheeks. Her eyes were no longer the hexagonal yellow diamonds of a scorpion, but had transformed into clear, translucent amber, as if holding fragmented sunlight. They were currently wide and round with anger, circulating with a lively glow that added a touch of adorable naivety. She wore an exquisite green and white dress, the skirt fluffy and light, embroidered with simple yet elegant ice crystal patterns, making her figure appear even more petite and cute. On her feet were a pair of small white leather boots, adorned with small green bow decorations that complemented her overall look. A soft, emerald green luster seemed to naturally linger around her, making her look like an elf who had stepped out from a snow-covered forest, possessing both the clear coldness of ice and snow and the vitality and charm of a young girl. Human, how dare you use me to threaten Shaer? As soon as she gained freedom, the Ice Empress, in her human form, glared furiously at Yuhao. Fire practically shot out of her large amber eyes. She waved her small fists, her voice crisp but full of anger. Yuhao found her fierce yet childish appearance quite amusing. Instead of getting angry, he reached out and gently pinched her angry, baby fat-filled white cheek. The touch was cool and smooth. He said with a smile, "Little scorpion, you need to understand. With Sister Yaoju's strength, even without using you as a threat, she could still take both of you down in a direct fight. I did this merely to avoid an unnecessary battle and reduce losses on both sides." As if to confirm Yuhao's words, Leng Yaoju, standing nearby, timely released a trace of her own aura again. Although it was only a wisp, that quasi-god rank pressure, far exceeding that of an ordinary limit Douluo and carrying the ultimate fire, was like a fleeting glimpse, instantly making the Snow Empress's expression even more solemn. Even the Ice Empress, who was in a fit of pique, was so intimidated by this aura that she momentarily forgot to swat away Yuhao's presumptuous hand. With their strength and insight, they could clearly judge that Yuhao was speaking the truth. The strength of this woman in red was unfathomable, especially her ultimate fire, which inherently countered their ice attribute spirit beasts. In this extreme north, the Snow Empress might be able to maneuver using the geographical advantage, but the hope of defeating her was extremely slim, let alone protecting the Ice Empress from her hands. The Snow Empress remained silent for a moment, her ice-blue eyes looking deeply at Yuhao. She recalled the promise Yuhao had made to the Ice Empress, which she had eavesdropped on moments before. Like Binger, she also faced the threat of the heavenly tribulation, and her next one, the terrifying 700,000-year tribulation, had an even lower success rate. If there was a path leading to eternal life and avoiding the heavenly tribulation, if you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51. The Spirit Eye is an invincible path. Multiple ice dragons mean multiple paths. Chapter 51. The Spirit Eyes were already an invincible path, and an extra ice dragon means an extra way. Human. The Snow Empress's ethereal voice rang out again, carrying a hint of prudence and decisiveness. Quote, "What you just said to Binger, helping us survive the heavenly tribulation, ascending to the god realm, and becoming divine beasts, do those words still hold true?" Yuhao knew the most critical moment had arrived. He let go of the hand pinching the Ice Empress's cheek, his expression becoming incredibly solemn as he looked at the Snow Empress. "Of course they do. I, Yuhao, am a man of my word. As long as you cooperate with me sincerely and become my partners and support on the path to godhood, I can not only help you avoid the threat of the heavenly tribulation but also take you with me to ascend to the god realm in the future, allowing you to become immortal divine beasts and gain eternal life and freedom." He signaled Leng Yaoju to completely release the Ice Empress from her restraints. The Ice Empress immediately whooshed to the Snow Empress's side, tightly hugging her arm and looking at Yuhao warily. However, the anger in her eyes had mostly dissipated, replaced by curiosity and a faint, imperceptible sense of anticipation. Sensing the Ice Empress return to her side, the Snow Empress's cold expression finally softened significantly. She gently patted the back of the Ice Empress's hand to comfort her. Then, she raised her head and looked at Yuhao with a determined gaze, making her final decision. "Fine, in that case, I, the Snow Empress, agree to your proposal for cooperation." She paused, her tone resolute, carrying the decisiveness of the overlord of the extreme north. "Even if you need me to sacrifice myself to become your spirit ring and spirit bone, I agree. However, I have one request, or rather, a condition." The Snow Empress's gaze swept across the snowy kingdom she had ruled for countless years, her eyes revealing a deep sense of responsibility and attachment. "After you achieve your god position in the future, I hope you can protect this extreme north, allowing the spirit beast clans here to continue and ensuring this world of ice and snow is not disturbed. After all, I am the dominator of the extreme north. Protecting this place is my responsibility. Looking at the Snow Empress's serious and slightly pleading eyes, Yuhao felt a slight stir in his heart. Without any hesitation, he nodded and solemnly promised, "All right, I promise you. On the day I become a god, I will fulfill my vow and protect the extreme north." After both parties reached an agreement and Yuhao made his solemn promise, he clearly felt the invisible barrier and hostility between him and the Snow Empress and Ice Empress dissipate significantly. A fragile trust based on mutual interests and future expectations began to form. At that very moment, the familiar and pleasant system notification sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding detected that the host has successfully established a deep cooperation alliance with two of the three great heavens of the extreme north, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, Ice Empress, and the Snow Lady of the Heavens, Snow Empress. This action has completely severed the major opportunity in the original timeline, where Yuhao would obtain his second spirit, Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, and later fuse with a 690,000-year-old soul spirit, Snow Empress. This has caused a fundamental, irreversible, and subversive impact on Yuhao's destiny trajectory. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtained rewards. Second spirit, Ice Dragon King, Ice God Legacy, First Class God. All creatures affinity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ice Dragon King. One of the 9 great Dragon Kings, also known as the Water Dragon King. He was one of the 9 strongest Dragon Kings under the Dragon God before the Dragon God split. He naturally controls the extreme ice attribute and extends his mastery to all liquid and solid water powers, i.e., ice water power, possessing infinite potential and vast might. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ice God Legacy, a first-class divinity legacy. The host automatically gains eligibility for the Ice God's 9 trials. After completing all 9 trials, the host can inherit the first-class god position, the Ice God Divine position, wielding authority over the ice, snow, and extreme cold of the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. All creatures affinity, a unique innate charm and affinity aura. The host's very existence will naturally generate an indescribable attraction and favorability bonus for the vast majority of intelligent and non-intelligent life forms around him. This effect is not a forced charm on others, instead, it is like a gentle spring breeze or the radiance of the sun and moon, making those who meet the host for the first time more likely to subconsciously develop trust, closeness, and even goodwill, significantly reducing initial hostility and increasing the success rate of communication and negotiation. Close black lens bracket. This I've really hit the jackpot this time. Even Yuhao, after hearing the system's list of rewards so bountiful they were suffocating, couldn't help but feel as if he'd been struck by a massive surprise. He was stunned for a moment before shouting excitedly in his mind. The gains this time far exceeded his expectations. In the original work, Yuhao's second spirit was merely the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, which was at the super spirit level, but now, he had directly obtained a spirit that started at the God King level, the Ice Dragon King. The dragon had 9 sons, each controlling one of 9 attributes: ice, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and stability. The Mountain Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King was precisely one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, and his strength far surpassed those so-called super spirit beasts and super spirits. As the saying goes, the spirit eyes were already an invincible path, and an extra ice dragon means an extra way. With this God King level Ice Dragon King spirit, his combat power would see a direct and massive boost, not to mention the Ice God legacy that leads directly to a first-class god, and the all creatures affinity, talent which seems like a support skill but actually has endless wonderful uses. The combination of these 3 almost paved a brilliant, direct road to the god realm for him. Yuhao quickly calmed his incredibly excited emotions and immediately chanted in his heart, "System, claim rewards." In an instant, an extreme coldness, far purer and deeper than the freezing winds of the extreme north, as if coming from the very beginning of the universe's primordial era, surged into the depths of his soul and bloodline. Simultaneously, an indescribable gentle aura, like early spring sunlight melting snow, quietly spread out with him at the center. It was open black lens bracket all creatures affinity close black lens bracket taking effect. Immediately after, a majestic, ancient, and grand voice, seemingly condensed from eternal ice, boomed directly in the depths of his soul, carrying unquestionable sanctity and authority. Open black lens bracket Ice God Divine Position Legacy initiated close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Inheritor. Huo Yuhao close black lens bracket open black lens bracket conferred. Ice Gods 9 Trials close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. The trial content will open once the inheritor's cultivation breaks through level 50 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Complete all 9 trials to inherit the Ice God divine position and wield the ultimate ice of heaven and earth close black lens bracket. The voice was like a great bronze bell, causing Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness to ripple slightly, but it also filled his heart with immense pride and ambition. In the outside world, seeing Huo Yuhao suddenly fall silent with vacant eyes as if his soul had wandered off after making his promise, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress felt a bit puzzled. The Ice Empress even curled her lip, just about to speak up and remind this seemingly unreliable partner. However, just as the thought occurred to them, 2 thoughts, slightly less intense than what Huo Yuhao had heard but equally majestic and ancient, like runes condensed from ice crystals, were instantly branded into their soul cores. Open black lens bracket detected a deep bond and guardian contract with the Ice God inheritor. Huo Yuhao close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. Ice Empress, conferred. Ice God's 8 Trials core mission. Spare no effort to assist the Ice God inheritor, Huo Yuhao, in completing the Ice God's 9 trials. Upon completion of the trials, ascend to the God realm with him and be promoted to a divine beast close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Snow Lady of the Heavens, Snow Empress, conferred. Ice God's 8 Trials core mission. Spare no effort to assist the Ice God inheritor, Huo Yuhao, in completing the Ice God's 9 trials. Upon completion of the trials, ascend to the God realm with him and be promoted to a divine beast close black lens bracket. How is this possible? A human actually obtained the recognition of the Ice God? Quote, feeling the crystal clear trial information carrying supreme divine might in the depths of her soul, the Ice Empress's amber eyes widened. Her pretty face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief, and she almost cried out in alarm. She really couldn't be blamed for losing her composure. Ever since the Ice God fell in ancient times and the God position became vacant, she and the Snow Empress, as the top ice attribute spirit beasts nurtured by the extreme north, had practically turned this vast ice field upside down. They had traveled to every corner of the extreme north, devoting countless efforts and time just to find any trace left by the Ice God and obtain the divinity legacy, thereby escaping the threat of the heavenly tribulation that hung over their heads like the sword of Damocles. However, countless years of searching had only resulted in disappointment after disappointment. It was as if the Ice God had completely vanished from this world, leaving no clues of a legacy. They had almost despaired, believing they could only rely on themselves to endure that nearly certain death heavenly tribulation in this life. 52. Number 52. The Secrets of the Far North, the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress's first return. Chapter 52. The Secret of the Extreme North. Snow Empress and Ice Empress first yield their hearts. But now, this seemingly ordinary human youth standing here had the legendary Ice God legacy. Actively seek him out, even directly granting the highest difficulty Ice God's 9 trials. With such a sudden and massive contrast, how could the Ice Empress remain calm? Binger, watch your words. Compared to the Ice Empress, although the Snow Empress also felt waves of shock in her heart nature was more stable. She gently pulled the Ice Empress's arm. Though shock still lingered in her ice blue eyes, there was more clarity and decisiveness. She lowered her voice, her tone carrying an unprecedented solemnity. He has already gained the Ice God's recognition. He is the sole Ice God inheritor and our future hope and guide. By all reason and sentiment, we should address him with respect, Lord Yuhao. The Snow Empress saw through it very clearly. For them, Huo Yuhao obtaining the Ice God legacy was not a threat, but rather a heavenly opportunity they had dreamed of. The things they had sought so bitterly without success had now appeared before them in such a way, and they themselves had received the Ice God's 8 trials, linking their fates closely with Huo Yuhao's. Assisting him was assisting themselves on the path to eternal life. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's status in their hearts had undergone an earth-shattering change. At the same moment the Ice God legacy officially descended and the Snow Empress and Ice Empress received the Ice God's 8 trials. Another even more terrifying and fundamental pressure suddenly erupted from within Huo Yuhao. Buzz, an indescribable and terrifying dragon's might, mixed with an absolute cold that surpassed the ultimate ice in their cognition and seemed to originate from the origin of the law of ice, crashed down. The space behind Huo Yuhao groaned under the unbearable weight, violently twisting and freezing. Next, under the gazes of the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress, and Leng Yaoju, who had been watching quietly, all of whom were shocked beyond measure. A giant and majestic phantom of an ice dragon, formed by endless ice elements and dragon's might, slowly condensed and revealed its towering figure behind Yuhao. This phantom was 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in sharp-edged ice crystal scales that looked as if they were carved from the most perfect diamonds. Each scale seemed meticulously sculpted from 10,000-year profound ice, crystal clear yet containing vast ice energy within. The surface of the scales constantly flowed with a magnificent pale blue light, like liquid aurora slowly streaming. The dragon's head was held high, carrying an innate royal majesty. Its eyes were like 2 cold moons hanging high in the 9 heavens, emitting a cold and dignified light. Deep within the pupils, it seemed as if countless glaciers were constantly breaking and reforming, with flickering fragments that made one feel their soul frozen and their marrow chilled upon sight. The dragon's body was not bloated or clumsy, but like a continuous mountain ridge, full of power and beauty. Along its back, several rows of ice spikes as sharp as swords protruded, their cold light grim as if they could pierce the firmament. At the end of the long dragon's tail grew small, fan-shaped ice fins, decorated with fine and exquisite ice prisms. When it swayed slightly, it would drag a pale blue, short-lived, and brilliant light trail like a dreamlike aurora behind it. Most striking were the pair of huge membrane wings on its back. The wing membranes were not traditional leather or feathers, but were composed of countless tiny, crystalline ice feathers closely arranged. The edges of these ice feathers shimmered with a faint rainbow light, making this pair of dragon wings seem otherworldly, exuding an ethereal and holy aura. As the dragon wings flapped gently, fine, starlight-like ice shards rustled down, beautiful and magnificent. This ice dragon phantom's overall posture was elegant and composed, yet every detail was full of explosive power. It was naturally surrounded by a faint circle of cold air. This cold air was crisp and pure, not biting or harmful, but instead carried a peaceful aura that cleansed the mind and purified the soul's essence, perfectly interpreting the nobility, strength, mystery, and handsomeness of the King of Ice. This was exactly the second spirit Yuhao had just obtained. The God King level spirit, the Ice Dragon King. Roar. The Ice Dragon King phantom looked up to the sky and let out a silent roar that reached directly to the origin of the soul. In the entire extreme north, from the outermost snowfields to the innermost core circle, all ice and snow elements at this moment emitted a hum and tremor of instinctive joy and excitement, as if welcoming their long-lost, true dominator and monarch to the world. Feeling the absolute suppression originating from the life level and the ice attribute origin, emitted by the Ice Dragon King martial soul, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress's proud ultimate ice power, in the face of this ice dragon phantom, actually felt like subjects meeting their monarch, involuntarily producing a sense of awe and submission. Leng Yaoju looked at the majestic and beautiful ice dragon phantom behind Yuhao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with various lights, and a smile that could topple cities appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her little man, the secrets and potential on him, really brought her a new surprise every time. Yuhao slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his gaze, his left eye held the deep blue and depth of the spirit eyes, while his right eye faintly had an ice dragon phantom circling, emitting a bone-chilling cold and a majesty that reigned over all ice. With a slight thought, the majestic and holy Ice Dragon King phantom, which had triggered the resonance of heaven and earth's ice and snow, quietly withdrew into his body like a returning dragon. The soul-shuddering, terrifying dragon's might and absolute cold also dissipated, as if they had never appeared. However, the soul-shaking scene just now had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Snow Empress and Ice Empress. They looked at each other and both saw the determination and realization in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the two monarchs who commanded the winds and clouds in the extreme north performed an action that would have been absolutely unimaginable just a moment ago. They stepped forward together and bowed slightly before Yuhao, their posture respectful yet elegant. The Snow Empress's ethereal voice and the Ice Empress's crisp voice intertwined, carrying unprecedented solemnity and devotion, as they said in unison, "Lord Yuhao, I, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, hereby swear to you by the ultimate ice and the spirit beast origin from this day forward, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly, take you as my master, and follow your commands. Your will is the direction of our progress, your enemies are the targets of our slaughter. We will give our all to clear all obstacles on the path ahead for you, assisting you to ascend to the god position and take charge of the Ice Zenith." This oath of loyalty was not merely out of fear of the Ice Dragon King martial soul. The deeper reason stemmed from their understanding and desire for the Ice God legacy. The ice god possessed supreme prestige in the extreme north, his influence deeply engraved in the bloodline and legacy memories of every ice attribute. Spirit beast. This was not only because of the powerful divine force the ice god once possessed, but also because of a secret concerning the foundation of the extreme north. The ice god almost held and represented the heaven and earth luck of the entire extreme north. This meant that becoming the ice god inheritor was equivalent to inheriting this massive luck. In a sense, Yuhao's status for the extreme north at this moment was comparable to the Emperor Auspicious Beast Three-Eyed Golden Lion of the Star-Do Great Forest. This was also the true reason why the extreme north's strength was not inferior to the Star-Do Great Forest, yet a similar auspicious beast had never been born, because the auspiciousness and luck of the entire extreme north had long been tied to the ice god divine position. Since Yuhao had become the ice god inheritor and carried the massive luck of the extreme north, naturally, the closer the relationship and the deeper the bond a spirit beast had with him, the more luck, protection and law grace they could share from him. This behavior was not dividing Yuhao's own luck, but rather like a seedling under a large tree, enjoying more shade and nourishment. This was a manifestation of the rule, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. It could be foreseen that as Yuhao's strength improved and his influence expanded in the future, more spirit beasts would inevitably seek his protection and favor. At that time, it would be impossible for him to give equal attention to every single one. Ultimately, those who could continuously obtain the most luck enhancement and grace would surely be those who followed him earliest, had the closest relationship with him, and were most trusted and favored by him. 53. Number 53. Enrolling in the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. Chapter 53. Enrollment at Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. Snow Empress and Ice Empress, as the former overlords of the extreme north and bearers of the Ice God's 8 trials, were already closely linked to Yuhao's fate. They possessed an incomparable head start. If they did not take the initiative to show their loyalty now and firmly occupy the position of the first among the dragon's followers, would they wait until other spirit beasts encountered Yuhao by opportunity and shared in this unique closeness and trust before they regretted it? Their swearing of fealty was based on respect for the authority of the ice god and recognition of Yuhao's potential, but it was also an extremely shrewd and far-sighted investment. They wanted to completely bind their future with Yuhao's. They would prosper or fall together. Yuhao looked at Snow Empress and Ice Empress as they respectfully swore their oaths, sensing the sincerity and determination in their words, and he understood the reasons behind it all. He smiled slightly and reached out to help them up. Snow Empress, Ice Empress, there is no need for such formality. Since our goals are aligned, we shall work together with one heart in the future. I have received your intentions. Stand up. From now on, we are fellow travelers, we are partners. His voice was gentle yet powerful. He accepted their fealty while setting the tone of partners, balancing kindness with authority. Upon hearing this, Snow Empress and Ice Empress felt at ease and stood up. Their gaze toward Yuhao still held reverence, but it now contained more of a sense of belonging and shared expectation for the future. On the other side, just as Yuhao and Leng Yaoju were deep in the extreme north taming Snow Empress and Ice Empress, Lin Tianyu also arrived at the capital of the Douluo Empire, Douluo City, with the incarnation Su Suyi. To avoid unnecessary trouble and associations, Yuhao had already used some special means to slightly adjust Su Suyi's appearance. Although his foundation was still exceptionally handsome, his hair color, eye color, and some subtle facial features were clearly different from Yuhao's original self, ensuring he would not be easily linked to him. Douluo City was currently in one of its busiest periods of the year. The annual enrollment for the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy had officially begun. This grand event attracted the attention of countless young spirit masters from the empire and even neighboring countries. Since the current Douluo Emperor ascended the throne, he had vigorously implemented reforms, one of the important measures being the limited opening of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy's gates to commoners. When Emperor was young, he had studied at Shrek Academy and deeply understood that Shrek's strength lay in its meritocratic recruitment philosophy. To some extent it was, though it just required an additional recommendation letter from a city lord's mansion. At the same time, the intense pressure brought by the Sun Moon Empire's spirit tool technology forced the 3 countries of the original Douluo continent to pay more attention to the research, development, and popularization of spirit tools, and they began to consciously absorb more commoner spirit masters to expand the base of soul engineers. However, while the ideal was plentiful, reality was quite skeletal. Despite the policy relaxation, the number of noble children in the Douluo Royal Soulmaster Academy and even the top academies of the other two empires still far exceeded that of commoner spirit masters. The reason for this lay in the most basic stage, spirit awakening. 10,000 years ago, the Spirit Hall was spread across the continent, providing free spirit awakening for all children of age, offering countless commoners the possibility of changing their fates. But since the destruction of the Spirit Hall and Tang San's ascension to godhood, the grassroots resources of the continent, especially the key link of spirit awakening, had gradually been monopolized and controlled by forces such as nobles and sects. If a commoner family wanted to awaken a spirit for their child, they had to pay a significant amount of gold coins to the local nobles or sects. This was not a regulation of the empire's laws, but an unspoken rule of the noble class. Why was this the case? The answer was simple: it concerned the consolidation of power. On the surface, the empire was ruled by imperial power, but in reality, it was maintained by various nobles and sects, large and small, such as the Star Crown sect and the White Tiger Duke's mansion. These vested interests least wanted to see a large-scale rise of commoner spirit masters, which would threaten their monopoly over transcendent power. The fewer spirit masters there were, the more stable their privileges remained, allowing them to maintain the transcendent status of the noble class for generations. The threat from the Sun Moon Empire forced the nobles to make concessions and open academy resources, but they also set new shackles. Helping with awakening was fine, but it required money. What if a commoner couldn't afford it? That was fine too. They could sign a lifelong contract of indentured servitude, promising to serve the noble for generations. In this way, even if a genius with innate full spirit power was awakened, their fate was already locked in as a servant or slave for life. At most, due to their outstanding talent, they might be granted the chance of marriage by the nobles to become a breeding stock to improve the family bloodline, never truly threatening the ruling foundation of the nobles. On the day of enrollment, starting from early morning, the main road leading to the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy was swarming with people. Most were commoners coming to watch or do business, but there was no lack of young spirit masters actually coming to participate in the assessment. Among them were noble children in fine clothes surrounded by attendants, as well as commoner youths covered in the dust of travel, their eyes filled with longing and trepidation. Small vendors smelled the business opportunity and set up stalls on both sides of the road. The sounds of hawking rose and fell, making it exceptionally lively. The enrollment assessment of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy was designed quite rigorously, including spirit power tests, spirit evaluations, physical fitness checks, and combat drills, striving to select the most potential students under relatively fair and just conditions. In the plaza outside the academy, a huge spirit tool screen broadcasted some scenes in real time, both for transparency and to showcase the academy's strength and style to the public. The most basic threshold, similar to Shrek Academy, required applicants to have at least level 15 spirit power before the age of 12. However, the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy did not require a cumbersome recommendation letter from a city lord's mansion like Shrek did, which theoretically provided opportunities for more commoner spirit masters. At the enrollment site, the previously solemn academy gates were now a sea of people, with the queue winding like a long dragon. Among them were not only young spirit masters from Douluo but also geniuses who had come from Heavenly Soul, Doling, and even further away, all eager to join this top institution of the Douluo Empire. Su Suyi's figure was hidden within this long dragon. He looked at the crowded and noisy throng around him, and a trace of disgust unconsciously flashed through those golden eyes, which were disguised but still held an inner majesty. His brow furrowed slightly. He was naturally fond of quiet and was more accustomed to controlling a situation than being swept along by a crowd. However, his crane among chickens temperament soon caught the attention of those around him. That meticulously groomed, brilliant golden mid-length hair shone brightly in the sunlight. Those golden eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through people's hearts, held an undeniable majesty even in a restrained state. Although he was still young, his exceptionally handsome face and the faint aura of a superior, originating from his original self, Yuhao, and the Ice Dragon King martial soul, made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Compared to him, whether they were the arrogant noble children or the conceited local geniuses, they all seemed to dim instantly, as if commoners had accidentally encountered a sovereign on an incognito tour. An invisible pressure made them feel inferior in spite of themselves. The youth standing directly in front of Su Suyi happened to turn back and meet Su Suyi's calm, yet deep golden eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable sense of awe arose from his heart. He instinctively lowered his head, as if not daring to look directly at the brilliance, and his body involuntarily moved to the side, giving up a spot. With the first there was a second, a third, as if some silent command was being passed through the crowd. People looked in surprise at the golden-haired, golden-eyed youth, intimidated by the aura he naturally exuded, and they involuntarily stepped back to both sides. In just a short while, a straight, unobstructed path miraculously opened in front of Su Yi within the originally congested long dragon, extending from where he stood all the way to the registration desk. 54. Number 54 Susuya. The difference between you and me is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Chapter 54. Su Yi. The gap between us is like a firefly to the bright moon. Looking at the crowd before him, their faces filled with fear as they instinctively made a path for him, Su Yi felt no ripple of emotion in his heart, let alone any surprise or pride. It was as if all of this was perfectly natural and right. The pride stemming from his original self, Yuhao, and the kingly majesty of his own light holy tiger spirit were already deeply rooted in the depths of his soul. He set off, walking forward along the silent path at a steady, unhurried pace. His steps were firm, yet he landed without a sound. However, as he passed by those closest to him, they felt a trance-like sensation, as if they heard a faint yet soul-piercingly high-pitched roar of a tiger. That roar didn't enter through their ears. Instead, it vibrated directly within their mental plane, filled with supreme majesty and overbearing pressure, like a beast emperor from the primordial wilderness announcing its descent. This invisible tiger roar was etched into their subconscious like a brand, deepening their fear of Su Yi. They bowed their heads even lower, not even daring to peek at his figure with their peripheral vision. Not only were the candidates who came to register completely intimidated, but even the upperclassmen of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy, who were responsible for maintaining order and assisting with registration, stared dumbfounded at the golden figure walking slowly from the end of the path. They had seen many geniuses, including many noble scions, but no one had ever been able to create such a scene based solely on their own aura. The female teacher in charge of registration was also completely captivated by this scene. She was about 20 or 30 years old, with smooth black hair and a pretty face. Although she wasn't as devastatingly beautiful as Zhang Nanan or Tang Ya, she was still quite lovely with a gentle temperament, a striking and understanding woman. At this moment, as she watched Su Yi approach step by step, she actually forgot her work for a moment, her mind wandering slightly. Hello, freshman registration. It wasn't until Su Yi's cold voice, with its unique magnetic quality, rang out in front of the desk that the female teacher suddenly snapped back to her senses. Her cheeks flushed imperceptibly, and she quickly smoothed her hair and clothes, though they weren't messy, to hide her previous lapse in composure. She was secretly shocked that she had actually been dazed by a candidate's aura. This was a first in her many years of recruitment experience. Alright, please place your hand on this crystal ball. The female teacher quickly regained her professional demeanor and pointed to a transparent crystal ball on the desk that emitted a soft glow, her voice as steady as possible. This crystal ball was no ordinary object, it was a sophisticated level 7 spirit tool. Its function was simple yet vital. It could accurately detect the contact person's bone age and spirit power rank, and transmit the results in real time to the massive spirit tool screen in the plaza for all to see, ensuring transparency and fairness in recruitment. Su Yi did as instructed, extending his slender fingers and lightly resting them on the cold surface of the crystal ball. He didn't even intentionally circulate his power, merely allowing a sliver of the surging spirit power within him to flow naturally into it. In an instant, the crystal ball seemed to be infused with life. Light swirled inside, and ripples of delicate, bright halos spread from the inside out, as if countless tiny points of light were rapidly calculating and analyzing the incoming energy data. After a brief silence, a clear, loud voice, amplified by a spirit tool amplification device, echoed over the plaza at the academy entrance and into the hearts of everyone listening intently. Age, 8. Spirit power, rank 32. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the plaza. These two numbers were like two strikes of 9 heavens' divine thunder, slamming hard into everyone's hearts. The admission standards of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy were notoriously strict, age not exceeding 12, and spirit power not lower than rank 15. This was already enough to filter out more than 90% of eligible spirit masters. But what about Su Yi? He was only 8 years old, far below the limit, yet his spirit power was as high as rank 32. This wasn't just exceeding the standard, it was a total crushing of it, raising the so-called genius standard to a despair-inducing height. Among the hundreds of candidates tested today, those whose spirit power could reach rank 20 or above were few and far between, and each had caused quite a stir. But Su Suyi's data of 8 years old, rank 32, was no longer just a stir, it was a shock of nuclear proportions. It caused all the previous so-called geniuses to instantly pale in comparison. Like a firefly to the bright moon, the black-haired female teacher suddenly stood up from her seat, her hard-won composure completely shattered. The gaze she directed at Su Suyi was filled with extreme shock and undisguised fervor. Such talent could no longer be described by the word genius. This was a prodigy, a monster, a peerless talent destined to shine upon an entire era. 8 years old and rank 32, what did that mean? It meant that as long as he didn't meet an early demise, becoming a titled Douluo in the future was practically guaranteed. There was even a great possibility of reaching for the legendary Super Douluo or even limit Douluo status. This student, the female teacher's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Quote, "Your performance is simply too outstanding. I think we can skip all the subsequent testing phases. Please come with me immediately. I'll take you to see the Dean of Students." For such a student, if any spirit evaluation, physical fitness test, or combat drill were still required, it would be an insult to the recruitment standards of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. Her only thought now was to immediately bring this peerless treasure before the academy's higher-ups. Under the almost eager guidance of the female teacher, Su Suyi followed her expressionlessly through the magnificent gates of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. It wasn't until their figures disappeared inside that the frozen atmosphere on the plaza outside suddenly exploded. Cries of surprise, discussions, and the sound of people gasping in cold air rang out in unison. Those originally arrogant geniuses and noble scions could no longer find a trace of their former pride in their eyes. All that remained was deep, inescapable shock, envy, and an instinctive awe born from facing an unattainable existence. When the gap is small, people feel jealous, unwilling, and question why they weren't the lucky ones. But when the gap is as vast as the heavens and the earth, so large that it brings despair, only pure awe and reverence remain in the heart, because they understood that they and that person were simply not in the same world. Stepping through the academy gates was like entering another world. A solemn, sacred, and vibrant academic atmosphere washed over him. Ancient stone buildings were covered with the vines of time, contrasting interestingly with the modern spiritual technology of the glass curtain walls, interspersed among them, telling a story of legacy and innovation. Meticulously manicured gardens were lush and green. Teachers and students in uniform walked briskly, their eyes reflecting wisdom and a thirst for knowledge. Everything highlighted the deep historical heritage and excellent educational environment of this supreme institution of the empire. The Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy covered a vast area, like a fully functional miniature city. In the teaching area, ancient halls and modern teaching buildings stood side by side, where the scent of books and ripples of spirit power intertwined. In the dormitory area, buildings of various styles were scattered about, ensuring privacy while promoting interaction. In the experimental area, the faint hum of spirit tools in operation could be heard. It was the front line for exploring the unknown. The leisure area was a lush paradise, with lakes as smooth as mirrors and pavilions dotting the landscape, a perfect place to cultivate one's character and relax. Accompanied by the female recruitment teacher, Su Suyi walked through these distinct areas, ignoring the curious and surprised looks from those around him. Finally, they arrived at the administration building located in the core area of the academy. This building was solemn and grand, the neural center of the academy's management. The female teacher led him directly toward the Dean of Students' office inside the building. 55. Number 55 Susuya. Arrogance requires capital, and I happen to have plenty. Chapter 55 Susuyi. Arrogance requires capital, and it just so happens I have plenty. The female teacher knocked gently on the door and then pushed open the heavy solid wood door of the Dean of Students' office. The office was decorated in an elegant and solemn manner. The floor was covered with a dark, soft carpet that absorbed the sound of footsteps. Several massive bookshelves stood against the walls, reaching from floor to ceiling, filled with various books and files that emitted a faint scent of ink. To one side, there was a set of comfortable leather sofas and a tea table for receiving guests and resting. A large mahogany desk sat in the center of the room, neatly arranged with files, a penholder, and an exquisite spirit tool communicator. Several landscape paintings with profound concepts hung on the walls, adding a cultural atmosphere to the room. The entire space appeared both rigorous and warm. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a proper face and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was bent over his desk reviewing files. Hearing the door open, he subconsciously raised his head. Seeing it was Lin Li, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Is that you, Xiao Li? At this time, shouldn't you be outside the academy in charge of freshman enrollment? Why do you suddenly have time to come to my office? This Director Zhang was clearly familiar with Lin Li, and his tone was quite casual. Director Zhang, I have an important matter to report. Lin Li, the female teacher, stepped forward quickly, her tone urgent and filled with uncontrollable excitement. Oh? What matter could make our teacher Lin so anxious? Director Zhang put down his pen and leaned forward slightly, showing a look of interest. The academy, we've picked up a peerless treasure this time. Lin Li took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. Quote, we've recruited a student who is 8 years old, but his spirit power is as high as rank 32 inches. What? Director Zhang suddenly stood up from his chair, his spirit power fluctuations leaking slightly due to his excitement. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses widened instantly, revealing extreme shock and wild joy. Quote, are you sure? 8 years old? Rank 32? Lin Li, this is no joke. This information was simply too sensational. 8 years old and rank 32. What kind of concept was that? This had already broken all records in the recorded history of the Star Luo Empire. Even in the continent's #1 Shrek Academy, such a prodigy might not have appeared in history. If these words hadn't come from the always steady and reliable Lin Li, he would have definitely thought someone was playing a prank. I am 100% certain, Lin Li nodded vigorously. Quote, he was strictly tested by the crystal ball, and the data was displayed directly on the spirit tool screen. Everyone present saw it. A rank 7 spirit tool could never make a mistake. Director Zhang's gaze instantly bypassed Lin Li and fell fervently on the extraordinary blonde youth who had been standing quietly behind her. Xiao Li, the peerless genius you mentioned as this student? Director Zhang's voice carried a trace of an undetectable tremble. Facing Director Zhang's scrutinizing and excited gaze, Su Yi nodded slightly and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hello, Director Zhang. It is I, Su Yi. Good, truly, a hero comes from the youth. The younger generation is to be feared, Director Zhang said, good, 3 times. Making no effort to hide his admiration, he sized up Su Yi carefully, becoming more satisfied the more he looked. Quote, it is truly the Academy's fortune that our Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy is lucky enough to recruit a student like you. I wonder if it's convenient to tell me, what is your spirit? Su Yi didn't say much and simply willed it. Suddenly, a warm and holy aura spread out, and vaguely, it seemed as if a sacred tiger's roar echoed in the room. Beneath his feet, 3 spirit rings that surpassed common logic, purple, and black, rose in sequence, pulsating slowly and emitting heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. This the spirit ring configuration? 2 purples and 1 black? How is this possible? Director Zhang and Lin Li cried out in shock almost simultaneously, the shock on their faces several times more intense than when they heard his spirit power rank. In the current Spirit Master's world, the recognized optimal spirit ring ratio was yellow, purple, black. There had never been anyone on the continent who could absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring for their first 2 rings. Even the Lord Sea God, who became a god 10,000 years ago only, absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring at rank 40. Yet Su Yi's first 2 rings were directly at the 1,000-year level, and the 3rd ring had even reached the 10,000-year level. This had completely overturned their understanding. Director Zhang took several deep breaths before he could barely suppress the stormy waves in his heart. He quickly gave Lin Li a look, and Lin Li understood, hurriedly and politely inviting Su Yi to sit on the nearby sofa. Director Zhang himself walked quickly to the desk, picked up the spirit tool communicator, and quickly dialed a number. The call was connected quickly, and Director Zhang spoke a few words into the receiver in a low, urgent voice. Not long after, the office door was pushed open again, and an old man dressed in simple gray robes, with white hair and beard but full of vigor and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, walked in with a vigorous and imposing stride. The spirit power fluctuations faintly emanating from around him had shockingly reached the spirit Douluo level. Zhang, where is the child you mentioned on the communicator? As soon as the old man entered, his gaze swept across the room like lightning, finally fixing on Su Yi sitting on the sofa, his voice loud and carrying a pressing aura. Director Zhang immediately went forward respectfully. Elder Lin, you've come. This is the student, Su Yi. He then turned to Su Yi and introduced, Su Yi, this is one of the 3 education committee members of our Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy, Elder Lin, a rank 87 control system spirit Douluo. Elder Lin nodded slightly, his sharp, hawk-like gaze falling on Su Yi like something physical, carrying the pressure and scrutiny of a spirit Douluo powerhouse. This gaze was enough to make an ordinary young spirit master's heart tremble and feel restless. However, Su Yi still sat there calmly, his back straight, his golden eyes looking back indifferently without the slightest dodge or fear, as if Elder Lin's pressing aura was merely a breeze on his face. Within his body flowed the royal bloodline of the Light Holy Tiger, a top-tier spirit beast capable of contending with divine beasts like the Light Holy Dragon and Xuanwu. How could he be intimidated by the pressure of a mere spirit Douluo? After this eye contact lasted for about a dozen breaths, a flash of extreme surprise crossed Elder Lin's eyes, which then turned into deeper appreciation and satisfaction. He slowly withdrew his gaze, and a smile of undisguised praise appeared on his face, his loud voice echoing in the office. Good firm will and full of mettle, you must be the peerless genius rare in all ages that Zhang spoke of. Student Su, such talent and such heart nature, in all my years. This is the first time I've seen it. Elder Lin overpraises me. Su Yi spoke words of modesty, but whether it was his calm, rippleless tone or his unchanging expression that seemed to take it for granted, not a trace of humility could be seen. Instead, he exuded an introverted pride. Su Yi. Arrogance requires capital, and it just so happens I have plenty. Seeing this, Elder Lin was not offended but instead nodded again with satisfaction. In his mind, a genius should have a genius's pride. It would be strange if someone with such heaven-defying talent acted submissively. He even thought to himself, if I had 1/10 of his talent when I was young, I'm afraid I would have been 10 times more arrogant than him. 56. Number 56 Core Disciples. Chapter 56. Core Disciple. Student Su. Elder Lin's tone became even more amiable, speaking with a consultative air. I wonder if I might be allowed to see your spirit and spirit rings with my own eyes? This old man wishes to broaden his horizons and witness a miracle that defies common logic. Su Yi didn't say much, merely shifting his thoughts once again. Buzz. A warm and divine aura permeated the air once more, and the faint, holy roar of a tiger seemed to echo from the void realm. Purple, and black, 3 spirit rings lit up beneath his feet. The 3 rings circled slowly as if they possessed a life of their own. The depth of the 1,000-year spirit rings and the heavy pressure of the 10,000-year spirit ring intertwined, clearly displaying themselves before Elder Lin's eyes. Elder Lin held his breath, feeling the majestic energy contained within the spirit rings and the pure aura of light emanating from the spirit at close range. The shock on his face didn't fade for a long time. He had confirmed it personally. This was absolutely no illusion, nor was it something any spirit tool could fake. It was a tangible miracle that shattered the iron laws of the Spirit Master's world. After confirming it completely, a flash of determination crossed Elder Lin's eyes. Such a treasure had to be kept at the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy at any cost. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Yi with burning eyes, his tone solemn and full of sincerity. Student Su Yi, I am Lin Shan. In my capacity as a member of the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy's Education Committee member, I officially extend an invitation to you. As long as you are willing to join our academy, we will immediately grant you the status of Core Disciple, with a status and treatment equivalent to a senior teacher of the academy. He counted them off on his fingers, throwing out one enticing condition after another. You will receive this black card with maximum authorization. With this card, all areas within the academy, including forbidden zones, secret vaults, and mimetic cultivation grounds, will be open to you without hindrance. You may seek guidance at any time from all spirit emperors and spirit saints in the academy, and even spirit Douluo level mentors including myself. We must prioritize answering your questions and teaching you everything we know. In terms of cultivation resources, the Academy will lean toward you to the greatest extent, whether it's top-tier medicinal pills, rare herbs, or core metals for spirit tool crafting. As long as the Academy warehouse has it and it benefits your growth, it will be supplied with priority and without limit. We will formulate the highest level training plan for you, dedicating the entire Academy's strength to help you step onto the peak of Spirit Masters. This series of promises caused massive waves to surge in the hearts of Director Zhang and Lin Li, who were listening nearby. They were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Director Zhang's breathing was rapid, as if those resources were being promised to him. Lin Li's eyes were even more fervent, his hands unconsciously clenching. He screamed in his heart, Core Disciple, unlimited resources, guidance from a spirit Douluo at any time. This is treatment one wouldn't even dare to dream of. They wished they could take Su Yi's place and personally experience this supreme glory of being nurtured by the Academy's full strength. Elder Lin didn't care about the envy and excitement overflowing from the two people beside him. His entire focus was tied to Su Yi, his eyes filled with expectation. As for whether Su Yi's identity was suspicious, could he be an undercover agent sent by another power? That thought only flashed through Elder Lin's mind before he dismissed it with a snort of contempt. What a joke. An 8-year-old at rank 32 with a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration of 2 purples and 1 black. What power would be stupid enough, or willing enough, to send such a peerless genius out as a spy? Even if it were the continent's #1 Shrek Academy, if they obtained such a raw jade, they would surely keep him hidden and strictly protected, nurturing him with all their might as the future master of the Sea God's Pavilion. There was absolutely no way they would let him risk an early death by infiltrating another country. It simply defied common sense. In the face of such absolute and dazzling talent, any so-called suspicion of being a spy seemed pale, ridiculous, and not worth mentioning. Su Yi listened quietly to the generous conditions offered by Elder Lin. His face remained as calm as a deep well, devoid of expression, as if he were listening to something that had nothing to do with him. He fell silent for a moment, appearing to weigh his options, his lowered eyelashes concealing all the thoughts in his eyes. In reality, all of this was part of the plan between him and his original self, Yuhao. Displaying this world-shaking talent was intended to gain the attention of the highest levels of the Star Luo Empire and an unreserved investment of resources in the most forceful and direct manner. This would allow him to reach the core circles of the empire more quickly and pave the way for subsequent plans. The brief silence made Director Zhang and Lin Li feel as if several hours had passed. They watched Su Yi tensely, not even daring to breathe loudly. Finally, under Elder Lin's eager gaze, Su Yi slowly raised his head. Those clear and calm eyes met Elder Lin's gaze, and he nodded slightly. "Fine, I'll join." The 4 simple words were like heavenly music, instantly dispelling all tension and uncertainty. The heavy stone hanging in the hearts of Elder Lin, Director Zhang, and Lin Li crashed to the ground, and uncontrollable ecstasy instantly bloomed on their faces. Elder Lin let out a long sigh of relief, the wrinkles on his face seeming to smooth out. He took a step forward and personally handed that black card, cool to the touch, made of a special material, and bordered with dark gold starlight patterns, into Su Yi's hands with utmost solemnity. "Welcome, student Su Yi. From this moment on, you are the most core member of the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy. The future of the academy will surely be more brilliant because of you." Elder Lin's voice carried a trace of nearly imperceptible trembling. It was an irrepressible excitement and anticipation. Su Yi took the black card, his fingertips lightly stroking the cool and resilient surface. Feeling the authorization and weight it carried, he tucked it away with a normal expression, showing no signs of excitement. On the second day after Su Yi's enrollment, deep within the academy, in a secluded and leisurely place. This was a quiet garden in the back mountains of the academy, nestled against the mountains and near the water, with excellent scenery. A crystal-clear stream meandered through, the gurgling water sounding like a natural symphony, washing away the clamor of the mortal world. The grass by the stream was like a green carpet, dotted with exotic flowers and herbs that emitted a faint fragrance. Several ancient trees with lush foliage cast mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of plants and earth. The environment was exceptionally tranquil. Normally, aside from the occasional passing bird, no outsiders would come to disturb it. In the center of the garden, a small and exquisite white jade pavilion was built by the water. Inside the pavilion sat a smooth stone table and several stone stools of the same material. At this moment, an exquisitely beautiful young girl was sitting alone on a stone stool. She wore a well-tailored light gold gown. The hem was embroidered with complex and elegant dark patterns in silver thread that flowed with an imperceptible luster under the sunlight, exuding nobility. Though she was young, she already displayed a beauty that could topple cities. She was not inferior to goddess-level figures like Zhang Nanan or Tang Ya, who were already famous in the academy, and her identity even added a few points of unattainable regal aura. Her golden hair, as brilliant as sunlight, was neatly tied into a sharp ponytail, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a long, elegant neck. She had a pair of extremely moving azure eyes, like the purest heart of the ocean. But if one looked closely, they would find a faint golden luster emanating from the depths of that azure, as if they contained a sea of stars, vast, profound, and daunting to gaze into for long. This person was the only younger sister of the Star Luo Empire's Emperor Shu Jiawei, the deeply loved and esteemed Star Luo Princess, Shu Juju. 57. Number 57 for a long time. Chapter 57. Shu Juju. As the most beloved younger sister of the Star Luo Emperor Shu Jiawei, Shu Juju held a transcendent status within the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy. To some extent, her will even overrode the Academy's rules and regulations. Her influence and authority surpassed even those of the 3-spirit Douluo level education committee members, including Lin Shan. As soon as the recruitment process concluded, a detailed list of all new students for this term was immediately compiled by the education committee members and respectfully delivered to the stone table in this small pavilion by the water. Shu Juju's slender, fair fingers lightly brushed over the cover of the register, and then she opened it unhurriedly. She did not manage every detail personally, but she always maintained a necessary level of attention toward the fresh blood that could potentially influence the Empire's future power structure. She scrutinized each name and its accompanying detailed information one by one. When she encountered a student with decent talent, she would pause for a moment. If they came from a noble family, her sea blue eyes would show almost no emotion. With a light flick of her finger, she would turn to the next page. Noble children had abundant resources, so it was only natural for them to become talented. Even if the Academy cultivated them with great effort, their hearts would still belong to their family, and they could not serve the Empire wholeheartedly. If they were from commoner backgrounds, her scrutiny would be much stricter. Innate spirit power, rank and spirit quality were the primary criteria for judgment. For those with an innate spirit power lower than rank 7 and mediocre spirit potential, she would use a special pen to make an inconspicuous half-check mark next to their names. This signified a probationary period, requiring follow-up to see if their cultivation was diligent and their heart nature was resilient. If they merely idled away their days and lacked ambition, they would lose the value of focused cultivation. The Academy's resources were limited and would only be tilted toward the most deserving directions. However, once she discovered a prospect with an innate spirit power greater than rank 7 and excellent spirit quality, Shu Juju's gaze would become much more serious. Such talent meant they already possessed the preliminary qualifications to impact the Spirit Saint realm. As long as they did not stray, they might even hope to glimpse the level of a Spirit Douluo in the future. These names would be silently noted by her and included in the Academy's core cultivation reserve list. Soon, the register was turned to the last page. The paper on this page seemed different from the others, with faint golden patterns on the edges, clearly marked specially by the 3 education committee members. When Shu Juju's gaze fell upon the information on this page, her originally lazy, squinted eyes suddenly widened, like a giant boulder thrown into a calm sea, stirring up stormy waves. Her red lips, which always maintained an elegant curve, also unconsciously parted slightly, revealing an irrepressible shock. On that page, it was clearly written, open black lens bracket Su Su Yi close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket identity, commoner close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket age, 8 years old close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket family background, omitted, according to Su Su Yi's own account, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket spirit, light holy tiger close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket innate spirit power, rank 10 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket spirit power rank 32 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket spirit ring configuration. Purple, black close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket spirit abilities. First spirit ability, power of the holy tiger. Second spirit ability, holy armor of the tiger's soul. Third spirit ability, roar of the holy king close black lens bracket. How is this possible? Shu Juju murmured to herself, her voice carrying a hint of trembling she hadn't even noticed. Quote, 8 years old, rank 32? And this spirit ring configuration. Her first reaction was that there was an error in the records. Perhaps one of the teachers responsible for data entry had made a slip of the pen, writing purple instead of yellow, or black instead of purple. But when her gaze moved down and saw the note imprinted with special spirit power, which was impossible to forge, open black lens bracket personally confirmed by education committee member Lin Shan close black lens bracket, the last bit of wishful thinking and doubt in her heart was completely shattered. She had absolute trust in Spirit Douluo Lin Shan's rigor and judgment. This meant that everything recorded on the paper was a genuine miracle. Shu Juju took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down quickly. After the shock came a wave of gravity and prudence. The background of such a prodigy-like genius must be thoroughly investigated. She sat upright on the stone stool, her gaze still fixed on the name, Su Su Yi. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke slowly toward the empty space outside the pavilion, her voice returning to its usual coldness and majesty. And Yi, go investigate this Su Su Yi's information. I want to know everything about him, down to the smallest detail. Yes, a low male voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, abruptly sounded from the shadows in the corner of the pavilion, as if coming from another space. Immediately after, the shadows there seemed to twist slightly before returning to normal, as if no one had ever been there over the next few days. Su Suyi's life at the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy seemed to have settled into a routine. With special permission from the education committee, he did not need to attend various classes step by step like ordinary students. He only needed to focus on his own cultivation and occasionally participate in practical combat courses arranged by the academy to hone his fighting skills. That black card, symbolizing the highest level of authority, allowed him to move freely within this top soul master institution of the empire. Whether it was top-tier medicinal cuisine prepared from rare ingredients or the core areas of the mimetic cultivation grounds, he held priority usage rights. His life was peaceful and regular, like a stone thrown into a lake. After a brief ripple, it sank to the bottom. However, this peace was broken today. Just as Su Suyi had finished familiarizing himself with and practicing his spirit abilities at the training field and was walking along the shaded path back to his dormitory, a shadow suddenly appeared on the road, and a figure like Gui Mei emerged from the darkness. The newcomer was entirely shrouded in tight-fitting black clothing, wearing a featureless pure black mask on his face that blocked any possible expression from leaking out. His aura was restrained, yet it carried a cold quality, as if he were out of place with the surrounding sunlight and vitality. He looked at Su Suyi and spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. "Student Su, my master requests your presence." Su Suyi paused, his face appropriately showing a hint of surprise. At the same time, Lin Tianyu's secret voice transmission sounded in his mind. "Su Yi, this person's spirit power is condensed. His spirit should be of the shadow type, and his cultivation is at the Spirit King level." Thoughts flashed through Su Suyi's mind. A Spirit King level guard in such a mysterious manner in Star Luo City. The answer to who had such power and motivation to invite him seemed obvious. He fell silent for a moment as if weighing his options, then looked up at the masked man and replied calmly, "Very well, please lead the way." Seeing him so straightforward, without the expected panic or resistance, the man in black was also slightly taken aback. However, being well trained, he quickly reacted, taking out a specially made black blindfold and deftly putting it on Su Suyi, cutting off his vision. In the next moment, Su Suyi felt a force pulling him. The surrounding space seemed to twist, and the wind whistled in his ears. Clearly, some kind of high-speed movement or short-distance spatial shuttling ability was being used. Inside the pavilion by the water, Shu Juju was still sitting on the stone stool. At some point, an exquisite tea set had appeared on the stone table before her, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. She appeared to be quietly sipping tea, but her gaze occasionally drifted toward a certain direction outside the pavilion, as if she were waiting for something. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the shadows in the corner of the pavilion rippled like water, and a dense dark shadow quickly condensed and expanded. Immediately following, two figures gradually solidified from the dark shadow, emerging clearly. They were the masked man in black and Su Suyi, who had just taken off his blindfold and was squinting slightly due to the change in light. 58. Number 58 Truth and Falsehood. Falsehood and Truth. Chapter 58. True and False. False and True. The sudden light made Su Suyi instinctively blink. He quickly adapted to the soft light inside the pavilion, his gaze sweeping over the elegant scenery before finally settling on the noble young woman, sitting by the stone table. She did not speak, merely sitting there quietly, her slender jade fingers gently holding a white jade teacup as she elegantly sipped the fragrant tea. A pair of eyes, blue with a faint golden shimmer, watched him calmly, holding scrutiny and a trace of subtle curiosity. Su Suyi showed no panic or dissatisfaction at being forcibly brought here. He acted without reservation, as if he were a guest who had been invited, walking calmly to the stone table and sitting down naturally on the stone stool opposite Shu Juju, meeting the young woman's gaze with composure before speaking. "May I ask why Princess Juju sought out Su Yi?" His direct, straightforward question, immediately revealing her identity, caused Shu Juju, who had intended to control the conversation, to pause slightly, swallowing the words she was about to speak. She put down the teacup, a flash of surprise in her eyes, and parted her red lips. "You know who I am?" "No." Su Suyi shook his head, his tone still steady. "But anyone who can so casually take away a core student from the Star Luo Royal Soulmaster Academy, the highest institution directly managed by the Star Luo Imperial family, and deploy Spirit King level guards, is certainly no ordinary noble. They neither have the audacity nor the authority to interfere with the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. I have heard that His Majesty the Emperor of Douluo has a beloved younger sister, who is deeply trusted by His Majesty and holds a respected status. Combining your Excellency's age, demeanor, and current actions, it is not difficult to deduce your identity. His analysis was clear, logical, and rigorous, showing insight completely beyond that expected of an 8-year-old child. Unconcealed surprise flashed in Shu Juju's eyes, but she quickly regained her composed princess demeanor. She nodded lightly, a subtle curve forming on her lips. Interesting. Extremely interesting. She paused, her gaze becoming slightly sharper. Then, do you know why I called you here? Su Yi met her gaze without flinching and stated the core issue directly. If my guess is correct, Your Highness the Princess summoned me primarily to confirm my true identity, or rather, to confirm whether I, as a person, can genuinely be used by the Douluo imperial family? Hearing this, Shu Juju finally could not restrain the look of shock in her eyes. Su Yi's words struck the nail precisely on the head regarding her calculations. In the past few days, she had used the imperial family's intelligence network to investigate Su Yi's background, and indeed found some clues that superficially matched the commoner identity he claimed during registration. But this was precisely the biggest point of doubt. How could a commoner with no background cultivate to level 32 at the age of 8? And how could he absorb 2,000-year and 10,000-year spirit ring? A secret must be hidden behind this. Her purpose for this summons was twofold. First, to thoroughly clarify his true origin and background. Second, to evaluate whether he could be subdued and transformed into a future sharp sword for the Douluo Empire. In her view, it was not entirely unacceptable whether Su Yi originally belonged to the Sun Moon Empire, the Heaven Do Empire, or even Shrek Academy. The Douluo Empire had enough wealth and resources to sway any genius, provided he was ultimately willing to serve Douluo. Seeing the shock flash in Shu Juju's eyes, Su Yi knew he had guessed correctly. His heart settled, and he decided to execute the next step of his plan. The calmness on his face was gradually replaced by a complex expression, carrying some sorrow and some hatred, as he slowly began. Your Highness the Princess guessed correctly. I am indeed not a pure commoner. But please believe that I am genuinely a person of the Douluo Empire. I was born on this land. I came to the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy for only one reason, to seek revenge against that man and his family. Revenge against that man and his family? Could it be that you are? When Shu Juju heard the word revenge, combined with Su Yi's light holy tiger spirit, a flash of lightning instantly crossed her mind. The name of a powerful family in the Douluo Empire was ready to be spoken, but she still opened her mouth with some uncertainty, immense waves already churning in her heart. Su Yi took a deep breath, as if suppressing the surging emotions within. He spoke in a deep voice filled with bone-deep hatred. My true name is Dai Su Yi. My father is the Duke of White Tiger, Dai Hao. He paused, seemingly recalling something extremely painful, and continued. My mother was just a low-status servant in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Because of an accident she crossed paths with the Duke of White Tiger, and that is how I came to be. However, after the Duchess of White Tiger learned of this, she viewed my mother as a thorn in her side, and thus cruelly took action against my mother, leading to her tragic death within the mansion. Before she died, my mother secretly sent me out of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, or else I would have become another wronged soul under that vicious woman. This narrative was meticulously prepared by him and his true self, Yuhao. The truth and falsehood within it were hard to distinguish. There were countless servants in the White Tiger Duke's mansion who wanted to climb into Dai Hao's bed and soar to success. Furthermore, Dai Hao was often away and only occasionally returned to the White Tiger Duke's mansion. The Duchess managed the affairs of the mansion, given her methods and heart nature, secretly disposing of one or two hidden dangers that might threaten her status sounded entirely reasonable to outsiders. As for whether Shu Juju could find conclusive evidence, Su Yi was not worried, as this was inherently a secret history difficult to verify. All he needed was a reasonable, resonant motive and identity that the Douluo imperial family could accept. Shu Juju's deep blue eyes remained fixed on Su Yi, not missing the slightest change in his facial expression. The bone-deep hatred revealed in his words, and the pain and anger that flashed in his eyes when mentioning his mother's tragic death were extremely genuine, not seeming faked. This caused the scales in her heart to tip slightly, but the caution inherent to the imperial family prevented her from believing everything easily. Her slender fingers gently tapped the smooth stone tabletop, making a faint knocking sound. As she pressed further, you are very smart, and your analysis is very reasonable. But there are two more points. First, how are you so certain that I would be at the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy right now, instead of inside the Imperial Palace? Second, why do you think I can help you achieve revenge, or would even be willing to help you? Dai Hao, he is my imperial brother's sworn elder brother, the towering pillar of the empire. She deliberately emphasized the words, sworn elder brother, her gaze sharp as a knife, attempting to pressure Su Suyi. After hearing Su Suyi's life story, even if she were slow-witted, she would understand that this youth chose the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy because his target was likely herself, or rather, to use her as a shortcut to reach the highest core of power in the Star Luo Empire, her imperial brother, Emperor Shu Juju of Star Luo. 59. Number 59. With such intelligence and talent, if this child cannot be used by the Star Luo Empire, he must not be allowed to live. Chapter 59. With such wit and talent, if this boy cannot be used by the Star Luo Empire, he must not be allowed to live. Facing Shu Juju's scrutinizing and pressured questioning, Su Suyi's expression remained calm, as if he had long expected such a question. He replied calmly, Your Highness's age already meets the requirements for entering a high-level Spirit Master Academy. Looking at the continent, the Heaven Do Empire, the Do Ling Empire, and Star Luo are in constant conflict, while the Sun Moon Empire is a mortal enemy. As a princess of noble birth with a sensitive identity, it is naturally impossible for you to enter another country's academy to study, as it would add unnecessary risk. Shrek Academy is famous and seems like a good place, but I speculate that your highness will not choose it. Oh? Shu Juju's eyebrows twitched slightly, her interest piqued. Quote, Why do you think I won't go to Shrek Academy? It is the #1 academy on the continent. It's simple. Su Suyi's voice was clear and steady, as if stating an obvious fact. Quote, The current Shrek Academy has long transcended the scope of a mere academy. It is more like an independent and transcendent power of spirit masters. Does the princess still remember the collision event of the Sun Moon continent several thousand years ago? With a single call, Shrek Academy was able to unify countless experts who had graduated from the academy. Combined with the forces of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, they directly defeated the powerful Sun Moon Empire. This level of rallying power and influence already surpasses any single empire. He paused, observing Shu Juju's slightly solemn expression, and continued deeper. Since Shrek Academy has the ability to rally many to confront external enemies, then one day, if its high-level members harbor different intentions and wish to seize the throne and compete for the world, it might not just be empty talk. Furthermore, Shrek also has the so-called supervision group. Besides hunting evil spirit masters, they exercise law enforcement rights extensively within the borders of our Douluo Three Kingdoms, killing corrupt officials they have identified. This act seems righteous, but in reality, it is a serious transgression that undermines the legal systems and ruling orders established by the three great empires themselves. One could say that if the threat of the Sun Moon Empire is ever lifted, the primary object the three kingdoms should be wary of and act against would likely be this uncontrollable Shrek Academy, whose influence is pervasive. As one of the heirs to the Star Luo Empire, wouldn't your highness be entering a dangerous situation and potentially giving others leverage by going deep into such a complex place? Su Suyi's analysis was logically clear and went straight to the core, laying bare the deepest contradictions and hidden dangers beneath the surface of the Douluo continent. After listening, Shu Juju could not help but feel a greater wave of emotion in her heart. In the gaze she directed at Su Suyi, admiration and wariness became increasingly intertwined. Admiration because this boy was so young yet could see the continental situation so clearly. His vision and perspective far exceeded those of his peers, and even many high-ranking court officials might not have such a sober understanding. Wariness because such wit and talent, if not used by the Star Luo Empire, would surely become a major threat in the future, an extremely terrifying opponent. Seeing the shifting expressions in Shu Juju's eyes, Su Suyi knew his words had taken effect. He changed the subject and returned to the initial question. As for the princess's question regarding why I am certain you will help me with my revenge, the answer is simple: for the consolidation and stability of the Star Luo imperial power. For the consolidation of imperial power? Shu Juju's face changed from slight surprise to complete solemnity. She leaned forward slightly, exuding the pressure of a superior. Quote, Go on, be specific. This topic had already touched upon the most core power secrets of the Star Luo Empire. Su Suyi showed no fear, meeting Shu Juju's gaze. His voice was not loud, but every word was like a hammer striking Shu Juju's heart. 10,000 years ago, the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire was surnamed Dai. Now the Shu family has replaced the Dai family in holding the throne. However, considering the prestige and influence of that Dai family ancestor who became a god 10,000 years ago, the Dai family was preserved instead of being completely wiped out, and was granted the title of duke to show the vastness of imperial grace. However, times have changed. The current Duke of White Tiger, Dai Hao, not only inherited the title but has also achieved illustrious military merits in the years of war against the Sun Moon Empire, and is regarded as a sworn brother by His Majesty. He has extremely high prestige among the people. He is a hero known to everyone in the Star Luo Empire, the pillar of the empire's defense against foreign aggression, and the greatest contributor to Star Luo being able to block the military edge of the Sun Moon Empire. The merit of a subject overshadowing the lord has existed since ancient times. Furthermore, he holds the empire's most elite and important Western army group, stationed at the border year-round with military power in hand. If one day he or his descendants harbor different intentions and wish to restore their ancestral glory and take back the throne that originally belonged to the Dai family, how would His Majesty handle himself? How would the Star Luo Shu imperial family handle themselves? Insolence. Shu Juju's expression suddenly changed, her voice carrying a hint of severity. Quote, "My sworn brother has exhausted himself for the Star Luo Empire. His loyalty is absolute and witnessed by heaven and earth. How could he harbor the different intentions you speak of?" Although these words were a rebuttal, in the depths of her eyes, that touch of solemnity did not diminish at all. Instead, it became deeper because her hidden concerns had been voiced. Su Yi was not surprised by Shu Juju's scolding. He simply asked a sharp question in return. "If it is truly as your highness says, that Duke Dai Hao is absolutely loyal to the empire and His Majesty without reservation, then why did he insist on sending the two most talented sons of this generation of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Dai Yuang and Dai Huiban, far away to study at Shrek Academy, rather than staying at the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy?" He did not wait for Shu Juju to answer, but answered himself with a tone of cold mockery. With Dai Hao's status in the empire and his brotherly relationship with His Majesty, if he sent his offspring to the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy, they would not only receive the empire's top-tier and unreserved cultivation, but he could also demonstrate to His Majesty that the Duke's mansion has no secondary intentions. This would tie his descendants more deeply to the empire's system and allow His Majesty to grant power and trust more peacefully. Yet he chose Shrek. The reasons for this are nothing more than 2 points. First, Shrek can provide a more neutral and safe environment, preventing his offspring from becoming potential hostages at the center of Star Luo's power. Second, he is also paving a more independent path for the future of the Duke's mansion, using Shrek's connections and influence as a precaution. Is this not precisely the distrust and defensiveness toward the imperial power in the depths of his heart? After listening to Su Yi's penetrating analysis, Shu Juju fell into silence. How could she not know of these potential hidden dangers? As a core member of the imperial family, she and her brother, Emperor Shu Jiawei, had long shared a tacit understanding of this, having discussed and worried about it countless times in secret. But now that the Star Luo Empire is facing powerful military pressure from the Sun Moon Empire, the security of the border depends entirely on Dai Hao. It is a time when his services are needed. Furthermore, Dai Hao's prestige in the army and among the people is at its peak, and his foundation is deep. Moving against him would affect the whole situation. Without solid evidence and complete preparation, trying to move him is as difficult as reaching the heavens and might even trigger imperial turmoil, giving the watchful Sun Moon Empire an opportunity. The weighing of pros and cons and the constraints of reality have kept the imperial family in an extremely passive and awkward position regarding this matter. 60. Number 60 Shu Juju. Cold sweat poured down his back. Is this person really the holy tiger martial soul of light? Chapter 60. Shu Juju. Breaking into a cold sweat. Is this person really a light holy tiger spirit? At this moment, the youth before her had not only seen through everything but also seemed to have brought a possible way to break the deadlock. The profound hatred he displayed toward Dai Hao, coupled with his inconceivable talent, might just be the key to shattering the stalemate. After a long silence, Shu Juju slowly raised her head. All emotion had vanished from her azure eyes, replaced only by the calm and prudence of a politician. She looked directly at Su Yi, no longer beating around the bush, and cut straight to the core. What is your plan? Su Yi knew he had successfully pried open a crack. A cold, sharp light flickered in his eyes, an absolute obsession with revenge. He lowered his voice, ensuring only the two of them in the pavilion could hear, and began to outline his ruthless and meticulous plan. First, disintegration from within. The target, Dai Huiban. His tone was level, yet it carried a chilling calculation. Quote, Dai Huiban and Dai Yuang are both sons of the Duke of White Tiger. Compared to Dai Yuang, his talent isn't that much different. What he lacks is merely a few years of cultivation time and the resource allocation Dai Hao invested in the elder son. But it is precisely this small gap that determines one is the high-profile heir while the other can only be a foil. Tell me, deep in Dai Waban's heart, is he truly content? Why should Dai Yuang inherit the title of Duke of White Tiger and everything else, while he must remain subordinate? The thirst for power and status is one of the most primal desires in human nature. We only need to provide a little guidance, constantly amplifying this injustice and resentment in his heart, making him feel that everything that should have been his was stolen by Dai Yuang, and then, coincidentally, let him encounter a benefactor who can help him gain power quickly and surpass his brother, for example, an evil soul master who knows how to bewitch hearts. Under extreme unwillingness and temptation, his step-by-step fall into eventually becoming an evil soul master will be a high probability event. He paused, observing Shu Juju's expression, before continuing in an even colder tone. Second, pull the rug out from under them, assassinate Dai Yuang. He spoke these words with exceptional clarity. Quote, Dai Yuang is the heir Dai Hao has poured countless efforts into and placed high hopes upon. He is the future symbol of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Killing him will not only let Dai Hao taste the pain of losing a son, experiencing a 10,000th of the pain I felt when I lost my mother, but it will also completely ignite the wildfire in Dai Waban's heart. Once Dai Yuang is dead, Dai HYIM will naturally believe that he will become the sole, legitimate heir, with the throne of the Duke of White Tiger within his reach. At that time, I will return to the White Tiger Duke's mansion with the identity of a prodigal, illegitimate son with extraordinary talent, and compete with him for the position of heir. With my talent and strength, I will defeat him head-on, knocking him from the clouds into the dust, and ruthlessly crushing the hopes and desires that have just been ignited in his heart. This extreme contrast and hatred will act like the most potent poison, completely corroding his mind and driving him to use any means necessary to gain power. By then, his fall into becoming an evil soul master will be a certainty. The corners of Su Suyi's mouth curled into a cold, cruel arc, as if he could already see the scene. Think about it. The noble Duke of White Tiger, a hero of the Empire, his biological son turns out to be a fallen, filthy evil soul master who cannot be tolerated by the world. What a devastating blow that will be to him and the reputation of the entire White Tiger Duke lineage. What an irony! This will cause him far more agony and ruin his reputation more thoroughly than killing him directly. The pavilion fell into a dead silence, with only Su Suyi's voice, filled with hatred and calculation, seemingly echoing in the air. Shu Juju listened quietly. Initially, she was prudent, but as the details of the plan unfolded step by step, an uncontrollable chill surged up her spine and spread throughout her body. She felt a fine cold sweat break out on her back, soaking the lining of her luxurious gown. This plan was too venomous. It wasn't just about killing people, it was about destroying their hearts. Not only did he want to destroy the body, but he also wanted to trample on their reputation, leaving them with an eternal infamy. She couldn't help but look again at Su Suyi's face, still youthful, yet already showing startling handsomeness, as waves of shock rose in her heart. Was the spirit listed on the information sheet she saw earlier really the light holy tiger, which was supposed to be filled with an aura of light and holiness? This meticulous and sinister calculation, this method of exploiting human weaknesses to lead kin to slaughter one another, was even more terrifying than many owners of dark spirits. As a princess, she had witnessed countless political struggles and intrigues, but someone like Su Suyi, who could turn hatred into such a specific and breathtaking blueprint for destruction, still made her feel a shiver of dread. Su Suyi caught the fleeting terror in Shu Juju's eyes, yet his face remained unruffled, frighteningly calm, because he knew that what he had just described wasn't the full plan, it was merely the tip of the iceberg, an appetizer, tossed out to gain the trust and cooperation of the imperial family. Deep within the plan he had deduced together with his original body, Yuhao, there was an even more cruel and thorough third step hidden. That unspoken third step was the true killing blow. He wanted to find or create a perfect opportunity to induce or even control the already fallen Dai HYIM to personally commit fratricide and kill Dai Yuang. Then, he would have him turn his butcher's knife toward the Duchess, the root cause of his mother's tragedy. He would make Dai Hao witness the complete collapse of family ethics and endure the bloody tragedy of being betrayed and slaughtered by his own son, leaving him with an indelible mark of shame and pain forever. Then, at the right moment, he would infiltrate the Western Army Corps. At the most intense moment of the Sun Moon Empire's massive invasion, he would disguise himself as an evil soul master and use bizarre methods to control Dai Hao, creating the shocking illusion that the god of war of the Empire had deserted the battlefield. Finally, he would appear as a bringer of justice, or one who cleanses the house, to slay Dai Hao on the spot. This would cement his crime as a deserter. By then, all of Dai Hao's past illustrious military achievements and lifelong reputation would vanish like smoke in this meticulously planned conspiracy, turning into nothingness and even bringing shame upon his ancestors. And the White Tiger Duke's mansion, having lost its pillar and reputation, would also completely vanish under the opportunistic liquidation by various factions, and the imperial family being erased from the history of the Star Luo Empire. This matter is of great importance and involves too much. Shu Juju took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremors in her heart and striving to return her voice to its usual steadiness. Quote, I need to go to the palace immediately to discuss this in detail with my royal brother. You can go back first and wait for my news. Although the framework of the plan Su Yi proposed seemed a bit rough to her and needed many details to be filled and perfected, the ruthlessness and effectiveness of its core logic were beyond doubt. If everything could truly proceed in this direction and succeed, then Dai Hao, the greatest sword hanging over the Shu family's throne, would be completely broken with no possibility of a comeback. At that time, the imperial family could naturally dispatch a general whose prestige and ability might be slightly inferior but who was absolutely loyal and reliable to take over the Western Army Corps, thoroughly resolving this major concern. Su Yi merely gave a faint nod without saying more. He stood up with a composed and unhurried manner. He knew very well that for the Star Luo imperial family, the temptation of this plan was fatal. The imperial family would resolve the hidden danger of a general whose achievements overshadowed the ruler and who held heavy troops, eliminating the greatest factor of instability for their rule. Meanwhile, he would achieve his long-cherished wish for revenge. At the same time, the Star Luo imperial family could use this to obtain the loyalty and bond of a peerless genius like him, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As long as the Star Luo emperor, Shu Jiwei, was not a fool, there was no reason for him to refuse this cooperation. He only needed to wait for the good news. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Earth Dragon Gate Chapter 61 Earth Dragon Sect. Just as Su Yi was finalizing the prelude to his revenge against the White Tiger Duke's mansion with Princess Shu Juju amidst the undercurrents of the Star Luo Empire's capital, another far-reaching operation had just concluded in the extreme North Ice Plains, tens of thousands of miles away. After successfully subduing the Snow Empress, the leader of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, and the Ice Empress, Yuhao did not linger in the extreme north for long. He intended to fulfill his promise to his 2 new partners, helping them safely survive their next 100,000-year heavenly tribulation, and that required specific resources. Thus, he set out on a journey toward Dragon City in the Heaven Do Empire, accompanied by Sister Yaoju and the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, who had restrained their auras and taken human form. Dragon City. This majestic city, situated within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, was no less prosperous than the imperial capital, Heaven Do City. The tall city walls were built from hard, bluish-gray giant stones, weathered by wind and rain and etched with the marks of time. Inside the city, traffic flowed like water and crowds moved like weaving silk. Shops lined the streets and the clamor was deafening, manifesting a vigorous vitality. In Dragon City, 2 prestigious spirit master sects with deep foundations stood like twin stars, the Heavenly Dragon Sect and the Earth Dragon Sect. The origins of the Heavenly Dragon Sect could be traced back 10,000 years to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, one of the upper 3 sects. It was rumored to have been founded 10,000 years ago by the brothers Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin, who were fortunate survivors of the great calamity inflicted upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect by Spirit Hall. They still pass down the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, hailed as a top-tier beast spirit, with a pure bloodline and overbearingly peerless destructive power. The Earth Dragon Sect, on the other hand, was established by a coalition of spirit masters possessing various sub-dragon and Earth Dragon type spirits. Although both belonged to the Dragon-type spirit category, the relationship between the 2 sects was far from harmonious. More accurately, it was a delicate state of being frenemies, secretly competing with one another. The root cause lay in the fact that most spirit masters of the Heavenly Dragon Sect carried an innate pride. They considered themselves the orthodox legacy with noble spirits, and deep down, they looked down somewhat on the impure-blooded, sub-dragon and Earth Dragon spirits of the Earth Dragon Sect, and this arrogance was not entirely without reason. The strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit had been proven over 10,000 years. Whether in terms of individual combat power or overall sect strength, the Heavenly Dragon sect had indeed always firmly suppressed the Earth Dragon sect. The atmosphere in the Earth Dragon sect today was somewhat different from usual. The entire sect seemed to exude a sense of cautious solemnity. "Mama, what kind of guest is coming? Why are you preparing so seriously?" A little girl wearing a pink dress with twin ponytails and eyes as lively as black grapes asked, in a soft, sweet voice while pulling her mother's hand. She was Nan Chochu, the daughter of the Earth Dragon sect leader, Nan Shushui. Though young, she was already a burgeoning beauty. Nan Shushui looked down, dotingly stroking her daughter's soft hair, her tone gentle yet carrying an unquestionable warning. "Chochu, be good. The person coming later is a titled Douluo, one of the top experts on the continent. Chochu must remember not to run around or speak out of turn, okay? I know, Mama." Nan Chochu nodded her little head vigorously, her small face full of seriousness. Despite being only just over 10 years old, as the daughter of the sect, she understood very well what lofty status and power the words titled Douluo represented, and she naturally wouldn't cause trouble for her mother on such an occasion. Sunlight spilled through the window lattice onto the mother and daughter, sketching a warm and harmonious picture. Nan Shushui still retained her charm with a voluptuous figure, like a ripe honey peach radiating the allure of a mature woman. Nan Chochu, meanwhile, was like a budding flower, delicate and lovely. This might also explain why that mentally twisted evil spirit master elder from the Holy Spirit called in the original story was so obsessed with Nan Shushui, even wanting to keep her imprisoned by his side despite no longer being a whole man himself. Inside the main hall of the Earth Dragon sect, the decor was not excessively extravagant but was solemn and elegant, exuding the heritage of a legacy sect. Nan Shushui led Nan Chochu by the hand into the hall, her gaze immediately locking onto the figure seated in the guest chair beside the main seat. She dared not be negligent and hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully clasping her hands in greeting. "Nan Shushui, sect leader of the Earth Dragon sect, greets the Her Excellency Heavenly Phoenix." Nan Chochu followed her mother's example, performing a proper salute and saying in a crisp voice, "Nan Chochu greets the Her Excellency Heavenly Phoenix." While speaking, her large eyes couldn't help but curiously steal glances at Leng Yaoju. To a child of her age, a titled Douluo was like a character out of a legend. Looking at the well-behaved and cute Nan Chochu below, Leng Yaoju's cold expression couldn't help but soften a few degrees, revealing a gentle smile. No matter how strong they were, women seem to always have a natural affinity for such human fledglings. Sect leader Nan, there is no need for such formality. Leng Yaoju lightly raised her hand, and a gentle wave of spirit power lifted Nan Shushui up. She got straight to the point, saying, "I have taken the liberty of visiting this time because I have a request for your noble sect." Nan Shushui's heart tightened slightly. For something to be called a request by a titled Douluo, it was likely no ordinary small matter. She remained composed on the surface, but her tone became even more cautious. "I wonder what instructions your excellency has. As long as it is within the Earth Dragon sect's capability, we will certainly do our utmost." Deep down, she couldn't help but feel worried. Being targeted by such an expert could be a blessing or a curse. If things went poorly, it could mean the destruction of the sect. Leng Yaoju saw her nervousness and smiled indifferently. "Rest assured, sect leader Nan, it is not some major matter that endangers the sect's survival. On the contrary, for your sect, it might even be an opportunity." As she spoke, she gave a light wave of her slender hand, and a simple, foot-long rectangular wooden box flew out from her storage soul tool, landing lightly on the table in front of Nan Shushui. However, at this moment, Nan Chocho's attention was not on the box that looked extraordinary at first glance. Her gaze had long been firmly captured by the young man sitting beside Leng Yaoju. The youth had a tall and straight posture, and his face was handsome to the point of near perfection. His skin was as lustrous as jade, and his deep eyes seemed to contain a sea of stars. Simply by sitting there quietly, his entire body naturally exuded a cold and noble temperament, yet strangely made people feel an affinity toward him, as if the spiritual chi of heaven and earth were all converging upon him alone. Under the subtle transformation of the Ice Dragon King martial soul and the influence of the all creatures affinity talent, Yuhao's looks and temperament had already reached a transcendent realm, making him a veritable young girl killer. "This big brother is so handsome." Nan Chochu watched in a daze and couldn't help but mutter softly, a faint, unnoticeable blush creeping onto her small face. With the dual enhancement of the Ice Dragon King martial soul and the all creatures affinity talent, the charm field naturally radiating from Yuhao was almost an indiscriminate area of effect attack for the opposite sex. Even for the Snow Empress, a king of the extreme north with a heart as clear as ice. When she occasionally gazed at Huo Yuhao's profile, her 10,000-year frozen heart would feel slight ripples, and a faint blush she hadn't even noticed would uncontrollably stain her peerless cheeks. If even the Snow Empress was like this, what more of a little girl like Nanchochu, whose heart was just beginning to awaken and whose thoughts were simple? She only felt that looking at this big brother made her heart feel like a little rabbit was inside, thumping wildly, both joyful and shy. 62. Number 62 Cold Spring, Forced by Circumstances, South Water. Chapter 62. Cold Spring, Nan Shushui's helplessness. Nan Shushui was shocked when she heard her daughter's involuntary murmur. She had just repeatedly warned her not to speak out of turn, but the girl had forgotten herself in the blink of an eye. Her face darkened, and she was about to scold her in a low voice to avoid being rude in front of a titled Douluo, but Leng Yaoju moved faster. Leng Yaoju acted as if she hadn't heard Nan Chocho's words. Her expression remained normal as her slender hand brushed over the table. The lid of the long wooden box opened completely, and a dense, pure wave of spirit power instantly rippled out like water, filling the entire hall. The spirit power carried a heavy, resilient aura, with a faint trace of dragon majesty permeating it. This powerful energy fluctuation immediately drew everyone's attention, including Nan Chochu, who had almost misspoken, as she looked over curiously. Nan Shushui swallowed her scolding, suppressed her worry and fear over her daughter's rudeness, and followed Leng Yaoju's gesture to look at the object inside the box. Deep-colored velvet lined the box, upon which a bone lay quietly. The bone was shaped like a human right arm bone, its entire body a noble pale gold. The surface wasn't smooth but covered in a layer of fine, orderly pale gold dragon scales that shimmered with a reserved and mysterious luster under the light. Inside the bone, golden energy liquid seemed to flow slowly, emitting a heart-palpitating sense of power. With just one look, Nan Shushui's gaze was completely captivated, and her breath caught. Her own Rouge Dragon Spirit was also a branch of the dragon species, and its aura resonated strongly with this spirit bone of the same origin. She could clearly feel the majestic energy contained within the spirit bone and its strong attraction to her, a desire born from the instinct of her spirit. This spirit bone was tempting her. I have heard that your sect possesses a cold spring containing extreme yin qi, which is a treasure land for ice attribute spirit masters to cultivate. Leng Yaoju's voice rang out at the right moment, breaking Nan Shushui's trance. It just so happens that these two friends of mine, she gestured toward Huo Yuhao and the cold-natured Snow Empress and Ice Empress beside him, are ice attribute and need to use an extremely cold place for cultivation. We wish to borrow your sect's treasure land. And this spirit bone is the payment I offer. She paused, looking at Nan Shushui's undisguised look of desire, and continued. This spirit bone comes from a 30,000-year-old radiant earth dragon. It is its right arm bone. I don't need to explain what a radiant earth dragon signifies. Sect leader Nan should understand better than anyone how precious this spirit bone is to the Earth Dragon sect and your own spirit. Hearing Leng Yaoju directly mention her sect's secret cold spring, Nan Shushui was startled, as if doused with cold water. Her obsession with the spirit bone mostly vanished, replaced by deep vigilance and shock. That cold spring was a secret location of the Earth Dragon sect, known to very few people within the sect. How did this suddenly arrived heavenly phoenix Douluo know about it? But soon, this shock turned into a helpless bitterness. Even if she knew how the other party found out the secret, what could she do? A titled Douluo had come in person, and instead of taking it by force, she offered a 30,000-year radiant earth dragon spirit bone, a peerless treasure that would cause a bloodbath in the outside world, as an exchange. Her posture was respectful enough, and her sincerity was fully displayed. Could she even refuse? The golden earth dragon spirit bone that had made her heart race now felt like a hot potato. As an 8-ring spirit Douluo, she knew all too well how terrifying the invisible pressure emanating from her excellency heavenly phoenix was. It was a sense of depth and helplessness, like facing the vast starry sky, making it impossible for her to even think of resisting. Now that the other party was willing to negotiate, it was giving her and the Earth Dragon sect face. If she failed to appreciate the favor and displeased the other party, the Earth Dragon sect might be annihilated in the blink of an eye, with even the earthworms in the sect's grounds being split in half vertically. However, on second thought, Nan Shushui felt somewhat relieved. No matter how precious the cold spring was to the Earth Dragon sect, it was like sitting on a gold mine that couldn't be mined. There were no top-tier ice attribute spirit masters in the sect, so they couldn't fully utilize its extreme cold properties. At most, it only assisted some branch disciples in their cultivation, with limited effect. Rather than letting the treasure land gather dust, it was better to exchange it for a top-tier dragon-type spirit bone that could immediately and greatly enhance her own strength. This deal didn't seem like a loss at all. In the blink of an eye, Nan Shushui had made her decision. A slightly helpless but very pragmatic smile appeared on her face as she said respectfully, "Since Her Excellency Heavenly Phoenix is so sincere, visiting in person and preparing such a generous gift, I cannot possibly refuse Your Excellency. My Earth Dragon sect does indeed have the cold spring you mentioned." She took a deep breath and made a promise. "The sincerity Your Excellency has shown far exceeds the value of using the cold spring. There is naturally no harm in lending it to Your Excellency." "Then I thank sect leader Nan for the convenience." Lang Yaoju nodded slightly in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing. Quote, "There's no time like the present. If it's convenient for sect leader Nan, please lead the way now." "Very well, Your Excellency, please follow me." Nan Shushui nodded quickly, standing up first to lead the way. Lang Yaoju walked in front, while Nan Shushui respectfully walked to her front left to guide her. Meanwhile, Nan Chochu, who had been by her mother's side, now moved like a nimble little butterfly. She quietly slipped to the back of the group and approached Huo Yuhao, looking up with her large eyes blinking, filled with curiosity and undisguised affection as she stared directly at him. Huo Yuhao was following behind Lang Yaoju with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress. Sensing the burning and innocent gaze from beside him, he looked down in confusion and met Nan Chocho's clear, bright eyes. "Big brother, what's your name?" "I'm Nan Chochu," Nan Chochu asked in a soft, sweet voice, not at all shy, blinking her big eyes. Looking at the delicate and cute little girl before him, who looked like a porcelain doll, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but feel a touch of softness in his heart. He smiled slightly, reached out to gently rub Nan Chocho's small head, and replied, "My name is Huo Yuhao." His smile was gentle and his voice clear, making Nan Chocho's little face turn even redder. Instead of dodging Huo Yuhao's hand, she enjoyed the intimate touch, letting him rub her hair. Then, as if gathering her courage, she asked in a soft, cute voice that could melt hearts, making a shocking inquiry, "Big brother, you're so handsome, can I be your girlfriend when I grow up?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, who had been quietly following Huo Yuhao and seemingly indifferent to everything around them, almost simultaneously cast their cold gazes toward Nan Chochu. Two invisible chills spread slightly, though extremely faint. They were enough to express their inner displeasure. This little brat, how old was she? And yet she dared to openly compete with them for Master Yuhao? 63. Number 63. He first won Nan Chocho's heart. Chapter 63. First glimpse of Nan Chocho's heart. Although the chill emanating from the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress was extremely faint, merely a slight outward manifestation of their fluctuating emotions, to the 10-year-old Nan Chochu, whose spirit power was low, it felt like suddenly falling into an ice cellar during the coldest days of winter. Her petite body shivered uncontrollably, her small face turned slightly pale, and her pure affection was replaced by a nameless fear. Huo Yuhao immediately noticed Nan Chocho's abnormality. His brow furrowed slightly, and he wordlessly stepped forward half a pace, shielding Nan Chochu behind him. Simultaneously, a thin but incredibly resilient ice-blue spirit power shield quietly emerged, like a warm bubble, enveloping Nan Chochu and instantly isolating those two invisible chills, originating from the kings of the far north. "How old are you both, yet you're still teaming up to bully a little girl?" Huo Yuhao turned his head with a hint of helplessness, his gaze sweeping over the cold and elegant Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, whose eyes were slightly unfriendly. His tone carried a trace of teasing, but also a hidden reminder. He knew very well that while these two looked like young girls, their combined actual age was nearly several 100,000 years. To pick on a human girl was truly a bit of an undignified behavior for elders. Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, especially the pointed reference to "how old," the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress both froze for a moment. The Snow Empress turned her head slightly, while the Ice Empress let out a reluctant snort. However, they both complied and withdrew their auras, causing the chill that made Nan Chochu uncomfortable to vanish instantly. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao also dispersed the shield. Feeling the warmth return to her surroundings, Nan Chochu breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her small hand, but her gaze toward the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress now held a hint of timidness. Huo Yuhao lowered his head again, a gentle and tolerant smile on his face. Looking at Nan Chochu, who was still shaken but staring at him intently, he said softly, "Chochu, you are still too young right now and don't truly understand what affection is. How about this?" He flipped his palm, and an exquisitely crafted medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion felt like jade yet wasn't jade, cool to the touch. One side was carved with a heavenly phoenix pattern about to take flight, its lines smooth and exceptionally noble. The other side featured a coiled, roaring ice dragon, lifelike and emitting a stern chill. The edges of the medallion were inlaid with fine golden patterns, adding more luxury and mystery. I'm giving this medallion to you. Huo Yuhao handed the medallion to Nan Chochu. When you grow up a bit more, if your thoughts haven't changed and you still want to find me, you can find me through this medallion. This medallion was no ordinary object. It not only contained a wisp of Leng Yaoju's aura but also sealed a strand of her pure spirit power. When the holder encountered fatal danger, the medallion would automatically activate, forming a sturdy, heavenly phoenix guardian shield, sufficient to withstand a full-strength strike from a titled Douluo. At the same time, once the shield was activated, no matter how far away they were, Leng Yaoju would immediately sense it, lock onto the location, and come to the rescue. Looking at this beautiful and magical medallion before her, Nan Chocho's large eyes were filled with surprise. She carefully extended both hands, taking the medallion solemnly as if receiving some rare treasure. She held it tightly to her chest and nodded vigorously. I understand, brother Yuhao. She secretly vowed in her heart that when she grew up, she would definitely become very powerful, and then take the medallion to find brother Yuhao. Nan Shushui, who was leading the way for Leng Yaoju, had most of her attention forward, but the corner of her eye was also following the activity behind them. Seeing her daughter take that clearly extraordinary medallion and tuck it into her bosom like a treasure, she sighed inwardly, partly relieved that her daughter had gained a protective talisman, and partly helpless. She knew very well that a figure like Huo Yuhao was not someone their Earth Dragon sect could hope to associate with as equals. Setting aside Huo Yuhao's own unfathomable depth that even she couldn't see through, just Her Excellency Heavenly Phoenix by his side, along with the other two women whose appearance and temperament were not inferior and even made her heart palpitate, was enough to demonstrate his terrifying background. The aura occasionally leaking from those two women made her, a spirit Douluo, feel as if she were facing mountains and deep seas. They were at least at the titled Douluo level. The Earth Dragon sect's grounds were not very large, and with their fast pace, they soon arrived at an area deep within the sect that was classified as a forbidden land. A seemingly ordinary ancient well sat here, its mouth permeated with visible white cold mist. The air temperature around it was significantly lower than outside, and thick frost had condensed on the well walls. Your Excellency, it is here. Nan Shushui stopped by the well and bowed to Leng Yaoju. Leng Yaoju nodded slightly. Her gaze swept over the cold spring, and with a brief probe of her divine sense, she felt the pure extreme cold energy within. With a casual wave of her hand, the wooden box containing the golden earth dragon right arm bone flew steadily into Nan Shushui's hands. Sect leader Nan, if you have business, you may attend to it. This place can be left to us. She paused. This is the spirit bone I promised you. Thank you, Your Excellency. With the spirit bone truly in her hands, a heartfelt smile finally appeared on Nan Shushui's face. This spirit bone was too important to her. She bowed again and prepared to leave with Nan Chochu, who was looking back every few steps, reluctant to part. Nan Chochu took one last deep look at Huo Yuhao before following her mother away, looking back with every step. Once the figures of Nan Shushui and her daughter vanished at the end of their sight, Leng Yaoju turned around and looked at Huo Yuhao with a half-smile, her tone carrying a trace of imperceptible jealousy. Yuhao, not bad. In just this short time, you've already got that little girl head over heels? That reluctant little look just now, tisk tisk. Huo Yuhao was so sharp that he naturally heard the faint jealousy in Leng Yaoju's words. He smiled faintly. Instead of explaining, he took the initiative to draw closer and naturally reached out, wrapping his arm around Leng Yaoju's slender and elastic waist, gently pulling her toward him. What, Sister Yaoju, are you jealous? He looked down at the beautiful face inches away, a mischievous smile in his eyes. Feeling the warm breath and strong arm coming from Huo Yuhao, Leng Yaoju's delicate body stiffened slightly. Two blushes instantly flew onto her exquisite cheeks, like red plums blooming in the snow. Truly moving, she made a symbolic struggle before letting Huo Yuhao hold her, giving him a mock resentful glare but saying nothing more. To the side, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress watched this scene quietly, a flash of envy crossing their cold eyes simultaneously. They also really wanted to have such close contact with Lord Yuhao after a long while. Huo Yuhao finally released Leng Yaoju. His expression regained some seriousness as he looked at the ancient well constantly emitting cold air and said, "All right, time for business." Let's go, we're going down. Without any hesitation, he flickered and leapt directly into the bottomless mouth of the cold spring well. Seeing Huo Yuhao move, the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress, and Leng Yaoju did not hesitate either. 3 graceful figures followed behind him like 3 streaks of light, vanishing into the well. 64. Number 64 Extreme Ice Crystal, myriad-year-old profound ice marrow, 2 chapters of 4,000 words, combined into one. Chapter 64. Ice God Crystal, 10,000-year profound ice marrow, 4,000 word, 2 in 1 chapter. The chill inside the well was bone-piercing, and the spring water was abnormally cold. As soon as they fell into the water, identical smiles of heartfelt pleasure appeared on the faces of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. For ice attribute spirit beasts like them, this dense and pure chill was like the most comfortable hot spring, making their entire bodies feel relaxed and even their souls seem to leap with joy. The terrifying chill in the well, which was enough to freeze and crack metal, seemed to flow into Huo Yuhao's body like 100 rivers returning to the sea the moment it touched him. It was rapidly converted into pure spirit power by the Ice Dragon King Martial Soul, nourishing his meridians and dantian. Possessing the extreme ice attribute, he didn't feel any discomfort here. Instead, he was like a fish in water. His cultivation speed doubled, and he had no need to worry about frostbite. Yuhao, the chill here is so pure and dense, far exceeding ordinary extremely cold lands. There must be 10,000-year profound ice marrow breeding below. The Snow Empress's cold voice, carrying a trace of imperceptible excitement, transmitted through mental force. She couldn't help but recall how she and the Ice Empress had searched bitterly for 10,000-year profound ice marrow for centuries to combat the heavenly tribulation, only to eventually find a cave that had long been gnawed clean by the heavenly dream iceworm. That disappointment and helplessness remained fresh in her memory. Unexpectedly, after following Huo Yuhao, they not only saw the hope of becoming gods but might now directly find a complete cave of 10,000-year profound ice marrow, enough to help them safely survive their next heavenly tribulation. Don't be in a hurry to go down and find the ice marrow, Huo Yuhao nodded, confirming the Snow Empress's guess, while also speaking up. There are some other good things nearby. There are other good things? The Ice Empress was slightly stunned, then suddenly realized, her emerald eyes lighting up. Quote, right, it's the Ice God Crystal that accompanies the 10,000-year profound ice cave. Yuhao, you actually know about even this? Yes, I know, Huo Yuhao responded calmly. The 4 of them slowly sank into the depths of the well. The further down they went, the more biting the chill became, and the well water almost began to solidify. When they descended to a depth of nearly 30 meters, Huo Yuhao slowed down and began to carefully feel along the cold and slippery well wall with his hands. Descending until they were nearly 35 meters deep, his fingers finally touched a slightly protruding circular stone with a texture vastly different from the surrounding well wall. Sister Yaoju, this is it. Pull it upwards. Huo Yuhao grabbed Leng Yaoju's hand and guided it onto the protruding mechanism, signaling for her to act. He remembered very clearly that in the original story, the level 70+ Huo Yuhao had almost exhausted most of his spirit power to barely succeed in opening this mechanism. Now, he was only level 32, and his physical fitness was far inferior to that time. Why should he waste his own effort? With a quasi-god rank Leng Yaoju by his side, it would be a waste not to use her. Leng Yaoju understood. Her jade-like hand gently gripped the protrusion. She didn't even use much spirit power, simply relying on her physical strength to lift it upwards. With a soft click, the seemingly solid mechanism was easily pulled up. The moment the mechanism was unlocked, a deep entrance just wide enough for one person to pass through slid open silently on the previously seamless well wall. A burst of even purer chill, almost condensed into substance, rushed out from within. Huo Yuhao gave Leng Yaoju an appreciative thumbs up, then without hesitation, took the lead and squeezed into the pitch-black cave. The Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Leng Yaoju immediately followed suit, entering one after another. After entering the cave, a strange scene occurred. Huo Yuhao's clothes, which had been soaked by the well water, instantly became bone dry, as if they had never touched water. Meanwhile, Leng Yaoju, the Snow Empress, and the Ice Empress remained elegant in their flowing clothes, completely untainted. With their strength, they had long been immune to heat and cold, and untouched by fire or water. Mere well water naturally couldn't get near them. Huo Yuhao steadied himself and extended his right hand. With a slight thought, an ice-blue light immediately lit up from his palm, and a pure and grand aura of ultimate ice spread out with him as the center. This aura seemed to trigger a resonance within the cave. In an instant, the ores embedded in the surrounding walls, resembling blue crystals, ice god crystals, began to light up from the inside out with a soft and dreamy blue halo. They illuminated the entire dark cave like an undersea dragon palace or a starry dreamscape, breathtakingly beautiful. As expected, naturally born wonders are the most magnificent and enchanting. Yuhao looked at the dreamlike cave lit by the glow of the ice god crystals and couldn't help but praise in a low voice. The deep blue halo flowed within the translucent ores, rendering the entire space as if a deep starry sky and a magnificent subterranean world had merged, filled with a mysterious and tranquil beauty. Indeed, the Snow Empress walked lightly to Yuhao's side. Her cold countenance appeared much softer under the blue light, and her eyes showed reverence and affinity for nature. Quote, "This is the greatness and wonder of heaven and earth's creation. Every 10,000-year profound ice cave is a unique natural miracle." As the Ice Sky Snow Lady, she was a spirit nurtured by the extreme north. She felt a natural sense of belonging and affection for such a treasure land where ultimate ice energy gathered purely. Yuhao, don't just stand there admiring and being sentimental, the Ice Empress on the side urged somewhat impatiently. Her emerald eyes flickered with excitement and longing. Quote, "Let's hurry up and collect these ice god crystals, then quickly go down to find the 10,000-year profound ice marrow." She didn't have as much artistic sentiment as the Snow Empress. To her, the 10,000-year profound ice marrow that could truly help her survive the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation was the most important thing at hand. Most crucially, in all her years of cultivation, she had never even tasted a single piece of 10,000-year profound ice marrow. She had finally found a cave back then, only for it to have been gnawed clean by that glutton, the heavenly dream ice worm. Thinking about it made her depressed. "Alright, let's begin." Yuhao understood the Ice Empress's urgency and nodded. He signaled to Leng Yaoju, and the two of them stepped back a few paces, clearing the space. In the next moment, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress acted simultaneously. Emerald and translucent white light blossomed from them respectively as the Ice Empress's domain of ultimate ice and the Snow Empress's imperial chill sky, snow dance gleaming sun domains expanded instantly. Amazingly, these two domains, which both belonged to ultimate ice, did not repel each other. Instead, they merged perfectly like water and milk, forming a deeper, colder, and soul-freezing new composite domain, the Snow Dance Ultimate Ice Domain. Under the powerful force of this fused domain, the incredibly hard ice god crystals on the cave walls began to vibrate slightly. Their surfaces gradually softened as if being peeled from the rock walls by an invisible force, and then, as if being pulled, they flew down one by one and piled neatly in front of Yuhao. Yuhao was not polite. With a sweep of mental force, he collected the small mountain of ice god crystals into his storage soul tool. The ice god crystal, a divine object of heaven and earth, was essentially an extremely rare metal with special properties. What was even more precious was that some uniquely blessed ice god crystals would, over long periods, spontaneously nurture a faint spirituality, known as ice spirits. This was similar to the spiritual metals produced by high-level forging techniques 10,000 years later, but these were purely born of heaven and earth. If handled correctly, these ice god crystals that had nurtured ice spirits could even be used directly as core materials to forge powerful battle armor. Under the precise control of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, Yuhao quickly sorted the harvested ice god crystals into two piles. One pile was the larger quantity of ordinary ice god crystals that had not nurtured ice spirits. The other pile was the significantly smaller quantity of ice god crystals with faint spiritual points of light flowing inside, those that had nurtured ice spirits. Even if the number of those with ice spirits is small, it's enough to gather the amount for forging a full set of armor. Yuhao looked at the pile of spiritual materials, a satisfied curve hooking his lips. Quote, "When I become a god in the future, I can even further refine these ice god crystals and integrate them into my divine raiment. It will surely take its power to the next level." His mood was quite good. In his view, rather than spending a lot of time researching battle armor technology that wasn't even in sight yet, especially starting from scratch to learn forging until mastering the legendary, heavenly forging skill, which would take an enormous amount of time and energy, it was better to focus on increasing his own cultivation. With that time, he could completely reach the limit Douluo realm earlier and then strike for the divine rank. Once he became a god, using divine power and vision to then find a way to forge even stronger divine raiment, wouldn't that be more efficient? Besides, there were many ways to amplify one's strength. There was no need to be dead set on the path of battle armor. Battle armor was certainly cool and flashy, but divine raiment condensed from spirit bones was not inferior at all. He believed that he would never lack powerful spirit bones in the future. By now, all the ice god crystals in the cave had been mined clean. Normally, after the ice god crystals were taken, the cold spring water from outside would immediately flood in, but it was currently being held back firmly by the fused domain maintained by the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao looked back at the now empty cave, which left only ordinary ice walls, and nodded to the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. The four of them then retreated back into the well, even resetting the mechanism to its original state along the way. Alright, the harvest above has been cleared. The true core of the 10,000-year profound ice cave is right below the spring eye of this. Well, let's go straight there. Huo Yuhao transmitted his thoughts to the other three through spiritual sharing. The Snow Empress, the Ice Empress, and Leng Yaoju all nodded simultaneously. In the next moment, the four of them turned into 4 streaks of light of different colors, breaking through the cold, heavy spring water like swimming fish, rapidly diving toward the spring eye at the deepest part of the well. The closer they got to the spring eye, the higher the concentration of ice elements became, almost dense enough to turn into a substantial blue liquid energy, as viscous as mercury. Huo Yuhao guessed that the purity of the ice elements here was probably no less than that in the depths of the ice spring within the ice and fire yin-yang well. However, for Huo Yuhao, who possessed the Ice Dragon King martial soul, this was an excellent supplement. These incredibly pure ice element forces, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, continuously and actively poured into his body. They were efficiently converted into pure spirit power by his martial soul, nourishing his meridians and increasing his spirit power. His cultivation was steadily rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pop, a slight sound, as if piercing through some kind of barrier. The four felt their surroundings lighten as if they had passed through an invisible film, instantly entering a brand new cave. This cave was much lower than the previous one, with a height of less than 2 meters. The place where they landed was already the highest point in the cave. Except for Huo Yuhao, who was about 1.75 meters tall and hadn't finished growing, and the Ice Empress, who was less than 1.7 meters tall after transforming. Leng Yaoju and the Snow Empress, who were both over 1.8 meters tall and wearing high heels, had to bend their waists slightly. Huo Yuhao once again extended his right hand. Ice blue light condensed in his palm, emitting a soft and pure aura of ultimate ice to resonate with any ice attribute crystals that might exist in the cave, attempting to light up this new environment. However, the very next instant after his palm light lit up, buzz, as if a chain reaction had been triggered. Besides the light from Huo Yuhao's right hand, a total of 45 thick dark blue light pillars suddenly shot up from various directions in the cave. Every pillar of light originated from a strange crystal pillar that was crystal clear, with what looked like liquid energy flowing inside. The dark blue light instantly filled the entire cave. Countless ice crystals on the surrounding walls refracted the light from these pillars, weaving a magnificent scene as if the vast starry sky had been condensed here. 10,000-year profound ice marrow. It really is 10,000-year profound ice marrow, and there are 45 of them. The Ice Empress looked at the dreamlike scene before her, her voice trembling with excitement. Her emerald eyes stared fixedly at those crystal pillars, and she was almost drooling. This was the treasure for surviving the tribulation that she had dreamed of. Lord Yuhao, how do you plan to distribute these ice marrows? Although the Snow Empress was also deeply moved and longed to absorb them immediately, she remained calm and respectful. She and the Ice Empress were now Huo Yuhao's partners and subordinates. Naturally, everything had to be centered around Huo Yuhao. Moreover, Huo Yuhao was the one who had brought them to find this treasure cave. Even if he didn't give them a single one, they would have nothing to say. Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 45 pillars of 10,000-year profound ice marrow emitting an enticing luster, and slowly spoke. How about this? Snow Empress, you take 10. Ice Empress, you take 5. What do you think? He was not a stingy person, but this 10,000-year profound ice marrow also had a huge role in his own future cultivation and accumulation of foundation. Naturally, he couldn't give it all away. He appreciated the beauty and strength of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, but he would never be so dazzled by beauty as to make an irrational decision. The main reason the Ice Empress couldn't survive the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation was that she had damaged her origin during the 300,000-year heavenly tribulation and no longer had the strength to face a stronger lightning tribulation. The Snow Empress's situation was even more serious. Not only was her strength far beyond the Ice Empress's, making the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation she faced even more terrifying, but she had also failed to condense a second soul core. Not only was her origin damaged, but even her first soul core had developed irreparable cracks. The amount of 10,000-year profound ice marrow she needed was theoretically much more than what the Ice Empress needed. However, the Snow Empress also had a 100,000-year Snow Lotus as assistance. 10 pillars of 10,000-year profound ice marrow, in Huo Yuhao's original estimation, should be barely enough. 65. Number 65. Grateful to the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Soul Power Compressed, an extra chapter for Huo Yun's reward. Chapter 65. Grateful Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Spirit Power Compression, additional chapter for donor Huo Yun. Yuhao 10 stocks, I'm afraid might not be quite enough. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Snow Empress's exquisite face, but since it concerned her survival, she spoke candidly and sincerely. 5 stocks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow are indeed enough for Binger to repair her origin and face her 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. But for me, 10 stocks are still a bit lacking. I not only need to repair more severe origin injuries and heal the cracks in my soul core, but most importantly, I need to strike at and condense a second soul core once more. Even with the assistance of the 100,000-year Snow Lotus, the energy provided by 10 stocks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow won't be enough to support me in completing my breakthrough and enduring that 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. I see, Huo Yuhao mused, then straightforwardly threw the question back. Then how many do you think would be safe? Snow Empress extended a hand with 5 fingers spread, but hesitated slightly, as if feeling she was asking for too much, and slowly retracted 4 fingers, leaving only 1 slender finger. Huo Yuhao looked at Snow Empress's slightly nervous and expectant movements and eyes, and he understood in his heart. He pondered for a moment and gave a number that exceeded Snow Empress's expectations. How about this? I'll give you 5 more, 15 stocks in total. What do you think? Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Snow Empress was first stunned, and then a light of pleasant surprise erupted in her eyes. She understood that Huo Yuhao was being considerate of her difficulties and had provided a safer, more generous plan. If it were only 11 stocks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow, she might recover completely, but facing the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation would still be perilous. However, 15 stocks would allow her to safely undergo the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. Thank you, Yuhao. Overwhelmed by immense gratitude and joy, Snow Empress couldn't help but step forward, extending her arms to give Huo Yuhao a tight hug. Huo Yuhao's face was instantly buried in a soft, elastic, and icy fragrance. Experiencing the sensation of a facial, Huo Yuhao stiffened at first, then relaxed, naturally reaching out to gently wrap his arms around Snow Empress's slender waist, whispering, "We are partners, aren't we? What is the way of leadership? It is the stick in one hand and the carrot in the other." The 10,000-year profound ice marrow could not be given easily without a price. He had to make them understand that to obtain benefits from him, they must demonstrate corresponding value and loyalty. But at the same time, Huo Yuhao was by no means a stingy master. He never hesitated to share the fruits of victory with partners who truly followed him. After giving them a warning in advance, and then showing concern for his subordinates by being willing to make an exception for the 2 of them, the 2 who originally had a psychological gap would definitely feel grateful to Huo Yuhao. Lord Yuhao, then what about me? Seeing Snow Empress successfully obtain 15 stocks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow, Ice Empress's large emerald eyes were immediately filled with longing. She leaned in toward Huo Yuhao, tugged at his sleeve, and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "I also want 5 more, is that okay?" She knew her abilities and potential contributions might not match Snow Empress's, but she couldn't help but want to try for it. Looking at Ice Empress's expectant and slightly cautious expression, Huo Yuhao had already made his plans. He feigned contemplation and then nodded. "All right, giving you 5 more isn't impossible. However, I have one condition." "What condition? Tell me, Yuhao." Hearing there was a chance, Ice Empress immediately asked urgently, fearing Huo Yuhao would change his mind. Those were 5 stocks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow. If she could have these 5 extra stocks, not only would her confidence in undergoing tribulation be greater, but she might even be able to use their power to take her cultivation a step further. As long as it wasn't asking her to give up her pursuit of Snow Empress or do something against her nature, she was willing to consider any condition. Huo Yuhao looked at her eager state and slowly spoke. "The condition is that after you successfully break through to the 400,000-year level, you must stay by my side to protect me and follow my orders." In his subsequent plans, going to Shrek Academy was an important part. Although he had the quasi-god rank Leng Yaoju following him, Shrek had a deep foundation, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't do something desperate. Note: Mu-En, by burning his life and using all the power within the golden ancient tree, could forcibly stall Leng Yaoju, but he couldn't defeat her. Having an additional powerful personal bodyguard would greatly increase the safety factor. As the dominator of the extreme north, Snow Empress needed to preside over the region and couldn't leave for long. Ice Empress, however, was very suitable. The original body of the Ice Jade Scorpion was relatively compact, with her largest form being only 1.5 meters long. It wouldn't be difficult to use some methods to shrink her size tenfold and hide her presence. With some treasures to mask her spirit beast aura, she could hide within Yuhao's robes or by his side at any time, protecting him unexpectedly at critical moments. No problem, absolutely no problem. After listening, Ice Empress was only slightly stunned before she agreed without hesitation, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. Quote, I thought it would be some harsh condition, it's just personal protection, don't worry, Yuhao. From now on, I'll do whatever you say, I promise to never leave your side and keep you safe. In her view, exchanging personal protection, a condition that hardly felt like one, for 5 stalks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow, was practically a gift. She had made a huge profit. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Yuhao's face. Besides ensuring his own safety, he actually had another thought deep down. He wanted to straighten out Ice Empress's preference for females. Once straightened out, Ice Empress could become his divine assist in pursuing Snow Empress in the future. After all, Snow Empress trusted Ice Empress immensely. With Ice Empress's help, many things would go much more smoothly. After reaching the agreement, Snow Empress and Ice Empress couldn't wait to start carefully harvesting the 10,000-year profound ice marrow that radiated an alluring luster. Their movements were gentle, fearing they might damage these heavenly treasures. After the harvesting was complete, Yuhao kept his promise, taking 20 stalks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow for himself and giving the remaining 25, 15 for Snow Empress and 10 for Ice Empress, to them respectively. It was worth mentioning that during the harvesting process, they also discovered 3 stalks of 10,000-year profound ice marrow in a corner of the cave that were not yet fully formed and only had a rudimentary shape. After a moment's thought, Yuhao decided not to take them. As the saying goes, always leave a way out. A naturally formed 10,000-year profound ice cave was extremely rare, a gift of nature's creation. They had already taken the vast majority of the mature marrow, so there was no need to be exhaustive. Leaving these 3 unformed ones might allow a new treasure cave to be nurtured here in 10,000 years. After distributing the treasures that would drive the outside world mad, Yuhao did not rush to leave this treasure land with its extremely dense ice elements. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Even though the core marrow had been removed, the ice element power accumulated here over 10,000 years was still vast and pure, making it an excellent place for cultivation. He planned to take this opportunity to begin a type of cultivation that was premature for a rank 30 spirit master. Spirit power compression. 66. Number 66. The true essence of a creation-level cultivation technique. Chapter 66. The true foundation of a creation-level cultivation technique. Note: bonus chapter for cumulative tips from Chen Li _ 214, and book friend 20,240,304,858 _DB. 1 bonus chapter for every 1,000 tips. Generally speaking, spirit power compression is a cultivation practice that spirit masters only begin to attempt at the spirit king level. The reason a spirit king's strength far exceeds that of a spirit ancestor is largely because, starting from the spirit king level, a spirit master has the ability to initially compress their own spirit power, gradually transforming it from a gaseous state to a liquid or even solid state. Although compressing spirit power significantly slows down the speed of increasing one's spirit power rank, the benefits are immense. The total volume, density, and purity of spirit power will grow exponentially, and the power of spirit abilities and control over spirit power will also soar accordingly. The reason Yuhao dared to start compressing spirit power early at the spirit elder level was because he harbored a great ambition. He wanted to condense his first soul core at rank 50, the Spirit King realm. This was unheard of in the entire history of the Spirit Master's world. The yin-yang creation art he cultivated, as a creation-level cultivation technique that stood above the God King level, was infinitely profound. The cultivation technique is divided into 18 layers, with the first 14 layers corresponding to the mortal stages of cultivation: Spirit Master, Spirit Grandmaster, Spirit Elder, Spirit Ancestor, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Saint, Spirit Douluo, titled Douluo, Super Douluo, Limit Douluo, Quasi-Demigod, Demigod, and Quasi-God. The last 4 layers belong to the Divinity realm, corresponding to 3rd-class Divinity, 2nd-class Divinity, 1st-class Divinity, and even the God King realm. As for the legendary creation level, although it is recorded in the cultivation technique, it requires the practitioner to personally comprehend the universe's origin laws. The yin-yang creation art naturally contains an unparalleled method for condensing soul cores. This method can condense a total of 9 soul cores, corresponding to the 5th through 13th layers of the cultivation technique. These 9 layers of the cultivation technique correspond exactly to 9 key nodes: Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Saint, Spirit Douluo, titled Douluo, Super Douluo, Limit Douluo, Quasi-Demigod, and Demigod. The locations of these 9 soul cores are also very specific. They will be located in the heart, lungs, kidneys, waist, right arm, right leg, and finally, the most important one, the brain. The first 3 soul cores located in the internal organs are called visceral soul cores, and their primary function is to significantly increase Yuhao's total spirit power, the robustness of his blood essence power, and his body's recovery ability. The middle 5 soul cores located in the limbs and waist are called body soul cores, and they primarily strengthen Yuhao's physical fitness, the explosive power of his blood essence power, and his instantaneous attack and defense capabilities. The final one, the brain soul core, located in the brain, primarily sublimates the intensity of Yuhao's mental force, his refined control over his own strength and even the heaven and earth origin power, and the toughness of his willpower. Compared to ordinary spirit masters who can only condense 1 or 2 soul cores, with locations usually limited to the dantian or the center of the eyebrows, the 9 soul core system planned by the yin-yang creation art is undoubtedly more comprehensive and more domineering. It will provide Yuhao with terrifying attribute boosts far exceeding those of the same realm from all angles and without any blind spots, ultimately allowing his strength to reach an inconceivable level, truly achieving invincibility among peers and making jumping ranks to challenge others as easy as breathing. According to the records of the yin-yang creation art, the condensation of every soul core is roughly divided into 4 precise and dangerous steps. The first step is to increase the purity of spirit power. This is the most basic prerequisite for condensing a soul core. If the spirit power is not pure enough, everything that follows is empty talk. This point was almost not an issue for Yuhao. The spirit power he obtained through dual cultivation and his own cultivation with the yin-yang creation art was even more pure and condensed than that of many ordinary spirit king level spirit masters. The second step is to condense a spirit power vortex, which is the foundation for constructing the core of spirit power execution at the selected location. For example, the heart, the planned location for the first soul core in the technique. During this process, the spirit master needs to expend a massive amount of mental force to precisely control the spirit power, guiding it to form a stably rotating vortex. The minimum requirement for mental force in this step is the Spirit Sea realm, which is also a major reason why those with mental force cultivation below the Spirit Sea realm are basically unable to reach the Spirit Saint realm. Of course, for Yuhao, whose mental force had already reached the Spirit Abyss realm, this similarly posed no obstacle. What he needed to do now was to follow the unique method recorded in the yin-yang creation art to initially construct the prototype of the spirit power vortex at the heart's location. The third step is to compress the spirit power and promote its solidification. After successfully condensing the spirit power vortex, the spirit master can more efficiently absorb and refine heaven and earth spirit power through the rotation of the vortex and use the centripetal pressure generated by the vortex to further compress the spirit power in that area. The goal of this step is to compress the spirit power at the center of the spirit power vortex from a gaseous state to a liquid state, and finally into a solid spirit power crystal. Usually, ordinary spirit masters need to spend years or even decades of slow, painstaking effort on this step, grinding and compressing bit by bit. Countless spirit masters with insufficient talent or resources are stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make a breakthrough. Yuhao, relying on the superiority of his cultivation technique, could greatly shorten this process. The fourth step is to polish the soul crystal and condense the soul core. This step seems like the final push, but it is actually the most perilous. Polishing the solid spirit power crystal to make its shape, structure, and energy fluctuations perfect so that it finally transforms into a stable soul core allows for no mistakes. During the polishing process, once any minute flaw occurs, such as unstable spirit power output, mental force guidance errors, or external interference, it could lead to the soul core failing to form perfectly, or even worse, the soul core directly rupturing. The former means that even if the spirit master breaks through, their strength will be at the bottom, and they will have almost cut off the possibility of further promotion. The latter is even more terrifying. At best, one's cultivation will plummet and spirit power will be completely lost, and at worst, one will explode and die on the spot, their soul flying away and spirit scattering. However, for Yuhao, he had sufficient confidence even for this most dangerous fourth step. The yin-yang creation art provided the most perfect and safest soul core polishing secret method. The 9 revolutions spirit refining art gave him powerful and meticulously controlled mental force, and the flawless golden body provided him with an incredibly tough physique capable of withstanding the massive energy impact when the soul core forms. The combination of these 3 reduced the risk of Yuhao condensing a soul core to the minimum. Once the soul core is successfully condensed, Yuhao's ability to perceive, guide, and control heaven and earth spirit power will undergo a qualitative leap. Not only will his strength skyrocket, but his endurance will also become extremely terrifying, because the soul core itself can automatically draw in the surrounding heaven and earth origin power to replenish itself. As long as one is not engaged in ultra-high-intensity continuous explosive combat, a spirit master with a soul core can have spirit power that is almost endless. In summary, increasing spirit power compression, condensing a spirit power vortex, forming a regional solid spirit power crystal, polishing the spirit power crystal to finally condense into a soul core. These 4 steps are the entire process of condensing a soul core, and whether it is an ordinary technique or a creation-level technique like the yin-yang creation art, they all follow this rule. But the yin-yang creation art has an absolute advantage in the efficiency, safety, and quality of the final product at every step. What's even more heaven-defying is that after forming the first soul core, ordinary techniques basically reach their end, making it extremely difficult to condense a second one because soul cores will produce strong energy conflicts and mutual interference. Only those brilliant geniuses with great opportunity and perseverance, such as the Yuhao from the original story or the beast god Dtn, could break through this shackle and condense 2 to 3 soul cores. However, as a creation-grade technique, one of the core profound truths of the yin-yang creation art is yin-yang balance, creation symbiosis. The technique contains mysterious means of reconciliation that can fundamentally eliminate the repulsion and conflict between multiple soul cores, allowing them not only to coexist in the body but also to complement each other, forming a perfectly circulating soul core array to jointly support the spirit master and explode with world-destroying combat power. This is the heaven-defying wonder and power of the yin-yang creation art, and it truly deserves its supreme evaluation as creation level. Of course, even with a supreme technique like the yin-yang creation art, successfully condensing multiple soul cores is by no means an easy task. It requires the practitioner to put in immense effort, conducting countless hours of tedious practice and application, precisely grasping the energy fluctuations when each soul core forms, and finding the most subtle balance point between them. This undoubtedly requires a massive investment of time and energy. But without a doubt, compared to the final power sufficient to shake the universe, all the hardships and sweat invested in the early stages are completely worth it. 67. Number 67 Condensing Soul Power Vortex. Chapter 67. Condensing the Spirit Power Vortex. He took a deep breath of the ice element origin chi, which was so dense it had almost materialized. He then slowly closed his eyes, entering a state like a monk in deep meditation. He cast aside all distracting thoughts, plans for revenge, future schemes, and thoughts of the 3 stunning companions by his side, focusing his consciousness entirely, and maintaining a single point of clarity within his mind. Immediately after, Yuhao began to fully activate the secret method recorded in the yin-yang creation art specifically used for condensing a spirit power vortex. He cautiously guided the spirit power within his body, which originally flowed like a ceaseless river, from his limbs, bones, meridians, and dantian. He slowly pushed and gathered them toward the intended location of his first soul core, the heart, in a controlled and firm manner. This was not just a simple transport of spirit power, it was a deep tempering of the spirit power itself. As the spirit power converged toward the heart, the secret method itself continued to exert its effect, performing an initial compression and solidification of the flowing spirit power. The flow of spirit power seemed to be repeatedly kneaded and forged by an invisible giant hand, removing impurities and retaining the essence. At the same time, Yuhao's massive mental force, which had reached the spirit abyss realm, activated fully like a precision instrument. Following the unique method described in the yin-yang creation art, he began to rhythmically vibrate his mental origin. This vibration was not haphazard. Instead, it contained a profound logic of the world, producing an extremely mysterious mental fluctuation. This mental fluctuation spread like ripples throughout Yuhao's entire body, especially the heart region. Something miraculous happened. Under the influence of the mental fluctuations, the spirit power gathered at the heart seemed to be injected with life. They were no longer passively being compressed but actively generated a magical resonance. The connections between spirit power particles became tighter, the arrangement more orderly, and both their activity and cohesion received a qualitative leap. Under this dual effect, the concentration of spirit power at Yuhao's heart increased at an alarming rate. The originally gaseous spirit power quickly became viscous and began to vibrate violently. Soon, thousands of tiny, spontaneously rotating spirit power vortexes formed in the heart region like the birth of a nebula, flickering with bits of spirit power radiance. This was only the beginning. Yuhao held his breath and focused, using his powerful mental force to precisely control these nascent vortexes. Under his guidance, two adjacent tiny vortexes seemed to be attracted to each other, slowly drawing closer. Their rotation frequencies gradually synchronized until, with a soft poof sound, they perfectly fused into a slightly larger spirit power vortex that was more stable and had stronger suction. Next, this process began to repeat and accelerate continuously. The newly formed larger vortexes continued to seek out neighboring partners to fuse again. Like a rolling snowball, the number of spirit power vortexes in the heart region constantly decreased, but the volume, stability, and energy contained within each remaining vortex grew exponentially. Time passed quietly amidst the silent cultivation. Half an hour later, a world-shaking change had occurred in Yuhao's heart region. It was no longer a chaotic spirit power nebula. Instead, only two massive spirit power vortexes remained, like small eyes of a storm, emitting intense energy fluctuations. They each occupied a side, rotating slowly. There seemed to be an invisible force field between them, both attracting and faintly repelling one another. The most critical moment had arrived. Yuhao's mind was highly concentrated, like a doctor performing a precision surgery, as he cautiously guided these two final overlords. "Fuse for me," he let out a low shout in his heart. Under the fine adjustment of his mental force, those two large spirit power vortexes began to overcome the final repulsion, slowly drawing toward each other. Their rotational trajectories began to deflect, and their frequencies gradually converged, producing a mysterious and harmonious resonance. Finally, they made contact. At the moment of contact, there was no violent conflict as expected. Instead, like water blending with milk, the edges of the two vortexes began to blur, intertwine, and permeate each other. The entire fusion process lasted about 5 minutes, but for Yuhao, these 5 minutes felt as long as a century. He had to maintain absolute stability of his mental force at all times to ensure that nothing went wrong during the fusion process. Finally, when the last sliver of estrangement was broken, the two massive spirit power vortexes completely merged into one, a complete spirit power vortex. Larger, more stable, rotating faster, and with a center point emitting a deep, material-like luster, officially took shape at Yuhao's heart. Buzz! The instant this complete spirit power vortex formed, it was as if an invisible switch had been flipped. Within the entire 10,000-year mysterious ice cave, the massive amount of pure ice attribute world origin, Qi, surged toward Yuhao's body with an unprecedented frenzy, like 100 rivers returning to the sea or iron filings meeting a powerful magnet. This origin Qi did not need his deliberate guidance. It was automatically captured and devoured by the spirit power vortex at his heart. Then, it was instantly compressed and purified by the vortex's powerful centrifugal and centripetal forces, finally transforming into drops of incredibly pure, ice-blue liquid spirit power stored within the vortex, which then nourished the meridians throughout his body. Once the spirit power vortex was formed, the immediate benefits it brought also filled Yuhao's heart with wild joy. First, the spirit power vortex rotated on its own at all times. This process naturally generated a powerful compressive force, continuously tempering and purifying the spirit power within the vortex and flowing through the heart, causing the purity of Yuhao's spirit power to advance toward a higher level every moment. Second, the spirit power vortex was like a perpetual motion source of spirit power attraction, automatically absorbing the surrounding world origin Qi. Part of it was directly compressed and converted into liquid spirit power, enhancing his spirit power foundation. Another part of the milder energy would feed back and nourish his sea of consciousness, subtly improving his mental force cultivation. This was equivalent to equipping him with a fully automatic cultivation accelerator. Finally, during intense combat, the spirit power vortex could operate at overclocked speeds, rapidly converting absorbed world origin Qi into spirit power to replenish consumption. As long as his spirit power wasn't completely drained in a single instant, his spirit power recovery speed would far exceed those of the same rank, and his sustained combat capability would receive a qualitative leap. Yuhao carefully sensed the changes within himself, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He could clearly feel that although his spirit power rank had not immediately increased due to the compression and remained at rank 32, the total amount and density of the spirit power in his body had already undergone a world-shaking change. Even though my spirit power rank hasn't increased, the total amount and majesty of the compressed spirit power is already no weaker than that of an average Spirit King level Spirit Master. Yuhao clenched his fist, feeling the heavy and surging power within him that felt like liquid lead and mercury. He judged confidently, with my current spirit power foundation, coupled with the Ice Dragon King martial soul, a powerful physique, and spirit abyss realm mental force even against a spirit emperor, I have the confidence to fight, and even to emerge victorious. He clearly felt that because his spirit power was highly compressed, the speed of his future spirit power rank increases would inevitably slow down a bit, requiring more energy accumulation to achieve a breakthrough. But it was completely worth it because right now, the total amount and purity of the spirit power in his body had once again risen by a massive grade, laying the most solid foundation for his future condensation of the first soul core. 68. Number 68. A fine sword is forged through tempering and polishing. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Chapter 68. The edge of a sword is honed by sharpening. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. As Yuhao carefully realized the transformative changes within his body and experienced the various mysteries brought by the spirit power vortex, the three women, Leng Yaoju, the Snow Empress, and the Ice Empress, who had been tensely protecting him, saw the phenomenon of him violently absorbing origin chi gradually subside. His aura stabilized, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief, immediately surrounding him with concern. Yuhao, are you alright? The energy fluctuations just now were too intense. Leng Yaoju asked first, a trace of lingering fear in her beautiful eyes. Although the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress did not speak, their eyes were filled with inquiry and worry. They knew full well how dangerous it was to forcibly compress spirit power and condense a spirit power vortex at the spirit elder rank. One mistake could lead to the total destruction of one's meridians. I'm fine, don't worry. Yuhao opened his eyes, a flash of azure divine light passing through them. Feeling the surging yet freely flowing power within his body, he smiled and shook his head, comforting them. I feel very good, better than ever before. He knew in his heart that the reason conventional spirit power compression was regulated to only begin at the Spirit King rank was fundamentally because the process placed an immense load on a spirit master's body. Spirit masters below rank 50 generally lack sufficient physical strength and meridian toughness to withstand the solidity, weight, and increased pressure generated by highly compressed spirit power during circulation. Only after successfully absorbing a fifth spirit ring and undergoing the baptism and strengthening of 10,000-year spirit ring energy does a spirit master's physical body undergo a qualitative leap, barely reaching the threshold to endure compressed spirit power. The reason Yuhao dared to go against the heavens at the Spirit Elder rank was precisely because his foundation was incredibly solid. The cultivation of the flawless golden body had already made his physical strength far exceed those of the same rank, not even inferior to some spirit kings who focused on body refining. His spirit abyss realm mental force gave him unparalleled control over his own power. Coupled with the mysterious protection of the yin-yang creation art, he was able to ignore conventional restrictions and successfully complete this dangerous step without worrying about his body being unable to withstand the impact of the compressed spirit power. Seeing that Yuhao's aura was indeed stable and his eyes were clear, not appearing to have any issues, the three women finally felt completely at ease. Since the primary goal of this trip, the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, had been obtained, and Yuhao had also successfully completed his initial spirit power compression, this treasure land had lost its value to them. The originally dense ice attribute origin chi in the cave had been almost predatorily absorbed by Yuhao when he condensed the spirit power vortex, making it no different from an ordinary ice cave outside. The four of them did not linger, returning the way they came, and soon left that cold spring, returning to the territory of the Earth Dragon sect. By the cold spring, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress bid a solemn farewell to Yuhao. They urgently needed to return to the core region of the extreme north to use the most familiar and dense ice element environment there to refine the 10,000-year profound ice marrow they had just received. For them, this was a crucial step concerning the recovery of their origin injuries and whether they could safely survive their upcoming 400,000-year Ice Empress, and 700,000-year, Snow Empress, heavenly tribulations. Watching the figures of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress turn into two streaks of light and disappear into the horizon, Yuhao felt a slight sense of emotion in his heart. Just then, a system notification sound that only he could hear rang out in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding detected that the host has successfully intercepted a major opportunity of the original world lines Huo Yuhao, the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, significantly altering the future growth trajectory and power ceiling of the original protagonist, Huo Yuhao. Open black lens bracket congratulations to the host for obtaining the interception rewards. 100,000-year external spirit bone. Ice Dragon left palm bone x1, God bestowed spirit ring x1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 100,000-year external ice dragon left palm bone. Originates from a fallen 100,000-year ice attribute sub-dragon spirit beast, containing pure dragon clan bloodline and ultimate ice power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket after fusion. It can greatly strengthen the bone density and strength of the left palm and forearm. Includes spirit ability. Ice Dragon Void Rending Claw condenses ultimate ice spirit power into the left claw to strike with a terrifying claw that can tear through space, including powerful freezing and armor-piercing effects. Can evolve as the host's strength grows. Close black lens bracket. If an ordinary spirit master obtained a 10,000-year external spirit bone and the legendary god bestowed spirit ring, they would likely be ecstatic. But having seen rewards of the level of the Ice Dragon King legacy in the Ice God's trial, Huo Yuhao's state of mind was no longer what it used to be. He simply received the information calmly, without much ripple in his heart. After giving a few instructions to Leng Yaoju, he sat cross-legged and began to fuse with the 100,000-year external ice dragon left palm bone, rewarded by the system. The fusion process was exceptionally smooth. After all, he possessed the Ice Dragon King martial soul and had a natural affinity for power of the same origin. As the spirit bone merged into his left palm, it did not bring an increase in spirit power rank, but it allowed him to clearly feel a surge in the bone density of his left hand. A cold and violent power hid within it, as if he could crush refined steel with a casual grip. What surprised him even more was that this fusion further stimulated his physical body. His cultivation of the flawless golden body progressed accordingly, and the 206 faintly visible golden runes on his body's surface suddenly burst with light, then became completely stable and reached perfection. This marked that his flawless golden body had officially stepped into the realm of entry-level perfection. The next step in cultivation would be to completely merge these golden runes with his bones so they would no longer be visible externally. After absorbing the external spirit bone and stabilizing his state, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju boarded a flying spirit tool together. However, the direction they headed was not Heaven Do City. Instead, they turned toward a border town in the northern reaches of the Heaven Do Empire, Mushui City. Mushui City was located in the northern border of the Heaven Do Empire. The climate was frigid, and it was covered in ice and snow for nearly half the year, hence its name. Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju's goal for this trip was clear. According to information gathered earlier, note, before heading to the extreme north, a group of evil soul masters was active and rampant there. Although Huo Yuhao fought against an expert like Leng Yaoju every day, and his combat awareness and skills improved rapidly, that was ultimately sparring, lacking the struggle and cruelty of a life and death situation. A true powerhouse is never raised in a greenhouse. As the saying goes, the edge of a sword is honed by sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. He needed the baptism of true blood and fire, and needed to face the threat of death directly to integrate everything he had learned, honing a persistent will and sharp combat instincts. And this group of evil soul masters who had walked into his sights was precisely the first whetstone he had carefully selected for himself. After spending 4 or 5 days to arrive at the outskirts of Mushui City, Leng Yaoju followed Huo Yuhao's prior request and concealed her aura. Like an invisible shadow, she quietly slipped into the city to silently follow and protect Huo Yuhao from the darkness. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao restrained most of his aura and walked alone into this small city shrouded in cold. The cold weather meant that barbecue shops large and small could be seen everywhere in the city. The warmth of the charcoal fires mixed with the aroma of meat and the scent of strong liquor, dispelling the chill of the severe winter. By now, the sky was already dark. The shops lining the streets were lit with dim yellow lights or flickering spiritual neons. Most barbecue shops had a fair number of customers. People gathered around fires, eating meat and drinking strong liquor in large gulps to drive away the extreme cold of the north. Huo Yuhao's figure appeared somewhat out of place on the street. He looked young, with a tall and straight posture, and a face so handsome it was nearly perfect. His skin was as lustrous as jade, and the tips of his hair were dotted with pure white snowflakes falling from the sky. His pair of azure eyes appeared exceptionally deep under the reflection of the shop's neon lights, as if they contained the entire ice field. He seemed to be walking aimlessly, like a lost traveler, but in reality, his mental force had already spread out like an invisible spiderweb, perceiving everything around him. Are they here? After walking for about 15 minutes, Yuhao did not stop, but his heart stirred. His powerful spirit abyss realm mental force keenly captured a gaze hidden in the shadows. This gaze was completely different from the curious or amazed glances of other passers-by. It was more hidden, more deliberate, repeatedly pretending to sweep over him casually. That sense of prying, which tried to hide but instead exposed itself, was as clear as a firefly in the night to Yuhao's mental perception. Judging by the aura cold, bloody, with nauseating negative emotional fluctuations, that's right, an evil soul master. Yuhao sneered inwardly. The bait had been set, and the fish had finally bitten. He remained calm and continued walking forward as if he were completely unaware of the impending danger. However, the spirit power within his body had already begun to circulate quietly, the spirit power vortex at his heart accelerating slightly as a cold battle intent condensed deep in his eyes. 69. Number 69 Mishui City. Chapter 69, Mishui City. Not far behind Yuhao, in the shadows of an alleyway, a man wearing a dark hood with his face hidden beneath the brim was watching the striking blue figure ahead with gloomy eyes. He watched as Yuhao strolled seemingly at random down the street. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter, and his eyes flickered with a light of internal conflict and hesitation. The target's temperament was too outstanding, standing out like a crane among a flock of chickens in this frontier town, which made him instinctively feel a trace of unease. However, as his mind constantly replayed the glimpse he just caught, that near-perfect profile, against the backdrop of ice and snow in that cold, otherworldly aura, an uncontrollable evil thought sprouted and spread from the depths of his heart like a poisonous snake. Yuhao's stunning, gender-transcending beauty, combined with the magnetic field of charm naturally emitted by his all-creatures affinity, talent that made people unconsciously want to draw near, was not only lethally attractive to the opposite sex but also triggered the darkest covetousness and possessiveness in those with impure hearts. In the eyes of this evil soul master, Yuhao was like a rare treasure, stimulating a strong desire for plunder. Yuhao did not linger on the cold street for long. Seemingly drawn by the aroma of roasted meat permeating the air, his gaze swept across several shops on the street. Finally, he chose the busiest-looking barbecue restaurant with the most customers and pushed the door open to enter. The warm air inside, mixed with the charred fragrance of charcoal and fat, rushed toward him, dispelling the chill from outside. He found an empty seat by the window and sat down. Picking up the menu, he barely hesitated before ordering the largest barbecue platter in the shop. Since his flawless golden body had reached breakthrough to perfection at the entry level, the blood and chi in his body had become increasingly vigorous, and his demand for energy had also increased sharply. Never mind this extra large portion labeled, enough for 3 to 4 people. Even if 10 more portions were served, it would be no problem at all given his current digestive capacity. The waiter taking the order took the menu, saw the extra large portion checked off, and stole a glance at Yuhao's handsome face. A troubled expression appeared on his face. After hesitating for a long while, he finally spoke up cautiously to remind him, "This little brother, I'm really sorry, but our extra large barbecue platter is truly a huge portion. Usually, even 4 or 5 hungry grown men might not be able to finish it. You see, you're just one person?" The waiter's subtext was clear. He wasn't truly concerned about whether Yuhao could finish it, but was worried that this noble young master, who looked like he had run away from home, would end up eating a king's meal because he had no money to pay the bill. Yuhao's appearance and temperament really didn't make him look like an ordinary person who could eat and drink excessively. Seeing the waiter's nervous and troubled look, Yuhao understood. He didn't get angry, but simply took out 2 shiny gold coins from his robe with a calm expression, placed them gently on the table, and pushed them over. "I have a good appetite. Don't worry and serve it. You won't be short of money." Alright, no problem, please wait a moment. The barbecue will be out shortly." Seeing the solid gold coins, the waiter's face immediately broke into a smile. All his worries vanished instantly, and he hurriedly bowed and scraped, taking the menu and walking quickly toward the kitchen. Although he had given the order, the roasting process itself took time. Fortunately, barbecue is best eaten while it's hot. The kitchen's efficiency was quite high, and before long, an extra large barbecue platter, piled like a small mountain, sizzling with oil, and overflowing with aroma, was brought out, almost taking up the entire tabletop. Under the startled gazes of the surrounding diners, some overt and some subtle, Huo Yuhao remained composed, beginning to enjoy the meal with elegant but extremely fast movements. He ate very quickly, but strangely, it didn't look crude, as if he were performing some kind of efficient energy replenishment. The knife and fork became afterimages in his hands, and large chunks of roasted meat disappeared at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just 15 minutes, that meat mountain was completely annihilated by him, with not even the side dishes remaining. After easily devouring the barbecue that was enough to knock out 4 grown men, Huo Yuhao picked up a napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. Ignoring the strange looks around him as if they were seeing a monster, he let out a soft, satisfied burp, then stood up, paid the bill, and walked straight out of the shop. It wasn't until his figure disappeared at the door that the restaurant fell silent for a moment, before erupting into bursts of uncontrollable amazement. My God, one person. Did one person really finish it all? That portion size, I felt full just looking at it. How did his stomach fit it all? Meanwhile, in a small restaurant across the street, after Huo Yuhao entered the barbecue shop, the hooded man had also chosen a restaurant where he could see the barbecue shop to keep a constant eye on Huo Yuhao. Just as he was waiting with burning impatience, restless like an ant on a hot pan, Huo Yuhao finally finished eating and drinking and walked out alone. A light of wild joy suddenly erupted in his eyes. Without a word, he immediately threw down a few bronze coins, pulled his hood lower, and followed him out silently like a ghost. By now, the sky had turned completely dark. The winter night wind of the northern border was as piercing as a knife, blowing through the empty streets. The hustle and bustle of the day had long since dissipated, and the temperature had plummeted, making it so that almost no pedestrians could be seen on the main street. Only a few scattered shops still had their lights on, casting a faint, weak glow. Realizing this was simply a God-given opportunity, a light of excitement mixed with greed flashed in the hooded man's eyes. He quickened his pace, like a hungry wolf that had set its sights on prey, rapidly closing the distance with the blue figure ahead. Using the cover of night and the terrain of the street corners, he silently approached behind Huo Yuhao. Now is the time. A fierce light flashed in the hooded man's eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand, fingers forming a claw, spirit power hidden within. With lightning speed, he lunged toward Huo Yuhao's seemingly defenseless nape. If this grab landed, he was confident he could instantly subdue this delicate-skinned boy. However, in the next instant, the sinister grin on his face froze, replaced by extreme bewilderment and horror. He watched helplessly as his palm passed through Huo Yuhao's body without any resistance. In an eerie fashion, the sensation was empty, as if he had only grabbed a mass of cold air phantom. An afterimage? I've been tricked. The hooded man's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needlepoints. Boundless chill, like countless cold poisonous snakes, instantly surged from the soles of his feet up his spine to the crown of his head, making his scalp go numb. An extreme sense of danger shrieked wildly in his mind like an alarm. Relying almost entirely on the instincts formed from years of struggling on the edge of life and death, he violently twisted his waist and turned his head. His turbid eyes spun rapidly, trying to capture the true location of the disappeared target. Just as his head had turned a tiny angle, a voice so calm it lacked any ripple, and even carried a faint, subtle trace of mockery, sounded leisurely behind him at an extremely close distance, like a ghostly murmur or a cold wind from the underworld. It was so close it felt as if the speaker were pressed against his ear. Are you looking for me? This voice right next to him exploded in the man's ear like a clap of thunder. The hair all over his body stood on end, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped hard by an invisible hand, almost stopping its beat. Boundless fear instantly submerged him. Stiffly, like a rusted machine, he forcibly twisted his neck bit by bit, his bones making a tooth-aching creak sound. What entered his eyes, which were violently contracted due to extreme terror, were first a few strands of hair floating slightly before him with an icy blue luster. Then, it was those eyes that were right in front of him, eyes that should have been as blue as the sky, but were now blooming with a soul-shaking golden light like a burning sun. That golden light seemed to contain some kind of supreme majesty, cold, pure, and seemingly able to penetrate his flesh and blood to burn his soul, bringing a despairing pressure. And what made his soul flying away and spirit scattering even more, and his mind almost collapse, was that beneath the blue-haired youth's feet, 3 spirit rings that completely overturned his lifelong understanding and surpassed all spirit master common sense were slowly circling as if they had life, emitting a suffocatingly brilliant light and a majestic pressure as vast as the sea. Purple black. 70. Number 70 Inhuman Team. Chapter 70. An inhumane team. Deep in the street corner, the light was dim, isolated from the hustle and bustle outside. Speak, name. The blue-haired youth, Huo Yuhao, was calmly interrogating the hooded man standing motionless like a wooden stake before him. Just now, this evil soul master was directly hit by his spirit eye's martial soul's first spirit ability, illusion weaving. The powerful mental force instantly destroyed the opponent's mental defense line, causing him to fall completely into a deeply hypnotized dream state, answering every question without resistance. Zhang Sanyue, the hooded man's eyes were hollow, his face expressionless, and his lips opened and closed mechanically. His voice was dry like a worn-out bellows as he slowly uttered his name. Spirit? Age? How many people are in the team? Who is the strongest in the team? Spirit power rank? What is their spirit? Yuhao didn't pause at all, like the most rigorous interrogator, throwing a series of key questions like a barrage of cannon fire. The hooded man still answered one by one without reservation, like a puppet whose self-awareness had been lost. From his mouth, Yuhao learned that this person's spirit was the rather rare Ghost Butterfly Butterfly, a rank 41 spirit ancestor. Their small team of evil soul masters had a total of 7 people. The strongest was the leader, named Blood-Clothed Lin, whose spirit was the mutated Ice Demon Tiger. His spirit ring configuration was 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, making him a 6-ring spirit emperor. After thoroughly understanding the basic information of this evil soul master gang, Yuhao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he nodded. With a slight thought, he manipulated Zhang Sanyu's consciousness more deeply, then ordered him to lead him to their lair. The evil soul master's base was located deep in a remote, dirty, sunless alley in Mushui City. The entrance to the stronghold was a rusty, inconspicuous iron door that required a special knocking rhythm for those inside to open it. The controlled Zhang Sanyue carried the feigning unconscious Yuhao and stopped in front of the iron door. Dong, dong dong, dong. Dong dong. After a knock with a special rhythm sounded, Zhang Sanyue withdrew his hand and stood quietly at the door like a sculpture, waiting. After a while, the iron door was silently pulled open a crack from the inside. A pair of vigilant eyes scanned outside the door in the shadows. After confirming it was only Zhang Sanyue, the iron door fully opened. Without any communication, the controlled Zhang Sanyue carried Yuhao and walked straight in. Inside the door was a dim and spacious area filled with a musty smell and a faint scent of blood. Although Yuhao closed his eyes, pretending to be unconscious, his vast mental force at the spirit abyss realm level had already spread out like invisible mercury, clearly feeding back the situation inside the entire stronghold to his mind. 1, 2, 3 including Zhang Sanyue, there were exactly 7 people in total, either sitting or standing, all exuding cold, sinister spirit power fluctuations. As Zhang Sanyue confessed, there was 1 spirit emperor, 1 spirit king, 2 spirit ancestors, and 2 spirit elders. In a locked room next door, there were 5 faint and terrified auras. Judging from their spirit power fluctuations, they should all be ordinary people kidnapped by them. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to be more discreet recently, that things are tense? The spirit emperor Blood-Clothed Lin, sitting in the main seat, couldn't help but frown tightly when he saw Yuhao, whose head was covered with a cloth bag, on Zhang Sanyu's shoulder. His voice was hoarse and sinister, carrying obvious dissatisfaction and reproach. Because they had been frequently committing crimes in Mushui City recently, their behavior was too rampant, already attracting the attention of the city lord's mansion. There was a spirit saint rank powerhouse stationed in the city lord's mansion. If their evil soul master team, whose strongest combat power was only a spirit emperor, really angered the city lord's mansion, and the other party reported it to the empire's higher-ups, directly sending experts to encircle and suppress them, then they would truly be doomed. Therefore, Blood-Clothed Lin had repeatedly warned his subordinates to behave themselves and lay low recently, but he didn't expect Zhang Sanyue to dare to act against his orders. The controlled Zhang Sanyue showed a perfectly timed look of fear, shrinking his neck, and explained with a somewhat evasive gaze, "Be boss. Don't worry, I carefully observed the surroundings when I made my move. Absolutely no one saw me, and then I saw this guy was dressed lavishly, with expensive fabric, and an extraordinary temperament. He doesn't look like a local from Mushui City at all, but rather like a rich young master from outside. Even if he disappears, they won't trace it back to us for a while. HMPH, it better be." Blood-Clothed Lin snorted coldly, barely suppressing his anger, but his gaze still fell on Yuhao. Changing the subject, he said with a hint of curiosity and greed, "What kind of merchandise is it that makes you so tempted, daring to defy my orders?" Hearing this, the controlled hooded man's throat suddenly gulped, and he forced out a lewd smile, full of depravity and greed, fitting his persona. "Boss, you wouldn't believe it, I accidentally bumped into him on the street at night. He's not very old, probably only in his teens, but that appearance tisk tisk. Absolutely top grade. I've lived so many years and never seen anyone so beautiful. His tone was full of exaggerated temptation. Blood-clothed Lin, upon hearing this, was indeed piqued. He stood up, walked to Zhang Sanyue, and reached out to pull off the cloth bag covering Huo Yuhao's head. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's face, almost perfectly handsome and flawless under the enhancement of the Ice Dragon King martial soul in the talent of all creatures' affinity, was exposed to the dim light. Even though the youth's eyes were tightly shut, that temperament, a blend of coldness and nobility, and those exquisitely beautiful features, seemed to emit their own light, instantly capturing all of blood-clothed Lin's attention. An undisguised flash of astonishment and possessiveness flickered in his eyes. The hooded man Zhang Sanyue seized the opportunity to speak, saying in a fawning and seductive tone, "Boss, look, this kid is much more beautiful than all the women we've played with before. If this were too." His words were like the whisper of a demon, instantly igniting the dirtiest desires deep within blood-clothed Lin's heart. Blood-clothed Lin couldn't help but grin, his smile cruel and triumphant. He began to boast about his past heinous achievements. You're right, I've played with many women, but I've never tried such a top-grade youth. Remember that little girl last time? Her mother knelt on the ground, crying and begging me to spare her daughter, haha. So I made her watch with her own eyes how I played with her daughter from struggling to despair, and finally hee. That scene, it's truly unforgettable. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, continuously spewing out details of inhumane and depraved acts, such as how he tortured victims, how he found joy in the suffering of others, and how he cruelly ended those innocent lives. Huo Yuhao, feigning unconsciousness, quietly listened to blood-clothed Lin's self-description, full of sin and madness. The calm blood in his body seemed to gradually cool, and a bone-chilling killing intent solidified and spread in his heart like a tangible substance. Although his face remained expressionless, the cold light deep within his eyes, hidden beneath his long eyelashes, was as sharp as an Arctic glacier, almost freezing the surrounding space. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71. Taking a deep breath and feeling dizzy is normal. Chapter 71. Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. Just as blood-clothed Lin was vividly describing his heinous atrocities with flying spittle, immersed in his perverse pleasure, whip, a faint yet exceptionally clear sound, like a sharp blade slicing through tanned leather, abruptly cut through this sinful clamor. The sound was not loud, but in the relatively quiet underground space, it was particularly piercing. Everyone instinctively looked towards its source. They saw the burly, scar-faced man who had been standing beside Zhang Sanyue moments ago. His eyes were now wide open, filled with extreme terror and disbelief. His hands lifted uselessly, trying to clutch his neck, where a thin, elongated crimson line was rapidly widening. Scalding blood sprayed out violently like a burst pipe, splattering onto the dim walls and his own clothes, staining them with large patches of dark red. And Huo Yuhao, who should have been unconscious and slung over Zhang Sanyu's shoulder, now stood silently before the burly man like a phantom. He had opened his eyes at some unknown moment. Those azure blue eyes held no trace of confusion, only a profound, bottomless coldness and calm. In his hand, a simple, ancient-styled dagger now glinted coldly at the edge, its tip slowly dripping with crimson beads of blood. Huo Yuhao looked at the burly man whose face was contorted from suffocation and excruciating pain. In a low, even tone, as if stating an objective fact, he said, "Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal." The burly man's throat emitted a strange, rattling sound like a broken bellows. His body convulsed violently as he tried to inhale air, only to allow blood to flood his trachea more quickly. The light in his eyes rapidly scattered, filled with fear of death and incomprehension at the youth's eerily calm demeanor. Finally, like a pile of mud, he spasmed and collapsed limply to the ground, the pool of blood beneath him spreading rapidly. Only then did Huo Yuhao slowly turn his head. His icy gaze, sharp as a scalpel, swept across the other evil soul masters in the stronghold. The lecherous smiles from listening to blood-clothed Lin's bragging were still frozen on their faces. Now utterly rigid, they were stunned by the sudden bloody turn of events and Huo Yuhao's soul-freezing gaze, momentarily unable to react. Almost at the exact moment Huo Yuhao acted, another sudden change occurred. Zhang Sanyue, who had been standing motionless like a puppet, suddenly had the third yellow spirit ring at his feet flare up. The flickering light carried a sinister aura. Third spirit ability. Ghost Shadow Strike. His originally vacant eyes remained lifeless, but his body moved violently as if manipulated by invisible strings. His form blurred into an afterimage as a palm brimming with spirit power, shrouded in gloomy light, struck with ruthless, unexpected ferocity directly at blood-clothed Lin's chest from point-blank range. Thud! A dull impact sound rang out. Blood-clothed Lin, after all, was a spirit emperor-level powerhouse. The instant Zhang Sanyue moved, though his mind was shaken by Huo Yuhao's sudden murderous assault, his combat instincts made him subconsciously activate his spirit possession. A layer of dark blue fur emitting a chilling aura instantly covered his body. His muscles bulged, and a thick layer of ice armor condensed over his chest. However, the hasty defense ultimately failed to fully neutralize this full-force strike from a spirit ancestor, delivered from behind. The ice armor shattered. Blood-clothed Lin grunted, staggering backward several steps, his chest roiling with qi and blood. Shock and fury surged within him. Zhang Sanyue, you dare betray me? Blood-clothed Lin steadied himself, clutching his aching chest, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He glared at the vacant-eyed Zhang Sanyue and roared in rage. He couldn't fathom how this man, who had followed him for years and was also an evil soul master with blood-stained hands, would suddenly turn traitor at this critical moment, colluding with an outsider. But when he clearly saw Zhang Sanyu's completely lifeless, whites-only pupils and his stiff, marionette-like movements, an even more terrifying thought washed over him like ice water, chilling him to the bone. He whipped his head around, staring fixedly at the calm-faced Huo Yuhao. His voice trembled slightly with fear. It's you? It was all you're doing, you're controlling him. Huo Yuhao casually tossed the blood-stained dagger to the ground, producing a soft clatter. He unhurriedly took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped the faint traces of blood from his fingertips. His movements were so elegant they seemed utterly incongruous with the bloody surroundings. He lifted his gaze to blood-clothed Lin, a faint, mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Only figured it out now? Not too stupid, then. Blood-clothed Lin was thoroughly enraged by Huo Yuhao's contemptuous attitude, especially the thought that he had just been injured by a controlled puppet, fueling his fury. He glanced at the burly man on the ground with his throat slit, already dead. That was another spirit king in their team besides himself, a crucial combatant. Kill this little bastard for me, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Blood-clothed Lin roared like a wild beast. The violent spirit power of a spirit emperor erupted from his body, without restraint, filling the air with a chilling, bloody aura. The two remaining spirit ancestors and two spirit elders beside him, though inwardly apprehensive of Huo Yuhao's bizarre methods, spurred on by their leader's long-standing authority, gritted their teeth. They each activated their spirit rings and unleashed their strongest long-range attack spirit abilities. For a moment, several beams of spirit power light in various colors, imbued with corrosive, tearing, freezing, and other attributes, howled towards Huo Yuhao's position like a violent storm. The glow of the spirit abilities illuminated the dim stronghold in flickering light and shadow, the killing intent palpable. Facing this dense barrage of spirit ability attacks, Huo Yuhao's face showed not a trace of panic. He didn't even make any defensive or evasive moves, merely giving a slight mental command. The next moment, Zhang Sanyue, who had just attacked blood-clothed Lin and stood beside him, as if receiving a silent order, took a sudden stride forward. Without hesitation, he spread his arms wide, using his own body to form a solid shield in front of Huo Yuhao. His vacant, white-pupiled eyes stared directly at the oncoming destructive energies, utterly devoid of fluctuation. Boom thud SSSSH. 4 or 5 powerful spirit abilities struck Zhang Sanyu's body with full force. The sounds of energy explosions, flesh tearing, and bones shattering interwove. Zhang Sanyu's not particularly strong body was instantly shredded, pierced, frozen by the violent, multi-attribute spirit power. He was almost riddled with holes, like a tattered ragdoll. Blood and shredded flesh flew everywhere as he died on the spot. His death stayed utterly gruesome. 72. Number 72 Ice, I am the master. Chapter 72. Ice, I am the dominator. Who exactly are you? Blood-clothed Lin stared fixedly at Huo Yuhao, his voice trembling slightly from shock and fury. The fire of anger still burned in his eyes, but deeper within was an irrepressible, growing fear. This youth before him acted with such ruthlessness and decisiveness, treating human life like grass. How did he look anything like an inexperienced scion of a wealthy family? The coldness and indifference in those eyes were even more chilling than those of evil soul masters like them, who walked in the darkness year-round. Who I am is not important. Huo Yuhao's voice was flat and emotionless, as if stating an established fact. Quote, what's important is that you all are about to die. Before his voice had even faded, a buzzing sound rang out, and 3 spirit rings that defied common logic emerged from beneath his feet, slowly circling, purple, purple, black. The deep purple and heavy black complemented each other, and the pressure of the spirit power they emitted actually made blood-clothed Lin and the others feel a sense of suffocation. They were stunned in place, their minds almost going blank. Immediately after, the second purple spirit ring beneath Yuhao's feet shone brightly. Mental sublimation. An invisible mental storm radiated outward with him at the center. His eyes instantly became even more brilliant, and his aura surged like crashing waves, rising another level as his mental force condensed into something tangible. Arg! Before blood-clothed Lin could recover from the shock of the spirit rings, Yuhao's spirit eye's martial soul flickered slightly. An invisible and intangible yet extremely condensed mental shock, like the sharpest needle, instantly crossed space and stabbed fiercely into blood-clothed Lin's sea of consciousness. This was precisely an attack method Yuhao had evolved after his mental force achieved a breakthrough to the spirit abyss realm, combining his deep understanding of mental force with a reference to the heavenly dream ice worm's first spirit ability, mental shock. It compressed his vast mental force to a high degree, turning it into a destructive ray that struck directly at the opponent's soul origin. In an instant, blood-clothed Lin felt as if a red-hot branding iron had been thrust into his head, followed by a violent blow from an invisible giant hammer. An indescribable tearing pain erupted from deep within his brain, as if his entire cranial cavity was being pulverized. He let out a shrill scream that didn't sound human. Clutching his head, his body convulsed violently. Blood gushed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose like small streams, making him look incredibly wretched. B-Boss. Seeing blood-clothed Lin's sudden and miserable state, the remaining 3 spirit ancestors and 2 spirit elders were scared to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering. Their faces turned pale. How could they dare to step forward and act? They were just a motley crew gathered together by profit and fear, with no loyalty or unity to speak of. Seeing their strongest leader heavily injured in a single encounter, only boundless fear remained in their hearts, and their legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. You useless trash, are you stupid? If I die you won't survive either. Blood-clothed Lin endured the tearing pain in his soul and squeezed out a raspy roar from his throat. He was, after all, a 6-ring spirit emperor with thick spirit power. His mental force was also much stronger than that of an ordinary spirit master, and he stubbornly withstood the mental shock that would have been enough to insta-kill a spirit king, not dying immediately. Survival instinct and extreme rage allowed him to burst forth with his final strength. The only pitch-black 10,000-year spirit ring beneath his feet suddenly lit up, emitting heart-palpitating waves of icy cold. 6th spirit ability. Extreme Cold Ice Prison. He roared, wanting to activate his strongest area of effect control and killing spirit ability. Endless cold air began to gather around him, and icy frost flowers condensed in the air. However, at the very moment his spirit ability was about to take shape, Ice, I am the Dominator. Yuhao simply uttered those 5 words indifferently. In the next moment, an aura of extreme ice and cold, seemingly from the primordial era, suddenly descended. The phantom of the Ice Dragon King martial soul flickered behind him. Although it was only a momentary possession, that absolute pressure belonging to the King of 10,000 Ices was already like a supreme reign. Before this supreme authority of ice, blood-clothed Lin's 6th spirit ability, driven by his mutated ice demon tiger spirit, was like a subject meeting an emperor, instantly losing all control. The majestic icy energy that had been gathering around him, ready to strike, seemed to be forcibly redirected by an invisible hand. It let out an unwilling buzz and then violently swept back toward blood-clothed Lin himself and the terrified evil soul masters beside him. What? No. Blood-clothed Lin's eyes were filled with extreme shock and horror. He completely couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. But his combat instinct made him react. His 4th spirit ring lit up in a hurry, and a layer of pale blue, tiger-striped frost shield instantly condensed, enveloping him. Boom! The full power of the out-of-control 6th spirit ability erupted, and a terrifying wave of extreme cold swallowed the area behind blood-clothed Lin like a tsunami. Those 2 spirit ancestors and 2 spirit elders didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were instantly frozen and then shattered into countless ice shards by the extreme cold of a spirit emperor's full-strength blow. They couldn't have been more dead. In the blink of an eye, the only evil soul master left standing on the field was blood-clothed Lin, who had barely protected himself using his 4th spirit ability, though his shield was covered in cracks and blood leaked from his mouth. In the next room, the 5 civilians huddled together, shivering in fear. looking at the mess of ice shards and flesh from his subordinates' miserable deaths, and then at Huo Yuhao's indifferent figure like a god who controlled life and death. The fear in blood-clothed Lin's heart finally reached its peak, completely overwhelming his anger. He suddenly gritted his teeth, his first spirit ring lit up, and he condensed all his remaining spirit power to throw a punch fiercely at the side wall. Boom! Bricks and stones flew everywhere as a large hole was blasted through the wall, letting in the cool moonlight and air from outside. Without a second thought, blood-clothed Lin tried to dash through the hole to escape. Unexpectedly, just as he moved, his vision blurred. Huo Yuhao's figure appeared like Gui Mei, as if by teleportation, silently blocking the hole and cutting off his path. Where do you think you're going? Huo Yuhao's voice remained calm, but to blood-clothed Lin, it sounded colder than 10,000-year profound ice. Kid, you're just a mere spirit elder. I am a spirit emperor. Get out of my way. The desire to survive drove blood-clothed Lin into a final madness. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands completely transformed into hideous ice demon tiger claws, and his fifth spirit ring shone brilliantly. This was his strongest single target attack spirit ability. Fifth spirit ability. Ice Tiger Demon God Slash. He crossed his arms and swung them forward violently. A highly condensed, blue icy slash emitting a malevolent aura and bone-chilling cold tore through the air, heading straight for Huo Yuhao's head with a shrill whistle. However, facing this blow that was enough to heavily injure or even kill an ordinary spirit king, Huo Yuhao didn't even move a step. A faint golden light flickered around him, and a shield composed of countless tiny golden runes quietly emerged, enveloping him. Clang! The icy blue slash slammed fiercely into the golden rune shield, producing a loud metallic clang. The energy shockwave scattered in all directions, blowing Huo Yuhao's blue hair. But that seemingly weak golden shield was like an eternal mountain, remaining motionless. Not even a ripple appeared, let alone it being broken. How is this possible? Blood-clothed Lin's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, his face full of disbelief. Huo Yuhao gave him no more chances. He slowly raised his right fist, and on his knuckles, icy blue dragon-shaped chi and jumping blue lightning snakes began to interweave and bind. 8 forms of thunder sound. Third form, 9 dragons governing wind and thunder. He punched out in an instant. Dragon roars echoed, and wind and thunder howled. 4 giant ice thunder dragons, entirely condensed from ultimate ice and entwined with violent blue lightning, roared out from his fist. This move, which was originally supposed to be 9 pure thunder dragons, had unexpectedly turned into destructive energy with dual attributes of ice and thunder under the influence of the Ice Dragon King martial soul. The 4 ice thunder dragons bared their fangs and claws, carrying a soul-freezing chill and lightning that could tear everything apart, instantly swallowing blood-clothed Lin's terrified and desperate figure. 73. Number 73. They poured out their hearts to each other. 2 chapters combined into one. Chapter 73. Confiding in each other. Double-length chapter. When the ice and lightning faded, only a human-shaped ice sculpture remained. The expression of terror and despair on blood-clothed Lin's face was eternally frozen. In the next moment, countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture. With a crack sound, it shattered violently, turning into a pile of ice crystal powder mixed with charred marks, leaving not even a single piece of intact flesh behind. This evil soul master leader, who had committed many crimes in Mushui City and possessed a spirit emperor cultivation, was completely annihilated, leaving no remains. Huo Yuhao glanced indifferently at the ice shards on the ground, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He turned and walked toward the room where the civilians were held. The iron door had long since deformed from the aftershocks of the previous battle. With a gentle push, it opened with a creak. The room was dark and damp, filled with the scent of fear. 5 civilians were huddled in different corners, 3 women and 2 men. One pair, looking like a husband and wife, clung to each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The other man and 2 women hid in the shadows, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. When they saw Huo Yuhao, the person who had been carried in by the evil soul master just now but now appeared unscathed, the man huddled alone in the corner mustered his courage. His voice trembling violently, he asked nervously, who are you? They those demons, are they dead? His gaze was a mix of hope and fear, terrified of receiving a negative answer. Dead. Huo Yuhao's gaze swept quickly over the 5 people. After confirming they were only frightened and otherwise unharmed, he gave a flat 2-word reply. His tone was devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. His primary purpose for this trip was to temper himself and verify his strength. Saving these people was merely incidental, because this spirit emperor-level evil soul master's spirit was perfectly countered by his own. He hadn't provided the expected pressure, leaving Yuhao slightly disappointed. After speaking, Huo Yuhao did not linger. He turned and walked out of the room, preparing to leave this place filled with blood and sin. However, the moment he turned, a muffled thud came from behind him. The man who had just spoken actually knelt down straight toward the direction Yuhao was leaving, tears gushing out like a broken dam. He said nothing, but used all his strength to heavily strike his forehead against the cold ground, again and again, making a dull thud-thud sound. Blood soon seeped from his brow, but he seemed unaware, continuing to kowtow mechanically. That silent action contained too many unspeakable emotions, the ecstasy of surviving a disaster, the venting of a great revenge, and even more so, endless gratitude toward Yuhao. His mother and sister had both died tragically at the hands of these evil soul masters. He wished he could eat their flesh, drink their blood, and pull out their tendons to grind their bones into ashes. Now that Yuhao had fulfilled this blood feud for him, he could only use this most primitive and humble way to express his inner excitement and gratitude. Yuhao's footsteps paused slightly, but he did not look back. He could feel the intense emotions behind him, but it did not change his intention to leave. He walked straight out of the evil soul master stronghold into the cold moonlight, preparing to rendezvous with Leng Yaoju, who was hiding in the shadows, before leaving. Just as he projected his mental force to perceive the surroundings, his brow suddenly furrowed. He keenly sensed a faint ripple of spirit power and a gaze watching him from a nearby shadow. Who is it? Get out here! Yuhao's eyes narrowed, and his aura instantly became sharp, like an unsheathed sword. A powerful mental pressure mixed with the Ice Dragon King's chilling aura enveloped that shadow. If the other party didn't reveal themselves, he didn't mind taking direct action. Under the pressure of his aura, the shadow swayed slightly. Then, a tall figure slowly walked out. The person was draped in a large dark green cloak that covered their entire body. Under Yuhao's wary gaze, the person raised a hand and gently pulled back the hood. In an instant, like a black waterfall pouring down, a head of smooth and glossy black hair flowed under the moonlight, shimmering with a faint luster. The bright moonlight outlined her exquisite facial features, a perky nose, full lips, and those eyes that currently held complex emotions, as if veiling her in a hazy and mysterious light. Young Miss Zhang? Yuhao looked at the woman before him with some surprise, his sharp aura receding slightly. He recognized the newcomer as Shrek Academy's inner court senior sister, Zhang Lexuan. He truly hadn't expected to encounter her at this time and place. Just as surprised as Yuhao was Zhang Lexuan. Her arrival near Mushui City was no coincidence. Ever since Yuhao was attacked outside Shrek City, Zanzi had been confined within the Golden Ancient Tree by Elder Mu for 6 months due to his gluttony causing him to fail his duty. He was banned from alcohol and meat to reflect deeply. Meanwhile, Zhang Lexuan had not been punished. Instead, because of her outstanding performance in standing alone and protecting her companions, she was promoted to a candidate elder of the Sea Gods Pavilion. Once she achieved a breakthrough to rank 90, she could officially join the elders. The root of her bad mood started 2 days ago. That day, on a whim, she went to the outer court to visit Bei, but happened to stumble upon Bei passionately confessing his love to a black-haired girl. At that moment, standing not far away, Zhang Lexuan felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, filled with unspeakable envy and deep confusion. Clearly when Bei was a child, he promised Elder Mu that he would marry her when he grew up. Why, in the blink of an eye, was someone else in his heart? Fortunately, or perhaps making Zhang Lexuan's emotions even more complex, the black-haired girl did not accept Bei's confession. She simply left a sentence, "I already have someone I like, thank you for your feelings," and turned to leave decisively. Subsequent investigations showed that the black-haired girl's name was Tang Ya. She had no romantic feelings for Bei whatsoever. Moreover, she was exceptionally talented. At a young age, her spirit power had already reached rank 33, and her spirit ring configuration surpassed the optimal combination at yellow, purple. Feeling stifled, a dejected Zhang Lexuan returned to the inner court and found Mu En, revealing everything she had seen and heard, along with her confusion. After listening, a trace of complexity and apology appeared on Mu En's aged face. He sighed, Lexuan, regarding the marriage contract, speaking of which, it's this old man's fault. His eyes held guilt. Back then, seeing your outstanding talent and kind heart, and worrying that no one would look after Bei after I passed away, I acted out of selfishness and set this marriage. Who would have thought that after he went to the outer court for experience, his heart would be stolen by that little girl from the Tang sect named Tang Ya? I thought it was just a young man's momentary impulse, a craving for novelty, but I didn't expect he actually moved his true feelings. Over these years, you've been wronged, child. But Elder Mu, Zhang Lexuan subconsciously wanted to argue, wanting to say she didn't feel wronged and that it was her responsibility. But Muan interrupted her gently yet firmly. Lexuan, his gaze was deep and full of care. Since Bei Bei has already found the person he truly loves, you no longer need to be bound by this old marriage contract. Go, pursue the person you truly like, do the things you truly want to do. This marriage contract that should never have existed is hereby voided. Zhang Lexuan abruptly lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, her knuckles turning white from the force. Silence spread through the room. After a long time, she said in a voice that was almost inaudible, but protecting Bei Bei and becoming his wife has been my responsibility since I was a child, and it was my promise to you. This marriage contract had long been more than just a contract. It was her motivation for cultivation and one of her life goals for many years. Muan slowly shook his head, his tone carrying the open-mindedness of one who had seen through the world and a hint of unquestionable authority. Responsibility should not become a shackle that binds your whole life. Lexuan, your talent is extraordinary, your heart nature is resilient, and your future path is incredibly broad with limitless potential. Do not trap your own footsteps for the sake of a past, mistaken agreement. Muan's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering one of the spiritual pillars she had always relied on. Her mind in a mess and feeling lost, Zhang Lexuan eventually chose to take a mission to hunt evil soul masters far from the academy, hoping to use it to empty her mind and sort through her chaotic thoughts. She didn't expect that just as she arrived in this area of Mushui City following clues, she would sense intense energy ripples coming from the direction of an evil soulmaster stronghold. By the time she arrived, the battle was already over, and she only saw Yuhao standing alone amidst the ruins. What shocked her even more was the earth-shattering change in Yuhao. Those cognition-defying, purple, black spirit rings, the dragon roar that made even her spirit tremble and feel absolute suppression, and his face that was handsome beyond that of a mortal, carrying a strange affinity. All of this made her almost unable to confirm it was him. For some reason, her mind recalled the scene in the Stardo Great Forest Mixed Zone when she was locked onto by the moon erosion demonic wolf's innate spirit ability, and that youth held her while her life hung by a thread. Are you Yuhao? Zhang Lexuan's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and a need for confirmation. Yuhao nodded. He could feel Zhang Lexuan's current emotional instability. Her mental state seemed somewhat abnormal. He softened his tone and suggested, "It's me. From the look of it, you seem to have encountered some things? Let's find a quiet place to talk." Zhang Lexuan looked into Yuhao's clear and calm eyes and, as if possessed, nodded. "Okay." By an unknown lake, far from the city's noise and the previous bloodshed. The night sky was clear, with a bright moon hanging high, casting its pure radiance onto the earth. When the lake surface was calm, it was like a giant silver mirror reflecting the stars and moon. When a breeze brushed past, it rippled like layers of scales, and the silver light shattered into thousands of points, leaping and flickering. The air was mixed with the lake's unique, cool, and moist scent, refreshing the heart and making one relax involuntarily. Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan sat opposite each other on a giant rock that had been washed smooth and flat by the lake water over the years. Beside them, Yuhao had casually set up a simple grill using a few branches and stones. On the rack were several ice-scaled fish just caught from the lake, their bodies covered in fine silver scales that reflected the light under the bonfire's glow. The flames licked the fish, making a light, sizzle, sound. Fat dripped into the fire, sending up small flames, and an enticing aroma gradually spread. It felt as if only the two of them remained in this world, along with the lake water, moonlight, and bonfire. An unprecedented atmosphere of tranquility enveloped Zhang Lexuan. She sat blankly, her pupils gradually losing focus, appearing somewhat empty and lost. It was hard to tell if she was looking at Yuhao, who was focused on grilling fish, or looking past him at the quiet, deep lake behind him that occasionally rippled under the moonlight, or perhaps it was both, her mind having long since drifted far away. Yuhao skillfully flipped the grilled fish, his gaze occasionally falling on the distracted Zhang Lexuan opposite him. He could clearly feel the hesitation, loss, and even a hint of self-doubt emanating from her. This was a far cry from the image of the inner court senior sister he first met in the Stardo Great Forest Mixed Zone, confident, composed, and gentle yet resilient. After a moment of silence, Yuhao handed a perfectly grilled ice-scaled fish with slightly charred skin and a rich aroma to Zhang Lexuan. breaking the silence with a gentle voice. Want to try? It should taste pretty good. Seeing her take it but still remain somewhat absent-minded, he paused and cut straight to the point, his tone carrying concern. Young Miss Zhang, you seem to be in a very bad mood? Have you encountered some difficult problem? If you're willing, you can tell me about it. Perhaps it was the quiet environment that let her lower her guard, or perhaps it was Yuhao's strange affinity that made people feel at ease, or perhaps she truly needed someone to confide the accumulated burdens in her heart. Zhang Leshuan gripped the branch with the grilled fish, her fingers tightening slightly. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke slowly. She didn't mention specific names, only using a tone of confusion and faint sadness to tell a story about agreements, responsibilities, and sudden liberation and loss. She spoke of being pinned with high expectations since childhood and setting a marriage contract with an elder, viewing it as one of her lifelong responsibilities. She spoke of the other party growing up and meeting someone they truly loved, and the elder, out of guilt and protection, dissolving this ill-timed marriage and returning her freedom. She also spoke of how she had clearly gained liberation, yet felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and emptiness, as if a pillar that had always supported her progress had suddenly collapsed, and she didn't know where her future path should lead. Although Zhang Leshuan deliberately blurred the information, combined with the original plot and her status as Shrek's inner court senior sister, Yuhao instantly understood the protagonist of the story. The person Zhang Leshuan's marriage contract was dissolved with, Bei Bei. He couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He didn't expect that even though he had intercepted Tang Ya early and changed her fate, Bei Bei still developed feelings for her. It truly lived up to its nickname as the continent of love. 74. Number 74 Power of Faith. Chapter 74. Power of Faith. Thoughts swirled in his mind, but Yuhao's expression remained calm. He didn't point it out, but instead, with an attitude of understanding and support, he softly comforted her. Young Miss Zhang, I understand how you feel. Having the goals and responsibilities you've held onto for so long suddenly stripped away can indeed make one feel lost. But that elder you mentioned was right. Responsibility shouldn't be a shackle. You've already given enough for the promises made to others. Now, it's time to live for yourself. His voice was calm and steady, carrying a clarity that transcended his age. You possess exceptional talent and formidable strength. Your future holds infinite possibilities. Whether it's pursuing the peak of spirit masters, exploring the vastness of the continent, or finding an emotional home that truly belongs to you, all of these are worth trying. The end of a past agreement doesn't mean your life has lost its meaning. On the contrary, it signifies a brand new beginning. Yuhao's words were like a trickling stream, slowly flowing into Zhang Leshuan's chaotic heart. She looked up, meeting Yuhao's clear and sincere eyes, and the knot in her heart seemed to loosen slightly. She had to admit that this young man's way of looking at things was unique and profound. And so, under the moonlight by the lakeside, the two of them chatted while sharing the delicious grilled fish. Yuhao shared some of his experiences and insights from his travels and cultivation, occasionally interjecting light-hearted topics. Zhang Leshuan also gradually opened up, speaking of some vague thoughts she had for the future. The aroma of grilled fish, the lakeside breeze, the bright moonlight, and their honest conversation invisibly brought the two closer together. Without realizing when it started, their way of addressing each other naturally shifted to the more intimate, Sister Leshuan, and Yuhao. The gloom lingering in Zhang Leshuan's heart seemed to have been mostly blown away by the lakeside night wind and the young man's words. Time passed quietly in the tranquility. The campfire gradually died down, and the horizon began to turn pale. Early the next morning, Zhang Leshuan woke from her light slumber, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that caught her eye was a soft-textured male outer robe with a faint, crisp scent, carefully draped over her to shield her from the morning chill. She was slightly startled and turned her gaze to the side, seeing several kinds of fresh wild fruits placed on clean leaves atop a smooth stone, along with a small jar of clear spring water, clearly a meticulously prepared breakfast. "You're awake? Have some breakfast," a gentle voice drifted over. Yuhao had long since reached the point of replacing sleep with deep meditation. While Zhang Leshuan rested, he had been sitting quietly nearby, practicing his cultivation. Feeling her wake up now, he also slowly opened his eyes, the divine light within them restrained, yet as clear as ever. "Thank you, Yuhao." A warm current surged through Zhang Leshuan's heart. She gently removed the outer robe, folded it carefully, and decided to return it after washing it clean. Then, she picked up a wild fruit and took a small bite. The sweet juice spread in her mouth, and as she drank the spring water Yuhao handed over, she continued the conversation from the previous night, the atmosphere harmonious and natural. After finishing this simple yet thoughtful breakfast, Zhang Leshuan wiped her hands with a silk handkerchief and spoke slowly, her tone carrying a trace of imperceptible reluctance. Yuhao, I came to Mushui City this time primarily to complete the Academy's mission to exterminate evil soul masters. Now that the target has been cleared by you, I should return to the Academy. I understand. Huo Yuhao nodded, his expression calm. A flash of nearly imperceptible disappointment crossed Zhang Leshuan's eyes, but she quickly masked it. As if remembering something, she took a storage soul tool ring from her bosom and handed it to Huo Yuhao, saying, "These I originally intended to find an opportunity to give them to you after you reported to Shrek Academy in the future. I didn't expect us to meet here, so I'll give them to you now." She paused, her tone sincere. "Inside are a mysterious water pill and a soul ascension pill. Consider them a belated gift of thanks. Thank you for saving me and my companions back then in the mixed zone of the Star-Do Great Forest." She had always kept this gratitude in her heart. Huo Yuhao looked at the ring and didn't refuse, reaching out to take it. He nodded and said, I'll accept Sister Leshuan's gift. Have a safe journey. Thank you." A soft smile bloomed on Zhang Leshuan's face, like a flower covered in dew in the morning light. She stood up, tidied her dress, and spirit power began to circulate around her body as she prepared to fly. Just as she was about to soar into the air, she suddenly looked back at Huo Yuhao and said very seriously, "Yuhao, your grilled fish is truly delicious." With those words, she didn't linger. Her figure rose gracefully, turning into a streak of light that sped toward Shrek Academy, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Huo Yuhao stood quietly in place, watching her figure completely vanish at the end of his vision. Only then did Leng Yaoju, who had been hiding in the shadows, quietly appear. She didn't ask any questions, but simply and efficiently took out an exquisitely designed flying spirit tool. Huo Yuhao took one last look in the direction Zhang Leshuan had left, then turned and boarded the flying spirit tool with Leng Yaoju. The tail of the spirit tool spat out ghostly blue flames, carrying the two of them into the sky toward another area where evil soul masters were rampaging. His main purpose for this trip was to temper himself through actual combat. The evil soul masters in Mushui City hadn't provided enough pressure, so searching for stronger opponents was naturally the next stop. A few days later, inside the cabin of the high-speed flying spirit tool, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged, his spirit power circulating slowly like a gentle stream. However, just as he was immersed in his meditative cultivation, a strange and faint sensation quietly surfaced in his heart. It was as if strands of invisible, warm silk were gathering from the void, surrounding him and bringing an indescribable sense of peace and purity. His heart stirred, and he immediately activated his true self origin eye. In an instant, the world in his eyes became entirely different. The origin of all things and the flow of energy were laid bare before him. He looked at himself and was astonished to find that near his Tanzong acupoint at his chest, a small cluster of golden light about the size of a fingernail had condensed at some point, emitting a soft glow. This ball of light was not spirit power, nor was it mental force. It was purer, more sacred, carrying a warm, pious, and grateful intent. Is this the power of faith? Huo Yuhao murmured to himself, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. Over the past few days, he and Leng Yaoju had not rested. Relying on their formidable strength and precise intelligence, they had moved between several surrounding cities, wiping out several groups of evil soul masters rampaging locally with thunderous methods. These evil soul masters varied in strength. The leader of the strongest group even possessed a cultivation at the spirit saint level. Those battles could be described as exceptionally dangerous. The methods of a spirit saint-level evil soul master were bizarre and ruthless, putting considerable pressure on Huo Yuhao. It was precisely in such life and death struggles that his combat experience accumulated rapidly. His use of his own spirit abilities and his understanding of martial skills like the 8 forms of thunder sound all reached a new level through the tempering of actual combat. Now, the known, organized groups of evil soul masters in the surrounding areas had been basically purged, and it was time for them to return to Heaven-Do City. He hadn't expected to unexpectedly sense this legendary power of faith during the return flight. Under the insight of the true self-origin eye, Huo Yuhao clearly saw that this small cluster of golden light was formed by the convergence of countless extremely minute, almost imperceptible points of pure golden light. Each point of light vaguely reflected a blurred face, conveying an emotion of heartfelt gratitude, prayer, and blessing. These were precisely the tiny strands of pure power of will generated in the void by the gratitude of the civilians he had rescued from the clutches of the evil soul masters, as well as those who had heard of Huo Yuhao's deeds of eradicating evil from the rescued civilians. The gathering of the grateful thoughts of all living beings formed this nascent power of faith. Huo Yuhao observed it for a moment and tried to guide it with his mental force. That cluster of golden power of faith seemed to be in sync with his mind, obediently merging into his body and finally settling slowly at the edge of his sea of consciousness, like a tiny golden star emitting a constant and gentle light. He could feel the purity and sanctity of this power, which contained immense potential. However, the amount gathered currently was far too weak, like a trickling stream compared to a vast ocean. For his current self, whether in raising his cultivation, strengthening his physical body, or amplifying his spirit abilities, it could not yet play any significant role. 75. Number 75 Zhang Nanan makes her appearance, 2 chapters combined into one. Chapter 75. Zhang Nanan makes her entrance, 2 in one large chapter. After returning to Heaven Do City, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju went straight back to the villa. Pushing open the entrance door, warm light from the living room poured out. Huo Yun'er was sitting on a soft sofa, holding a book in her hands, her expression serene. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she subconsciously turned her head to look, her gaze falling on Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju as they walked in. When her gaze focused on Huo Yuhao, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment, an expression of clear shock and disbelief appearing on her face. She put down her book, stood up, and carefully scrutinized the handsome youth before her who didn't look like a mortal. Those blue eyes that somewhat resembled her own were still clear, but his entire temperament and appearance had undergone a world-shaking change, as if he had been reborn. "You are Yuhao?" Huo Yun'er's voice carried a hint of uncertain trembling, almost unable to recognize him. How could there be such a huge change after going out to train for a month or two? Even she, his mother who lived with him day and night, almost couldn't recognize him. "Mom, it's me." Huo Yuhao stepped forward, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he nodded in confirmation. "Yuhao, what happened to your appearance?" Huo Yun'er couldn't help but reach out, gently ruffling Huo Yuhao's soft short blue hair and pinching his flawless, exceptionally handsome cheeks, her eyes filled with confusion and worry. Quote, "How did you change so much after this trip? Mom almost didn't recognize you." Huo Yuhao held his mother's hand and comforted her in a calm tone. "I encountered some opportunity and had some fortuitous meetings while outside. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Don't worry, this isn't anything bad, it only has benefits for me." He simply attributed the change to a fortuitous encounter, without explaining the details of the Ice Dragon King Martial Soul, Snow Empress, or Ice Empress. Seeing her son's steady gaze and his spirit, which was indeed better than before, the doubts in Huo Yun'er's heart eased slightly, and she gently patted the back of his hand. As long as you're fine, as long as you're fine." Just then, the sound of a key turning came from the entrance again, followed by the door being pushed open from the outside with a clatter. "I'm back," a vibrant girl's voice, like an oriole leaving a valley, drifted in, carrying the cheerfulness of returning for the holidays. Soon, a beautiful figure hopped in like a dancing butterfly. It was Tang Ya, who had returned from Shrek Academy for the holidays. She wore a well-fitted light purple dress that made her skin look even fairer. Her waterfall-like long black hair swayed gently with her movements, making her look full of youthful energy and vitality. She habitually scanned the living room, her gaze passing over the familiar decor before finally settling on the unfamiliar figure by the sofa, a handsome youth with blue hair and blue eyes who looked somewhat unreal. Tang Ya first blinked her clever large eyes, a flash of obvious bewilderment crossing her face. She felt that the person before her seemed a little familiar, especially those clear blue eyes. But searching through her memory, she couldn't recall ever seeing a youth with such an outstanding temperament and handsome appearance. With this level of looks, if she had seen him, it would be impossible to forget. She subconsciously leaned in a couple of steps, tilting her head to more carefully discern the contours of his face. From the straight bridge of his nose to the beautifully lined lips, to those unique blue eyes that seemed to contain a sea of stars gradually, a thought that seemed incredibly unbelievable to her, like a sprout breaking through the soil, quickly occupied her entire mind. Her eyes instantly widened into circles, and her small mouth involuntarily opened slightly into a small O shape. She pointed a slender finger at Huo Yuhao, her voice rising an octave due to extreme surprise, carrying a tone of disbelief. "You're Yuhao? Heavens, how did you become so handsome? I almost didn't recognize you." Faced with Tang Ya's exaggerated and direct reaction, Huo Yuhao could only smile helplessly. This was already the second time today he had faced such shock. He had to repeat the explanation he had just given to his mother, attributing the huge change in his appearance and temperament to a fortuitous encounter he accidentally obtained while training outside that could improve one's physique and appearance. After hearing the explanation, Tang Ya nodded on the surface, the surprised expression on her face gradually fading. She seemingly accepted this explanation that sounded a bit mysterious but appeared to be the only reasonable one. However, deep in her heart, a thought was like a stone thrown into a lake, quickly rippling and quietly taking root, causing her to instantly make a decision. In the evening, the family had a warm dinner. Huo Yun'er and Huo Yuhao listened to Tang Ya chatter about interesting things at Shrek Academy, and the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. As the night deepened, the villa finally returned to silence, leaving only the occasional sound of insects from outside the window. Click! A slight sound of a door opening, almost inaudible, rang out in the silent hallway. Huo Yuhao was sitting cross-legged on his bed, performing his routine meditation cultivation. His mind sank into his body, organizing and consolidating the gains and insights brought by the life and death battle with the evil soul master these past few days. Hearing this slight movement, he slowly withdrew his technique, the surging spirit power within his body returning to peace, and then he opened his eyes. When he saw that the person pushing the door open and gently closing it behind her was actually Tang Ya, a flash of confusion crossed his eyes, and he asked softly, "Xiao Ya? It's so late, why are you here?" Tang Ya didn't answer immediately. She gently closed the door behind her, her movements carrying a hint of unnoticeable caution. Then, taking light steps, she walked straight to Huo Yuhao's bedside and sat down naturally on her side, the soft mattress sinking slightly. Tilting her head slightly, her large bright eyes sparkled with a sly and expectant light under the soft bedside lamp as she carefully looked over Huo Yuhao. After looking for a few seconds, a hint of well-timed grievance appeared on her face, her lips pouting slightly as she spoke. "Yuhao, we haven't done dual cultivation in so long. I feel like my cultivation speed has slowed down a lot." Her voice carried a hint of acting spoiled, making it hard to refuse. Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then reacted. Looking at Tang Ya's expectant eyes, he couldn't help but smile and nod. "Alright, since Xiao Ya wants to do dual cultivation, let's start now." "Okay." Tang Ya nodded immediately, a bright, triumphant smile blooming on her face. Then, the two adjusted their positions and sat cross-legged facing each other on the bed, palms touching, skin meeting, a subtle connection instantly established. They simultaneously focused their minds and calmed their breath, respectively operating the Yang scroll and Yin scroll of the Yin-Yang creation art. Once the cultivation technique was activated, an invisible vortex seemed to be created in the room. The stray yin and yang qi between heaven and earth were drawn in, gathering in threads and flowing into their bodies through their palms and acupuncture points. These two energies, different in nature yet complementary, circulated repeatedly within their bodies according to a mysterious route, blending and tempering each other, finally turning into incredibly pure spirit power that nourished their respective meridians. The entire room was filled with a harmonious and powerful energy fluctuation. After cultivating for about an hour, Tang Ya slowly withdrew her technique and opened her eyes. She looked at the thick darkness outside the window, her eyes darting around. Then she rubbed her eyes and gave a small yawn, saying in a somewhat lazy and natural tone, "Yuhao, look how late it is. If I go back to my room now, will I wake up Auntie? How about I just make do here tonight?" Huo Yuhao looked at her, then at the time. After a brief thought, he nodded. "Fine, then you can rest here." Seeing Huo Yuhao agree, a flash of secret joy crossed Tang Ya's eyes, but she quickly hid it. As the night grew deeper, only the sound of even breathing remained in the room. The two lay side by side on the spacious bed, with an appropriate distance between them. After a while, Tang Ya turned on her side, facing Huo Yuhao. She was wearing light blue silk pajamas, the soft fabric clinging to her body, vaguely outlining her developing, curvaceous figure under the hazy moonlight. "Yuhao," she called softly, her voice exceptionally clear in the silent night, carrying a hint of cautious pleading. "Can I ask you a favor?" Hearing this, Huo Yuhao also turned his head to look at her and asked gently, "Xiao Ya, tell me what it is first." He didn't immediately agree, maintaining a proper level of caution. Tang Ya organized her words, her tone full of sympathy and sincerity. "It's one of my roommates. Her mother has fallen seriously ill from some unknown disease and has been bedridden. She urgently needs a large amount of gold coins to hire a healing system, soul master and buy precious medicinal materials for treatment. But her family's financial situation is very poor, and they can't afford that much money. I see her worrying every day and secretly crying, and it makes me feel bad too. So I want to help her. Hearing Tang Ya's description, a name in the related plot immediately flashed through Yuhao's mind. Mother seriously ill, urgent need for many gold coins. Poor family. These key phrases put together pointed too strongly to one person. With a tone of confirmation, he asked, Xiao Ya, this roommate you're talking about wouldn't happen to be named Zhang Nanan, eh? That's right, her name is Zhang Nanan. Tang Ya's eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded vigorously, then followed up with a face full of confusion. Yuhao, how did you know? I don't remember ever mentioning her to you. What a coincidence, Yuhao thought to himself, feeling that the trajectory of fate seemed to have undergone a wonderful shift in some details. He had changed Tang Ya's fate, preventing her from falling into the abyss of being an evil soul master, but he hadn't expected her to become roommates with Zhang Nanan and thus develop a connection. I just happened to hear someone mention that there's such a student in the outer court. Yuhao made up a reasonable-sounding excuse to brush it off. Then his tone turned gentle and supportive. Since she's your friend and the situation is indeed difficult, it's not out of the question to help her. How about this? Tomorrow Sister Yaoju and I will accompany you to find her. It just so happens I know some medical skills. Maybe I can cure her mother. Really? That's great, thank you. Yuhao, you're the best. Hearing Yuhao agree so readily, Tang Ya was immediately overjoyed, her excitement beyond words. Almost subconsciously, she flipped over and got close to Yuhao, wrapping her arms affectionately around his neck, and then quickly gave him a peck on one cheek. Only after doing this did she realize what she had done. Her cheeks instantly flushed with 2 patches of rosy red, like ripe apples. She quickly let go and shrank back into her own covers, leaving only a pair of sparkling eyes filled with shyness and joy looking at Yuhao. All right, time to sleep. Yuhao touched the cheek that had just been kissed, where a hint of soft touch and faint fragrance still lingered. He shook his head somewhat helplessly but amused, and spoke softly. Hiding under the quilt, Tang Ya only showed her eyes and nodded vigorously, giving a muffled hum. After a while, she seemed to feel that the distance wasn't reassuring enough and quietly moved closer to Yuhao's side. Finally, like a little kitten looking for warmth, she leaned gently against his side, found a comfortable position, and then closed her eyes contentedly. Yuhao felt the warmth and even breathing coming from beside him and relaxed as well. The two slept in each other's arms early the next morning. Sunlight spilled into the room through the gaps in the curtains. After the three finished the warm breakfast prepared by Yuner at home, Tang Ya impatiently pulled Yuhao and, along with Leng Yaoju, headed toward the clinic where Zhang Nanan's mother was. The clinic was located in a district of Heaven-Do City that wasn't very bustling, and its storefront appeared somewhat old. Inside a quiet room with poor lighting, a faint smell of medicine permeated the air. A girl dressed plainly, yet unable to hide her natural beauty, sat quietly on a low stool by the bed, carefully wiping the forehead of a beautiful woman on the sickbed with a wet towel. The girl's features were exquisite, her eyebrows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like shimmering spring water. Her brilliant golden hair, like waves of wheat under the sun, fell softly over her shoulders. Although she didn't look old, her figure was already very tall and well proportioned, especially those straight and slender beautiful legs. Even wrapped in ordinary cloth trousers, one could still feel their amazing length and beautiful lines. She was precisely the roommate Tang Ya had mentioned, Zhang Nanan. Afterward, Yuhao's gaze swept across the entire room. The furnishings in the room were very simple, even crude. Besides a bed for the patient and an old cabinet for miscellaneous items, there was only the stool Zhang Nanan was sitting on, which was likely prepared for the doctor to take a pulse. The air was filled with an atmosphere of poverty and depression. Finally, Yuhao turned his gaze to the beautiful woman on the sickbed. She looked to be around 30 years old. Even with her eyes tightly shut, her face as pale as paper, and her lips dim, one could still see that her features were excellent and very delicate. This sickly appearance, far from detracting from her looks, added a few hints of heartbreakingly fragile beauty to her, making one feel pity. 76. Number 76 Zhang Nanan's gratitude for treating Yang's mother, a combined 4,000-word chapter. Chapter 76, Healing Mother Zhang, Zhang Nanan's gratitude, 4,000-word chapter, 2 in 1. Note, 4 additional chapters as a reward for Huo Yun's generous patronage. Xiaoya? Why are you here? And who are these two? Zhang Nanan immediately turned to look at the door after hearing the sound of it opening. When she saw that it was Tang Ya, a clear look of surprise appeared on her face. She quickly stood up, her gaze questioning as she looked at Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. Leng Yaoju had a noble and cold demeanor, and Yuhao was exceptionally handsome. Such a combination seemed out of place in this simple clinic room. Nanan, I came specifically to find you. Tang Ya walked to Zhang Nanan's side, took her hand, and said in a light tone. Find me? What for? Zhang Nanan asked, a lingering sorrow in her brows. I have good news for you, there's a way to cure your mother's illness, Tang Ya said, pulling Huo Yuhao forward from behind her and introducing him. This is Huo Yuhao. He has very advanced medical skills, and he might have a way to cure your mother's illness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nanan's gaze immediately focused on Huo Yuhao. Her first impression of him was extremely profound, handsome, surpassing all peers she had ever seen. It was a handsomeness that blended aloofness, nobility, and a unique sense of affinity, especially those deep blue eyes that seemed capable of drawing one's soul in. However, this astonishment was only fleeting. The pressure of reality quickly brought her back to her senses. She gently shook her head, and frustration and helplessness returned to her face. She spoke in a low voice. Xiaoya, thank you for your kindness. But it's useless. I heard the most experienced old doctor here say that my mother has a heart problem, which is very tricky. Even some healing system soul masters at the Spirit King or Spirit Emperor level might be helpless. It requires long-term nourishment with valuable heaven and earth treasures, and even then, improvement is not guaranteed, let alone your friend. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Huo Yuhao looked so young. How profound could his medical skills be? Hearing Zhang Nanan's words, Tang Ya couldn't help but hesitate, turning to look at Huo Yuhao with a questioning gaze. Huo Yuhao took a step forward, his expression calm and confident, and slowly said, how can you know it won't work without trying? What's more, the healing methods of Spirit Emperor level healing system soul masters may not necessarily be stronger than mine. Before his words finished, Huo Yuhao's mind stirred, and a golden light quietly lit up beneath the skin of his glabella. Immediately after, a vertical golden texture, containing infinite profoundness and life energy, slowly emerged, opening like a third eye. It was precisely the Eye of Destiny. With the opening of the Eye of Destiny, an extremely rich life energy, full of vitality and peacefulness, rippled out like water, instantly filling the entire room. This life energy was so pure and powerful that even a slightly withered green plant in the corner of the room visibly unfurled its leaves a bit, and on the sickbed, the beautiful woman who had kept her eyes closed and her brows slightly furrowed, after feeling this warm and vibrant energy envelop her, her face, originally tensed from pain, visibly relaxed a lot, and her breathing seemed to become steadier and longer. How is this possible? Quote, this miraculous and intuitive scene made Zhang Nanan, who had been deeply mired in frustration and despair, instantly widen her beautiful eyes. Her eyes, as captivating as spring water, were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Not only did her mother's condition ease, but even she herself, after inadvertently inhaling a trace of the diffused life energy while breathing, felt as if her entire body had been cleansed by warm spring water. Days of fatigue and suppression were swept away, and an indescribable sense of comfort flowed through her limbs and bones. This was by no means an effect that ordinary spirit abilities could achieve. How is it? Huo Yuhao's mind stirred, and the Eye of Destiny on his glabella quietly closed. The rich life energy permeating the room also slowly receded. He looked at Zhang Nanan with a calm expression and slowly spoke, his voice still steady. Zhang Nanan recovered from the immense shock, slightly stunned. The next moment, almost instinctively, she abruptly stood up from the stool beside the bed. In her excitement, she knelt down towards Huo Yuhao without hesitation. In her opinion, this might be the only true hope to save her mother. You mustn't. Just as Zhang Nanan's knees were about to touch the ground, Huo Yuhao, with quick eyes and hands, immediately stepped forward and firmly supported her arms. A gentle force came, undeniably helping her back up and making her stand straight. Young Master Huo, Zhang Nanan's eyes instantly reddened as she was helped up. Her voice choked with urgent pleading. I know this request is presumptuous, but please, save my mother. I don't have money to pay for the consultation now, but if you can cure my mother, I am willing to exchange everything I have to be your slave or maid, to work like an ox or a horse. I will do it willingly, without any complaints. Her words were like a cuckoo crying blood, full of the desperate resolve of someone at their wits' end. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, looking at Huo Yuhao piteously. Huo Yuhao looked at the young girl before him, who was willing to give everything for her mother, and sighed softly in his heart. He shook his head, his tone gentle yet reassuring. Miss Zhang, there's no need for this. Let me first examine your mother's specific condition before we talk about saving her. If I can cure her, I will naturally do my best. As for the remuneration, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the beautiful woman on the sickbed, who was breathing weakly. It's not too late to discuss these things after I've saved her. For now, let me treat your aunt. That's right, Nanan. Yuhao didn't say he wouldn't treat her. Let Yuhao take a look first. Tang Ya also quickly interjected, trying to persuade her. She could see that Zhang Nanan was flustered with worry. Zhang Nanan nodded vigorously upon hearing this, quickly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. She moved aside, yielding the space in front of the bed, her voice trembling slightly with infinite hope. Young Master Huo, I implore you. Huo Yuhao walked to the bedside but did not immediately begin treatment. He turned around with a solemn expression, looked at Zhang Nanan, and said, before treatment, there are some things I must explain in advance. I possess a special method that can penetrate the body's surface and directly observe the most minute internal conditions. In other words, once I begin treatment, in order to precisely locate the source of the illness, I may need to I will see the internal condition of your aunt's body, which might involve some privacy. Since the illness was in the heart region, Huo Yuhao would inevitably need to activate his true self-origin eye for perspective observation, which would undoubtedly reveal the internal structure of the other party's mother's body, including some private parts, in clear detail. He had to inform her of this to show respect. I agree. Almost the instant Huo Yuhao's words fell, Zhang Nanan's unwavering and resolute voice echoed in the quiet room. This straightforward answer even made Huo Yuhao subconsciously pause for a moment, looking at her with some surprise. Although Zhang Nanan's cheeks were slightly flushed from the mention of the matter, her eyes were exceptionally firm, without the slightest wavering. She met Huo Yuhao's gaze, her tone clear and calm. Matters of life and death allow no hesitation or apprehension whatsoever. Please, young Master Huo, have no reservations and proceed as for what happens afterward. Once mother recovers, I will personally explain everything to her clearly. In her heart, her mother's life was far more important than worldly etiquette and so-called privacy. With such a clear answer from Zhang Nanan, Huo Yuhao's respect for the girl's decisiveness and filial piety increased even further. He said no more, nodded, and solemnly stated, "Good, then I shall begin." He turned back to the sickbed, and in his eyes, faint golden-silver light quietly flowed, his true self-origin eye already activated. In his vision, Mother Yang's body surface seemed to turn into a translucent phantom. Muscles, bones, blood vessels, internal organs, everything was clearly presented before him, down to the finest detail. His gaze penetrated the chest cavity, precisely focusing on the faintly beating heart and the surrounding area. Under the insight of the true self-origin eye, the cause of the illness was quickly identified. It was not a structural lesion of the heart itself, but rather that in Mother Yang's chest cavity, near the heart. Some tiny blood vessels had become blocked and ruptured, leading to some blood seeping out and accumulating in the chest cavity, forming blood stasis. This blood stasis compressed and affected the heart's normal diastolic and blood supply functions, which over time led to Mother Zhang experiencing various symptoms of heart failure. As for the treatment method, it was relatively straightforward. It required using pure spirit power to carefully guide and clear the stagnant blood, repair the damaged tiny blood vessels, and relieve the pressure on the heart. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, extended his right hand, and gently placed it on Mother Yang's wrist, which was exposed from under the quilt. He held his breath and concentrated, controlling a wisp of extremely subtle and gentle spirit power, like the most dexterous thread, slowly guiding it into Mother Yang's meridians. At the same time, the eye of destiny on his glabella silently opened again, and a rich and gentle life energy diffused with it. This time, he precisely controlled this life force, making it follow that wisp of spirit power into Mother Yang's body. The reason for such meticulous care was precisely because Mother Zhang was not a spirit master, but merely a frail ordinary person. An ordinary person's meridians are incredibly fragile and cannot withstand even the slightest impact of powerful spirit power. A slight mistake would not only fail to cure the illness but would also cause more severe damage. The life force provided by the Eye of Destiny, however, could nourish and protect these fragile meridians while repairing the lesion. Under Huo Yuhao's exquisite control, that wisp of spirit power, infused with life energy, ascended Mother Yang's meridians like the most skilled surgical knife and repair fluid, accurately reaching the area of blood stasis in her chest cavity. The spirit power gently enveloped and guided the stagnant blood, causing it to slowly disperse and re-enter circulation. At the same time, the life force rapidly permeated the walls of the damaged tiny blood vessels, repairing the ruptured areas at a visible speed. This process required extremely high concentration and control, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on Huo Yuhao's forehead. Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan both held their breath, watching him nervously, especially Zhang Nanan, whose hands were tightly clasped in front of her chest, her fingernails almost digging into her flesh. Time passed minute by minute. As the blood stasis dissipated and the blood vessels were repaired, the pressure on the heart was rapidly relieved. On the sickbed, Mother Yang's originally paper-white complexion visibly took on a faint blush. Her previously furrowed brow completely smoothed out, her tightly pressed lips relaxed, and her chest movements became even and strong. She even let out an extremely faint but clearly audible, soothing sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Yuhao felt Mother Yang's vitality rapidly recover, and her heartbeats became strong and powerful, knowing that the treatment had been effective. He slowly withdrew his spirit power and life energy, and the eye of destiny on his glabella closed with them. He gently put down Mother Yang's wrist, stepped back half a pace, and offered a gentle smile to Zhang Nanan, who was so nervous she could barely breathe. I have not failed my mission. Your aunt's heart problem has been resolved, the blood stasis in her body has been cleared, and the damaged meridians are rapidly recovering under the nourishment of life force. She is just a bit weak now and needs rest and nutrition, but her life is no longer in danger, and she will wake up soon. Upon hearing Yuhao's words, Zhang Nanan's tightly strung nerves suddenly relaxed. She let out a long sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted, and the tears that had been welling in her eyes finally rolled down, but this time, they were tears of joy and excitement. She immediately wanted to perform a grand bow to Yuhao again, expressing her inexpressible gratitude. Seeing this, Yuhao quickly waved his hand, gesturing with his eyes towards Mother Zhang, who was breathing steadily and whose complexion was gradually becoming rosy, clearly recovering her origin qi in peaceful sleep. He lowered his voice and said, "Miss Zhang, let's save the thanks for later. Your aunt needs quiet rest most right now. Let's go outside to talk and not disturb her." Zhang Nanan immediately understood, quickly covered her mouth, and nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with gratitude and obedience. She took one last look at her mother's peaceful sleeping face, then tiptoed out of the room with Yuhao, Tang Ya, and Leng Yaoju, who had been standing quietly to the side, and went to the relatively quiet corridor of the clinic. As soon as they left the room, Zhang Nanan could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She bowed deeply to Yuhao, her voice choked and trembling from the relief after the scare. "Young Master Huo, thank you truly. I thank you so much. Your immense kindness to my mother, I, Zhang Nanan, will never forget." She straightened up, her beautiful large eyes filled with seriousness and determination, and continued, "I know that mere verbal thanks are far from enough. Young Master Huo, what do you need as repayment? Whether it's gold coins or precious heaven and earth treasures, please tell me. Although I may not be able to provide it immediately, I can assure you that once I grow and gain sufficient ability in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely find it for you to repay your life-saving grace." 77. Number 77 Tathagata Palm. Chapter 77. Buddha's Palm. Chapter Content Error. 78. Number 78 Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. As the title suggests, the author here wishes all readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, with joy every day, reunion, and happiness for your whole family. 79. Number 79 A cold wind blows through the desolate valley. Bonus chapter for Huo Yun's generous donation. Chapter 78. Cold wind blows in the valley of the fallen. Additional chapter for Huo Yun's patronage. Ever since Zhang Nanan and Mother Zhang moved into the Huo family villa, the originally somewhat quiet home suddenly gained a lot more life qi. Huo Yun'er had a gentle disposition, and Mother Zhang was also a cultured, gentle person. The two mothers were of similar age and had both experienced hardships in life, so they quickly found common ground. They often sat together drinking tea and chatting, or tending to the small garden in the courtyard. Huo Yun'er thus gained a close confidant with whom she could talk and relieve boredom. A few days later, the new semester began. Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan bid farewell to Yuhao, Huo Yun'er, and others, heading to Shrek Academy to report and begin their new semester of study. Life in the villa once again returned to its former tranquility, but within this tranquility, there was a newfound warmth and stability. It is worth mentioning that Yuhao used the Spirit Saint summoning card. The summoned individual was a female spirit saint named Su Yu, whose spirit was the relatively rare, 7-colored glazed cake. She was a rank 73 food system spirit saint, with a spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Food system spirit masters are already rare, and those who reach the spirit saint rank are even rarer, like a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Considering that his mother and Mother Zhang were ordinary people, it was most suitable to have a spirit saint skilled in making nourishing food care for them. So, Huo Yuhao arranged for Su Yu to stay at home, primarily responsible for Huo Yun'er and Mother Yang's daily lives and dietary adjustments. Time flew by. A Kun year passed in a hurry. Deep within the Star Do Great Forest's mixed zone, there is a secluded valley known as Valley of the Fallen. For reasons unknown, biting cold astral winds blow here year-round. The wind howls and wails, as if weeping, making the environment extremely harsh. Ordinary spirit ancestors would find it difficult to stay long. However, for Huo Yuhao, who needed to temper his physical body, this fierce cold wind was an excellent body tempering location. At this moment, Huo Yuhao stood shirtless at the wind vent of the valley, faint golden runes subtly flowing around his body. He allowed the knife-like cold wind to impact his body, circulating the flawless golden body technique, guiding the power of the cold wind to continuously temper his muscles, bones, and skin. Yuhao, time is almost up. It's time to report to Shrek Academy. Leng Yaoju's figure appeared at the mouth of the valley. She was still in a red dress with a cool temperament. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who stood unmoving in the cold wind, she reminded him. Okay, Sister Yaoju, I'm coming. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao slowly ceased his cultivation. The golden runes flowing around his body gradually receded inwards. He let out a long breath of cold, turbid qi and stepped out of the Valley of the Fallen. During this Kun year, Huo Yuhao never slacked in his cultivation. His spirit power rank, with daily diligent cultivation and the aid of various resources, successfully broke through to rank 39. It should be known that he possessed the ultimate ice spirit, and his cultivation speed was inherently slower than that of ordinary spirit masters. Furthermore, he intentionally compressed and refined his spirit power, solidifying his foundation, making spirit power advancement even more difficult. To maintain an average increase of nearly 3 ranks per year under such conditions could already be called divine speed. In terms of body refining, the flawless golden body had already broke through to the minor achievement realm. More than 50 of the golden runes corresponding to the 206 bones in his entire body had completely integrated into his bones, causing a qualitative leap in his bone strength, ren xing, and physical body strength and defense. Although the number of integrated runes might not seem large, the progress was already astonishing. It is important to remember that in the third part of Douluo continent, Mu Yi, the sect master of the body sect, spent a full 12 years integrating all 206 runes into his bones, consuming countless precious heaven and earth treasures during that time. Huo Yuhao's progress, in addition to the help of his golden heart and his diligence, was also inseparable from his body tempering in special environments like the Valley of the Fallen. In terms of mental force, the 9 revolution spirit refining art successfully broke through to the 4th layer. In his sea of consciousness, 4 golden mental force whirlpools stacked vertically and slowly rotated, not only significantly increasing the total amount and purity of his mental force but also doubling the speed at which he cultivated and recovered mental force. Now, his mental force level had firmly reached the peak of the early Spirit Abyss realm, only 1 step away from the next realm. Note: Spirit Abyss realm. 5001-2000. Huo Yuhao was around 5,405,502.5 years ago, and is now at 8,8500. After finishing his cultivation, Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju boarded a flying spirit tool together and sped towards Shrek Academy. The flying spirit tool slowly descended outside Shrek City. Huo Yuhao and Leng Yaoju disembarked from the spirit tool, choosing to walk into this famous and majestic city of the Douluo continent. Shrek City is situated on the vast Lima Plains. Its city walls are towering, and its land area is astonishingly vast, with a resident population exceeding 2 million. Its prosperity and scale are comparable only to the imperial capitals of the 4 great empires across the entire Douluo continent. Shrek Academy is not located in the city center but is situated in the eastern part of the city, its position subtly confronting the distant Star Do Great Forest. Should a spirit beast tide erupt from the Star Do Great Forest, Shrek Academy would be the first line of defense for the Douluo continent, effectively blocking the spirit beast army from pouring into the interior and preventing widespread devastation. The west, south, and north gates of Shrek City are all freely accessible, but only the east gate is an exclusive passage for Shrek Academy. At this time, it was the Academy's annual enrollment season, and the East Gate area was bustling with people and exceptionally noisy. No less than 5,000 young boys and girls from all over the Douluo continent, along with their families, gathered outside the city gate. The crowd surged, and the sound waves reached the sky. Various vendors had already sniffed out business opportunities, setting up dense rows of stalls along both sides of the road. Shouts, haggling, and children crying rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere that even surpassed some commercial areas within the city. Over a dozen young students wearing the yellow uniforms representing the second and third years of the outer court stood guard at the city gate, responsible for maintaining order and initially verifying the identities of those wishing to enter the academy. As Yuhao and Leng Yaoju approached the east gate, these students were about to step forward for their routine check of their city lord's recommendation letters, but they were stopped by two young women who rushed over from inside the city. "He's our friend." Tang Ya's voice was clear, with an undeniable tone. Zhang Nanan also nodded in confirmation. The guarding students, seeing that it was Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan, immediately showed respect and quickly made way. These two were fourth-year senior sisters, both having reached the spirit ancestor rank, and were recognized as the dual campus belles of the outer court, possessing both beauty and strength. Ordinarily, they, especially Tang Ya, always maintained a cool demeanor, showing no courtesy to suitors and making them difficult to approach. Yet at this moment, they actually saw Tang Ya unreservedly and intimately holding the blue-haired young man's arm, smiling sweetly, while Zhang Nanan, usually gentle but also keeping her distance from others, was smiling and leading the way beside them. This scene made these guarding students widen their eyes, wondering if they were experiencing an illusion. 80. #80 D Choer and Ji Yuana make their appearance, 2 parts combined, 4,000 words. Chapter 79. D Choer and Ji Yuana appear, 2 in 1, 4,000 characters. After the four reunited, they walked towards the Shrek Academy registration office, chatting and laughing. The combination of this group immediately caused a stir in the crowd. There was no other way. Yuhao, Zhang Nanan, Tang Ya, and Leng Yaoju, all four of them possessed top-tier looks. Especially Yuhao, after a year of growth, his figure became even more tall and straight. His appearance, subtly influenced by the Ice Dragon King martial soul in all creatures' affinity talent, was even more handsome and refined. With blue hair and blue eyes and a unique temperament, he stood out like a crane among chickens in the crowd. And Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan, who were 2 or 3 years older than Yuhao, had shed much of their youthful innocence in recent years. Their figures had become more graceful and alluring, with their curves beginning to show. Coupled with their purple school uniforms, which represented senior students, they were even more eye-catching. Although their stunning beauty might be slightly less than Leng Yaoju's, it was still enough to make many new students unable to look away. In contrast, the surrounding senior students, most of whom were familiar with Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan's usual iceberg demeanor, now directed more shocked and scrutinizing gazes towards Yuhao and Leng Yaoju. They looked at Leng Yaoju, naturally marveling at her astonishing, cold, and noble temperament and beauty. As for Yuhao, most gazes were filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and thinly veiled envy and jealousy. What virtue did this kid possess to be accompanied by 3 equally stunning women, each with a different style? 2 of them were even famous and highly sought-after school beauties in the outer court. As old students of Shrek, they were very familiar with Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan's temperaments. Zhang Nanan was alright. Her interactions with people were polite, maintaining an appropriate distance. But Tang Ya, for several years, had not given a single male who approached her a good look, making her one of the most unapproachable, thorny roses in the outer court. Even so, many self-important or hopeful students still flocked to her, believing they might be the special one who could win her heart. However, seeing Tang Ya so demure and smiling brightly by Yuhao's side today, these old students simply couldn't believe their eyes. Had the sun risen from the west? Isn't this kid just a bit handsome? A bit special in temperament? There were many handsome guys in the academy. Why did these 2 school beauties, who were so high-minded, favor this kid? All sorts of sour discussions and gazes permeated the crowd. Walking near the registration office, Yuhao stopped and said to Leng Yaoju, "Sister Yaoju, this is far enough." With Leng Yaoju's quasi-god strength, no one in Shrek Academy, except Mu-En who burned his life force and used the power of the golden ancient tree, could stop her, but Yuhao didn't need her to accompany him into the academy. Moreover, his own trump cards were deep enough. Inside his lapel, a 43,000-year Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, reduced in size, lay quietly dormant. That's right, after successfully passing her 400,000-year heavenly tribulation, the Ice Empress absorbed the 10,000-year profound ice marrow Yuhao gave her, and her strength had significantly increased, reaching the level of 440,000 years. With her formidable ultimate ice attribute, she could even fight a level 98 Super Douluo, with the Ice Empress secretly protecting him. Yuhao's safety was no concern. Alright, Leng Yaoju, well aware of Yuhao's strength and preparations, merely nodded faintly. Her figure flickered, and she vanished from the spot like a Gui Mei. After Leng Yaoju left, Yuhao prepared to go to the Shrek Academy registration office with Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan. However, just as he took a step, a strange throbbing sensation came from his eye of destiny without warning, as if attracted by some homologous or special existence. Yuhao was slightly startled, his steps unconsciously paused, and he looked towards the side, following that subtle sensation. His gaze penetrated the bustling crowd, accurately landing on two equally eye-catching young women not far away. One of them, dressed in simple white, appeared to be the same age as the surrounding new students, but her beauty was exquisite, unforgettable. A cascade of black hair flowed smoothly down to her waist, shimmering as if it had gathered moonlight. Above her slender, delicate neck was a face so exquisitely perfect it seemed like the creator's most flawless masterpiece. Her cheeks were fair and delicate, like fine mutton-fat jade, exuding a faint lustrous glow. A pair of large, brilliant amethyst-like eyes were bright and profound, yet lively, as if containing a sea of stars, revealing endless vitality and wisdom. Her slightly upturned nose, delicate and small, added a touch of playfulness. Her slightly pursed cherry lips were full and perfectly curved, inspiring a spontaneous urge to praise them. As for her figure, although certain parts had not fully developed due to her young age, her overall proportions were already perfect, a living, breathing, and infinitely potential peerless beauty in the making. Even more astonishing was her extremely fair skin, so delicate it seemed it could break with a touch, as pure as freshly fallen snow. Not only that, but this white-clad girl seemed to naturally exude a peculiar aura, cool and ethereal, like a secluded orchid quietly blooming in the morning mist, or a fairy descended to the mortal world, untouched by worldly affairs. The other was a young woman of a different style, yet equally dazzling. She had splendid golden hair, like sunlight, casually draped yet inherently possessing an untamed nobility. Most striking were her equally golden vertical pupils, which added a touch of mystery and majesty. Her height, enhanced by a pair of exquisite high heels, reached about 1.8 meters. Her posture was tall and straight, and a perfectly tailored golden mermaid-style long dress flawlessly outlined her graceful, undulating curves, ample where it should be, slender where it should be, fully displaying a mature and sensual charm. The shimmering long dress made her appear like a goddess from an ancient temple, noble and inviolable. What drew the most imagination about her were the long, fair legs that were faintly visible beneath the golden mermaid skirt. They were straight and slender, with smooth, graceful lines. Her skin glowed healthily in the sunlight, yet wasn't overly bony. A bit more would be plump, a bit less would be thin, truly a gift from the creator, enough to make anyone who saw them feel their hearts sway. The reason these two beauties didn't cause a large-scale commotion like Yuhao's group was that 3 spirit rings, yellow, purple, beyond the optimal configuration, slowly swirled beneath the golden-haired girl's feet, and a majestic and noble golden dragon phantom faintly appeared behind her. Her powerful spirit elder-level strength, yet possessing a 1000-year second spirit ring, and the pressure of her top-tier beast spirit effectively deterred most people with ill intentions or those wanting to strike up a conversation. Of course, there were always some self-important individuals who, believing themselves to be chosen by destiny, refused to give up and chose to approach. But the results were invariably the same. The golden-haired girl didn't even bother to say anything extra, directly throwing punches and swiftly knocking down those little kids who came to flirt, including several senior students who prided themselves on their strength, proving with her actions that beauty and danger coexist. It was precisely this display of formidable strength that, despite numerous onlookers, no one dared to approach rashly, maintaining an eerie silence around them. That's the aura of the three-eyed golden lion? But the one beside her, could it be Yu? Quote, Yuhao's gaze was fixed on the golden-haired girl and the white-clad girl. With the special sensing ability of his Eye of Destiny, he could clearly discern the origin aura of the Emperor Auspicious Beast, three-eyed golden lion, within the golden-haired girl, and the ethereal, peerlessly beautiful white-clad girl made another name, or rather, identity, instantly surface in Yuhao's mind. The co-lord of spirit beasts, Silver Dragon King Yuena. But, according to the original trajectory of destiny, shouldn't she be sleeping and recovering from her injuries at the bottom of the Lake of Life in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest? Why would she be here, and with the transformed three-eyed golden lion? Yuhao's heart was instantly filled with immense doubt and vigilance. And at the same time Yuhao noticed them. The golden-haired girl, Di Chuer, the name the three-eyed golden lion took after transforming, had actually noticed Yuhao long ago. His outstanding appearance and unique temperament made him as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the crowd, if not for seeing him already accompanied by Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan, two exceptionally beautiful women. With her personality, she would have gone over to approach him directly. This guy, it seems he recognized me. When Di Chuer sensed Huo Yuhao's scrutinizing and confirming gaze directly on her, her face maintained an arrogant and calm expression, but a faint, almost imperceptible trace of joy and smugness flickered deep within her golden vertical pupils. It's not in vain that I transformed into this human-pleasing appearance. Aunt Bai Ji was right, human males are visual creatures, they all like good looks. Meanwhile, the white-clad girl next to her, Ji Yu, saw a faint flicker of surprise in her amethyst-like eyes the moment she saw Huo Yuhao. Her perception was even keener and deeper, almost instantly capturing the hidden, yet extremely high-essence ice attribute aura on Huo Yuhao. The aura of the Ice Dragon King? No, the Ice Dragon King perished in the Divine War long ago. But a human, how could he awaken such a pure, even slightly origin-pressuring Ice Dragon King martial soul? She murmured to herself, developing a strong interest in Huo Yuhao. One reason she divided her origin and came into the world was that, while in slumber, she sensed that the Douluo continent and the god realm seemed to be separated by a barrier, preventing gods from interfering with the lower realm. Another reason was the Ice Dragon King. As half of the dragon god, Ji Yuan naturally recognized the Ice Dragon King, one of the 9 great dragon kings of the dragon clan. However, its aura suddenly appearing on the Douluo continent and in the extreme north, how could she sit still? It just so happened that the auspicious beast wanted to transform and emerge, and she also happened to divide a portion of her origin to accompany her to understand the human world and search for the person with the Ice Dragon King's aura. Unexpectedly, it all came without effort. They met by chance, and it was even the person who had undergone attribute channeling with the auspicious beast. Yuhao, what's wrong? Do you know them? Tang Ya saw Huo Yuhao suddenly stop, his gaze fixed on a certain direction, with a thoughtful expression on his face, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhang Nanan also cast an inquiring look. Huo Yuhao collected his thoughts, smiled at the two girls, and explained, "It's nothing. Xiao Ya, Nanan. I just saw someone, a friend, I suppose. Let's go say hello." He didn't elaborate on Di Qier's true identity. With that, Huo Yuhao stepped forward and walked directly towards Di Chuer and Ji Yu's location. Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan exchanged glances. Although they were a little curious and felt a vague sense of vigilance, they immediately followed. The surrounding crowd, who had been chatting and waiting, immediately showed expressions of anticipation for a good show when they saw Huo Yuhao walking directly towards the two young women who possessed both strength and beauty, yet no one dared to approach easily. Apparently, they also took Huo Yuhao for one of those brave individuals who, relying on a bit of capital, wanted to strike up a conversation, and instinctively assumed that this blue-haired kid's fate wouldn't be much better than those who had been beaten away earlier. Tisk, this kid, does he really think that just because he hooked up with senior sister Tang Ya and senior sister Zhang Nanan with his face, he's invincible and can easily win over these two as well? A senior student who had been beaten by Di Chuer muttered sourly. Exactly, let's see how he gets punched away by that golden-haired senior sister later. I bet he won't last. 3 sentences, another new student who had also suffered a loss echoed, with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. 3 sentences? You think too highly of him. I bet that golden-haired senior sister won't even bother with pleasantries. Just a direct punch. I bet he'll be on the ground in 3 seconds. Someone nearby confidently predicted, especially those new and old students who had personally experienced the taste of Di Qier's fists. Their faces were now a mixture of jealousy and mockery. They were jealous of Huo Yuhao having Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan, such beauties, by his side. At the same time, they mocked him for being too greedy, already having 2 goddess-level senior sisters, yet not knowing when to stop, and even daring to provoke those 2 even more fierce existences. He was simply asking for humiliation. However, the scene that followed made everyone who was ready to watch a spectacle drop their jaws. Huo Yuhao walked calmly in front of Di Chuer and Ji Yu, not showing the fawning or eager expressions of others. Instead, as if meeting an old acquaintance, his gaze first fell on the golden-haired girl, Di Chuer, and he asked calmly, "Why are you here?" This familiar tone made everyone who was eavesdropping freeze. Di Chuer heard Huo Yuhao's question, which sounded like an old friend meeting, and then glanced at Tang Ya and Zhang Nanan, who followed closely behind him, both possessing extraordinary beauty and temperament. For some reason, a strange irritation welled up in her heart, and she retorted grumpily, "What? Is Shrek Academy yours? Can't I come?" "I'm not saying you can't come." Huo Yuhao immediately switched to mental transmission, his voice directly echoing in Di Qier's mind, carrying a hint of seriousness. "The key is, can you guarantee your own safety? Also, is your spirit beast aura hidden well enough? This is a gathering place for human powerhouses." Hearing Huo Yuhao's mental transmission, a hint of smugness flashed in Di Qier's golden vertical pupils. She also transmitted back, her tone a little defiant. Don't worry, I brought Uncle Dishin's reverse scale. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll just call for help. I'll let Uncle Dishin come and reason with them. She wouldn't be as foolish as her original self in the novel, sacrificing herself for a human. She had a powerful backing like Dishin, and given her relationship with him, if she encountered real danger, Dishin would definitely tear through space to protect her. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.